are going places, but they can't pass now. There's heavy traffic because they're blocking one full lane of the road because they want to pray. So it's as if nobody other or have God of their own. This is not fair. This is so not fair. And this is what we are talking about in Nigeria. You block one part of the road because you want to pray, and people are there looking for ways.
Suffer me, I'll be here. I'll tell you, I won't suffer with you. Nothing will make me suffer with you. I know too much that I can't suffer, but I can tell you, look, you know I'm a man of God. Try to make mistake. Neither will tumble to 5,000. If you don't want another to tumble to 5,000, better tell yourself what to do. It's a woe to you when you vote people who have nothing in their head. If you vote party this time, Nigerians, we go fall our hand and watch on that. All the things they are suffering, am I suffering with you? I'm too connected by covenant to suffer what people are suffering. But if you vote, it's a word to you when your leader is like a child. That means any leader who will be using dampers is dangerous. It's a word to the whole land when thy king is what? A child. It's the Bible, I'm not the one who said it. It's a word to thee, O land, when thy king is a child. They use dampers for children. So if you have a leader who they use dampers, woe to you. And the prince is eating the. It's the Bible, am I the one that said it? Except we want to argue with the Bible.
The good guy.
As he dey us, he dey pray. When I say as he dey pain them, he dey see with us. As he dey see with us, he go dey pray.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. Sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph, and thank you for joining us. Today is Saturday, October the 21st, 2023. Welcome, and it's nice to see all of you, those who are joining us on the chat and in the studio and backstage. I appreciate all of you. Today we have a very busy show as usual, and we are going to get into it. For those who are getting my notification, you have the topics already known, but if you don't have it, let me just go through some of them. Bola Tinubu fights to stop the FBI from releasing information about him, and the Supreme Court will on Monday begin to look at the case brought by Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. And the one they will look at on Monday is the issue of whether to allow new evidence to be submitted in that case. And also along the way, we are going to look at the last-minute effort by Bola Tinubu to stop this release of information from the Justice Department and from the FBI. Also, Sheik Gumi has been talking recently and been making impact and shaking the table. We want to look at what does he want, what is going on with Sheik Gumi, and where does that leave the politics of the country as of today. At 1 p.m. New York time, which is about 6 p.m., we are going to be joined by a Boston-based award-winning Nigerian filmmaker. He made a movie called Theory of Conflict, which is about what happened at a Boston college, kind of a spillover from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So we think it's very relevant to what is going on today. So Rahman Oladigbolu will join us at 1 p.m. to talk about that. And so that's what we have, and other things that we can add to it based on what you guys will tell me is going on around it. So let me bring in people who are already in the studio. If you're here and you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in. There are a lot of people whose cameras are off. We are now going to bring you in unless you turn on your camera. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good to be with you and the rest of the guys.
It's nice to see you. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama.
Ovia, you have to find another greeting. Do you know what they say in Swahili? You should try that. All right, thank you. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. And we have Dan. Dan, welcome to the show. Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Good evening. Good evening or good morning to everybody.
Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
Is a mounting in Lebanon of an escalation in the fight?
Oh, Dan, you're listening to Sky News.
Dan is in Gaza.
Thank you, Chief Dr. Damages.
Yeah, it's been a while. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah. All right, so let's start. The first thing we do with people who come in early is to get their view on what's going on. Is there anything that we missed that is important? I know stories are changing so frequently, and so sure. Let me start with you. Is there any big story that we're missing now?
Not that I can think of. It's too many to keep up with. There's a lot going on to keep up with Nigerian news. You could just run mad. The one you highlighted is more than enough to discuss. I'm sure people will probably, drop a few things. I've been busy myself, so just to let my Twitter people know that I've not been on Twitter as much the last few days, so I'm not familiar with anything that's happened that's worth discussing.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Paul. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Doctor, I can't figure anything out because there are so many things. So let's just treat the big one, the elephant in the room. I can't figure out anything right now.
Okay, good. Ovie.
Far away in DC, Jim Jordan, after 3 rounds of votes.
Are you in DC?
I'm everywhere. So, no, I'm not in DC. But I'm just telling you what the latest now. Jim Jordan, after 3 rounds of votes, Republicans could not pull it off for a speaker. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on. And the foreign visitors that Asu Rock has been receiving, from European Union to Morocco and people to, business as usual. Other than that, and Gumi, sorry, not Gumi, Ndumi, retract this step that he did not storm out on Akpabio. So in other words, apologizing after Senator Abu apologized 24 hours after. And so, there's just our play also going on. So just looking at where possibly trouble could come within the top. Seems as if Bola Tinubu is everywhere.
Okay. Okoye.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the state of the media, Nigerian media sort of space, with this current administration, how they have, I don't know, how they have treated the media space. I don't know, because there's kepu kepu, as Igbos will say, there's sort of whisper that they try to clamp down on or regulate the internet or the social media. The kind of news that people receive in Nigeria. I don't know if they can do that, but I do think that it would be a grave mistake to try to regulate information coming into Nigeria like that.
Okay, thank you. Dan.
Well, I don't think there's anything you are missing. Only the hardship in Nigeria, The hardship in Nigeria, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Femi.
Nigeria is a bucket list. Good morning, everyone. There's too much. In fact, as we're speaking, a lot more things are happening that probably would replace a lot of your main topics. Is it the exchange rate that continues to break new grounds? Is it UNILAG students being asked to resume with mattresses you want to talk about? I don't know if you happened during your time. Maybe they asked to bring your pots.
No, hold on. That what happened? They had to bring your...
Yeah, the UNILAG students have been asked to come with their mattresses.
So they don't have any left in the school.
Doctor, you're the journalist. I'll leave you to figure that out. Assignment for you.
That's a good one.
Or is it the fuel price? That people, of course, you do know that the queues are back. Is it the 24-year-old FEMA guy that maybe at the last minute, because now it seems to be happening over and over. Perhaps we need to ask Jagaban if all that mattered was Emilokon. Yeah, I don't know if he's even worse prepared than Buhari the way it's going, because this is the opt-in time we're having someone being appointed and all of a sudden there's a roundabout turn. Is it the fuel price inflation? There's a lot more being spoken about the inflation with respect to inflation crisis with respect to food prices actually right now. It made a lot of rounds this week as well. Is it the pensioners are collapsing from Oshun to other parts of the country you want to talk about? Or is it the latest bank robbery, which is in Benue, you want to talk about? Or the 26 trillion naira budget where we don't know where they're going to source the funds from, whether we're going to go back to ways and means? Or is it...
Femi came ready.
You said?
I said you came prepared, though.
It's too much. It's difficult to follow, right? It's a lot.
So basically, you are saying what Dan.
The
I think you are fleshing out what Dan said when he said the hardship. You're just fleshing it out. Carry on, my brother.
It is too. Is it Babachiri Lawal who maybe out of spite, we don't know, suddenly has decided to give us the statistics of how Obi probably won and Tinubu gave third. And of course, the ongoing brick bat between himself and the APC generally, or is it the continuing back and forth between schools, especially with respect to Ambrose Ali, who have decided to renege on the increase in fees? Is it the Tantita thing you want to talk about, the renewal of the contract for security, and the other Niger Delta militants that are beginning to meet and talk about how they have to share in the booty as well, aka Ateke, Asari, and Boyloof? Is it the LP guy and some other people that are beginning to chorus the fact that LP lawmakers, for example, are not saying anything? They're probably going to receive the 130 million naira per lawmaker vehicle. It's too much. It's too much. Or is it the refinery that we had probably caught the fire?
Oh, Port Harcourt. You know it's meant to come on in December. So if you catch this fire now, if it doesn't come on in December, it makes sense.
It's a lot. It's a lot going on. It's a lot.
All right, Femi, thank you so much. We'll get to some of them.
I have more, but let's keep it. It's too much. We can make a whole booklet.
Yeah, this show is only 10 hours, so we can fit all of them in.
Yeah. Even if you try to treat all of them, more will come up, so you just get confused.
Doctor, like you can do 10 hours. You say the show is only 10 hours, even when you can do 10 hours.
Oh, we've done it before. We did it.
You?
Yeah.
Doctor can't wait for his pizza.
We did 18 hours during the election. Matt, welcome to the show.
Matt is muted.
Matt.
Okay.
Matt from Barcelona.
Good afternoon,
Matt, I thought you'd be in Finland now. We are still in Spain. What's going on?
No.
Yeah, we forgot that one, Doctor.
I had a few friends who I thought would report. No, I thought they would report from Finland to us today, but not coming to Finland. I was disappointed.
Right. That's
No, I don't.
A whole convention. We've been hearing about
the Prime Minister will not be happy. The Prime Minister will not be happy with
I don't say that.
The Prime Minister will not be happy with you.
Please don't.
All right.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about, Matt?
My brother, so many things, because I've been following, I've been following since I've not been on the show live, but I've been on the background watching and listening. It's very interesting, A lot of things are happening, I don't know where you want me to start, my brother.
Which one concerns you the
most? All concerns me because when you have some people, when you have your family back there, friends and loved ones, you must be concerned because it's not something that one can be proud of. Okay, a lot of things have gone wrong, quite for some time now. When you start from certificate, FBI, when you start from bachelor, whatever they are claiming they had, or many things are issues concerning Nigeria that I don't know how we are going to get out of it, But at the same time, I would still say that the masses, we have to speak in one voice, and we have to keep talking and speaking out like we are doing here to see that you know things are being corrected. Even though it's not what we are looking for is not 100%, but at least we can get 50 out of what we have been, agitating for. Look at what happened about, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, concerning 3 years of so that Lekki, right? Lekki Tollgate. You can imagine what happened. Police warning, giving warning, and police coming to say they will guide people. You first of all put fear in people, and you are coming out to say that you are there, you are going to protect them. How will people come out? You understand me? So Nigeria is a very confused country, which has been affecting me as an individual here because people are aware of all the shenanigans that are going on in Nigeria over here. It's a Spanish country. It's a Spanish country, but they listen, they hear. Last time I told you people what happened to us.
Hold on, Matt. When we get into the conversation fully, then we can
okay.
Opinion of people.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
That's what I can say for now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damage.
From the island of finish it for me.
Finish it for me now.
I don't remember the name. Bagabusa.
Oh yeah. The island, Doctor, the island of the king. The island of the king.
Everywhere.
The island is very small that it's not on any map. You can't see. It's a dot. If you put a dot, it's too small for a dot on a map.
Doctor, you don't want to Buhari finish.
How did that happen?
Doctor, you cannot be talking to Dr. Domiji's Hall of Famer. He's the pioneer of this platform. You cannot. You have to apologize for not knowing me as a member, as an honorable member. You don't know where he's joining you from every day. That's alone you are indicted.
Netherlands, they own the island, but I just forgot the name.
Okay, defend me. Thank you for defending me. Welcome.
All right, Jaraba. Ike, so do you have any story that we think is important that we missed?
Yes, what worries me about, let me say 3 things. One is the information about one of the judges who is going to be in the Supreme Court, that the son was a lawyer to Tinubu, and the son is also a member of APC. I was thinking, in a decent society, she is supposed to recuse herself from this trial. And also a situation whereby you have, there is no sensitivity on the part of the people who are appointing justices, that Nigeria is standing on or sitting in a time bomb, and that there is no balancing on the people that are on that judicial commission or whatever the Supreme Court. So I really do not understand that, but that concerns me a lot. And secondly is Bola Tinubu, who is trying to fight FBI not to release his files, So
all right.
What worries me is that what is he hiding?
Mm-hmm.
Why should he say no? So those 2 things worry me a lot.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted Show, I think he took himself out. I wanted Show to come and give us update on the currency. Every morning he sends me what the exchange rate is. And I think we should begin a conversation every Saturday on the exchange rate, because that impacts everything. So Show, if you can come in and give us, I don't follow it. I don't even know where to find it, but Show has a way of finding it every morning and sending it to me.
Yeah, sorry, Henry.
I think it's a good way to measure how.
Show they follow the money. Show always following the money. I like that.
You have to follow the money.
Show you did for Aboki FX.
Henry, let me first apologize for taking you out. I actually took myself out so you could come in because I didn't have much to say. I just came to help,
power.
So I came to help moderate, backstage, remove people, add people. I have nothing to say. We've exhausted all these things. But in terms of the currency, because Rudolph is saying, so the app I used to send money to Niger, every day I would check it to see what the rate is and all of that. So over the last 3 or 4 days, you just see, I think on Tuesday, a pound to naira was about 1,300 and something. Then next day 1,003. By yesterday it was 1,435. Almost 100 naira difference in 3 days. And you see things like that, and people. For me, the most interesting thing, because I call it interesting, it doesn't annoy me anymore. The people we're dealing with, in terms of the people who would defend this government, they would defend anything. If APC throws fire into their house, they will tell you they're trying to keep us warm. There's nothing that can go wrong. These people told us, some of them, the educated ones amongst them, they were on Twitter, their receipts. They were saying, this was in May, they were telling us by June, July, a dollar will be 600 naira. The unified market, 600 naira, 550. One was even saying she goes to KPMG, go and check my LinkedIn. She was fronting. Now she's disappeared. Apparently, all she discusses now is Big Brother Niger. Tinubu himself said it before the election that you earn your salary in naira. Why are you interested in the exchange rate? You are not an importer or exporter. People heard that, but they defended it. They made excuses. Now, the same people who were saying naira will become 600 to $1 by June, July, are now saying, oh, it would have been the same with Peter Obi now. What would Obi have done differently? Obi wouldn't have done anything differently. The excuses are running out. Now they are saying Obi will have done the same. When Obi was saying, let's start production from consumption. See, one of the reasons why I like Obi is because he made it very simple. People like to make a problem sound very complicated so that when they don't solve it, they will have made an excuse. It's like some of these preachers of the gospel. Oh, these things are not for the carnal-minded. You can't understand it. It's a Bible. It's written in English. That's why it was translated. It's no longer in Hebrew or whatever language. So the dollar now is 1,170. People are keeping quiet. Imagine for a second, Peter Obi was the president, and naira to dollar is 1,170. What would the narrative have been? Oh, this is why you don't hand over the biggest economy in Africa to a trader. This is why you don't employ a third-class philosophy student to be your president. Can you see? That's what they would have been telling us by now. These same people that are telling you it's not a big deal. It would always happen. All those they are intellectuals on Twitter. Oh, it's always the tough road. It's always going to be tough. What did you expect? If Obi was president, it would have been different. Oh, he's a trader. What does he know? He doesn't understand economics. They'll be telling you how Nigerian economy was projected to be one of the top 5 economies in the world as of 2010. They will be opening books and lecturing you their nonsense, the usual buyer. But right now that Tinubu is in charge, it's fine. Don't discuss it. If a dollar becomes 2,000, these people would defend it. There's nothing. See, for me, the question I keep asking is, when do you put your country before a party or another man? That's the question. I'm not saying we're expecting it to be easy, but sorry, when Tinubu came in, this floating naira like a kite, the way they celebrated it, it's not working. And you are telling us to look away. Oh, look at something else. There's a distraction there. This is the issue I have with them. At some point, you should be able to say, you know what? This is not working. People might laugh at you, but at least you will have said it, or keep quiet. At the very worst, keep quiet. Don't defend it. When Tinubu came in, how much was the naira? And now it's just going, it's flying like a kite. It's been floated. I check it every day because it affects me. And it affects a lot of Nigerians.
Everybody, not a lot.
I'm telling people, my friends in the UK, I told them, I called my friends, I said, see, sorry, 1 second, I would round off now. I say, your parents in Nigeria, people you support in Nigeria, the person that you used to give 100,000 naira a month, please increase it before they ask you. If it's someone like your parents that's close to you, they might not want to stress you and ask you, but please on your own increase it. Because that 100,000 naira is like 60,000 naira today in less than 6 months. Things are really, really expensive. Very expensive. When somebody kills,
Senator, Ben Bori Bruce, nigga tell you, say if you want vents on internet, may you use Globe vents so that the dollar go, the naira go appreciate. You know, use any other network. Use Glow network, Vents, so that the dollar will appreciate.
Okay,
So
I hear you.
I'm just trying to
One of
pass
my
that
friends,
message.
very lovely guy, intelligent guy. When he's not discussing supporting APC, he sounds very intelligent, cerebral. He sent me something yesterday morning. I forwarded it to. I've sent a screenshot of our chat to Rudolph, but I cropped his name out, just in case you never know. So he sent me something random yesterday morning. Reno Mokri posted something where he said, you know, oh, somebody goes on TV wearing Italian suit, Spanish shoes, and Korean phone. Stop buying foreign, buy Nigerian. And I agree. That still ties into consumption to production, right? Now, when he said that, I replied my friend, I said, I agree with Reno's point. You know, even a dead wall clock is correct twice a day. It will be correct twice, standard. So Reno is right on this occasion. But what happened to Reno mentioning our lawmakers
Land Cruiser
carrying dollars to Japan to buy cars recently? Reno forgot. Selective amnesia. Didn't mention that, but was interested in somebody that I didn't know. I just thought it was a random person because my friend said, "Oh, do you know who he's talking about?" I said, "No." I said, "You know, he's talking about somebody probably wearing a Balenciaga shoe because that's Spanish, a Xenia suit, that's Italian, a Samsung phone." I said, "He's just talking about an average privileged Nigerian, maybe discussing things on TV." He said, "No, he's talking about Rufai." I said, "As much as I like Rufai, I don't think Rufai suits are Italian." Anyway, so we joked about it. I said, "But you didn't talk about your government cutting dollars to a hotel in New York to spend." And these are some of the things that affect the strength of the Naira. So Reno forgot all of that. That happened recently. But you're talking about the individual. Let the government lead from the front. Lead from the front. All these people that charge in dollars, hotels in Nigeria will charge you in dollars. Some restaurants will charge you in dollars. Clamp down on those. Well, honestly, it's like you're hitting a brick wall. They just won't listen. You focus on the man buying Samsung. Our lawmakers, what are they doing? In another 4 years, they will buy another set of Land Rovers or whatever Toyotas. Let's stop doing that. I don't care if it's innocent. I don't care what happened to the last set of cars. Cut down on cost. Let us see that you're making an effort. Some people would genuinely get behind Tinubu if we see that you are going in the right direction. All most people want is a Nigeria that works. The reason why a lot of people don't want Tinubu and don't support him is because they could foresee these things happening. The spending in New York, this Toyota nonsense that they are doing. If the president is leading from, it doesn't mean the lawmakers will listen. But listen to that president from Zambia or whatever. It doesn't mean the lawmakers would do. I mean, you can't. It's not dictatorship. But if the president is on TV saying, I'm not buying any car from Japan. I'm not going to go find dollar to Japanese. It would affect our currency. It might make one or two lawmakers say, you know what? Oga don't toko, make a two in line. But when we say let's nip it in the bud from that convoy that welcomed Tinubu, they said these irrelevancies, you are chasing shadows. Let's stop it when it is young. That convoy, you're jobless, you're counting cars, go and find work. But it morphed into them ordering cars. It morphed into them going to New York, spending. If you go and check every country that attended that United Nations Congress in New York, I can bet Nigeria will be, if not number one, will be in the top 3 that spend the most money. But we are broke.
It's always like Africa.
It's like you're going to Wonga. If you live in the UK, you know Wonga. All these loans. You are going there to borrow money to do giveaway. That's what we're doing. God help us.
All right. Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
Doctor, put this question to Dr. Alexandra and put this question to one man come.
All right. We're getting echo. I'm not sure from where. Please, if I'm sure it's not from me. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. I think this is just if you have anything to add, I think my question is that is Nigerian missing Buhari already?
Yeah, that's a good question, really. but
another thing, I just joined it when I heard Femi talking about what happened in Benue, to be precise, in Otukpo and Otukpo local government yesterday, the massacre of the armed robbers that attacked the police station and 4 banks in blood. I also want to use this opportunity to call on the leadership and the law enforcement to draw the contrast what is this still a Fulani henchman? Is it just an armed robber or what? And what is the failure of the security in that area? Is something that concerns me. And is it going to spread all over Nigeria? Is it because of the hardship? I don't know. So this is what I want to say for now. I'm driving, but I say let me stop to also thank Femi for measuring it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Henry.
And you didn't say that 4 police died on the robbery issue.
I say massacre. But the police and all the other citizens, they're all even the DPO. I think I learned he died later. Even the pregnant woman was killed. 2 women and one was pregnant. What I think I'm talking in general about all of them that died, and my heartfelt condolences to all the families and the people of Benue and also all Nigerians.
All right, thank you. Henry.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Rudo. Good evening to everybody. What's the topic? If I'm
No, we just want to know at this point, just before we go to the first topic.
Okay. Let me come into what Mr. John Abba said about the killing. Our so-called gallant soldiers who are going to the east doing roadblock, they have spot holes in these states where they could go and put their security there. They could not do that. Every time we hear news from Benue, what are they doing? They should move from those eastern part roadblock there, go to the north side of it, the middle belt, all this area. They have to go out. What are the police? When they have a court case on Monday, you see them block the whole street, the whole road, should bring on the armored car to show to civilians that they are strong. They are really security. But they should do that to where we have these potholes about criminals, massacre every time they're in Benue. It's so sad. The security agencies of Nigeria, they're not doing enough. So let me go to the currency issue. Show was just giving the analysis. Some of us, sorry about my voice, because I'm sick a little bit. I have a flu. So what I'm trying to say, some of us will not like what he was saying, but it's just the fact. You see, if somebody take this Reno macro statement serious, it will just waste of time. The same Nigeria here, they will go import cars when we have our indigenous people producing fine, beautiful cars. And they say the same government, say they don't have money, but they are spending a lot of money, millions of dollars to buy cars. You see, till Nigeria wake up from their slumber, we individuals who are supporting this kind of criminality that's going on in that country, the country will just be going down in our highs because things are not going well. The government is not organized either. You can see what is going on there. Nothing is going on. Nothing. From security, from other aspect of it, nothing is moving. If you put somebody that's not capable there, but it's not the one in charge, like the people they put there, it's not in charge. I don't think it's in charge. Because there are a lot of men who are controlling that country, Nigeria, that could not allow people on seat because Tinubu is a weak man. It's already old, it's weak. There are some people in the north that is taking care of this situation, and they are not doing it to the success and progress of the online Nigerians. It's just the same clients of elite politicians. We are not going to go out from this. Things are going worst. If people think going to go better from that in 5 months' time, you are joking. Because because look at things are going up.
All right.
Yeah, they could not even come out one agenda. So okay, let's focus on one thing they want to do. Maybe okay, let's go on this refinery fast. Let's do it for the Nigerian people. Just if only the one they can do. This one we are talking about could be different entirely. They could not do that at all. Not even one thing. They said okay, they focus on one agenda to do. They don't do it. Nigeria is a mess.
All right.
So let me go. Let me take 30 minutes or 1 minute to talk about the court case on Monday, whatever. You see,
Henry, no. Let's start with one topic and then we get to that. That's not a top of our list, okay? Let's start with we want to start with EndSARS. the third anniversary of NSAS. So let me go to Paul and we start from there. Yeah, Paul, what do you make of the third anniversary? What changed? Did anything change? We know that as of that time on 2020, nobody knew that Bola Tinubu would be president on that day that people were on the streets. So what has changed for you? What did that movement achieve?
Okay, thank you. First of all, Femi, please, I will really, really need your contact about this tech thing in Nigeria. I have some young kids that are really interested in. I don't know if you can help me with that. You can reach a doctor with your contacts so that we can talk, just to keep it private. Thank you. Yeah, talking about NSAS. Well, I don't know how we put it. Let me just put it that NSAS from the government side, the government have dementia when it comes to NSAS, so they forget about it. Then to the citizenry, they have Alzheimer's, so they forget and they remember and they forget again. You understand? When the anniversary is coming, we'll remember. Then after the anniversary, we just forget. Doctor, look what police said. The police spokesman, the PRO from Lagos, put a lot of threats out there. Come that very day, you need to see the squad of police. I was thinking that it looked like we're in Italy or we are in Spain. You need to see, go and see these police guys. They are well dressed, well equipped, and if they put these guys in Benue, I don't think Benue will be going through this problem. You understand? Because it's a show of strength. They are well equipped and well dressed. That is just NSAS. Nothing. You understand? You remember the government keep denying, they only say one person died at the end of the day. So they deny everything. So they just threaten and every other thing. We just try to remember, they just threaten everybody and make the people understand that don't go out there. Eventually, they say, okay, now that you are out there, don't cause any traffic, don't cause anything. Just do your remembrance or your memory, but don't cause traffic. That is just it. That's why I said from the part of the government, everything they promise, they are investigating, they are doing everything. I just see it like dementia. They forget about it. So the people, they have Alzheimer's. So they remember and they forget again. That's what I can say for now.
All right, thank you. Ovie, as an activist,
I wish.
What is the impact? Looking down the road, when people want to say that they want to react to government policies and they want to probably come out on the street to do something, when they remember NSAS and how it ended, what do you think is the impact to have?
I don't know. I think if for me, if I say I don't see any impact, I would be preaching too much. Coming out to protest. I mean, I've been one person who not always in favor of protests. Protest and complain is for anybody can do that, and it doesn't require any qualification to protest or to. All you need to do is just to be provoked or to be coerced or to be induced, and that's all it takes. What I would have done if I'm in the position financially buoyant enough, or I'm in that maybe the organizers of the NSAS, if I'm in that position, I would suggest today what would I have done? By now, 3 years down the road, I would have seen at least an intellectual conversation, explore that youthful exuberance, their knowledge. I think we keep boasting about how youth are everywhere and all that, but we are not exploring that enough. We are not tapping into the consciousness of few individuals out there. Let me not generalize it out there. I would have accepted by now there is a debate or a gathering of conversation going on in North 36 states and every anniversary day. Rather than struggling to say I want to go to protest at that what is it called toge because of photo op or to create content and all that. Let's organize conversation. If we cannot do it in every 36 state, let's organize a big one whereby you invite young people from every sector, tech, politics, business, whatever. We have them abound, home and abroad. let them come and share opinion. What does it mean to you? Just like the question you put to me, what does that day mean to you? A lot of life has been transformed, badly, good, whatever you want to see. People were affected. How do we continue in their memory? Is how it's through conversation. This is no longer military that we have to hide to actually talk. You can have the conversation. You can do it online anyway. That's what I expect by now. That should be good rather than protest. Protest is not using any internet. The elite take advantage of that instead. But let's start having conversation, just as what we are having here. Imagine if it's going on every anniversary or even schools. Just take it to schools. Something, the legacy should be built from there. People, what is leadership? Everybody keeps saying leadership is our problem. Like even the leaders themselves, they'll come and say the leader is the problem. So I wonder, so we should, the conversation like that should be going on among the young space. I'm not saying that. And I think NSAS would have been something that would spur that, but it's not happening. So I won't criticize so much because I say if I'm in a position financially, that is what I will do. There's nothing wrong in inviting one person under the age of between 25 to 35 to come and share your experience. What do you see? What is your idea of leadership? What is your idea of politics? What is your idea of business? What do you think of Nigeria? These are conversations that we should be having among the young people. Since the leaders are not ready to put their money in that space, instead they're putting their money in Big Brother house and every other thing that literally does not, they're taking away our way of life away from us. That's what they put their money to. We should do that within ourselves with the young people. As I said, I don't have money. And the idea of let's collaborate is very hard for me because I've been in a situation, but especially as somebody who has been in the national conversation in terms of being they will organize so many times and has failed. That's failed because we depend on other people to finance everything we want to. So that's why if I have this resource, I'm in the position. That's what I would put my money into. Let's start having conversation. There's nothing bring more solution when we challenge ourselves, especially in the young space. Nobody's taking advantage of that. I was expecting young NSAS to do that, but instead, what I saw the leaders of the NSAS struggling with police to just spend 2-3 minutes at Toge. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's going to change, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not working. We can do better.
All right, thank you. Okoye, NSAS 30th anniversary.
Yeah, I think it was, I suppose it started with good sort of idea, good ideal for an ideal society that the young people in Nigeria was yearning for. I don't think it's only that sort of police brutality that culminated into that sort of crisis that the country found itself at the time, because there were a lot of things happening. There was still, high level of unemployment. There was still, rampant, kidnappings and everything that as we have it today is still sort of in place at the time. Added to that, young people also were suffering heavy-handedness by this particular group of police, arm of the police called the SARS, the anti-robbery specialist, whatever they called them at the time. So all this sort of came to a head that fateful day where a lot of young people were brutally mowed down by the state and killed for no apparent reason other than just exercising their constitutional right to demonstrate and make their grievances known by the authority. They didn't have to be killed. And what they're asking for is for a better nation for themselves and for people that follows them. They're not asking for much like, everyone is asking today. Everyone is suffering it today. So I think that in itself is a good thing. And in regards to what was achieved, I think a lot was quite achieved because actually it opened a lot of it opened a lot of people's eyes, a lot of young people's eyes with regards to, politics, the way politics is played in Nigeria, because they haven't really up to that time, they haven't really sort of came together as a group to pursue an idea. And when they actually came together to do something like that, they were sort of, treated with a lot of heavy-handedness by the political class, supposedly a democracy that, everybody in the leadership at the time was lauding. We are in a democracy, People have, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of, religious freedom and all that. But they were not granted that freedom on that day when the way the authorities treated them. And it was, to me, like I believe you said, I watched one of your updates. You mentioned the benefit of crisis. I think that crisis actually sort of brought home to the young people of Nigeria their own sort of the way the government see them, because the government don't really regard them as such. So them coming out en masse during that NSAS protest actually opened their eyes and showed them in real life how the government sees them, that the government sees them as really dispensable, as really people, a set of people that can be, not taken seriously. Because had it been the government actually took them seriously, that wouldn't have happened. And the NSAS would have, carried on to, bring about the needed changes. At the end of it, they came up with like 5 sort of areas that the government needed to make amends with regards to, reform for the police and for, disbanding of the NSAS, which I believe that was the only thing that was done with regards to that 5 sort of components they came up with. So in short, putting it in a very short space of time, I think that NSAS has actually culminated into Peter Obi's movement, what we see now as obedient movement, because that anger has actually continued. The young people has continued to be disenchanted. The young people has continued to be, treated with heavy-handedness. The young people has continued to be disregarded. Their future has continued to be, mortgaged, to be able to feed these, fat old people we call Nigerian politicians. So the whole thing has still continued. And one of the benefits of it is that it hasn't stopped, because the same thing is still going on. It has not stopped. We can talk all we like. We can, call everybody to talk and all that. But what is happening at the time when ESAS happened has even gotten worse today. So we should expect even a more sort of forceful young people in the future coming out in order to be able to, claim what is theirs. I expect it. I expect that the young people has come to that realization that enough is enough. This business of, people, mortgaging their future, treating them as if they are sort of cannon folders, as if they are, dispensable, uselessing them, and in their own country, they now has come to that realization that has to stop. That has to come to an end. So NSAS hasn't finished, although we had an anniversary the other day, but I don't think it has ended. It actually is carrying on.
All right. Thank you so much. Dan, I know you believe in revolution. And for people in your camp, when they see NSAS and how it ended, how does that impact the dream of having that revolution?
Anyway, for me, just like Mr. Okoye said, it has not ended, Doctor. It was just a scratch on the iceberg, the beginning. Those young guys, how much I cherish them. I really respect them. In fact, I was shocked when it was going on. I was not aware. Suddenly, I saw these clips and I tuned in and I saw how they marched in the streets and everything. But if you go to our culture, if you remember our culture and you practice Nigerian culture, you will know what we used to do, what our parents did. Most of the time, most of this problem Nigerians are facing today is from our parents. You understand? And that Nigerian notion that says, "Na so they do am, we shall continue suffering. Nobody for talk.
Oh boy, now you go talk. All those type of things is what is happening. And those kids woke up and they succeeded, in fact. If not because they started killing them and all these things, they have already succeeded. And like Okoye said again, now they have moved into the obedience. Most of them are the obedience group, which I'm happy I belong to. And when you talk about this revolution that we've been calling, we are still waiting for something, you know, because Obi told us to wait for the Supreme Court. He wanted to exhaust those chances. And we, for example, we know already what the result will be. But at least let us reach to that end so that when things change, and I'm happy it's changing because things life are getting, what is the root cause of revolution? Hardship. You understand? And the hardship is biting very seriously in Nigeria today, whether you are a big man or a small man. The big men cannot walk freely on the street because they know the boys are angry. So it's affecting everybody. So the revolution is coming because of this NSAS. Why people, okay, look at what they did to them. They say don't come out. They fortified the streets with the latest ammunition. So telling you that they know that this NSAS is not finished. So they are ready. And the revolution is coming, Dr. Damages. It's coming because the hardship in the town is biting so hard. And that is what leads to revolution. So for me, what I will just say about this NSAS thing is that the big man still have the stick up. You know what I mean? Without that stick up, they will not be moving. What will be happening in Nigeria today is not what will be. You understand? So for me, I don't have much to say about it. All I'm just saying that it's maybe next month now we will hear what the Supreme Court will tell us. At least we know what it will be. But at least it will be in black and white. Okay, Tinubu will stay. No problem. Then you will now see where this NSAS will lead us to. Because when there is hungry people, there is bound to be angry people. This is what I want to say. It is not dead, my brother.
All right. Thank you. Femi.
So I really don't have much to say other than that. It's up to Nigerians, especially those living in Nigeria. And I don't mean this to be selfish, but like one of my cousins will say, sometimes a lot of times he has to start from within. You know, that's not to say that it doesn't affect us abroad. We definitely have to contribute one way or the other. And what I'm speaking to is we've seen examples from what happened during the Arab Spring that started off from the likes of Tunisia, where that young guy had burnt himself. And of course, we know the story from there on. And of course, if we're not taking a peek from there, we can at least look to a place like Egypt. We know what happened and eventually we had it was almost like the entire country marched down to the capital, because the point being that at that point nobody was thinking in terms of, okay, fine, Egypt might be mostly Muslim, but the point is there's still differences in one shape or form, and whatever affects one person necessarily would affect other people irrespective of religion, tribe, or any other idiosyncratic thoughts. Something I was taking a look at was Chude Gideon was that I've not had a chance to look at the documentary in the aftermath of NSAS when he had to visit Anambra, and there's this particular commissioner of police that's notorious. His name is James Unwafo. I don't know if he's still in service, but he typifies the average Nigerian police officer. And just by the way, an average Nigerian who just happens to find themselves in a certain privileged position where they think it's okay to terrorize other people, because the police is a case study right now. But when you have the likes of MC Oluomo, for example, running amok and nothing's going to happen, it just tells you that it's not just the police, it's just a reflection of the Nigerian society in itself. And the only thing that's basically has been contributed has been matches by the likes of Macaroni, who sometimes for me is not enough to just have someone that's a skit maker in this case typify the face of what's still being fought for. one thing I'll never forget, if you let me really quickly round up, is something that happened as far back as during the times of Operation Sweep. I would never forget. I was coming back from school, and we were right at Oshodi, and all of a sudden, that's when I realized how bad things are. We just had these guys jump down from those Operation Sweep vehicle, and they started chasing everybody. And that was my first baptism of realism of how they just pick up people that are innocent and then parade them in front of, the way we do in Nigeria now. So I'll keep it that way for now.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, good evening once again, everybody, and Dr. Damages for this opportunity. Thank you so much. It's all well. I've heard because I what I have to say is almost what everybody have already touched. But I would say, rest in peace, all our gallant soldiers that came out on that day to protest, because they are heroes. It's not easy, and I will say that Nigeria should learn from what has just happened, concerning this NSAS. It shouldn't happen again. We should learn always from our mistakes, because it will help us as a people and as a country, And a country without, youth, youth, I don't think that country can, forward. So they should learn how to respect the youth, because the youth, we have a lot to give. The youth have a lot to give our country. You understand me? Human resources is something that God has given to Nigeria. So they should maximize and use it effectively to produce good results. That is what I can advise to them. And our brother just touched something about MCO. If they will not, arrest MCO, they should release that easy which they have, kept in their custody for so long, because the same thing that man did not even commit. It's just a word, spoken word. This one, he said it and he accomplished it during the election day. You understand? So about the toll gate, that the guys that just came out, like my brother over here, said about something. They should, yes, the youth they have started, realizing that they had to contribute to the politics of Nigeria, which they are doing. Like many commented, they are doing it through obedience and in social media, trying to agitate, that they should give youth chance. But giving youth chance, not the kind of the chance our dear president is giving the youth, like the youth which he called out to become whatever minister or whatever post that he wanted to give him, but people agitated and he withdrew that whatever assignment he wanted to give that young man. We are asking that he should empower us. He should look. There are many things to do to empower the youth. You understand? Not giving them, ministers or whatnot. Let there be jobs. Let there be jobs availability for the youth to engage themselves, so that crime will reduce. This is what we are saying. There is nothing more we are asking for. Create more jobs that people will be engaged. When people start working, they say an idle man is a devil's workshop. When youths are idle, they can, think negatively and do things that are not supposed to be done. So this is what I'm advocating. So I would say rest in peace once again to all those souls that we lost on that fateful day, because they are gallant soldiers for Nigeria and for everybody, for the youth. God bless you all. I'll be leaving you people, because I'm in the park now with my children. You see, I'm avoiding to. There's a lot of noise. That's why I've not been in this program. That's why, it's because my wife is working Saturday, so weekend also is been summer. So I love you guys. I enjoy what you guys are doing. Ovie, keep up, eh? Mr. Peter, Mr. Paul, sorry. Mr. Paul, I hear you. Mr. Ike, agreed. Agreed. Henry, I greet you. Good, what's his name again? I'm forgetting. Anyway, Femi, brother, Okoye, all of you, I'm greeting. God bless you all. Let me go back to my background.
All
Bye.
right. Thank you, man. Ike, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damage.
Yeah, we're rounding up on this topic so that we can go to Tinubu and the case in the effort to stop the release of the documents. Go ahead, Ike. What do you think about NSAS? Have we seen, for instance, that camera that Fashola found at the toll gate? What happened to that? Do you know?
You should ask one of your panelists. If we know one of them there.
Who?
I've not called name. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows.
No, comment section. Ask Kolata. Go comment section.
Rudolph, I did not know about the camera, what happened to it, but for me to say one or two things is that, like the last speaker said, the gallant Nigerians who lost their life on that day, we pray that their soul will continue to repose in the bosom of the Lord. And those some of them that are still in prison, I think so, that the government should do the right thing and leave them to go home. And I think that the NSAS, the carryover is what you saw in February 23 or the election of 2023. So there are positive signs that came out of the NSAS. Like Dan said, you know, it is the carryover of that anger that made what happened in February 23 that they think is not possible, that was made possible by the Nigerian youth. So I think that they were looking for a credibility, they were looking for a head. And all of a sudden, by miracle or whatever, or by your mission, P2B came out. So P2B became a rallying point. So I think that it was a very positive thing that happened, because if what we are talking about today, the illegitimate government we have in Nigeria today, if things has gone the way it's supposed to go, if INEC has respected themselves and the law that they made, I don't think we'll be talking about what we are the carryover of NSAS, because I believe that Nigerian youths spoke on February 23rd, you know, and that carryover was positive. And I think that it will continue like that, because even though that we know that the National Assembly, where you have Ababia as the president of the Senate, we are not going to get anything out of it. But we saw some young men and women who got elected into the State House of Assemblies and even into the National Assembly. So I think it was a starting point. And everyone that has been part of that NSAS, I just pray that God will continue to bless them. All the sacrifices everyone made, you know, I pray that you don't give up. You're not giving up, because new Nigeria is possible. I stop for now.
All right, thank you, Henry.
Yeah. First of all, let me say my condolences to the heroes that lost their life during the NSAS. May their gentle soul rest in peace, and those who are still hold hostages in the prison for a lawless government, may they have their freedom soon. You see, it's so sad that the so-called, we call them, some people praise gallant police, gallant soldiers. They're the same people who make statements they should not go out to come to toll gates to celebrate, to honor this anniversary of NSAS. It's so alarming that every time we talk about democracy, but this is not democracy. Where they allow you to hold a protest, to come out to speak by your grudge that is bothering you. It's like the whole Nigerians hostage. You know, there's a time going to be. The NSAS time was a warning to Nigerian elites. It's just a warning. There's time going to be. no police, no army will stop it. There's time it's going to be. No police, no army going to stop it. Because I mean, this young, vibrant soldier. These are the soldiers I call. Not just one who put on uniforms. These are the soldiers who came out without anybody paying them, go out to defend democracy, to make sure we have to have right like other Nigerians. They slaughter them, they massacre them. You see, it's so sad that the so-called police they are fighting for too. They are the same people who make an announcement they should not come out to the NSAS anniversary. I would be happy. I will still say it again. If you like, some of you like it or not, I will be happy. These so-called Nigerian police and army, they should make an announcement to bandits and armed robbers in Benue. Those bandits, Boko Haram, they should not come out. We are on the streets. We're going to be there. If they can go out boldly and make an announcement and do the same thing they do to we other Nigerians are speaking for our rights. If they can make this announcement, I will be very happy. They're a bunch of cowards, I would say. The Nigerian police, the Nigerian army, they're a bunch of cowards. It's not the same country. I've lived in Germany for more than 20-something years. I never seen anybody say any terrorist say they are bigger than the government of this country. Who born you? They will fish you out. Boko Haram is controlling states in Nigeria. And some people will here supporting our gallant soldiers. Excuse me. They're a bunch of cowards. If they are gallant soldiers, let them go and fish out all these bandits and terrorists in the north. I'm so angry that police will have the guts to say they should not come out, they should not demonstrate to go towards Lekki. Come on, man.
All right.
Nigeria happened to one of you who's supporting this so-called devilish system, devilish elite, corrupt elite. Till Nigeria happened to you, you know what I mean. May Nigeria happen to you, like happened to those people they killed doing the NSAS. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Henry. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph and panelists. I'm just, I'm not home yet. I'm just walking back home from work. The hardship is biting hard, no fear. I think we're on stage 3 now. Very soon we enter stage 4 of poverty and hardship in Nigeria. And that thing that people are afraid of happening is going to happen. Mark my word, I have said it before. The day it will happen, it will be like a dream. A dream. It will suddenly happen. That the whole world will get shocked of what is going to happen. If I show you the street of Lagos where I'm walking right now, it's empty. There is no vehicle, no car, because there is no fuel. There is fuel scarcity. There's nothing we are celebrating. These guys have pushed us to the wall, and we're going to react when no man expected that we're going to react. Let the Supreme Court finish their judgment. We know how it's going to go. But I can assure you that something is going to happen unexpectedly. I'm telling you, man will die only but once. The hardship is much. My cousin narrowly escaped the gunshot during the NSAS. It was a big tax for my family. And by the grace of God, we were able to get him out where he was taken to. And so my family also felt the pains of the NSAS. Very unfortunate that we have a stupid, clueless individuals who say they are security officers, whose work is to kill innocent people that were having Nigerian flags in their hand and singing national anthem. If Nigeria is a nation, the whole country would have boiled because of the killing of those innocent children. But here we are, divided by religion and tribe. Like Odia will say, on politics. So, expect something very soon. I end there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Righteous Man. What happened? Man of Procedure, change your name. I don't know what that is. Can you what? What is the new name?
Well, try it.
Huh?
Try it.
I can't try it. I don't know what it is.
What is the reason?
Condiman.
What became the
Condiman.
name?
Condi.
Okay, just ask what
Condiman.
it means.
Condiman. Is that Condiman?
Condemn. It means somebody worth feeding, somebody deserving. I'm a deserving man.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the show.
My brother, kọwara ihe this new name mean because I wanted to go school because I wanted to like our slate.
It's not about school. It's not about school, Mr. Ike, But I'm just saying, I'm a deserving man. So, something good has been happening to me. So I'm a deserving man. I have to change it for now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I greet everybody. It's been a pleasure being on this channel as usual. I've been on the chat recently, but I decided to appear briefly today. I will just stay a little bit because this is weekend. This is college football time. I'm a college fanatic, so I'm gonna go watch my school and some other people play after my commentary. Just this one. But anyway, we are talking about answers, which which is very interesting. I think I was so mad. I was hoping there's gonna be a peaceful protest. That need to be continued. That commemoration need to continue. I think it shouldn't end like that, because of what transpired, during the NSTAR period up to today. We don't know how many people that was died, nobody has been compensated, so the protest should continue, but let it be peaceful. But Nigerian government, what they're doing right now, they're truncating everything because I didn't see any march. I think Showore came up, I think at the capital or something like that. He was complaining about him, stopping his vehicle and some other, shenanigan. But I expected more people to protest peacefully. That's the constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of protest. But in Nigeria, they try to truncate all this kind of mess. It doesn't make any sense. But the NSTAR was the beginning of Nigerian revolution, in that regard, that people feel like they have a right to come out and protest because it has never happened before. The only one I noticed was the Occupy that happened a long time ago. It wasn't even it wasn't something general like the NSTAR was, all over the country. And if the people in the north has joined it, it probably would have amplified the situation. But that's the division we have in Nigeria, a particular country cannot succeed in doing something without, the whole nation joining. But I was glad at least some people came out, march peacefully. But I'm only mad at the government because up till right now, there's no accountability on what actually transpired. The camera, nobody knew about the camera. Of course they hid it. Everybody saw what happened during the NSTAR, protests. They tried to hijack the whole thing by bringing hoodlum. We saw them from the truck where, where they was offloading them and with the government truck. So that's Nigeria for you. Nothing is right in Nigeria, but I hope they continue regardless of what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to be the outcome, but it's something to be looking forward about. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Rudolph, mute yourself.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was trying to control it. Thank you. Thank you. And let's move on to the next topic, which is about this fight to stop the release of information from Justice Department. Tinubu's attorney, according to news reports, filed a motion to stop the release of this information from the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI. So, Paul, what do you know and what do you think about it?
Well, when I saw it in the news and just kind of make me laugh. Tinubu understands the way the US work. So Tinubu probably negotiates with them. And some of the things that Tinubu must have promised them, quick to promise, couldn't achieve it when he saw the handwriting with what the North did when it comes to the Niger saga. So I believe Tinubu also felt that these people could betray me. You understand? So he just felt, let's use every other means. Let's use the court and every other thing. Because the way the thing is going, even the way they are delaying it to some extent, it shows that the US government will likely be involved, probably to protect Tinubu to some extent. So which means, even though if it comes out, they probably redact so many things that you hardly see many things to ask for. Though probably people will still want to go to court, but when you delay all these things, you want to go to court like the social security. What does the social security number link to the one he used in the school, the age in that social security number, and every other thing? Because I understand how social security work. When people come here and for school, they give you social security number. They say for school only. They give you for work. They say for work authorization only. Then when you become resident, you become full permanently. They just take everything off. But there's a link to it. And when you're doing the application, you probably put your father's name, your mother's name, their date of birth, your own date of birth. So there are so many things that make that social security. So I just can't get it. So maybe Tinubu feel that these Oyibo people can betray you. So he's using the court. Why is he dragging with them to also cover him? Because he knew that he didn't deliver when it comes to the Niger saga. He thought it's going to be easy for him. But when the Northerners threatened and everything, he felt if he go ahead, he might lose this thing, probably even in the appeal court before he even went to the Supreme Court. So it's just a whole lot of mess. The man is worried, crying, dying slowly with all this stress going on with him. With him also helping me for the dollar to go up so that I can shame all those girls that refused to date me back in the days. Yes, that's my truth. That's just it for now.
All right, Paul, thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Well, just like Paul said, I don't think people will see the smoking guns they're expecting. I'll be very surprised if America releases or the FBI release anything that's going to be damning. Like I keep saying, if I can think it this way, I'm sure those who are running America, million times smarter than I am if you put their collective, intelligence together. So even if they have anything on Tinubu, it will be something to hold on to. Like the carrot and the stick, and to keep telling him to do their bidding in West Africa, in Nigeria, and all of that. So whatever they would release will be redacted. That's what I'm expecting. And I also think the fact that Tinubu is going to court, I think it might be just a strategy to delay it coming out if there's a way they can stall it so it doesn't. So the judges of the Supreme Court won't have to factor it in. It makes their job easier. Imagine, worst case scenario, they release something and it's really damaging or damning, irreparable damage and all of that. Now, the judges would have to factor that in. If they don't factor it in, it makes it look obvious that they are, biased and all of that. So this might just be a ploy to delay it, to stall, so that the Supreme Court can say what they have to say and, case closed, really. So I'm not expecting any smoking guns. Nothing's going to come out of it. American government are too smart to just release everything. As Tinubu came in, this one, he came in this national insurance, what do people call it? Social security number here and all of that. I don't think they will give us anything. But Rudolph, quickly, I highlighted a comment just a second ago. There's a particular Tinubu supporter in the comment section, very vocal one, He said, "Why are Nigerians interested in another man's currency?"
I don't think I saw that. What do you think? Do you think they don't know or they are just playing? I don't think...
So there are two camps.
Yeah.
There's a camp that know and will just say what they have to say to defend who they like. And some are genuinely, and I mean all disrespect, some are genuinely stupid. Every disrespect intended. Some are genuinely like they
let me correct it. It's not genuine. They are certified stupid. They are certified.
So whatever you want to call it. Some people don't actually know. There are some that know. There are some educated ones amongst them. But some of them have
educated illiterate.
It's very dangerous. So some of them, they have access to data. They can talk rubbish and type nonsense. These same people who are going to protest when Jonathan was there, say dollar was 400, I'd be whatever amount. All of a sudden,
I think
it doesn't matter anymore. You understand? So you begin to ask them, when your daddy was going to protest, the people, your favorites, when they were protesting the dollar rates, when Jonathan was there, what happened to you? You couldn't tell them it didn't matter. But all of a sudden now, oh, why are you fixated on dollar? Yeah, you spend naira, your salary is in naira, but it affects. You can't wake a man that is pretending to be asleep. These people are pretending to be asleep, so I won't try to wake them up because you're never going to wake them up. God help them.
Wow, thank you. Ovie.
You're muted, Ovie. You're muted, Oga.
Yeah, we can't hear you. But we can actually speak for you because we know what you are going to say.
That big man, he'll be 1%. The only that will be 1%.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
On our politics, I was saying I want to talk with that.
No, the only that will be 1%. You'll be the only that will be 1%.
No, okay. So let me start by asking why FBI go releasing fire in the first place? Why? What was the goal?
Okay, let me give you the background of what people are reporting. They're reporting that initially, in America, anybody can actually put in a freedom of information request to get information on anybody, and whatever agency will be compelled to do that. Okay, in some cases, they will say they could say no. You can go to court and push for it. In most cases, they release the information, especially if the person is a public figure. So it's under that premise that Aaron Greenspan, I think Greenspan, and David Hunday and other people filed for the information to request that should be released. So that's the premise.
So that's it. So once they release it, and we are probably looking for the fact that maybe it's a woman or it's not.
No, I don't know what everybody, but I don't know what people are looking for. But part of the reason why this is going on is simply because the president is not open about his story, convoluted story. If his story is straight, nobody will be looking for information that should be public. You should be able to.
So that's what I'm saying now. So let's expect the worst. They release that he's a woman, is 89 years old, is everything that we all believe. So then what?
That's a question for you to answer, anybody to answer. But the point is that
well,
wait. Okay. If it comes up, let's say the worst case. I mean, there's something he's afraid of, why he's fighting to keep these things under locks. So let's say it comes out that he wasn't Bola Tinubu. How will you feel that your president? Your president is not who you think he is. He lied, and that he's somebody else. What will you do?
No, I would not feel it any other way because one, for instance, I don't know him. I'm not supposed to know him. Right?
Not supposed to know
no, I'm not supposed to.
What are you talking about over here?
Allow me to talk now.
I hope you're listening.
I'm not supposed to know him. As far as I'm concerned, he's not supposed to know me. He's not supposed to know my village. If he doesn't know, fine. I'm more interested in people who are working under him, who are directly screwing my life up. So that's why I asked you, if you find out that it's not what he is, what next? So that's it falling to your points on a noise. We find out that the man is not who he is. Then what are we going to do? Is he going to spur us to make sure we kick him out 2027? If that is the goal, I'm in, right? Because I know that's the only possible way right now we can take him out as the president. We don't own our Senate, so we can say, okay, let's go beyond our Senate so that they will impeach him. That's not the case. But let's say he die. I'm not praying for that. So if the goal of all this is to empower us more, to say, okay, let's take this man out on 2027. I mean, but if that's not the goal, then what's the point? Why am I wasting? I mean, it's of no importance to me because, as I said, who becomes the president of every nation the poor people have no business. It's not the business of the poor people to say who become president. It has been from day one, not be today's start.
Okay, hold on. if it's the worst case, let's think about, I don't know what would be the worst case, that let's say he went to jail in America. He didn't acknowledge that, we didn't know. What would it mean? That will not mean anything to you?
That's what I'm saying. I'm always interested in end goal. If I start something, why am I starting this? Where am I going with it? What is the end goal? Can we take him out before 2027? I will say no, unless you convince me. So the only way we can take him out is to organize. We have to organize more than we do, raise more than we do to take him out. If that's not the goal, then what it is? I don't understand. So that's the point.
Hold on. Do you know the story of Richard Nixon?
I do.
Okay, what happened to him?
They found out he was spying on the
Watergate.
documents.
They found out,
So
they found out what?
that's pretty much it was spying on the opponents during the campaign. The Watergate, that's what is tag anyway. If you're going to detail, it's all about spying, right? That's what they called it. That's why before they released the, even if they did not release this thing, even if they did not release, even if they did not realize, they would have impeached him. Is that the case for Nigeria? Can we impeach Tinubu?
Hold on. Say even if they did not what? Say it again.
Even if they did not resign, they would have impeached him.
No, they already.
They would have got the number to impeach him.
Impeachment is already about to go on.
They already.
That's what I'm saying, but it was not official. They've already got the number. Just like during the days of Obasanjo, listen, days of Obasanjo, when they wanted to impeach him, they got the number. They got the number, but they did not carry it out. That's what I'm saying. Can we impeach Tinubu? Let's agree that yes, we believe in this Senate, that this Senate can actually impeach Tinubu if they find out that is a woman. If they find out that is not what he is, can they impeach him? Can we believe in that? Can we agree on that?
Why don't you think Akpabio don't want to be vice president? If the vice now, Shetima now, talk to Akpabio now, I'll make you my vice. Don't you think Tinubu will go down and the Nigerian state
that's what
will
I'm
win?
saying now. That's
Don't
what
you
I'm
think
saying.
that?
Can we agree? Can we agree that this Senate, if we find out Bola Tinubu is not what he is, they can impeach him? That's it. If we can agree on that, then we are on the same point. But me and you know that is not going to happen.
Yeah, hold on.
Not going to happen.
Okay, hold on. Don't conclude quickly. Okay, when the issue of Richard Nixon started, the Senate was completely opposed to anything. This is Republican Senate. Okay, they were opposed to anything happening to Richard Nixon, and most people in the country didn't think that it was a big deal. But then Richard Nixon started covering up things, refusing to boycott orders, threatening to destroy the tapes that he recorded in the White House. And when he went to the Supreme Court said that the nation has a right to know what is in these tapes, that he cannot destroy the tapes.
Then also, Dr. Plus, the death of Kennedy, the things he knew about Kennedy.
That was after, before, what am I saying? That happened before Nixon, So what I'm saying is this, that people in the country didn't think, before Nixon, they didn't think it was possible to, oh my goodness, I have a special guest coming on. People who didn't think that this was possible for hold on. So hold on. Yeah, hold on. All right. So anyway, if he comes on, we'll have to stop and talk to him. Okay, so what I'm saying is this, okay? The country, the United States at that point, they were not thinking that they were going to impeach a president, remove a president. But as things were unveiling, they were unveiling certain things, and people begin to see that this guy is not the kind of person they wanted as their president. And the public opinion changed. And that was when senators, this is how he left. He was impeached in the House, and they were going to try him in the Senate. But they didn't want to go through that. So some senators, senior senators from his own party, went to him and said, Nixon, you have to resign. And he resigned because he knew that they would remove him in the Senate. It was so bad. So what I'm saying is this, you can't say now, because Americans were in the same place that you are now. You can't say now that without knowing what might come out. I'm not sure that anything will come out, that anything bad.
Dr. Dameji, what you just narrated, I'm not doubting that. We are here now. This is our reality. As we speak today, this is our reality, right? And I'm putting it to you. Can we agree here? If we find ourselves at that junction, that Bola Tinubu is everything that people who are suspecting are expecting to be. Can we agree that this Senate that we have today, right? Regardless of going to be the outcry of me and you, they will go ahead and do the needful. If Bola Tinubu refuses to resign. Because this is our reality now. This is what we say. We are not projecting. This is not this. We are here, right?
No,
because either we do that or we don't. So I'm leaning toward the fact that nothing is going to happen. The only chance we have is 2027. You are telling me there's another chance. Let's prove me wrong, or let's wait the next couple of days. We'll find out who is wrong or right. It's our reality. We know our problem. Don't get me wrong. We are the only society in this world that I know We know our problem. We live with our problem. We celebrate our problem. We fight our problem. We just deal with it. We know it's everything. The solution is also with us. You are not intelligent enough to grasp what I'm saying. So shut the fuck up. Excuse my Yoruba damages. Shut up. I am not supporting what is happening. I'm telling you that's how bad our reality is. If you are too dumb to comprehend that, I can't help.
All right, we have to stop over here. We can't be losing our temper and be talking this way. It's not necessary.
This thing go do you like Kwankwaso get one state. It will shock you like Kwankwaso had one state with all your focus.
It's not obvious. It's not acceptable. All right. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Ovia is always passionate. I like his passion, but sometimes I think he just like to foreclose the conversation or sort of, try to get to the end before, count 3 before he counts 2. But I think this conversation, I think if I haven't learned anything, my years of living in the Western world and traveling, I can say for certain that white people, Western society in particular, don't like lies. They don't like lies. And they don't like you gaining advantage where you shouldn't get that advantage. However, when it comes to, Africans like us, African society, anything goes. Anything goes. They don't really apply that sort of strictness with regards to their sort of ethics when it comes to Africans, so to say. This actually was illustrated to me plainly. I landed in Murtala Mohammed Airport years back. There's a big queue, there's a long queue, and the whole place was hot. There's no air condition, the light keeps coming on and off. There's no electricity, so there's nothing. Everybody was sweating. And there's this white person just behind me, and everybody was just queuing, But I think he has lived in Nigeria before. What he did is just come out of the queue and walk straight to one of the custom officers there and paid that customer bribe to go through. I was thinking, just look, and if it's in his country, if in his where he comes from, he wouldn't dare do something like that in plain sight so that everybody can see it. So that shows you the kind of things that we are going through at the moment. Because had it been it's in the United States or in the UK here that somebody like a prime minister or the president of the United States has all these shades, all this sort of dark sort of history about him, they wouldn't have it. They were not going to accept it. But if in our case, they would just it's the best that you can have, so you can have it. That's the best that you can have, so just have it. Just deal with it. They become some kind of lukewarm with everything. They become sort of just forget about it and just move on. But they wouldn't accept it for themselves. So with regards to Tinubu's case, if they have information about this man, proper information, why don't they make it public? What is so difficult about it? Why this lie? Why this obfuscation? I don't understand. They're just making simple issues more complicated, more complex. The man is not known. The man is simply, nobody knows him. Nobody knows his, pedigree. Nobody knows where this man comes from. But he has been a governor of a state. He has been a senator, for 8 years, governor for 8 years. Still, with conflicting sort of, age, with conflicting certificates, with conflicting, place of origin and all that, and still carries on to become a president of a country and still hiding the same things. It's just unconscionable. Sometimes when I think about it, it just makes me even more upset that Nigeria is like this, a country is like this, that, a head of state like Buhari will come to an agreement with somebody like Tinubu. Two individuals will come and have a deal on the head of 200 million people. Just two men just had that, deal between them. And Buhari imposed Tinubu on us. How is that possible? Somebody that we don't know, nobody voted for him. I mean, the Americans should do the right thing. The American government.
You said Nigeria is like this. Like what? You said
Sorry.
You said Nigeria is like this. Like what?
Sam, what are you saying? Sam, I know why you're laughing, but this is not a laughing matter.
Sorry to interject. You said you said Nigeria is like why Nigeria is like this. Like what?
I know why you're laughing. I know why you're laughing, but this is not a laughing matter. This is a very serious issue that somebody with a questionable, parentage, questionable academic record is imposed on a people. And some people somewhere have information about this person, refuses to make it public and clear the air. I don't think it's too much to ask.
All right, thank you, Okoye.
Hold on, Dr. Rudolph.
Doctor, 1 second. Okoye, just to correct you, Tinubu served as a senator for 11 months. He served as a senator for just 11 months. Not 8 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't know that. Thank you for clearing that.
Dr. Rudolph, why are you changing the sequence?
What sequence? I didn't change anything.
I was supposed to be after Henry.
No, that's not true.
Femi, you have to stop laughing. I don't know why you're laughing.
So again, I'll try to keep it brief on this as well. I think Tinubu has some interesting lawyers.
I'm with you.
Keep in mind,
I'm with you, Okoye.
Now, can you hear me?
For those watching, CM is delayed, so he when he speaks, if he speaks now, we'll hear him tomorrow. But let me go ahead.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, because I was confused because I could hear all the voices. But anyway, I think I find it interesting that he's keeping the same. Maybe I shouldn't be interested. It should be interesting to me. He's keeping the same lawyers as Christopher Carmichael and Oluwole Akinloton as for the certificates issue. However, I think it appears as though he wasn't even aware of this FBI issue until some people like MSN and even Udenyi started appearing on the likes of ABC 13 in Houston. And one thing I want to correct though is I think it's going to be more of a national disgrace than just a Tinubu thing if at the end of the day, not only are these records actually released, but hopefully they're not as redacted as myself and Show have alluded to. I've alluded to the same thing previously because I mean the FBI has a way, and even they have a way of when they want to release records, as we saw in the case of even Donald Trump, for example, they have a way of redacting some of the important parts of it. Something that also caught my attention was the fact that it's actually about 2,500, and that's a big deal. And it includes records from, of course, those are being sued. Interestingly, are all of the major agencies that are involved: the United States, the Department of State, I think, the FBI, the CIA, the DEA. So, I mean, that's really, really interesting, and the IRS as well. So it's big deal. It really is big deal. And as for what Ove was talking about, as much as I kind of tend towards I understand what he's saying. It's true, it's Nigeria, unfortunately. But I think things are changing in terms of the fact that people are beginning to be truly woke. We want to know. We want to know. And maybe this will be the beginning of people being careful when they want to come out now. Remember, I think it was an LP candidate in, is it Imo? I may be wrong. That spoke yesterday, recently, I think a couple of days ago, or even today, and said that his wife's certificate is enough for him. People are paying attention because people want to know now. And if that, see, I'll round out this way. If this doesn't prove my point that Tinubu is difficult, I think it's easy. It'll be easier for me to defend Buhari than Tinubu. So people want to know. It's important. And maybe this will start to be the beginning of the change that we want, and it will probably replicate itself in other things. People are becoming more aware now. So if there's nothing, my takeaway is that people want to know, and it's going to change certain dynamics as well.
All right, thank you. Ike.
Yes, I think it was one of the things that I said that worried me when we started. If anybody is telling you, my brother Femi, I would like us to take the national disgrace, but let them release that file. I don't care. The national disgrace, what is remaining? We have taken enough already. We are no more valued anywhere. So let's just let's just cover the disgrace with black cloth, because it's no more important about national disgrace or national honor or integrity. So what I want is that if whatever that is there, why is he fighting hard that we should not release this before next week? So I want that thing to be released. And it goes to what the first thing I said, that this is a script that has been written for a very long time. Because the chairman of the Supreme Court, he is handling this case, is going to retire on 27th of this month. 27th of this month, which is next week, he's going to retire. And you made him the head of the Supreme Court of this election something. I mean, these people have taken us for a fool for so long that I can't even really understand for how long. But I believe that something is going to happen. So honestly speaking, the man that Dr. Rudolph called that went to court so that they can release this. I want this to be released, whether we got anything out of it or not. We already know that this man is a mystery. We don't know who he is. We don't know where he comes from. We don't know his parents. We don't know his family. We don't know anything about him. It's true, we know. But if FBI and whatever, like Femi was saying, they need to do redaction. They redact some of the things, but at least we want to see it. Let's just see it. If this man feels that there is nothing, about him, why are you fighting tooth and nail? My pen. My pen is that respected Nigerians that we used to know to be respected, that are defending this or defending what is happening in Nigeria, like Shio said. Even though you carry a bucket of red oil and pour in the wall of their houses, they will still defend it. That's my fear. That's my worry for Nigeria. So I believe sincerely that whatever comes out of this, if it is possible, let them release it. But I want to end like somebody said before. I know that Nigerians are ready to do something. But I think the final of this Supreme Court result will tell us what the mood is going to be after 1 week of whatever comes out of the Supreme Court. So I leave it for now for somebody else to say something.
All right, Henry, you're welcome.
Yeah. As long as they've been taking Nigeria for a ride, we never go to this extent. This is a new chapter that we want to know what's inside Tinubu. Whether it goes well, whether they're going to impeach him or not impeach him, I'm not interested. Like your colleague said just now, Dr. Rudolph. I'm not interested. What I'm interested, we want to know what is inside the FBI record. Almost 2,000, 1,000 something pages. If you don't have nothing to hide, you are the president of Nigeria. You are holding the public office. We as Nigeria want to know who is this president? Who is this so-called president? If it's a female, if his name is Tinubu, if it's a criminal, because criminal cannot rule Nigeria. It's in the Nigerian constitution. You cannot rule Nigeria. You already going to prison. Let's see who is this man. because most of these politicians, they were using all these fake documents ever since for long. Would Nigerians never go to this extent to find out who is this person? Who are they? But this is a wake-up call for all those shameless, corrupt elites. If Tinubu don't have nothing to hide, why is he trying by all means to block the FBI, the release of the documents? I cannot sit here to defend such people. Let me go back to where I worked before. I was working before for more than 20-something years ago. There's a guy, they make a complaint to our office. This guy is not the owner of his document that he's using to work. They have to call him to the office. They have to investigate. They find out it's not for him for real. They kick him out. They have to take him to court for that. And somebody will be here telling me nothing going to happen when your president is not his document he presents is for men, for women, and he's a criminal, and it's not who he is. Then Nigeria will be clapping for Nigeria will just slip off just like that. Somebody need to go and take his medicine before he's come out and say it in public like this. Nigerians are tired of all this called bamboozle style they're using to do us a long time. Such things cannot happen in America where you stay. The so-called result he said he went to Chicago, that was enough to kick Tinubu out. In America where you stay there, things like this will not be happening. You come here, you stay in America where they have law there too. You come here and start defending, telling me nothing's going to happen. Are you kidding me? I employ somebody in my business. He told me his name is Paul, and his name is Mazi, whatever he call himself. Then I found out his name is not Paul. I'll kick him out and I'll sue him for that. Not talk of president of your country. You are telling people that nothing's going to happen. It's only going to happen. But first of all, let Tinubu not fight against it. Let them say, okay, release it. Like me now, if you want to release my document, petition, I'll give you order to go and release my document. Where I went to primary school, secondary school, high institution, and where I'm still working. That's it. I have nothing to hide.
All right, Henry, thank you.
People don't have no choice. Nigeria want to know. We are tired of all these so-called elite who have a master's degree, whatever, professors and Gbogbo. We are tired of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. CJ.
Doctor, please, 1 second. Let me correct Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, Justice Ariwola Olukayode is going to retire come August of next year. He's going to turn 70 August of next year, 2024. He's 69 right now.
I'm talking about the man who is going to lead this thing. It's not Ariwola. I'm not talking about Ariwola.
I'm just talking about the Supreme Court judge.
Yeah, the 5 judges that are going to handle this case. One of them is to retire by 27th of this month.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to CJ. CJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right. So
good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, depending wherever you're joining.
So what do you think about the conversation? Yeah, go ahead.
What is the topic?
So
I'm just joining. Today is my first time of joining you, but I watch your show all the time. You may remember me or you may not, but I watch your show all the time. I'm joining from Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, thank you so much. We are still composing the song we sing for people who join the first day.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, I enjoy Paul. I enjoy Ovie. In short, I enjoy everybody, especially Ovie.
All right, thank you.
So Ovie like to argue.
CJ, we know you are from Nashville. You really come from Love City. See the way you are happy.
So, yeah.
So CJ, so we're talking about the report about information on Tinubu that the FBI and the Justice Department might release to the public under the Freedom of Information requests that were put out by some people. So what do you think about that? Do you want to know what's in there? And Tinubu is fighting to stop it from coming out.
The only thing I can say is there is a lot in that document, and Tinubu knows. But the problem is Nigeria. Nigeria is already captured by some elites. Even if FBI release 1 million documents of Tinubu, Tinubu can never resign. And even the present Senate and House of Representatives, they cannot do anything to Tinubu. That is the problem. We are already captured by some elites. We are more than 220 million, but people that captured Nigeria is not up to 20,000 in number from different ethnic groups. Nigeria is already captured by a list. So Tinubu can never resign. He rather die there than resigning. That is the problem we have. And the masses, they already weaponize the masses with the hunger, with the hardship, with poverty. The masses cannot do anything. They cannot protest. So the problem now is, I don't know what gonna happen because I didn't see the National Assembly impeaching Tinubu, and I didn't see Tinubu resigning. That's the only thing I can say for now.
All right, thank you, CJ. We are going to get people who are in the panel now to weigh on this, and then we have a special guest who is joining us. We scheduled him for 1, and then we introduce him, and then we can have a talk on him. But with him, so let me start. Let me go to you, CM. Let's quickly go through this topic, and then we will have our conversation with our guest.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph, and then good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm coming out clear. Well, what I want to say, this Tinubu issue, like Ike was saying, it's a national disgrace. All of us are collecting it. Not really for anything, but I mean, we talk of forgery. Why I like to be objective. There's a man called Alhaji Salisu Buhari, the first elected Speaker of the House of Reps in 1999. All he did was he said he went to Toronto University, submitted the first certificate from Toronto. Nobody knew about it. He was elected as on the banner of PDP. He was in the House presiding. Only somebody had to raise the alarm that this guy submitted a fake certificate. He never went to Toronto, and the certificate is this. So everybody pursued it from left, right, and center, and the guy resigned. That's why in Nigeria, if you say Toronto, people know what you mean. Just like you say Ghana must go, people know what they mean by Ghana must go. It's a bag. If you say Toronto, it means fake certificate. Now we are having Chicago. So we've been having people with forged certificates. And when you are covered, then you get out. My question has always been, why is Tinubu different? Why? Somebody forged certificate in Kano, NNPP, Kwapanso's party. He was duly elected to represent a Taruni municipal of Kano State. When they discovered it, he resigned. And I think there's somewhere else again in the north. I mean, we are not helping ourselves. If I bring Mesoma case again, people may say this. The moment a university or an institution says they did not issue whatever certificate you are carrying, is forged. There is nothing, Supreme Court is not to validate certificate. Supreme Court cannot tell me that this certificate came from Cambridge, when Cambridge University said they didn't issue it. So what is Supreme Court about? What are we talking about? People are saying Supreme Court will prove whether it's forged. What are you proving? All of us here, you can write a bank check. And somebody suddenly, maybe a bank called you, say, look, let me use my friend Henry, for example. Say, Henry Omorege, this check, somebody want to cash it. Is it really from you? The moment Henry says it's not from him, that ends it. The moment because the person said it's from you, Tinubu chose Chicago State University. Of all the universities in the world, he should have used the University of Iragbiji or University of Makoko in Yaba. He did not. He chose Chicago State University. But I didn't choose for him. None of us did. He said it's Chicago. That's what he said, Chicago State University. And there is only one Chicago State University. Now, what do you do? If you said a First Bank check, you can't go and authenticate a check from First Bank at UBA. You have to go to First Bank. So I think we went to Chicago State University. And Chicago said it is not from them. And people are still talking. By the way, are we not ashamed? Somebody said he graduated from a a secondary school before the school was built. Are we not? What are we talking about? And yet we are covering all this. It's a national. It's a disgrace. By the way, the fact that Tinubu is going to court to stop FBI from releasing anything, that tells you that whatever FBI will release, Tinubu is aware, is damaging. Otherwise, he could have kept quiet. I can give people my particulars, whatever you want, the universities I attended, I can give it out. Because I have nothing to hide. If you want, if you want, I put it in writing, sign, release everything. So when we are saying all this, and this is a national shame, anybody, I can forge certificate and keep it with me. But until I present it for public office, that is when if I forge certificate and I'm caught, it is me. But if I'm using it to run for public office, number one citizen of the country, number one black man, because they say Nigeria is the most populous black nation, number one black man. That's what it means. And they look at the disgrace we are going through from FBI. That's why they are now rushing. Sometimes I even discipline the Supreme Court. I ask them, is this what law is all about? Is this what law? People say I'm not a lawyer, but from what I've interacted with some lawyer colleagues, they said in the days of Kayode Show, that's where you have Supreme Court, Justice Oputa, Justice Nick Itobi, Justice Adolphus Karibi White. Say this is where you have Alpha Belgore. So this is where you have even is it Akiola Agoda in those days. These are the names you mentioned. People will now say yes. Now look at the mess Nigeria has been, and people are still pretending. Nigeria is look. Okay, why do we even go to school? Why do we study and read to go and write exam? Why not go and forge? Because you don't want it. You know it's not it. People can be proud. If you employ somebody and you are paying the person salary, only to discover that the certificate the person used to get the job, to qualify, even to come for interview, is forged, what do? Do you keep the person? You don't. In the interview, you bring your certificate for citing. The moment they cite it and they interview you and they take you, tomorrow they learn to contact the university, even underground while you are working. The moment they discover, they call you, say, look, this is forged. Don't you know that? They call the police, handcuff, off you go. So what are we? Is it because it's Tinubu and everybody just relax as if we are discussing it as if it's nothing? To me, it's a national shame. All of us, it's a national shame. When you carry Nigerian passport, they associate you with forgery. It is not me. I don't care what people say, but I feel ashamed about it. And there has been a precedent. We shouldn't tolerate this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Hundin Man. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tinubu is a very complex person and very mysterious. I mean, all my life, I've never seen such a mysterious person. You know, I mean, there's many, many things about him that is hidden that we can't even fathom to see who he is. But having said that, I'm just very concerned about it because the initial, to release the file. Remember, FBI initially said they're not going to release the file until 226. So what is the reason behind that? Not until I think Greenspan and who did the file for emotion for the release. I think it was filed at the Court of Columbia, in Nigeria. I mean, US. Before they decided to be releasing it, but right now, it say it was going to be released 250. That's a lot of file. I mean, look at the office, look at the defendant in the office. The Office of U.S. Attorney, USA Department of Federal Bureau Investigation, USA Department of Treasury, the IRS, Enforcement, and CIA. I mean, he has file in all these places. So there has to be something very complex about him in that file. Let's not equivocate and say maybe it's nothing or whatever. I don't know what's going to happen, whether they're going to redact most of the team, but this guy has about 250,000 files. So there has to be something there. And
70,100.
Yeah, okay, 2,500. Right. I'm on the opinion that should be released. Because when you embark on running for public office, everything about you, is freedom of information. You don't have right to hide anything. That's what running for public office, let alone a president. Everything about you, look at what happened in America, everything about Biden, Trump, and everything, is out in the open. That's the way the president, this man, he's been preparing to run for president 30 years or whatever. He should have known some of this record would have come out. So it is not that he's hauling to truncate everything from not coming out. Yeah, I'm of the opinion because if you listen to some of these APC people, they were saying that, they always come out with excuse. They said, okay, I think of VA make that narrative to a certain extent, but not like the APC defending him. They keep on saying if you release the file, so what's gonna happen? We need to move on. How are you
Oh,
gonna move on?
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry,
Okay.
because we are rushing. We have
Okay. No,
yes,
no problem. No
so
problem. Okay.
BQB, welcome. I'll meet yourself, BQB. It's been a while.
Oh, am I audible now?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to appreciate you for keeping our weekend busy.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you very much for what you do.
Thanks.
Then again, secondly, I wanted to ask, I've not seen Madam Michu on the show for some time.
Yeah, she's all right. I'm in touch
okay.
with her. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's so I think those are just my contributions. Everybody has said almost practically the same thing. So me repeating it again is just going to waste our precious time. I think we can move on to the.
Okay, because we have a guest who is joining us,
Yeah,
I will just let Mazi scribe. Do you have anything to say before we? No. All right. So I will introduce our guest, and then we will have a conversation with him. He's a Boston-based, award-winning Nigerian filmmaker. He just completed a movie called Theory of Conflict. He's also from the ruling family in Oyo, the Alafin. He could actually be the next Alafin of Oyo. Okay, this was not one of the things I was supposed to say, but he is actually a movie maker based in Boston, and the movie Theory of Conflict that he did. It's about a group of students who were at a Boston college who set aside their differences to face a spillover from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, tearing their campus apart. Rahman Oladigbolu will join us now to tell us about the movie, his impression of the conflict in the Middle East, and then also we can talk to him about Nigeria, where he's from the ruling family in Oyo. Rahman, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah,
I greet everyone.
Yeah, nice to have you. This is the first time I think we're having you on this show, but I've had you speak to my students, and I told you this is not this is a different audience, different group. But let's have a conversation. Let's start with briefly. I'll just talk to you for like 10 minutes, and then we get other people involved. So let me ask you where are we with the Alafin for you with the picking up the new one? Has the Kingmakers picked a new person?
I am asking the same question. We're still waiting to hear from the Oyomisi and following up from what has been going on in the past few weeks. Between the governor and the Oyomisi, there's been a disagreement over the first choice that apparently they submitted to the governor, but there were some problems with the selection. A lot of problems that even the governor himself decided that they should start all over again and follow the procedure, the normal process laid down by the law. So, but the head of the Oyomisi seems to be in opposition to this. He doesn't want to go back and start again. The reason we're not very sure, but that's why we're all waiting, because it's between these two offices for them to work it out and be able to give us the candidates, the final selection.
Were you considered as the next Laughing Offer?
No.
Did you put your name forward?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I didn't do that. Yeah, so.
But in the ranking, where is your family in the ranking? I know there are a few families.
Among the families that we don't have any rankings. All the everyone is eligible. All male children. If you're interested, you express your interest in being considered for the throne. So, and we have. I have in my families. Yes, I have people who are also contestant being in the race, and and then all other cousins, and because the families are actually all from one single family, descended from Shinobola. So, well, and some from Shinobola's siblings who are also eligible to the throne.
Okay. All right. What we're going to do now is I want to play a clip from your movie, The Theory of Conflict, and when we watch that, then we will come in and have a conversation on your work. Okay.
Court called it a gross violation of international law and basic human rights. Yet Israel still continued to build the wall in regions across the occupied Palestinian territory, including in and around East Jerusalem. Some call it the Berlin Wall, but in fact, it's much worse than the Berlin Wall. Many Palestinians have lost their lands, their homes, and their livelihoods. They're literally in prison now in ghettos within the region. Thousands of Palestinians are locked up in Israeli jails, many of them untried and in administrative limbo.
I think you're omitting important facts in this, sir.
What facts?
That this wall was built to prevent militants from entering Israel to carry out acts of terrorism.
That's Israeli propaganda.
Sir, with all due respect, Hamas suicide bombers and their gangs killed hundreds of Israelis. Children, women, elderly. You can't call that propaganda.
What about what happens to us? And what about the thousands of Palestinians murdered by Israeli soldiers every year? Property and lives being destroyed.
The lives of women and children.
You don't have to listen to the propaganda.
You don't live there. How do you know? I was in the Israeli military, and I witness this every day.
I grew up there too, and I could tell you stories of little children being killed and families being destroyed.
You don't have to live there to see what's going on. The whole occupation is illegal in the first place. Now, the wall has turned the region into an apartheid region. What did you expect from a people so oppressed? To run over the wall to kiss you?
Israel is a small country that's surrounded by hostile Arab countries who only want to destroy it. And what, does Israel have the right to occupy other people's land?
That's not other people's land. That's Israel's land, and it has been for thousands of years.
Called Judea and Thumeria.
Yeah, it's called Palestine, but...
And the world knows who the real terrorists are.
Yeah, the thousands of settlers killing innocent people on their own property.
You have to stop now or leave my class.
Israeli soldiers are the real terrorists.
You are the terrorist.
Don't you call me a terrorist. You are the terrorist. Israel is a terrorist nation.
All right, enough.
Guys, stop it. Stop it. This is a lecture hall.
That's a scene from the movie Theory of Conflict by our guest Rahman Oladigbolu. Rahman, so I know about your movie Soul Sisters, which was a story of an African Nigerian who came to America. How did you end up making a movie about the conflict based on the conflict in the Middle East? How did that become the central idea?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Coming from Soul Sisters, one thing was I didn't really have any plan of what movie to do next when I was making Soul Sisters. The idea was just to make the film at the time and see what comes after. But after the success of the film, giving it to multi-choice in South Africa to broadcast across Africa for some years, I was left with, okay, what's next to do? So it came to my mind, in the news, I was hearing a lot about the conflict also at the time, which tends to happen quite often, almost all the time. So that it concerned me, seeing how the conflict has been prolonged and all. And then came to my mind an experience that I had when I was in school. So it was about a group of students. So pretty much like all the students that you see in the film, the characters that we follow, they used to be my friends when I was in school. And most of the things that happen in the film also happened when I was on campus. And I remember at the time when we all came together at the campus center one evening, some of them saying, knowing that I was going to be a filmmaker, I always talked about it. And oh, Rahman, I think this story should be one of your films. It would be great to share it with people around the world, because the culmination of the events of the semester around the Israel-Palestinian conflict at the time was a very emotionally charged experience that we all had that evening, and very inspiring. So it came to my mind that probably I could tell the story if the world sees how these students came together to look at the problem and they were able to come together, that hopefully, maybe that can also serve as something to learn from. So I played with it for a little while until I finally decided that, let's go with it.
So I don't know when you started making the movie and the conflict continues, and watching what's going on now, how do you feel about that?
Always depressing. It's because even when I started the film, the thing about it is that because the conflict is there and it hasn't gone away, it always makes the film at every stage while I was making it, it always made the film really current, something that, since the beginning of this year as well, I've been seeing things in the news because I've been following it since the time that I started following what's going on there. And there has never been a time that killing stopped, although always it's most of the time that it's from the Palestinian side that you hear about people get killed every week since the beginning of the year. And I believe before this attack also we've had about close to 500 people killed, and most of them young people, teenagers. And so that's something that's been of concern. And then suddenly you see this gruesome terrible attack by Hamas, and it's almost, you don't know what to say, you don't know what to think, because it's so horrible, and painful to see all the suffering that people are subjected to over this conflict. So I really can't express how I feel. It's a huge confusion of emotion, anger at seeing these things still going on, and the whole world, because what brings the anger largely is that the whole world forgets about the region until you have something huge like this come up. That's when everyone turns to it. When that comes down, we forget about it, and little by little people are still getting killed. People are being thrown out of their houses, and it's nonstop. And I'm hoping that maybe the world can come together this time and really do something about it.
So is the movie out? Can people watch it? Where can they watch it? Is it released?
It's not released yet, but because the primary goal of making the film is to be able to educate people, to be able to grapple with not just this conflict, but conflict in general, because this is just one example of human experience, the conflict that we feel in our lives. So because of what's happening, I feel the immediacy of actually making it available for people. So it's temporarily available for anyone to watch freely. We have a link on YouTube. I think I sent that to you, that people can go there and watch the film. Just because I want people to pause and watch this so that they can have a better perspective in how they approach what's going on. Because we all need that perspective, not to jump from one side to the other.
All right, thank you. Let's get people in if they have any questions for you, comments about the movie or about the conflict, and we go from there. Let me bring in. So when I bring you in, if you have any question for Rahman, you can ask him, and we can talk about conflicts in general, and of course how it concerns Nigeria and the issues we're dealing with. All right, let me start with you, Mr. Scribe.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah.
And my My question is not with conflict. I don't know if you don't mind me digressing a little bit into, because you're a member of a royal family, like Rudolph introduced. So I just want to take you back a little bit, about our traditional institution, and you know the role you described of the governor per se. Isn't that it's a reflection? History suggests that it's a reflection of the warrant chief and indirect rule system that the British used, right?
Yeah.
So governors are more or less warrant chief. Let's just not joke about it. There is a historical precedence there that can be proved. Is this right? That's my question to you. Should we not abolish the chieftaincy system? I speak because I come from Anambra State. I come from the Igbo tribe. There is no place for the Ezenry per se. You could, if you trace history, he is the oldest chief. But because certain politicians, um, they were the forerunners of independence, so they upgraded their respective localities chief. So there's a convoluted mess there, and I would like you to speak to it. Don't you think we should abolish, like, and I say this with all due respect because it's becoming, if we're going to do it, let it be with the people or the traditional institutions or the oracles, like it used to be back in the day. So what do you think? Shouldn't as a member of a royal family, how do you feel? Don't you think we should just abolish this whole thing? Or, in my own personal preference, let us go back to the original way of doing it and forget about governors. Or sorry, I dare say governors in this context. Warrant selecting our traditional rulers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Scribe. I I believe I got a gist of your question, although it was spotty a little bit. But I agree with you to some extent, probably more than I'm thinking right now, because I didn't hear exactly everything you said. But the traditional institution seems to me to have been corrupted by mingling it with this post-colonial form of politicians that we have. And as you said, the earliest people, earliest politicians that started it, I'm not sure if they actually favored their own side more than others. What it seems to me is actually that there has been a steady degradation of the power of the office of the traditional institution, just like since the 40s or 50s, even before the independence. It has seems to me even that I feel terrible even saying it, that many of them were even more respected under the white rule than when things were transferred into our own hands. And the reasons for this, there are many, which I have been looking into. Actually, I'm currently working on a documentary trying to uncover some of the reasons for that so that we can know. Because for me, it has been something that stands out in my mind. And even in the sense that the reason I didn't put my name down this time, the primary reason was simply because of that, because I felt like the traditional offices are handicapped by the way it's structured right now, for you to have someone who is groomed for this role. Because when you are born in the family, directly or indirectly, you're groomed for that office because you know that the possibility is there for you to be the king. So you learn everything about how to rule, the concern for the people, the relationship, and all of that. So to see someone live all your life with that mentality and the caution and all the things that you have to keep in mind, and then to become the king and just someone who probably by accident or whatever becomes a local government chairman or a governor, and because of one little role, you remove the king. To me, it rubbishes the whole idea of the institution, and that's why I'm not comfortable with that, and that was the reason I decided that I wouldn't do it. An example is even the Emir Sanusi, what happened just recently to see and to look at the reason, and it just nauseates you. So I do agree, but when it comes to should we abolish it, I think that question belongs to all Nigerians. Yes, it's something that we should, because we are in a different dispensation. We are now all aware of the idea of having the people directly be responsible for their leaders, even though in practice that's not how things have been. In some way, the traditional way of leading also, the people have a hand in their kings, though the royal family decides, but the king is responsible for the people, and they have checks and balances, the ways that they are able to kind of like guard the behaviors of the king so that he doesn't go astray. And if anyone does something that's wrong, they have a way of bringing them back or punishing. So, and I feel if we have a kind of like smooth transition, not degrading it the way we started to do in the 50s, but a way of respecting the transition and moving it together, I feel like even probably Nigeria will be in a better situation right now compared to where the kings are afraid of saying what comes from their hearts, and the kings, they are the closest to the people. We call them the people, or the custodians of our tradition, but then we kick them around as we want. I always ask that, what do you expect of that tradition if the custodians can't say what they believe, or but with modern understanding, I think it's up to the people themselves to decide whether we want the tradition to continue. But I believe if we are going to do that, we have to make sure that they are strengthened by constitutional powers beyond what we have today. Or if we think we don't want it, then we scrap it off completely, and we face whatever consequences. Just that we know we must be aware of whatever decisions we're making.
All right. Thank you, Rahman. Thank you, Mazi Scribe. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you're next.
So, Dr. Rudolph, I'm struggling to understand the direction of of today's program. One, because the movie you showed us, the clips you showed us, was about the Israel-Palestinian conflict, but Maz's question is different. So I'm slightly, I'm jolted. I'm trying to understand if I understand their perspective. So perhaps.
No, I beg that I should stray a little bit. So I apologize.
No, not about your stray. What I'm saying is I'm now struggling to know how to string what I have in mind.
So let me say this. So we book people in advance. So as of last week, the issue in the news was the Hamas and the crisis in the Middle East. So we thought about, who amongst our people who did something has an insight into this. So we thought about him as a producer, movie maker who made a movie on this conflict. So that's why
All right. Okay. So the little, I know that's not the entire movie. So pardon me, I might, in my question, might be slightly off or wrong in my analysis. So please, upfront, I just want to put that out. So I watched that clip, and the forth and back and the accusations and counter accusations on who's responsible for issues and all that. But I also listened to your comments about people dying, how young people have died, mostly Palestinians, and then how the Israelis have killed them. That's the narrative being sold out there. Now, to be clear, I'm for peace. Like I keep saying, I believe in live and let live. I have nothing against the Palestinians. I would wish that as early as before midnight, a Palestinian state is created. They have their own boundaries and territories and can take care of their affairs. But that being the case, we cannot run away from some issues that sometimes it looks as if humanity is also trying to bend and pretend. So my argument consistently on this platform has been, there's always been somebody who goes to do the poking. So like some of those young people you mentioned who died, was it a stray killing? I mean, they were just going about their businesses, trying to live their life, and then Israeli forces or soldiers or security officials just went and took their life? Or, do something happen. So my because I'm looking at that and I'm dovetailing that back into how this current crisis we have started. You know, people were going about their lives, and then someone from nowhere decided to go commit this atrocity, kidnapped innocent people. Some of the people they kidnapped were not even Jews. They were just people who attended the function, and then you went in there in a bid to create attention. You went in there and, you know, pick these people up. And then, is it wrong if the authority responsible for those people in terms of leadership decides to do something? You know, I want you to speak to that. That's really where my own confusion is. When I listen to media, we saw it towards the end of last week, there was a shooting into a hospital, and the entire, almost 100% of the media in this world is pointed fingers. But fortunately for these guys, they came out with their facts. Nobody has retracted. Nobody has come out openly to say, oh, we're sorry for misinforming the world or distorting reality and facts. So I just wanted to speak to that perspective. I know, yes, Palestinians are suffering. They need a homeland and all that. I agree. But I also know that there are people who are taking laws into their hands. How do you deal with this, you know, in the bid to fight for your rights, you take liberties into your hands to maim supposedly innocent people?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Also in the sense that it's something that has been a bit controversial in the way the response, how the media, governments, and then you have certain people have been responding to this. But first, to address the people being killed, whether they are going about their lives or they are trying to take law into their hands, most of the time, these are young people who are protesting the oppression that is already on them. So to say that if they are going about their lives and they're just killed, that would be a situation where you can put the blame on the people who killed them, or if they're where they're not supposed to be and they get killed, then whose fault? But the situation is not as simple as that anymore, because these are people who cannot go about their lives because of the restrictions placed on them by the Israeli government. So they are usually where they are protesting these restrictions. Sometimes, yes, they're throwing stones, protesting this, and then you have people shooting live ammunition. So it's not a simple situation of whether someone goes to assault or whether they are responsible. This is what is happening, that the situation has got to this point. And that is why whenever anything happens, we need to step back and look at it from a bigger perspective. The killing of those people that have been protesting since the beginning of the year, as I said, and I just used since the beginning of this year because it has never stopped from long ago. So if we look at that alone, that they're being killed, what are they doing? Are they assaulting the IDF or what's going on? You know, even that, you can't take it on the surface how it appears. We have to think about, why are they there? Why are the soldiers there, right in the same spot? Are they in Israel or are they on their own land? All of those things, you have to think about it. So it's the same thing with what happened on October 7th. As terrible as it is, I can't even imagine many of the things that happened on that day. Can't even face it. Can't even, the pains of the people, who have lost their families and those who are still in captivity. You can imagine, it's just something that's unimaginable, how terrible it is. But as human beings, one thing we have to do is, when something hits us like that, immediately as it did, and we're feeling the pain, the emotions is running, we have to take our time to be able to reflect, because we know if we react immediately from how we feel, that's when we destroy things more. Even whatever we say can destroy, can lead to further destructions. So we ought to be careful how we approach things. Like the Yoruba, one Yoruba proverb says, you have to chase the fox away from your farm before you start blaming your chickens. That why are they walking out of the gates? So going by that perspective, what I will do and what I as I have approached it is, yes, what happened was really horrible, and you have to find a way to contain it, to make sure that that doesn't continue on that October 7th when it started. You have to make sure it doesn't continue. You have to push back on the Hamas that was causing all this destruction. And if it goes to, you have to condemn it so that other people can know that this is not the right way to behave. But then after that is when we will now, when things calm down, to now go back to how did we get to this point? Because it has to be addressed. And if it's not addressed, you can still see something even worse than what happened on October 7th, because that was not the first time. And if you look at the dynamics of it, the Israelis weren't expecting what happened. People have been talking about the security failures and all of that. We have to also look at it that the Hamas also was not, the people were not idiots. In the past, they've been carrying out attacks. They've been seeing how the Israelis are responding. They understand the Israeli security tricks. They understand everything. They learn it and they find a way around it. And that's why when they attack, things get worse with each attack. So that's what you see. This one was terrible at the stage it was, simply because they have learned from their experiences in the past. But is that how we want to continue to go? So that, you know, the Israelis counter them and develop some other kind of security, and they have to also learn and come back one day and do something even worse than what happened. Because if the situation remains the way it is, the fight will not go away.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Tim, I didn't hear you. You are muted.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is on the regards of your movie, good work. I hope you can start looking at doing some things more Nigerian related. I mean, we have lots of stories to tell. We have like somebody like Mazi, Scribe has already mentioned. I used to work with Mnet, and at some point they toyed about doing movies on our core heroes like Queen Amina of Zaria, Jaja Vokobo, and all those kinds of things. So I would love to in the future see you do some of those things. And then, yes, Mazi, I don't agree that we should bring down our traditional institutions. No. What I do believe is we must accept that we have modernized. We're from tradition to modernity. We're in a modern state. Let's not constitutionalize them in terms of, because is this trying to put them into the constitution that is creating a problem? Let's recognize them at the lower rungs, at the local government level where they belong. Let them play their role at that level and leave the national and sub-national political levels so that they will not be desecrated and disrespected as is going on. I see no reason why when we're having a function, then the Obi of Onitsha has to appear in the presence of the governor. And then when the governor is walking in like his own majesty, then a majesty is expected to stand up for him. I think those things need to stop. We cannot remove them. The King of England is still the King of England or the Queen of England if he becomes a woman. Now the king in where is it called, in Holland, we don't hear so much about him. Same ditto in Spain. But these guys are there. They recognize them where they should be recognized, but you don't see them making prominent national comments and roles and being desecrated. That's just a comment I wanted to make. Thanks.
Can I just quickly?
Sorry, if I could say something very quickly. Thank you for that comment about making Nigerian films about Nigeria. And I think, it's my first film. Yes, you can say it's about Nigeria. But this film also, I see it as a film about Nigeria in a way, because the problem that the film deals with, and since the beginning of, since I decided to make the film, that question has been always jumping back and forth. But I've always maintained it is Nigerian in the sense that this subject, this problem, look at since October 7th, it has engaged Nigerians more than any other topic that we have been arguing, debating on social media, all about the fact that we are largely Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. it means we have a very close relationship with it. You see Muslims jumping to support Palestinian without looking at the context, Christians jumping in to support Israel. So even any Nigerian film that has been released in the last 1 month or 2 months or so, none of them have been talked about as much as the subject of this film, which really touches people deeply because of their religion and a lot of other things. So yeah, let's look at it. And I make the film from the perspective of the human experience, in a way that you can take the infrastructure of the film, you can take it and place it back on some other places, and you still see that it fits. Whenever I'm watching the film, it's reminding me of Ife Mudakeke, the conflict, and a lot of elements of it. Even it's reminding me of the tension that we've been having between among the tribes in Nigeria, because these are the perspective that I went into it from the human angle. How do we see the world? How do we experience the world? How do we create our world? Because we are constantly doing that with our thoughts, with our actions, and so thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to quickly say something. I think you can. I think we are well aligned. That's exactly my point. When I said abolish, I mean I don't support abolishing it. I think traditional institutions are very, very, very vital, especially in this time where we don't even know where the rain started beating us. So at least it serves as it's very symbolic, I mean, as an African, that those traditional institutions even stay. At least they'll serve as a medium of tracing back, because their role, if those people in those circles understand it, is to start archiving, traditional, our history. They should be the custodians of the history. One thing I always say, unfortunately, Ohaneze and Igbo, they failed in the sense from the perspective of Igbo. Everybody is looking at how to do Igbo classes, language classes, and everything. Why have they not taken the lead? And why can't they have a website or a course on Igbo that is the central of every other thing? But then they've let that gap for so many. I mean, don't get me wrong, being an entrepreneur is fine. I mean, there's a gap, so you go for it. But when it comes to identifying, like Chim said, the modern evolution of our tradition, there should be those social cultural associations, and in collusion in working in cohesion with the traditional institutions, should take that lead. That is the evolution that we are in. That if we don't, and that's the main motivation for asking this question, is that a warrant chief is going to be a warrant chief, and what he's doing is he's doing what a warrant chief is supposed to do. So if we don't tell the warrant chief, hey, this is your boundary, I mean, what are we doing?
All right, Mazi, thank you. Let me just say that, Mazi, I think you are mixing few things together. One is this warrant chief idea. When you look at the Yoruba traditional kingship, they were there before the Europeans came. But in the East, it's a different structure. So you have the chiefs.
Figuratively, I was using it figuratively. I wasn't very strong with it. I was kind of just digging them. Yeah. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
In my intervention, it's not really taking any form. It's more of a figurative dig. I'm trying to downplay the role of the governors.
Okay.
By using the word warrant chief is to downplay the role of the governors. It's to demean them with the greatest respect. So I'm not trying to say in the Yoruba side, I do understand it very, very well historically, the structure that they had during the colonial times. But in the warrant chief thing is more or less a symbolic, indirect structure of how the British structured everything across the three. So I chose to use that. The emirs, you're a historian now, so
all right, thank you.
I'm teaching Dr. Damages.
Let's go to Ike. Ike, you're next.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon.
This is Ike Alameflan speaking to you from the beautiful island of Bonaire. I have just two questions. One is personal, and the personal question is that given the environment, given to what is going on, will you, if you are called to become the new Alaafin of Oyo, will you accept that? That's my first question. My second question is, based on the film and what is going on in Israel and Palestine, is there anything different with what is going on over there and what is going on in our own country called Nigeria? Have we not been killed? Is Nigeria still a country? Is there any freedom in Nigeria anymore? Is Nigeria today, from your own perspective as a filmmaker and director of films, will you boldly say as a Nigerian that we have a country? Because I don't know Nigerians that have not been killed. We have been killed, we have been buried. So my question is, what is different between Nigeria and Palestinian and Israel in the present day Nigeria?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Though I'm a bit afraid of the first question you asked. I made the decision not to contend for the role. And one thing is, all male children of the Alaafin, one thing is everyone eligible also nurtured the dream of becoming an Alaafin. And yes, it's something that I have also nurtured. But looking at with more understanding for me and looking at the situation of things, I feel like I can do much more as I am, as a filmmaker, because it gives me freedom to look into so many things, even to look into ourselves, because that's actually the primary thing that we need to do. You need to look into yourself, how you are constituted to be able to function in the world. And I think as a royal family, we also, there's a lot of self-reflection. There's a lot of things that we need to take into consideration. And I'll rather be someone walking in that level so that from the throne, we can have someone who really has the goodwill of all the people in mind, and someone dedicated to the service that they're supposed to do. So that's how I see myself at this point. And on the second one, I think they also relate together in terms of that role. I don't see, as a humanist, and I use the term a little bit loosely because I don't like to be boxed into one corner of as an ideologist. No, but I look at things from the human perspective, and I think from that the lines continues from dealing with issues of the royalties and then going into because it's all about politics. It's all about interactions of people. And by your question, I would say they are not that different, because the problem going on in there, I see it as a failure of human understanding, not being able to understand ourselves as human beings, as our role in the world, to be able to respect one another. Because when I look at Israelis and Palestinians, I don't see a difference between these two. They look alike. They are from the same roots. So that kind of issue is also with us in Nigeria. You look at a lot of people will tell me, I have a lot of friends that they will ask me, you people in Nigeria, even sometimes across Africa, that you all look alike. And you're fighting one another. They can't even tell who from who. You can't tell a Hutu from a Tutsi, And the same thing with, if we say Igbo Yoruba in Nigeria now, there's something I firmly believe, and which I continue to dig into to understand, that if you dig further back enough, you will get to a point that these people that we see as two different people, you find where they are the same, they define themselves as the same people, and living together, living their lives together before whatever happens, and a group moves away into somewhere, and things becomes the way we are. So that is the nature of our experience in the world, and we tend to at the point where we are, we tend to react to issues among us, causing all the fights that we have. And when we clash, we create the differences. And then when we clash, the clashes further strengthen the identity that we have assumed differently from the other people's identities. And that's how, psychologically, we just continue to drift away from one another, when in fact, we're all one people, that we're supposed to be able to find our ways back to ourselves and be able to live together. So it's the same thing that's going on. And by working to bring light into some of these problems, including the traditional issues that we're talking about, is to be able to make us all ponder. And the audience is not just for Nigerians. The film is for the whole world. And the expectation is that in any other conflict, in any other context around the world, people can watch the film and pay attention and see the connection with what is going on in their own lives. And when it comes to whether Nigeria is a country or not, those are labels, number one, the idea of countries and all those things. The important thing is what that idea does for us. What are we achieving? And yes, the idea of Nigeria as a country has not been serving Nigerians in the way it should be serving Nigerians. So that makes the question a valid question when you ask it, but our efforts, the task that face us now is for us to find a way to make that happen, to let what we call the country to serve Nigerian people directly. Right now, it's not doing it, unfortunately. There are a lot of, and I think it's a lot of selfishness, the egos bouncing around, people, the greediness of people wanting to acquire everything on their own, which is, at the end of the day, we all realize it's a senseless efforts, senseless actions that people do. And part of it also, the divisions that we have in ethnicity, they use that, which boils down to where I like this movie and movies like it, for us to pay attention to the message so that we see ourselves as one. Because when we are one and we are strong, we are able to demand how we want that country to serve us, rather than when we are divided, because those who want to exploit us will now use that division to exploit us further. So that's, I don't know if I covered all the questions, but that's my take.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy for your, low down, explaining from the perspective you understand my question, and I think I am happy to hear from your perspective, and I think I just want to say great job from your film, and all the best.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to CM. CM, you're next.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Who? Thank you, Rudolph. Mr. Rahman Oladigbolu. I think I believe I pronounced it well. They have a Oladigbolu Grammar School in Oyo. Then Oladigbolu.
Oh yeah.
Oladigbolu. So
Yeah.
So what at least to me as a filmmaker, you've got a vast knowledge of the art. You've got by being a film director, you make films, fiction, real. What I want to ask you is this: what, as a person, given what Nigeria is going through today, what honest advice can you give to the people we call the leadership class? What honest advice can you give so that the people of Nigeria will benefit from your advice? What do you think will be done now? Thank you. That's just the question.
Thank you very much. That is it's a $2 billion question. What to tell our leaders? There are a lot of emotions there, and to learn from what we have also been talking about the Israel-Palestinian conflict. We have to step back behind the emotions to look at things from a wider perspective, and looking at the need, yes, the emotions run high when I look at what is going on in Nigeria, right now. The idea of seeing how people die from little things that shouldn't even kill a fly, see the people struggling to take care of their families, the education, you can't write anything home about the level of, so when you see all of these, yes, it boils your blood, and you think of what are you going to do when you see this. But the point is, we have to step back and look at it to imagine what can we do. And I will say this to our leaders, even I myself, I'm a bit skeptical when I say it, because it's more than saying that we need to change things. It's also to be present. But to be able to make things better in Nigeria, we need sacrifice. And it starts from the leaders. The idea of sacrifice, to sacrifice for making the country good, knowing the problem that people face, because if you have the mindset of sacrifice, that way you first know who you are as a human being. You know your role, your position, how you get to this position that you are, whether it's a place that someone appoints you or by election. When you know who you are, we all know that as human beings, we all have few decades to live in this world. And when we all look at our age at this point, and you imagine when you are in, say, primary school, you think you'll be shocked at how fast it looks to you that all these decades have moved. And believe me, if we are going to live to 100 years or beyond, it is going to be the same way that you feel at that point, as if it was just yesterday that you were in primary 2. That is how life is. We don't understand all of these things. Our religions don't. The religions that we have adopted, they don't help us. They exploit us rather than be able to tell us the truth about life, who we are as human beings, and what we are doing in this world. Because it is ourselves, the relationship between ourselves, that is the most important. So when you are in a position to do something, it is important. The number one thing that should be of concern is, how are you going to do that thing? It's not even about, am I going to get paid my regular salary by the end of the month? It's not even for you to be worrying about that. It is, how are you going to serve the people? But as you know, a lot of our leaders are not thinking about that. And they're not even thinking about their salaries. They are thinking about how they're going to get what they're going to get from what they're supposed to use to serve the people. So if we can have this mindset and think about it deeply enough for us to be able to really get it, I think we can get into these mindsets of service, sacrifice, to know that whatever I acquire, whatever I'm trying to do, it means nothing if I don't fulfill the role of my office to the people. So that this idea, and I think it goes from top to down, that every one of us has to keep in mind. But more importantly, the people who are leaders, they're supposed to be the ones that will go forward to show us, the people coming up, how to play how all of us should play our roles. So that is what I will say. We can talk about it in a more deeper sense, how we each one of us are supposed to look, but it is the idea of sacrifice. You have to have empathy, for the people. Before, even if you're going to for any office, you have to have the empathy of the people before you go for any office. Not thinking about the aggrandizement of yourself, wanting to become the president so people can respect me. You can look at me. You can do it. I mean, look at the people who have been presidents in the past. What are they today? What are we looking? So these are the lessons that I think the world teaches us these things all the time. It's just that we fail to learn it, and I hope that we can share this among ourselves and think about it deeply enough to be able to do the right thing.
All right. Thank you, Rahman. Thank you, CM. Let's see if we can get the people in the studio to ask their questions and get the answer in 20 minutes so that we can move back to our regular program. So, Ovie, you're next. Unmute yourself, Ovie. You're muted. Ovie, you're still muted. We can't hear you. Okay. You're off and on.
It's muted, actually.
Yeah. Ovie, try to fix that. Let's go to Femi. Femi, you're next.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Rahman. I would admit I didn't know you up until when I saw the thumbnail, and it's such a shame because I'm like, I wonder how you escaped my anyway. So I think I was it was interesting to know that you actually write as well. Interesting, but probably not surprising being a filmmaker, especially one that, as I've now come to realize, has made inroads into the American movie industry, which definitely is something that's quite difficult for someone coming in from Nigeria. We know the struggles of a lot of Nigerian filmmakers that come from the same route as you, especially being I think you also you actually you're a videographer, I would like to think, more or less.
I used to be.
Okay. Oh well, I think you're still one. But anyway, so I saw a book which I was going through it yesterday night, the preview on Amazon, and it seems to suggest that to me that a lot of what you do, whilst being intentional, seems to also shape your perception, and it also helps with the way you title your documentaries or films, if you will. Is this a correct perception on my part, or is it just me just imagining things? Because it also ties into the way you answered your opinion about the Israeli-Palestine question, which is being dispassionate, just saying it the way it is.
Yeah, thank you, Femi. It's yeah, thank you for the question. And to look at the perspective from which I come to title my work, or to the idea of how I write it, how I present, and all of it. It comes from how there's a fundamental idea that I have about what I do, which is life is a story. Sorry if you're hearing my kids from upstairs there, they're making noise. But it's the idea that life is a story, as I see it. Every one of us, what we're living a story, which also I think ties back to what we just talked about our politicians, things that we ought to realize to be able to inform how we live our lives. And so from everything that I have been seeing since I was a kid, it appears to me that life is a story that we're living. And by this, everything I do, I always see it as a story that I'm telling, that my life is telling. Not necessarily that I have a complete control over what is happening. I don't. But knowing that it's a story that's unfolding, I may not know it. Maybe it's someone else that will look at it, just as you have what you observe and you have pointed out to me. I have not sat down to kind of like look at it in the way you frame the question. But yeah, so that is how I see life, and I try to just go along with it. So if things go right, that's a right part of the story. If things go the other way, well, that's that part of the story. Just continue, and that's how I do. So when I tell the stories, I also learn from every project. That's the what attracts me to do anything. I don't go back and do something that I've known so well and just trying to. Every stage of it, I learn by what I do, and so that way people can also be able to, as you watch the film, you can also be able to pick one thing or two from it. So all of this tie back together to the same thing. I don't see a difference between any part of my life or any human life. Whether we say there's a part of the education, there's a work, there is being this, that we're different people. Yes, we present different identities in different contexts, but everything is together as one unitary thing. And I think when one sees things like that, it informs how you pick stories, how you tell your stories, how you do what you do, even including the titling, as you said. I think very deeply about titles when I want to title my work, and they don't just come easy. Sometimes I would have given, even before I write, sometimes I would have written tons of titles, just thinking of before you click on to what you think is right. So I think it's the idea of seeing life as whole and seeing the relationship as that all of us as we are. We may have some distances as we are, but we are all one people together, one humanity, and that informs how you write it, to be able to connect with everyone. I hope I answer it well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ram.
Now you are muted.
Louis, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Rahman Oladigbolu, our guest. I like your discipline: filmmaker, writer, cinematographer, and all in between.
It's fun. It's fun.
It's really nice. Yes. As a little boy, I was interested in film, how films are made, but I took a different path much later in life. So my question is about since you are from a royal family and a very prominent one at that, I don't know what your view is about the activities and comments of some of our highly respected royal fathers and their maybe the other people in the palace, like the prime ministers and other chiefs, the kind of comment they make about our nation building, and how some of them have been seen to be not following what Nigeria should be, not fighting for Nigeria, but are now taking sides with individual politicians or parties against Nigeria should be, not fighting for Nigeria, but are now taking sides with individual what Nigeria should be. And knowing that some of them have equally been abroad, they studied abroad probably, and they saw how those societies overseas grew, that people had to say the truth, no matter whose us is God, that the country must move forward. Unlike some of the traditional rulers we have in the pre-independence and probably into early independence, unfortunately, in my opinion, most of the ones we have now, they have derailed. If some of them were telling these politicians the truth as royal fathers, I think that some of the politicians who had been toying the part of national interest. I don't know what your view is and how you see this and what you think can be done to turn the tide around, because I think many Nigerians no longer respect them because of how they act, particularly when it comes to election period, or how they follow sheepishly some of these politicians. I know money and other aggrandizement might be involved, but I don't know what you think. And secondly, I would, like somebody said earlier, if you can pick more interest in what goes on in your country as well, and be one of those, since you are a prominent filmmaker, be one of those who will chart a path for a better Nigeria. That would be very nice as well. I know you may be doing something, but to be more prominent, to be outspoken, to be more outspoken. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best, and I'll continue to try. Thank you. Yes, I agree with you on the issue of kings. And yes, it's sad to see when the times of politics comes, to see their roles. And it's the time of elections that we even see the roles that they are playing like that, they're taking sides. And after election, they're still there doing, I'm not saying all of them, but that idea of corruption, many of the kings are wrapped into all of this. So it's unfortunate, and that is not the way I think. I agree that's not the way things should be, but it goes into what we have also been talking about the problem that started shortly before independence regarding the status of the traditional rulers, the degradations that's been hitting it since then. So that is why sometimes when I want to say something like that, I caution myself in the sense that we have to put ourselves in the shoes. How, when things are hitting you from these sides, how do you react? It doesn't mean that I will say if I'm a king, then I will react in that way. But it just means so that we can see things in wider perspective, because that way, rather than approaching to try to solve the problem, forgetting another problem that's actually in the back somewhere that may render it. So if ideally, as I see, I think things should be that they don't participate in politics, that they need to be independent and in a way that they have that freedom to be able to inform their people in how they're supposed to do regarding democracy. They're supposed to be part of that staunch informational source for people, and because people respect them, and to be and so rather than campaigning for one side or the other, they should be in a position informing us and standing with us in ways to be able to strengthen the society, in ways to be able to strengthen the necessary institutions that are supposed to serve people. Because as you know, the problem we have in Nigeria is also the fact that we don't have institutions. It's people that we have there. And things don't work when it's like that. It's the institutions that we need in order for us to be able to enjoy the benefit of a country, as we've talked. Look at what happened in the United States, that we've been like in the time of the last election, what Donald Trump wanted to do with the election to change the result of the election and all of that, even to use the military. But when you look at these different institutions, they are there, they know what they're supposed to do, and they don't bow down to any push from any individual, as we saw that Donald Trump wanted to do at the time. They maintained what the institution was supposed to do. From what we heard, he even went as far as even wanting to use the military to be able to get what he wanted. Imagine that sounds very close to what we see in Africa. And what you see, the military will jump in and all of this will happen. But so we need the institutions. That's what is important. And the obas, the obis, this is what they're supposed to be, rather than be in collusion with any of the kings. But in order to be able to also ensure that they do that, we also need to be able to create the environment for them to be able to do it. In that way, whenever any one of them strays, doing something that is not right, we will also have that justification to say, sir, what you are doing is wrong. And even in the same institutions, whatever corrective measures that we have, we'll be able to jump on it. So it's effort from the multiple ways that we need to be able to reform these institutions of the traditional rulers. But yes, they shouldn't be playing partisan politics at all. And it's depressing to see, to hear what many of them say when election is coming.
All right, thank you, Rahman. Let's go to AY. AY, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rahman. It seems you are also an historian from the way you are speaking. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah.
I have two quick questions. You made mention that the Palestinians and the Jewish, they are the same people, which I actually believe. Are you saying this from the point of religion as it evolved Ishmael and Isaac? That is the lineage of Prophet Abraham. Or you are saying it from another point, probably, are they both descendants of the Canaanites? I just want clarification, but I had personally thought that their relationship should predate religion, because in that region as well, at the point it was dominated by idol worshipping, it was dominated by Christian, today it's dominated by Muslims, so it has a lot of undergo a lot of changes. That is one question. The second question, I don't know, before the Balfour Declaration, right? I'm not sure. I just need clarification about some things. I know when the first idea of the Jewish state was raised by Chaim Weizmann, the first president of the Jewish state, it was not welcomed by the British. It was not welcomed by most of the Jewish, especially even the Jews in America. A lot of them actually like, no, what are you doing? You got to stop this. Then suddenly, before the First World War, there was a deal between Arthur Balfour and Chaim Weizmann. I know Chaim Weizmann was a very influential person. Do you know what this contained, the deal contained? Like, what was the trade-off? So I'm not sure how detailed you learned about this stuff I'm talking about. And again, the American, of course, before the First World War, America were not very active. At what point did the Jewish got the full support of the America? Was there a trade-off too, or it was linked to the fact that the British and America kind of like work together, more like they kind of like be subordinate to the British, no matter how you're going to explain it.
Yeah.
So I want you to clarify these two things for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, AY. That's a long walk back into history, and I must say I'm not an expert in that area. I'm a filmmaker, and although I try to present what I see, the facts and the interpretations of what I see, try to present them as they fit the movie I'm making. And also I recognize the fact that, facts also have interpretations, and the interpretations can take reality above the facts sometimes. So that's why it's important for us to all be patient with information. And what happened with, I researched into all of these when I was making the film. That's why the writing of the script took me longer than any other script I've ever written, because I realized that I wanted to tell the story of my friends in school, because I thought it would be useful for the world to see. But by the time I was writing the script, the story, I realized that all the forces that were informing the behaviors, the actions that we saw on campus at the time were deeper than the way they appeared. So I was forced to go into history myself to try to research on the conflicts or all aspects of it, so that I can understand it and present it very well. Because as we know, there is a problem in that we tend to run into when you have some people making a film about another people and not understanding it well enough, and you present them just the way you see them, not realizing that. So yes, that's how I got in there, which is also to say the bottom line, I'm not an expert. I'm a student of all of these things, and I still learn from new information that I have. But one thing I recognized was that yes, when the idea of having a Jewish state, I can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but it came out of the troubles that were going on across Europe. You know, the Jewish people were being persecuted, a lot of pogroms, genocidal acts over there. There was intense discrimination that many of them have been looking at the idea of returning to that place where they finally are right now. But there is this idea out there, which is actually like a reality, that the people who started the movement, like Weizmann, as you mentioned, Herzl, and all these people were atheists, so that they were not following the biblical story as such, which is true that these people were atheists, but the biblical story still influenced them in the sense that it is from those stories that it's history that we have in the Bible. So the history, they have different interpretations to say, okay, God says this, God says he gives us this land, God tells Abraham to go somewhere, you know. But the fact that we can get from it is that, yes, Abraham went there. You understand? Someone did this, whether God tells or not. So, but they decide to come to that area. It was simply because, yes, it's a place that they feel connected to. Because when they go back in their own history, that's where you can see that at some point, the Jewish people lived in this place, but they were dispersed and, you know, with all this. So, but coming to when they decided to go, and to mention something, that was also a reason when the British offered them Uganda, that they rejected Uganda because
Argentina too.
Yeah, because it wasn't part of what they recognized as their history. So they decided to go to this area. And the problem, one of the things that I think people need to know, and I'm glad that you raised this question and touch upon all these parts, is how other people are part of the problem more than we think. You know, the idea of empires, you know, it's still our problem in Africa, as we also know that it's still going on. It's the same thing that also disrupted things in that region, because the World War I that we're talking about, what was it about? It was about greedy nations. They wanted to divide the parts, just like the way they did at the Berlin Conference with Africa. So all these European nations, they wanted part of this area, not thinking about the people themselves. It wasn't the people they care about. It was to extend their own empire. So what happened then was that it was at the same time that these the Jewish people at the time were trying to return, find a place just to get away from Europe, from all the suffering that they've been going through in Europe. And of course, they had to make deals. And one thing there's one thing I've always admired about some of the earliest revolutionaries of the Jewish people at that time, when they were looking to move to a state. They realized at the very early on that if they were going to get any land, anywhere to stay, you don't just go there. Yeah, some of them have been moving there. They were buying land. They were living even in groups. Some of them will come together in groups. They will pool money. They will go. They have some rich people among them will also donate money for some of them to also. So they've been moving there, living with the Palestinians who have been there for centuries as well. So they've been doing that. But in order to officially have a state, they realize that they have to go to the top. Who are the people that are controlling the land? The Palestinians were not the ones controlling that land at that time. The Ottoman Empire was controlling the land. So they started lobbying the Ottoman, leaders of the Ottoman Empire, gradually climbing, you know, the skills that they had to learn, even some of them learning the language that they will speak, to be able to understand the language and communicate with officials of the Ottoman Empire. And gradually they did this, moving up closer and closer to be able to persuade the Ottoman Empire to give them part of the land or the area, just to allow them to settle there as Jewish people. Unfortunately, it was by the time that they were getting close to success was when the First World War happened. And the First World War happened, the the Ottoman Empire lost control of the place. It fell into under British rule. Now, all that effort wasted. Now they have to start all over again, which they did. They were not deterred. They started all over again, trying to lobby the British government to be able to get this. So one of the things I first want to point out is they were lobbying the British government just the way they were been lobbying the Ottoman Empire. So today, there is a word that goes around that they said that they're colonizers, that you call them colonizers and things like that. It's a complicated word. Right now, when we see what's going on, it fits what you can call colonizer and apartheid. With what the word apartheid is being used. When you look at what is going on in the region right now, you will realize that the word apartheid, it fits what is going on. But these are things that we fall into as we move along. Earlier on, it wasn't like that. It was an error in perception of the Palestinians and other Arabs that made them think that it was an extension of colonization by the British, because when they had to lobby the British government to get what they wanted. So whatever the British government gave them to the Palestinians and the Arabs, when they look at it, it was like the British putting their own people on top of them. And given that many of these Jews that we're talking about, they were Europeans, they were coming from Europe. So the appearance to the local Palestinians and the other Arabs there was that, the British was bringing these people to colonize us. And you can tell there was no way you could interpret. If you were there, that's what you would think too. But that was not the case. The British actually didn't care anything for the Jewish people, because it was in their land. Part of some of the people who were coming, they were also coming from Britain, because they were being persecuted over there as well. So the British didn't care anything for the Jews. The only thing they were getting was they were struggling to get what they got. But when this was going on, so this was the first misperception, to think that the Jews are in collusion with the British and things like that. From what I have learned, it was a misperception. Then number two, to be able to strengthen that, when the Second World War was about to happen, when things were happening in Germany, and people were seeing that this Hitler was becoming really terrible, many of them, when they wanted to migrate from Germany and from other places, they wanted to migrate to England at the time. Because of the discrimination that British people had for the Jews, they didn't want them in England. So the British government decided at the time that it was better to push them to Palestine than to allow them to come into England. So because of that, when you now see British ships and things bringing the Jews in there, it expands the perception by the local Palestinians and other Arabs there that yes, this is the goal of the British people, to use these people to colonize us, not knowing that these people wanted to go to England, but England didn't want them in their country because they did not like them. The discrimination was intense. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Then the worst part of it, the deal that you're talking, as I said, that there were many deals, and we some of them expressed in the Balfour Declaration that you're talking about. Excuse me. But the deal that broke the back of the whole thing was a deal that they called Sykes-Picot Agreement. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Yeah.
So the Sykes-Picot Agreement, when the Ottoman was ruling, the Ottomans were Turks. They were not Arabs.
Right.
But they controlled the whole empire. So all the Arabs there too were under the Ottoman Empire. But along the line, all the different nations of people that you saw there, they have all been wanting to get their independence and live on their own. And the whole Arabization of the place was because the Ottoman Empire, being an Islamic empire, Islamicized most of the areas where they covered. Not that they enforce it, because there were still Jews there or Christians there, but largely it's the Islamic religion that tend to also Arabize most of the people. So it makes the Palestinian that we see that they were not Arabs originally, even biologically, they are not Arabs. It's culturally that they became Arab under the Ottoman Empire. So by that time, all the Arabs also wanted freedom. They wanted to get their lands back and rule their own country. So the British, the Europeans came. They were trying to fight.
So Rahman, do you mean Arab, or you mean they became Muslims?
They became Arab. There's a distinction between Muslims and Arab, but both of them have been so intertwined. Not just
that's
for
what I'm saying. That the Palestinians became Muslims.
But yeah, but not just that. Even the there are Christians among them. There's about 20%
even the Christians.
But the Christians.
But Rahman.
Yes.
I think most of the information you've passed are not accurate information. In the sense that those Arabs living in the so-called Palestine, who named that place Palestine? There's an historical context. It was named by former Emperor Adrian, and he named it Palestine because it was derived from the word Philistine, invaders. You understand? Because they were originally known as invaders. They would invade the people who live there. So if you look at it in historical context, it was the Israelites who were living in that place. But the Israelites were colonized by the Assyrians. The Assyrians then Babylon conquered Assyria.
Excuse me.
Listen.
No.
They migrated to different countries.
Excuse me. No. Yeah, you're opening another area.
No.
Let me finish.
Just
let me finish the line I'm going. Just let me finish the line that we're going. Let's complete that so that we see that.
Egypt, neighboring.
Olumide, chill. Let him talk. Rama, go continue.
Okay.
Your story.
Okay, so thank you. So when the people in that region now, first of all, as we're talking Arab, there are about 20% Christians among the Palestinians, and they also they see themselves as Arabs. So it's so there's a lot of things to break down between the idea of Muslim, Arab, and they go together, but they're not the same thing, you know. So now all the Arabs want their freedom, as I've been talking about. The British now made a deal with the Arabs, okay, that if you join us to fight the Ottomans and win the land back from the Ottoman, we will give you your land. Okay, that was a deal between the British and the Arabs. Before the Arabs,
King of Mecca, then the Sheriff of Mecca,
yes, joined them to be able to fight. So they agreed, they joined to fight. But there was another deal that the British now made secretly, which was the one they made with the French, the one I mentioned, Sykes-Picot agreement. And in that agreement, it was pretty much like the Berlin Conference, that they sat down and looked at the land and they divided it among themselves, so that all the land that they were supposed to give the Arab, they divided it among themselves in that agreement, without letting the Arab know. So by the time this came out, the Arabs saw the betrayal of the British. And that betrayal, if it was us, any one of us, it's the same thing, how you will feel when you are betrayed. You help to join, and it's your land that you want, but it's been portioned out in a deal. So that was when they stopped trusting the British completely. So everything that I've been talking about regarding the Jews coming, talking to the British, so from the perspective of the Arabs, all of this, they distrusted all of this, which is something reasonable that anyone will see. So when we look at it, we see that behind actions that we see in history, there are psychological motivations that are important that we also need to find and understand. And these are the clashes that we see when people say, oh, the Arabs didn't want them to do this, or the Jews. No, many of them were blind as they were coming together to fight against one another. So these are the deals that they made, and how all the problem continued until the partition. And these are the consumer. But you see, Olumide, the parts that you're talking about is something that where you have to go back, and there are a lot of ideas on that, and there'll be a lot of clashes of perspective. I understand what you're saying, but that point is the idea that you need to keep in mind that even if you go back, you associate them with the Philistines and saying the Philistines were there, you will also realize that whether the Philistines are pushing them out or they are pushing Philistines out, one thing that remains true is that at that point in history that you're talking about, they were both there in the region.
All right.
Sorry, Rudolph.
No, please. We have to round up. There are a lot of people. Okay. Please. Roman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I didn't want to stay this long. I didn't know you were going to take me through the whole round thing to get to me, but that's fine. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's been a while I've been here. I wanted to go straight to ask my question about the issue in the Middle East until Scribe raised the issue of the kings, queens, and warrant chiefs, etc. So I will have two questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Rahman. Okay. First of all, it is impossible to really have traditional rulers in a democracy. Okay, they render them useless. And I think that's what happened in Europe and the West entirely, that they've now reduced them to almost ceremonial seats and things like that. So if we want to use them in our climes, if we want to have them participate, I think the best thing is to make them like mayors, because every town in Nigeria and Africa as an extension will have a kind of king or warrant king. So it will be good to give them that authority as a mayor, since we don't have mayors per se, and they can keep records, they can keep some kind of data, and even things like palliative and distribution of social welfare can go through them with the data that they have. I just wanted to chip that one in. Yeah. If you want to contribute to that, you can add when you answer my next question. On the Palestinian issue, I just don't want to go to the historical perspective that Olumide was raising. What I know is that filmmakers are usually liberals, and liberals would always want to support the other side of the story, if you know what I mean. But I don't know where you are. The clip you showed appears to be balanced. I don't know the conclusion in your film. But my question is this. Why is it that the world, especially the West, always and only rise up when there are killings in that area? I don't see them protest or raise issues until you see this kind of cataclysmic destruction of lives and property. Yeah. I would have loved a situation where they continue to raise the issue even when there was nothing. The next one is, why do most people equate the loss of 1,400 people to occupation? How can you say that that is as a result of occupation and then sweep it under the carpet? I find that very difficult to believe. I know there is occupation, let me assume that. I know there is suppression, and I know there is segregation. I've always raised this issue, and this is my question. Why is it that in places like Africa, you see countries with 250 tribes? You go to the Arab world, you see so many tribes making up a country. Why is it that this small piece of land cannot be one country with Palestinians and Israelis, and you can name them Israel as one country? Why is no one raising that issue? Why is that not a discussion? And why wouldn't you even make a film that may conclude that this can become one country with one flag, with two sets of people, and one creed, if you like? Israel is my advocacy, and I think somebody should start raising that issue. Go.
Well, you started. Thank you, Mr. Roman.
Good question, Roman.
That's brilliant. Thank you. And I think Mr. Rudolph would mark this down, and everyone will know that you're suggesting Pali-Israel. So to start from there, yes, I think it's a brilliant idea, and for me as a filmmaker, liberal, conservative, and all of that, I don't belong to either of the two. I don't believe in belonging to an ideology, or just the same way when you have religions. Religions are also ideologies that you have constructed an establishment and things like that upon. No, I don't belong to any ideology, or to say I don't exclusively belong to anywhere I see good ideas, brilliant ideas, I go with it. And there are times when those ideas are not brilliant for that particular situation anymore. You drop it. That's how I go with things. And that's why you see in the film, the scene that you saw, that it's balanced. Yes, I believe I made it to be balanced. I believe in being able to tell the story as it is, not as I would think it should be. I was born a Muslim, and if you are a Muslim, as I said earlier, Muslims tend to support the Palestinian, Christians tend to support Israelis without anybody really questioning themselves to see why am I, so being born a Muslim and raised a Muslim, it means that that kind of sentiment is within me as well, and that if I approach this kind of situation, I myself might also just want to jump in and support the Palestinian regardless of any of that. But realizing this as part of the weaknesses that we have as human beings, how our early lives influence us today, without realizing that this is how we are making our decisions. And I deliberately make sure that I approach things not from the perspective of how I have been conditioned early in my life. And that's how I came to be able to do the film, as you say, whether you see it as balanced or in one side. What I see all of them as human beings, they are not different from you and I, and that is where I start anything that I want to do, human beings. And what it means is that whatever is due to one human being is due to the other human being. And we should be equal like that. And given that they are humans, so what it means is that they arrived at this conflict. They had a journey. They were coming from somewhere to get here, just like we're all coming from somewhere to get to wherever we are, whether we are dealing with getting a job or finding a woman to marry, and in order to understand that, we have to look at the journey. If I look at the journey of the Palestinian without looking at the journey of the Israelites, I'm already partial, and I can never understand the totality of the problem or appreciably, and I can never do anything that will be useful there for them. Even if my belief wins that something by magical or anything comes and cuts the land and give what the Palestinians want for them and prevents the Jews from being able to get there or anything anymore. If I'm coming from that perspective, yes, I'll be happy. Oh, yes, the Palestinians have got what they wanted. But it's not going to help the people, and it's not going to help the world, because you are not treating everyone as human beings. And it's the same thing from the other side. If I'm coming from that side as well, I'm thinking, the Jews are this and that, and you are not respecting, you're not looking at the Palestinians as humans and looking at where they're coming from to be able to assess the situation. It's the same thing. You can solve a temporary problem, but the problem will be there, which is a problem that I see that the United States has been making in the position that the United States take in that region for decades. Not looking at everyone totality as equal human beings, which is what we are supposed to do. So that is how I approach it, and I try as much as possible to continue to stay on that line so that I don't fall into one side or the other. But when you do this, it still means that when you see events, you have to describe it as it is. So that if I see two people, a Palestinian and an Israeli, standing, and the Palestinian man slaps the Israeli man, I will describe it as the Palestinian man slapping the Israeli. That is what happened. I will not change the situation or try to reduce the value of the situation because maybe I like one person better than the other. So it is when you now look at it that you can see that who are the people that are suffering in that region right now, that they don't have a functioning government. They don't have freedom to do what they need to do, just like what you and I can have, whatever we have. Who are the people suffering?
But Rahman, in addressing what you've just stated now, who do we address that particular scenario to right now? Who are we supposed to be talking to, saying, why are these people in this condition?
That is the task that I think we that we are coming from outside need to carefully do. That who are the people suffering, and what is the cause of their suffering, and how do we alleviate this? But
what I'm asking is, how do we hold those people responsible? How do we hold them to account? And do we address them directly?
Olumide, please wait for your turn. We've been waiting for more than 1 hour. Can you wait for your turn, please?
I'm addressing what he's saying now.
No, we can address too, but we patiently wait
now.
for our turn.
You're not addressing.
Please, wait for your turn, my brother.
You're addressing me. You're not addressing it.
All right. Thank you. I understand. It's taking long. So, Rahman, can we?
Rudolph, I have a question for Roman, please. Roman.
Okay.
Jim, can you wait for your turn? We've been here for 1 hour. Respect common team. We've been waiting.
Dan is not
We've been waiting, man. We've been waiting.
Please, let Dan ask his question. Please, let Dan ask his question.
We have been waiting here patiently. We should stop this thing.
You want to take
Nigerian problem. Please, wait for your turn.
Dan.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Rahman, if I can say something, you see, I'll continue, but please, it's I know we all have our questions, and we should respect the fact that we are all spending our time here. So please, if you have asked questions, I think we should let people who have not asked to also ask questions, and we try to. It's an emotional thing. I understand Olumide how he makes us feel, but these are part of the things, the responsibilities that we have. We have to try to separate our emotions from what is happening, because if we don't, it's difficult for us to really be able to see things clear. Because yes, what you mentioned, and as I've been saying, this is the responsibility of the people from outside more, that we need to look who are the people suffering, and what is the what are the causes of their suffering, and how do we address it. You see, if we do that and reduce the aspect of emotions or how we've been conditioned by our past, by our religion, by our where we are from in the world. If we reduce those from being able to approach it, that's how we can be able to help the situations. But otherwise, we will be, because we're all from different places, we are all conditioned differently. And what it means is that if we are conditioned differently, which we all are, it will be difficult for us to be able to see things the same way. So it's our responsibility to do that. And when you look at the people in the region themselves, there are times, there are moments that it's difficult for them, a lot more difficult for them to be able to disengage emotions, conditioning the way we can when we are from outside, because they are really in the heat of it. For example, yes, it will be irrational or irresponsible to go in there now, someone that Hamas has just massacred his or her family, and to go there and you are telling that person right now as you are talking that take wider perspective of this conflict, you know, it will be a height of responsibility, because she or he has lost people in our lives, and these are the things that you want to deal with. And we are the one that we know that, okay, there is a way to contain all of this so that things don't get out of hand. The Israeli government is not there in Gaza. We see what they have been doing. We see the destructions that have been going on in there. Now, are we going to say the destructions that we see in Gaza in the last few days justified what or you can say, okay, that balances up for what happened in Israel. Can we say that? Even though, yes, the Israeli government is not even done. So all those kinds of judgments, we have to be careful, and we have to respect the fact that all of us, we are human beings. What you think you may feel if somebody comes and murder my family right now, the way I'll be feeling, I should know that that's the way the people in Israel are feeling right now about what they're doing, so that the kind of tasks that we expect them to do, we have to be careful about it. But at the same time, also, we look at for the government, we have to be measured, and which is why I'm currently disappointed in many of our leaders, because the way they're supposed to have handled this, they're not handling it. And what are we having? We're having more blood on our hands, so that is what I will say. I'm not sure if I'm still filling in for how the question came, because I know all the distractions we have. But yes, that is why I think it's a responsibility that we have to take, so that otherwise we'll continue fighting and there will be blood. And the funny thing, or if it's not funny, if it's is that we are all having this psychological debate from other parts of the world, but they are the ones that are dying. They are the ones that their houses are being destroyed and all of it. So we need to take a lot of responsibility for approaching this thing carefully, so that we can be able to stop bloodshed in the region.
But Rahman, I was expecting that
Olumide,
people like you and
hold
me
on. I
should
have the
speak
floor.
directly to the issue.
Olumide,
You guys, are you serious, right? Are you
Olumide,
Like we
please.
tell the
Like, are you serious?
we tell the Palestinian
Olumide,
fathers.
let him answer my question, please. Let him answer my question. Sorry, Mr. Rahman. I would have loved if you make a comment on Israel, and if you can pursue that in your work. I think it's poignant.
No, I totally agree. Now, when I hear people saying that two-state solution and things like that, first there is an issue of, as some people will say, that to create a two-state solution there it's becoming more and more impossible by all the settlements that Israel has continued to do. But in another way, I have nurtured the idea that, maybe this will lead to the one-state solution, because just like we are saying that these people are from the same region, even if we go back to the time of King David, if we say the Jews met them there, kicked them out, or they are there, they kicked the Jews or anything, the reality we know is that they were all there at that time. The same thing happened in our own side, or where I'm from, or where it is right now is not where it has always been, or has moved multiple times before now. So to say, do I go back to a place where Oyo was? And but in a way, the history, everything still ties together. But it's different from for me to go to the Middle East and say I want to create Oyo State here in the Middle East now. So you see how? So yes, given that the history shows that they are all one people, even genetically, some geneticists have chipped in by their research. I don't know how strong all of that still is today, but a lot of them has come out that we have known that they are closer. Even Palestinians are closer to the Jews than to the Arabs, because they are not Arabs. So if we look at all of this, and if we look at the fact that, we have countries where people from different ethnic groups live together, just like you mentioned. So there are so many things that if we consider, there's no problem having all of them in one nation and being able to rule it together. Things are looking at like that. And that's one thing, to be honest with you, I try, when I was making the film till now, I always tell myself that I try not to say something about the political solution or not, how you are going to resolve it. That is not my point. That is not the goal that I'm pursuing with the film. The goal I'm pursuing with the film is to remind them, people from that region, Palestinians and Jews that watch the film, to remind them how the same they are, and to remind us that we are around them from other parts, to remember how all of us are the same. The humanity that binds us in being able to be tolerant, to have empathy for one another. And I think with that kind of information, I am hoping that we'll be able to resolve the way it is, whether it's two states we create or one state. But yes, when I look at something like that, I think, one state, there's nothing wrong with it, and I would even prefer something like that if you ask me. But you have to respect the fact that with the blood boiling on both sides right now, even if one state will be the final solution, but maybe 2 states, or maybe something like what we had at independence in Nigeria might be the something, just to be able to respect the fact that they have been fighting for so long. The enmity is there, the hatred is there. All of these things, as human beings, they don't go away in one day. So we have to respect how that comes together. But if they make that one Pali Israel today, I will celebrate, as long as there is no bloodshed anymore.
All right, thank you, Roman. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're totally out of time, but I want to give everybody a chance to ask questions, and it will help if the questions are short and the answers are also short. So let me come to you, Dan. Before I come to you, Chima, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. Yeah.
Dan, you're next. Chima, we'll get to you. So.
Thank you very much. I have a very surprising question for the host, for our brother, because this issue of Palestine and Israel has been going on for decades, and nobody has ever found a solution. Nobody have ever found a solution to that issue. When I saw your title, the conflict, theory of conflict or whatever, I was thinking, because when I saw the writer and the director, he was a Nigerian brother, and I was thinking it's something about Nigeria you were talking about. Because that's what we should be talking about. Those of you who are well educated, you should focus more attention on solving the conflict of our nation, which sends many of us out of Nigeria, like the Palestinians. They're all over in the world, hiding, looking for a better life. Spending all your knowledge, time, talking about a conflict that will never solve itself. They've been going up and down, up and down. Please spend more time in Nigeria. That's what I want to say, because you can see the confusion coming up when you started explaining. Everybody's trying to drop on you because you are not saying something that suits their own mind. But this conflict is a conflict. Nobody can solve it. Nobody. Every side is losing. Thank you. And I say good night.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Rahman, hold on before you answer. Maybe it's a chance for you to also talk about the new projects you are working on, which is what is it called again? The Chimamanda project. Maybe it's the opportunity you can.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's true. Yes, the response I was going to give Mr. Dan initially was just not necessarily a response, because what he's saying is he's sharing a wisdom, a message, and what I need to do is to listen and reflect on it, and and say thank you, because yes, it's something to reflect on. The question, what he says. So thank you very much, Mr. Dan. And yes, to bring that to the film I'm working on. Yes, I'm working on a story called A Private Experience, which is a story written by Chimamanda Adichie, published in 2009 in the book she published, the collection of short stories she published then. So that's where the story A Private Experience is, and it happened. It's a story of in Nigeria, of how 2 young women caught in the middle of a Kano riot, a Hausa girl and an Igbo girl trapped in a small shop while the riot is going all around in the market in Kano, which is I liked the story the first time I read it, in how much we can learn from it, given, as I have described, even from theory of conflict that I mentioned. I approach everything I do from the point of view, from the standpoint of our unique humanity, the same humanity that holds us together, before we start defining, say, oh, this is Igbo, this is Hausa, this is Muslim, this is Christian, this is Ijo, this is whatever. There was something that we are, a foundation that we are constructing everything on. That's where I always start. So to be able to see a story, how she brilliantly tell us the story of these two young women and how they are caught up in the situation that Nigeria has become, and to offer us a way to be a window into seeing ourselves, because I think that's what she does in the story. You know, that grips me very much, and that's how I've been on the trail to make that into a movie. So I'm hoping soon you'll be able to go to a cinema near you to take a look.
All right, thank you. Who is next? Obie, I thought you had a chance, you know?
I think I'm next. Everybody else has spoken.
Pansat, I like that. No, I don't think Pansat is next. I know where you are. But Obie, go ahead. Obie, go ahead if you have not. I don't remember anymore.
I'm not, yes. I wanted to give you 5-star before, but I think I'll leave that one out for the gods of Oyo Kingdom. Since that is where our guest is from. I have a short questions. The first one is, you are while responding to I think is Mazi or the next person that spoke. You are talking about that Nigeria is an idea. So my question is, which idea? Is it our collective idea or our colonizer idea? That's one. Your movie you are working on, you're actually doing a GoFundMe on, which is Succession, a succession story of your kingdom. You are first of all, before I go there, you are alumni of Harvard, right? If I'm not mistaken, or you have something to do with Harvard. So you are raising $25,000 to shoot that, to tell that story. As an alumni of Harvard, I see Harvard as a hedge fund with what they are controlling. It's no longer an institution anymore. It's pretty much an hedge fund. But to be spot on, watch the movie that we are talking about, the Theory of Confluence, which you set up in Boston. Boston is just a few minutes away from Harvard. I'm particular about Harvard because the same thing that we are talking about today, actually happened in Harvard, where this strike happened in Gaza, when the Hamas carried the strike. A bunch of students who are solidarity or who are kind of sympathizing with the Palestinians carry out protests and all that. And that actually sent a shockwave to the Harvard community. People like Lawrence Summers, that the former, who is currently the president of Kennedy Government School, saying that no, this is not acceptable. The likes of Bill Ackman, who is hedge fund, saying that CEOs have started reaching out to him to make sure they identify those students and make sure they never get employed by the Harvard community. What's your take on that? As somebody who's pretty much in the thick and think of things.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's an unfortunate slice of what's going on. You have the students responding to what happened based on I don't know if you follow the story well, you also realize that the statement came out even before the end of what Hamas was doing on that day. So we had not realized the extent of what was going on. So many of them also were just reacting right there, which is one of the things that we've been talking about, how it's important for us to take things in, settle before we actually approach it, because that way is better than to react. And I think that's one thing that I noticed that the students did. But at the same time, it doesn't excuse what they did, or it doesn't condemn it in some way. It also just speaks to the facts that we have, what we've been talking about, that this thing happens in a context, and that we have to look at the context. And different people, we all don't think the same way. And if we respect the fact that we all don't think the same way, it means that when something happens, we will all be coming at it from that different perspective. Even a film that I made, that I spent, I don't know how many hours you can see that I spent. I edited the film myself and all of it. But I've been hearing people telling me things that I never thought about regarding the film from different angles, because that's how they see it, and that's what the works of art do. So it's the same thing with events, when people will come at it, and that's another thing why I am a bit not really a fan of what Western governments and mainstream media that they do, expecting everyone to say something that, Israel has a right to defend itself. You have to say Israel, everyone to say Israel. I see that is the important thing at the moment. We have to let everyone come to it as it comes to them. And then we are able to take everything in totality. Because if some of us are not thinking so engrossed in what was going on that day, which we were, because seeing the blood, seeing the destruction of lives, a normal person, you understand, your heart will be wrenching at the moment. So if some of us come and try to say, this is what's happening, not necessarily that it disentangle you from it, but it also makes you know that, God, the disaster that we are experiencing is a disaster that's been coming for years. It's a disaster that so many things are responsible for. And what that means is that the approach has to be a manifold like that. So for everybody to jump on the students, it's okay. They can react in saying, oh, that's not the right way to do something. It's all fine. But what I think was getting too much was when you have some CEOs from Wall Street coming to say, give us the names. So that, that was now getting too much, because these are students on campuses. That's where we deal with ideas on campus, which was for me a reason why I'm actually more passionate about this film, because of, and I took that freedom because the fact that it happened on campus. It's a place where you throw ideas. All ideas are welcome for us to be able to deal with, so that we are comfortable with these ideas before we go out. But now, if we're using with all what these people, everyone is saying, condemning them, almost like, we are clamping down the production of these ideas. Imagine how many people would be afraid to say what comes to their mind tomorrow. And is that good for the society? No. We should be able to let everyone. They are not the ones carrying machetes and going to do. Why should you destroy their lives because of the perspective, and a perspective that didn't just come out of nowhere? So in a way, what I see there is we come back to the same thing. As human beings, it's important for us to know ourselves, to know all the emotional tendencies that we are subjected to, and to know how our minds deceive us. And so sometimes when I look at that, some of these people condemning, it's a way, some people use it as a way of avoiding what's going on, avoiding the reality of what's going on and facing the students to, deal with the students. There's a the important thing that's there, and it has been going on for years. It's not just now. As I was making the film, to show on campuses, someone was putting. There was this guy. What's his name? Sheldon Adelson, from this billionaire in Florida, put $60 million down to be able to make sure that any film like my film was played on college campuses across America. And that was just one person. So all of this clamping down on ideas, it's been going on for a long time, and we have to see. And you look at the amount of resources that we are putting into trying to shut some people up, and while the problem continues to fester, just like the way Dan has mentioned that this thing has been going on for decades. It's because we are not approaching it. It's not because there is no solution. It's because we don't want to solve it. We are looking at it from selfish, or maybe if I should step back from selfish, but self-centered perspective.
All right.
That's why we've not been solving it. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have to round up quickly as soon as possible. Chim, do you still Roman is not here?
Yeah. But it's worth mentioning because even though he's not here, I'm sure he's watching. So three things I wanted to mention. One is he talked about mayor. We don't have mayors. It's all a nomenclature thing. That's why sometimes they say, people need to get a bit more understand this democracy we're running. The mayors are the local government chairmen. It's the same thing. Unless you're saying you want our traditional rulers to now become local government chairman, which means our local government chairman will start being elected. So that's where I was trying to remind him that our mayors are the local government chairman. The mayor of New York is equivalent to the local government chairman in mainland local government somewhere in Lagos State. So I don't agree to subscribe to that. Like I said, keep our traditional rulers totally away from politics. We don't need them in politics. Let each one manage his frontier at the local level where he is. Let them be more ceremonial and avoid, these things. Some of us revere them, but it becomes painful when they go for, they're summoned. All of a sudden, they're summoned and invited to, I come from Abia State, for instance. So imagine the governor summoning and inviting them to come to Umuahia for a function. Then they arrive there in the regalia. They are all seated. And then the governor walks in late. And then you expect the same people to stand up. Maybe in Abia State, and I'll be honest, we don't have a first class Eze like we have in places like in Edo State where we have the Oba of Benin, or in Lagos State where we don't have that, but perhaps in Anambra State where they have the Obi or there's some places we have certain traditional rulers that are, you can call preeminent first class. I agree. I consider that those guys will not want to stand up for a governor, and even if they do, it will be painful. So that's the point I was trying to make with him. Then the other one on the issue of creating a Pali-Israel. It's a no-brainer right now. The offers on the table have been a two-state solution. I don't see a group that says we don't want a two-state solution accepting to live in a one-state nation with the people they have clearly said they want to extinguish. Do you understand? So sometimes we also need to be careful when we look. And then I'm not somebody who is on this whole balance for balance sake. I hate that word. Like you rightly said, if somebody spanks somebody, in that moment say, yes, this person is the one who has done the spanking. And then we can go back and say, okay, how do we create peace? But all these conversations where somebody does clear evil, and then somebody is asking there's no balance, balance it. What do you mean by balance? Somebody has just offended. Let's tell him he's offended. I don't know why that's difficult for the world to understand. So that's the thing I was going to say. And then lastly, on the Arab-Islam thing, Palestinians are not Arabs, but by virtue of relationship and so they have become Muslims. Perhaps we're not Muslims before, I don't know. Same way, people don't seem to remember that Iran is not an Arab nation. Iran is an Islamic nation. Iran is Indo-European. They are not Arabs. So some of those distinctions need to be made, because a lot of times it's not a function of, I've met a lot of Arab people who support Israel. And I mean, I'm even talking about people from Saudi Arabia. I have friends who are clearly, who know this history. One has even said that he doesn't understand what these Palestinians want, that they are trying to create a problem, that every time they've been allowed into certain places, that they have ended up being the Confucianists. And he mentioned Lebanon, he mentioned Jordan, where they welcomed them in and they started pushing for terrorist activities, and some of those places pushed them out. So those are some of the historical things that a lot of people don't seem to know or remember. But I agree, there's so much emotions. If you've been conditioned as a Christian, the prime perspective is to support Israel without necessarily being objective enough to look at the issues on ground. And perhaps when people start becoming more transcendent in the way they look at life, they can begin to drop those petty, divisive perspectives that we hold. Those are the contributions I just wanted to make, not a question.
All right, thank you, Chim. Before we continue, let me just mention that on the 25th of this month, I think on Wednesday, Chimamanda will be at Princeton University. She will give a speech. The first, it's called Africa World Lecture Series. That's the first one. So it's happening on 25th at 4:30 p.m. So if you are around the corner or you're able to go, it will be a good event to attend. And then also for the show tomorrow, for 90 minutes tomorrow, we have a writer joining us, Oji. It's Dr. Cyril Oji. He wrote a book set in Biafra. He will join us to talk about the book and the setting and everything around it. He will also be joined by Paikide, who is a writer and a critic. He has read the book, he's a critic, and he he wants to join and help us understand why the work is very important. So tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. New York time, 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time, we are going to have Pa Ikide joining Dr. Cyril Oji, the author of the book First is Last. So I just wanted to share these two information. Now let's go back to, I think the next person is Ndubisi. Ndubisi, go ahead with Rahman. Ndubisi, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I said I thought I've asked my question.
Oh, you did?
Are we having a second round?
No, please.
Yes, I've asked my question.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think forefathers
nice
and
guy.
Chief Pansat.
Pansat. I think Olumide and Pansat. Okay, let's go to forefathers because I know.
How would you be going to forefathers? I come from your market square to the observer.
I know. I see you now. So let me go to forefathers and I will come back. You know, forefathers.
Yeah, I have wanted to ask that we have to let our forefathers talk first.
All right, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Rudolph, greetings to the guests, especially, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. From my point of view, I consider the Israeli-Palestinian issue or conflict the most evil conflict on the face of the earth today. And I find it peculiar the way people analyze this without actually getting to the conclusion. And this I see the same pattern even with our issues in our own nation. That conflict, both sides are experiencing what I call a catastrophic tragedy for both parties. I like the idea that you like to see people from the point of view of Martin Luther King, where it's about content of character, not necessarily about any other trait. But you also have to see from the point of view of interest. Because content of character doesn't mean, let's say somebody doesn't go to work and say, oh, let the other people sort me out, because after all, we are all in this together. It's about, so you have to, people have interest. And from what I see in that conflict, one nation has vetoed the United Nations Security Council resolutions to help resolve that conflict 53 times. This week makes it 54 times directly. And one nation has, the current president actually stated that if Israel didn't exist, they would have to invent it because to protect their national interest. So in a situation whereby just a few weeks ago, Israel and Saudi Arabia are talking about resuming diplomatic relations, something that has not happened in decades. And today, here we are, as divided as ever. Europe as divided as ever. Has anyone seen a pattern here? And it's funny because when I did this analysis a while ago, based on just power dynamics alone, I thought I was wrong until I saw that Biden actually stated what I was talking about. And how is it that people don't understand that this is something that has been egged on by the US because of their own national interest? Because they understand that if that region works together, it's a danger to them. They are all isolated in the American continent, while the European continent, which is the same continent that China, India, the Middle Eastern countries are on, and technically connected to Africa too. They have to keep those people in check. That is how the northern countries maintain their power. They've never held power forever in history. Northern countries have never held power in history. The only way they can hold power is to keep those people divided. And when I say these things, people don't make the final conclusion to realize that this is something that America is doing. It's not Israeli. Israelis have been seduced by power. That's why they are stealing land from Palestinians. They have been caught up and bought into the narrative. But the people in charge of this are still the Europeans and specifically America. And if we were actually going to be honest with ourselves, that is where the problem is, until we confront America and say, you know what, if you don't want to resolve this problem, let us know. Because when China went to Saudi Arabia and Syria, this in Iran, to have diplomatic relations, you saw how it happened silently and everything worked smoothly. Because it's in China's interest for that to happen, but it's not in America's interest. That's why America hates the Belt and Road Initiative. That's why America hates the connection between Russia and this in the other parts of Europe. It's not because they are against totalitarian regimes. They work with totalitarian regimes all the time. We have to learn to do deductive reasoning. This is not a conspiracy. This is common sense. If you do your deductive reasoning, the only thing that is remaining is that America doesn't want this to happen. You have to ask yourself why. This is the same reason why this is how they control everybody. They learned it from the British: divide and rule. If you divide a region, you can control them. But if they start coming together, even I submitted some months ago that that's a threat to us. So this conflict that is going on there right now, if they remain fighting each other, it actually helps us Africans, because the moment the Arabs and those people come together, they will come for us.
All right.
And we are extremely weak. So I hope, the reason why I'm saying this is, because when you say it, you always say like it's based on individual judgment and all that. Why are you worried about actually getting to the conclusion of who is enabling this to go on? What is it? You know the term Biden used? He said $3 billion is the best investment America has ever made to Israel. It's not about love. That's what he said in 1986. So it's not about content of character. It's not about democracy. It's not has nothing to do with any of that. Why don't we reach that conclusion and say, okay, because if you know the source of the problem, you can actually go for the solution. And that is the same thing that's affecting our country. We don't tend to go for the source of the problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. Our guest has to take a break quickly, and hopefully he will be back. But while we wait for him to come back, that's why I was telling people to quickly get their questions asked, and so that, because when we schedule people, we always tell them this is how long. Ask how long you're going to stay. Yeah.
Can I give a
response? Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Hold on. I will let you speak after I finish. So that's why sometimes when we book people, I want people to understand this process. We say, how long can you stay? You're going to stay 1 hour, 2 hours. We try to get people to speak within that period, so that we don't get a situation where someone has other engagements and people are speaking for too long. All right. Also, we talk to our guests to try to compress their answers so that they will get many of them in. But anyway, go ahead, Olumide.
Father, are you also aware?
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that opportunity, Rodolphe. So I just want to address what Forefather just said. So everything you just said is not informed at all. It's just conspiracy theory. You just concoct security situations and tell me which country will not act in their own interests. See, we have to look at the historical context.
But that's exactly what I said.
Okay, listen, let me you talk. I allowed you to talk. That Israel land that you are looking at belonged to Israel, the old Israel, the Jews. Assyria took over that land, Babylonian took over that land before it was passed on to the Greeks, before it was passed on to the Romans, before it was passed on to and did you realize there was a crusade war between the Arabs and the Catholic Church, majorly the Europeans, over that Jerusalem land? There were still a few remnants of the Jews, but they were all scattered all over the world because they weren't allowed to practice their religion. They were persecuted. And then these people, and then before he eventually fell into the hands of the Ottoman Empire, you understand? And then the Arabs were coming, they were living there. That land, there was something like even Palestine. It wasn't until Israel took over that place that they started coining Palestinian. And this guy swore, okay, let us even say for the sake of peace, that they should exist together. These Arabs, they are hardliners in that Arab country, not all the Palestinians. There were some, when they formed Israel, there were some Palestinians that moved to Israel and they absorbed them in as Israelites. But there are some hardcore ones among them that are saying that, we will never bear that Israeli nationality. We are Arab. We will never bear that. Fine, you want to stay Palestine, you don't want to be Israeli nationality, you don't want to be absorbed. But you are saying that Israel must not exist. They don't want a two-state solution. They are saying that they have it in their charter. Hamas has it there that Israel must perish, sponsored by Iran. Are they going to watch for them to perish? If we have to look at this thing holistically, the First World War, when British went to attack the Ottoman, when they were fighting the First World War, the reason why the Jews were very smart people. They knew that they could never recover their land back the way things were arranged in that place. But it was the Jews, because Jews are very influential. Everywhere they go, they are influential in society, they prosper, they are rich. These guys influenced the American people. America did not want to get involved in that war. It was the Jewish echelon of the society that influenced America to come into the First World War. And yeah, they were promised that if they come and be part of that war, they are going to give them their land back, which rightfully belongs to them. There was no country there.
If you had just thought about what I said for a second, you would have found it to be true, but you wouldn't even bother.
Land of their own to be called a country. Fine, let them have it. But why do you have to be a threat to the Israelites? What did they do?
All right,
they are both children from the same father, Abraham. So why the hatred?
Olumide, thank you. Let's see. So if I'll go to people who are here to speak. If you think you are comfortable speaking without the guest, what you have to share with us without the guest, then that's okay. If not, we wait for him. He's still trying to sort out something, and he may join us again. So Pansat, I'll give Igbo Basic after that. Pansat, Igbo Basic first, and then Pansat. Unless you want to wait for the guest to come back, then I go to the next person.
Well, we don't have all the time in the whole world to even wait for guests, but our guest is appreciated that our guest is here today. I'll just put it this way.
Can you mute Olumide, please?
Yeah, I did already. Yeah, go ahead.
All this maga, it's all about land and resources. Because our guest came on and we started talking about Oyo Kingdom, they're laughing at Oyo. That brings in the issue of royalty. I'll just cut through the chase to say that, and maybe if he comes, I'll ask my question, or I can even ask my question, and whenever he gets here, he would take up on the question. From my observation, it's all about land, whether it's happening in Nigeria, it's happening in Israel, or it's happening anywhere. It's about land. Even if it's in your local village, and you go and buy up all the land from even the poor people, you keep edging them out, you take their land. Eventually, one day, the young ones who are yet to be born will come to the village meeting. And one of them who has more Akbobi than you do will do to you what happened to a man named S.M.O. Juku in Item. Chim, you are from Abia State. And Sat, I'm quite sure you may be from Abia State. Because the man conscripted a whole lot of the land and did plantation there. One day they were having a meeting in the village square. One young man, who is now the young man of today, came to the meeting, grabbed the chair the man was sitting on, and the man was still sitting on that chair, virtually threw him out of the meeting. I'm talking about the big man who was even a senator of those days. So what am I saying? Is that be careful, because the land will consume, and all of us will go with the land. No matter where it is. So from the perspective of the old soldiers, this I found in an article. You look at it very carefully. It says National Geographic. This is April 1965. And you're talking about conflict resolutions and water damages. If you may allow me, I'll just read one small portion of it so that we can all learn, because all our grammar, what would they speak? And whatever grammar we speak today has been spoken before. And of course, all of us will agree that National Geographic is not only an institution, you can verify whatever they've said. It's all about America also. And this one says major strikes of the Civil War. It says encircle and squeeze. You can equate it to Palestine, Israel, whatever you want. It says encircle and squeeze. This was the basic strategy of the North. Maintain and break out. The South answered and almost succeeded with the genius of her commanders. For 2 years, the incomparable army of Northern Virginia won victory after victory. Hold on with a bulldog grip. Lincoln urged Grant, chew and choke as much as possible. The U.S. Navy blockaded 3,000 miles of coast against support from Europe cavalry units. Raiding, spying, and outflanking further plagued the Confederacy. Audaciously, Lee struck north to meet defeat at Gettysburg. Grant moved down the Mississippi and captured Vicksburg, cutting off the West, then slashing the heart of the South. Sherman marched from Chattanooga to the sea. Grant broke the back of Lee's army at Five Forks, and Richmond fell. I just read this little piece because whether it be what is happening in Nigeria or what is happening in Gaza, it's all about the land and the resources. By the way, if I may ask, this goes to all of us. What are the resources in Israel? What are the resources in Gaza with the amount of people who are there? And then we'll point it back to Africa, because my question to our guest would be, if all these things that was happening in Israel versus Palestine is happening in Africa, what would be the reaction of the West? And to cut through the chase, the movie that the young man made, I applaud him highly. I really applaud him. And my question is going to be, in that movie that we all saw, take away the Igbo people, take away all the abracadabra that you see there, and plug in us, plug in the black persons there, if I may. Would the reaction be the same as it is to that movie? So let us consider that. And then as far as royalty is concerned, I must not fail to make my comment, because first, I'm from a royal family, and I can tell you that I know the history of our own royalty. And as far as what we've described here, the conflict between the Novo Rich, that is the governors and all whatnot, Tim, and I would dare say that before there was modern government, there was traditional leadership in every village, in every town, in every local government. Those things existed. And at that time, people used to be ashamed to do the wrong thing. But today, shame has gone out of the window. And that is why every Haridik and Tom can now call himself a chief. Or you can buy a cap in the marketplace and put on your head. In my own village where I come from, that I address it as commercialization of the institution. That is the real problem that we have. Until 1987, our people always adhered to the original traditional leadership. Then came 1987. We finally fell into the modern thing that is going on. When my town, Ibere, they brought out what I call Ibere 18. That is men who have accomplished to the highest. And then they made them chiefs in honor. And there was even a young man among them who was made Aheji Agamba. And from there on, there has been this chief, that chief. It became, it's the destruction of the institution. What is happening now, what is happening now is that they are now putting a collar on a dog's neck through the bottom. And that is the issue where, let's start. First of all, I'm not for it doesn't matter whether you are governor, mayor, the institution that we always have, we have to find a way, not just revert, to let it be where it was before we now started messing it up. Everything has been messed up. If we can put our mind to it, we should be able to speak to what do we do so that an Eze should have a respect. It doesn't matter whether you are governor. If you come to the Eze's palace, you should respect. If you come to the Eze's kingdom, you should respect, because that kingdom was there before you came to be.
All right.
So that is my submission for now, and I would like, when our guest comes back, if you can address that my question, which is, if we put all Noble Igbo face into the movie, what would be the reaction? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Pansat, I appreciate your presence, and one of these days I may have to talk to you in the background so that whatever we can do, because like I said to you, have that in mind.
Oh, amen.
Pansat, welcome.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And Igbo Basics, I acknowledge everybody who's here on the panel, those who've left, and those in the chat section. There was a gentleman that was here, and he coined a word, Pali Israel or something, as a suggestion. I wish he was here, but if he's listening, maybe through the comment section, he could answer this. Tell me, name one country that's coexisted with Muslims, be them Hindu, Christian, Jews, where they coexisted in good numbers, 30%, 40%, 50%, either way, right? And there's peace, there's justice, there's equity, and it's progressive country, and they live in peace. If he could name that, then we should look at that as a solution. That's probably a reason why nobody's pursuing that, right? Now, for our guests, India and Pakistan. If you
no, I'm talking about the amounts of the population of Muslims in India. India is about to become the first. It's going to take over Indonesia in being the country with the most Muslims inside. Right. So there you are.
I said where they coexisting in peace. All right,
they are coexisting in peace. It doesn't mean that they.
Hold on, there's a lot of terrorism in there, but please don't take my time when it's your turn.
Sure.
I didn't ask you. Okay, but I appreciate it. I've been watching you. You're a very smart guy, and I do appreciate your contribution on the platform. But you just have to apply your knowledge. That's it. So now, what I wanted to talk to this guest, I wish he was here. I commend him. He's a fair Yoruba guy, right? I've been keeping record of those people who are fair, who are fair to everybody, right? He's one of those, and I could see that. But his work, I was gonna tell him that Jews have a lot of great movie directors. Stanley Kubrick, Steven Spielberg, Stanley Kramer, and so many. And so does the Palestinians. They have Anna Maria Jasser, Elia Suleiman, Maya Masri, and so many. They have a lot of superstar directors who make movies, right? So they don't think about us. We have the same issues they have. Both of those people. They look at each other as cousins. So when we have our own directors, such as the gentleman here, our guest, that should be at least a corollary to Africa and especially Nigeria, because we have the exact issue. What's going on between Israelis and Palestinians is exactly what we have in our country. It's just that our provocations doesn't mean anything to the international community. Muslims go into secondary schools and pick up our girls. Now, some people are going to say, hey, why you want to say Muslims? They're doing it as a collective punishment to the Christians. That's why. If they're doing it as individuals, fine. It's just that when you go to secondary school, there's mostly Christians, and you load 290-something girls and you drive away. You go to Southern Kaduna, you have the same issue. You come to Southeast, you have the same issue. You go to the thieves, who's been neighbors with these people for a long time. You're taking their lands, you are buying them scores a week, if not a day, putting them in IDP camps. Now, because it's taboo to talk about religion, but look, we're not talking about the tenets of a religion. I don't care about that. Martin Luther King, in the spring of 1968, actually it was March 31, he says, we shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Justice is what we're talking about here. The Israelis and the Palestinians, they're both wrong, right? They're both wrong. So we're not going to be going into the history of who's got this land here, who's got this land here. But the terrorism of modern day, contemporary, scaling that fence and going over there and killing that many people in that manner. Who's not going to condemn that? I don't care what is. You make it very easy for those of us who want to support Israel anyway. You make it easy for us to say, hey, look, no, you cannot do that. Everywhere you are, you got Hindus. Now, who's going to be quarreling with Hindus? Hindus. You can't get along. You look like Pakistan and India. You ought to get along. You go to Nigeria, you have thieves. Now, who doesn't want to get along with thieves? You put them in IDP camps. You go to Southern Kaduna, you got Christians. Our people don't have anything. They don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. And you kill them every day. You go to the Southeast. Now, who doesn't want to get along with the Southeasterners? Igbos. Who all over the place. And you commit a genocidal war for over 3 years. They still come back into the nation and you're still doing it up to today. We have an election, you turn off the beavers. Who turned off the beavers? It's Muslims. That's who it is. Hold on, let me land. Hold on, let me land. Because
you can't land. You can't just
let me land.
Oh
please. Let me land because I want the guest is back. Okay, let me ask my guest. Let me ask the guest a question. Because
hold on, Pastor. Before you do that, how do you say that the Muslims turned off the beaver? How did you know? What is your proof? What is it? What's the evidence?
I'll tell you. Listen to me.
Okay, tell me.
I believe me, I have no pleasure in talking about this kind of thing, but we have to say it so that we can solve the problem. I'm going to tell you what they've done is that since we created INEC, the INEC, that's our electoral body, the commission, right? Yeah. So they don't want those kind of authorities to be in the hands of anybody but Muslims. INEC, EFCC, you name it, chief of army. So to whom much is given, much is expected. If we, the rest of the country, Christians, say, okay, you know what?
Hold on, Pansa, hold on.
Let me land.
Hold on.
It's a good question.
Hold on, Pansa. Every sentence you make, you go wrong. Maurice Iwu was not a Muslim.
That's an exception, not the rule. That's an exception.
You just said that they only give it to Muslims.
No, hold on. Look, when
of them.
Okay, let's have a mini debate.
Hold on. What is the name of FEDECO chairman? Igbo Basic can help me. Emawa. So how can you say something that
wires?
Wires.
Okay. Let me tell you why.
Hold on. Can you acknowledge that you make statements that are not true?
No, not at all.
Passat is a man of a lot of zeal.
Please mute that. Whiskey. So let me answer the question, okay? Because you made a good point. What you have to look at Nigeria in epochs, right? Small epochs, but epochs, right? Before Buhari came, right? It wasn't really clear, the agenda. So what I should have said is that from 2014, 15, there's a new thing going on in Nigeria, and that is what I'm talking about, where they don't trust anybody else will do. For example, the INEC chairman, they would allow you to change the constitution, but they won't allow you to have a Christian INEC chairman. They will not allow you to have a Christian EFCC chairman, aside from this time now we have a Southerner, but it's still, everything is still Muslim held, right? So hold your horses. Don't have a vacuous conversation, right? Don't be vacuous, Rudolph, trying to find where I'm trying to be wrong. I'm seldom wrong, right? So don't waste your time looking for that. So now, from 2015, you plot a graph. I just told you.
Hold on, okay? We will have a conversation after the guest. He has about 5 minutes to go.
Okay, let me talk to him.
EFCC chairman is a Muslim pastor too. It's true.
Yeah. AY, don't. We don't have time. Let's just.
You identify yourself as a Muslim so that they know your bias when you're talking to me. You want to insult me, right? But I'm gonna. If you're in front of me,
we don't have time. We're eating.
Okay, let me give to the desk. Yes, sir. I'm very happy you're here. I listened to you. I believe the movie should be made. You made a good movie. I said in your absence that you are a good Yoruba guy, because we don't have that many now these days, and you are one of those. And I'm very, very proud of you. I want to say, though, that I said in your absence as well that Israelis, they have a lot of good, great movie directors. And as a movie director, I know you agree with that. You have Stanley Kubrick, Steven Spielberg, Stanley Kramer, and others. And so do the Palestinians. They have a lot of Palestinian Americans who are great movie makers. They don't think about us. They don't. It's sad that they have a conflict that's been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And they both have hatred in their hearts. Therefore, they're easily used by others. And they're very brutal. And none of them actually are good actors when it comes to us. So empathy is more appropriate than sympathy, because we are in the same position that they are. Now, I commend you. I believe others had admonished and suggested that you bring it home. Have a corollary, like I said. It would have been great if that movie went all the way around. I also said that somebody else has suggested that there should be a one-state solution where Israel and Palestine. So all through I have two questions for you. The first one is, all through your research in doing this movie, did you come across any Jewish organization that is called Nuterai Karta, Karta? So did you come across?
Okay, no. Pansat, we have less than 1 minute. He has to go to a wedding. I thought you just asked your question. The 5 minutes he had is over now. So just,
but it's a yes or no.
I'll bring him back. I'll bring him back another time. He has to go.
Okay. All right, then finally, my question to you, I had reserved for another gentleman that suggested a name for Israel. But through your research, did you ever find since caveman, where you have Muslims living in harmony with another religion, or people who are not religious, or even a sect of their religion? Can you name me one when you came out, when you did your research? You said, you know what, this Israelis are really bad to their neighbors, these Palestinians. Why can't they be like blah blah blah? Right?
Thank you.
Can you give me one name where they live without the takia, without injustice, trying to cheat, irredentisms, right?
All right.
Like we have in Nigeria. Can you give me one place where they are doing the right thing with neighborly thing that the Lord ordered us to love thy neighbor as thyself? Did you see anything like that? Because I haven't seen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pansa. Okay, Rahman. Unmute yourself. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pansat, and I apologize for everyone that I have very little time because I have to go to a wedding. But to answer your questions, yes, there are many instances in the past that Muslims have cohabited with people of other religions without troubles like that. They have laws that they are able to ascribe to the different religions according to their religion without having to impose on them. But the thing is, when it comes to the issue of religion, there's a difference between each religion, what the religion is by itself. If we can objectively just collate all the prescriptions of these religions, what he accepts, what he does not accept, and there's a difference between that and the people that are following and trying to lay down the rule of this religion. It's a totally different thing. And that's why at different times, you will have people from the same religion, the way they will behave, and they will claim they are doing this according to their religion, will be different from how some other people from some other area of the world or some other time will be doing something opposite, and they will also say it's according to the religion. So there are a lot of misunderstanding in religion, all religions in general. And of course, the same thing happens with Islam. And that's why we can see in many instances why the question comes because of issues that have occurred in the past. But Ottoman Empire that we've actually referred to several times, there are a lot of other religions under the Ottoman rule at the time, and that the Ottoman didn't force them to change. But though they have ways of being able to bring everyone together, and you can talk about whether the balance or imbalance of all of it, but they all existed under the same rule. And the very earliest one that I can even point was even under Prophet Muhammad himself, because this started when he moved to Medina. He was called to Medina to help them to solve the problems that was going on. You have different groups of people, including the Jews, that they are all in Medina, and they were having conflict. So they invited him there to help them intercede in the problem. And he was able to create an order where every one of them were able to live together, assigning different responsibilities to them according to their religion. So all of these are not to tell you any absolute things about the religion or any specific religion, because if we want to go there, that's a totally different ball game. When you talk about religion, has never been the same across history. The way people take it in different times, the way people take it from all over the world in different places. I was born a Muslim, as I mentioned to you. I grew up a Muslim. By the time I moved out to the West here and meeting Muslims from other parts of the world, there are a lot of things that I saw people doing, people hold that never came into anything that I knew about or was part of what I considered my religion. So, but now, of course, because of the more interconnectedness of the world, people are seeing what's happening in different places. So in Nigeria today, you see a lot. Actually, I will tell you that Nigeria is different from the way it was when I was a little kid. When it comes to in terms of the religious societies, the way people behave with religion is completely different from when I was a little kid, when I was growing up. So, yes.
Are you still?
I did ask a question earlier on. I think
Pansat, a practicing Muslim?
Pansat to ask questions earlier on.
May I exact my senior citizen status? if you don't mind.
You guys didn't say that.
Oladigbolu, I just wanted to congratulate you for a job well done.
Thank you.
And I also, in your absence, I have said, if the setting in your classroom of this great movie was at the University of Ibadan, with everybody surrounding it, being in that area, what would be the reaction as we are looking at it?
So you mean if we play the film at University of Ibadan?
No, if you set the movie at the University of Ibadan, with all the conflicts we have in Nigeria and stuff like that, what would be the reaction of the West? Or the world to this great effort that you've made? It could have come out of your dream, but that's what you put on the screen.
No, thank you very much. That's a great point to keep in mind with all of these things here. Yeah, the reaction will be different because we still face a huge discrimination from as Black people and as Africans, and even the film as it is, even though it's about what happened in here, and most of them are Americans, but a lot of them are from other parts of the world. The attitude is still different so far, because that's why you may not have heard of it until now. It's because of the same attitude. A question that would have been was that how would they have received it if I was a white man who made the film? There's a totally different expectation. So, and even when I was making the film, there were times that people will look at me and will be surprised and say, "You're making a film, this film," and you see in their eyes how they, as if someone like me could never understand this kind of conflict to be able to make a film about it. So all those discriminations are there, and I think if it was at University of Ibadan that I set a story like this, yes, it would be something universal. I'll pick whatever was going on in Nigeria that relates to what we were doing, but I can't tell exactly how they will react to it, but from the general experience, we know that even our own issue is considered like secondary. Even in this film now, the central character of this film is not Israeli, is not American, is not Palestinian. The central character is a South Sudanese in my film. And not much attention, although it's not widely released yet. We'll still see how people will react to the different characters. But the main character of the film is a boy from South Sudan, one of the lost boys of Sudan, who was brought to America when he was probably about 10, 11 years old, grew up in America. He is at the center of all the Israel-Palestinian conflict going on campus. So, and I chose the character because of one of the things that we don't talk about. We don't know. We always talk about, the Israel-Palestinian conflict, the Middle East crisis, but the people in South Sudan are not Muslim, they are not Christians, they are not Arabs, they are not whatever you want to describe anything in the Middle East, but they are geographically and politically considered part of the Middle East. So that any storm that is raging across the ideological Middle East is affecting them, and they have nothing to do or say about it. So that is the reason why I also put the character there, because, and you can tell even what has happened to them in South Sudan. You can compare it to what has happened to the Jews in the Second World War. How much as up until now, we see though they got their freedom. That's why I said, when you see the film, you see I set the time to 2011, because it was just shortly before the South Sudanese got their independence. That's when the story is set. So yes, all of these are good questions that we need to ask and that we need to throw there so that we can all think deeply about them.
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Rahman, thank you so much for being
my pleasure. Thank you.
You have to. I know you have to run because your wife will.
One more.
No, Rahman, it's up to you.
One more. It's only me, Dagon. It's only me. I'm very like.
As a fellow producer, I think I'd like to put in a word.
What did you say, man?
Whoever came last, there's no
If
chance.
I answer the question, I will probably be single before I finish the answering.
All right. So
my wife will
I have two wives for you here.
We'll bring you back. We'll bring you back another time.
Okay, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Jagun, but I promise to come back. Yeah.
Thank you,
very
Rahman.
much.
All
Yeah.
right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
So it's been quite interesting conversation, and let's go to who has not said anything. Okay, okay. Oh, Jack.
Me, T, I haven't said anything now.
Okay, go ahead.
My goodness. How you like to look over people, eh, my brother?
You just said something, so I thought in my head.
So that's my submission. My goodness.
I had your
hardcore. Hardcore. Sorry,
they stayed here for hours when we're gone. This dragon stayed here for like 6 hours with forefathers.
You know the score.
That's a nice thing.
The thing is, I wanted to ask him something different actually, as a filmmaker, because there's a lot going on in Nigeria and within Nigerians where it comes to film. And I wanted to put to him there's a new project going on in Ekpe. I would have I think about these things, so I would have preferred it to be near Badagry for certain geographical reasons. But apparently it's coming on in Ekpe where they're going to build a film city, which I think.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And I wanted to find out from him what he thought about the film city and what he thought about the films that come out generally that we call Nollywood, which I don't pay a lot of attention to. I mean, I like the progress. I like the energy that Nollywood progresses with. But the focus and the kind of filmmaking that they're doing, I believe that they could have so much more of a power base in Nigeria, focusing on films and storylines that really are to be told or retold. So I wanted to put that to him just to get his opinion on that. I don't really want to talk too much about Israel-Palestine because I think Dan, who came and went, absolutely correct. You know, we can speculate as much as we want. We can talk as much as we want. It's just talk. It's just rubbish. All we need to do is watch and see what's going on. Watch and pray if you're prayerful. Because there's no human being who is going to come and solve that problem. But there is going to be something that happens in order to be a perspective of solving the problem. And I prefer to look at the prophecies because up to date, the prophecies are more or less correct, as opposed to the speculations, wild speculations that people feel that they are right. The problem is so simple, as forefathers put it, yet it is not solved. So we have to understand that there's a different agenda going on. And just leave it alone. There's nothing that no one could do. All is just talk. Yeah. Talk. Going zero. Going to nowhere. So I'm not going to really put my mouth there. It's not like it doesn't concern me, but it doesn't concern me to the point that anyone's point of view is going to make any sense, to be frank. So I'll leave that there. I really just wanted to speak about the film arena, to be frank. See, Pansat and Rudolph are having a deep conversation, or they don't go. Hope they are not creating something new for us here.
Jago, my brother, I'm looking forward to the day that I would regrow my babia, so that they can be like you.
You are too young. You are too young for that. You're still too young. You are still growing. Don't worry. You are still growing.
I'll really get white.
You are still growing.
All right, hold on, guys.
I have a question for you, Bobby.
Hold on, let me answer Jagun the question about Nollywood. And I'm not speaking for Rahman. He might join us again. He's in a car. He wants to. Once the wife starts driving, he might join us to talk. But I want to say this that in his first movie, Soul Sisters, I had a speaking role, just one line in the movie. Okay. So I was there during the production, and I've been involved in most of his projects, on the side, like I understand what he thinks, and he's I've maybe interviewed him for some newspapers in the past. He doesn't really like so much of what Nollywood is producing, even though the first movie won some awards in South Africa, Nollywood Award, and I think that was probably why he went for the second movie to make a movie about the Palestinians and Israel.
Okay.
And third movie is coming back to Nigeria, which is about the riots in northern Nigeria, based on the story by Chimamanda and Ngozi Adichie. So it's not. I have an idea where his
mindset is. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. That's it. Okay.
So thank you, Rudolph, for this book.
Oh.
I've gone so far.
All right. Thank you.
It's a recommended read.
Thank you. If you can help me write a review on Amazon, that's all I ask.
We need an audio version of it.
You don't read. Okay.
What book is that? Like this
funny. It's This American Life, Self.
This American Life, Self.
I tried to.
Who's the author?
You can by Rudolph Okonkwo. You can even find yourself inside this book.
Yeah.
If you are not careful.
All right, I'm going to look for it then.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Okija. Okija, you have a unique view.
Good day, Rahman. Thank you for coming. I didn't get to ask you a question, but we have unfinished business. Rudolph knows about it. Anyway, people here, they talk about Israel and Palestinian. Let me talk about Okija for a while. There were people living in the present day Okija, and then all of a sudden people came from different places. People came from Igala. People came from Dunukofia, like Umudioka in Okija. They came from Dunukofia. People came from Imo State, like Umuhu people. They came from Umu. So people came from Obaru. They came from different places. Okija means Okaije. It was the legend of travel. That's what it means. So people came all the way, and they settled in Okija. They fought with people who were living there. We call them Amaranta. We fought them, and then they took over. These travelers came and took over the land, and some of the Amarantas, people that were inhabitants of that place, they stayed, and all of us became Okija. Some of the things like people from Igala, Okija didn't have a chieftaincy title like also red cap chief. Igala people introduced it into Okija. Because that's another story, because the guy that was supposed to be Rudolph Igala was chased out, and he moved, he used Kenya, moved and came all the way to Okija. Anyway, so people came, and in my lifetime now, things are happening. People are buying land, things are changing. I know this guy is a businessman in Okija. He came from Ihela, neighboring town, and he set up shop in Okija, and he has bought land. Now he has moved in with some, like kindred. He built, like a big house there. That's his place right now. That's where he stayed. That's his place.
Thank you.
And people are coming from. Last time I went to Okija, the guy I met some Nigerian, native dresser. The guy that made it for me, a Yoruba guy. He came to Okija for youth service, and then he stayed there. He became, he's the biggest, fashion designer tailor in Okija, and he married Okija girl, and he's there. So why I'm saying this, like people, came here, they talk what they don't know about the present day land of Israel and Palestine was land of Canaanites, and Abraham came all the way from present day Syria. He came all the way from present day Syria because God told him, go to this land that I'll give it to you and their descendants. So he came all the way from present day Syria, and he came and he inhabited the land. I mean, he lived in the land. God didn't give him the land because there were still people there. And then all of a sudden, his third generation, I think, Isaac and then Jacob. Jacob then came, and Jacob went to Israel, Egypt, because of famine, and then he had Joseph, and then he stayed there, and then all of them, they were there. Many of them, all of a sudden, God, according to the Bible, God talked to Moses, and he was going to take people back home. So they left Israel, and not only them left Israel, they left with a lot of other people, including black people, people from Sudan, people from Yemen, people from all over. And they let people who were working in it, because Egypt was a big influential country then. They have people from all over just coming to Egypt. So they left. They started conquering people. They met, and some of them, they couldn't conquer them because they had pity on them. And even God, but the Bible, God told them, if you don't conquer these people, if you don't defeat them, if you don't annihilate them, you will live with them. There will be a thorn in your flesh. But he warned them, about them and strangers. You do not persecute them. You do not trouble them. You have to believe in peace with them. Anyway, so this thing happened. So some of the things, some people who read the Bible, they don't read the Bible where they just open their mouth and talk things. Like for instance, David, when Bathsheba, he killed the husband and married Bathsheba. The husband, Uriah was a mighty man of David. Uriah was not a Jew. He was a Hittite, one of the people Israel didn't conquer that lived among them. He was Hittite. So, and he was one of the mighty men of Israel because he believed in the kingdom. So David, he was the one David killed and married his wife and took over his wife Bathsheba. And see how God punished him. Anyway, so history, in the course of history, what happens? A land, like especially like a land that is close to the coast, doesn't they dormant for a long time. People move, Israel, them and their religion, they sin against God according to the Bible. They had 12 tribes, and the 10 tribes were taken away to Assyria. Assyrians took them away. Assyria was a kingdom that covered Iran, it's within the Iran, Iraq, Turkey, and some other, Syria. So the Syria took the 10 tribes away, and then later the Babylonians took the rest of the 2 tribes, out to Babylon. But anyway, so things keep happening. Other people kept moving into the kingdom. What's his name? Alexander came. Other people came. They intermarried with, especially, let's go to Jesus and the woman of caught in adultery. No, the woman at the well. He was talking to the woman, and the woman was formerly, a Jew, but because of they were taken away. You saw the conversation that she was claiming that Samaria was the place they worshipped. She ignored Jerusalem. So, that's the story. So what I'm trying to say in essence, people move out of the land. Some other people come and occupy the land. All of a sudden, somebody came from Europe, came all the way, and you start chasing people who have occupied the land, saying that it belongs to your father. You don't have the deed to the land. God is not a real estate agent. You don't have any claim to the land. You just say that, that it belongs to your forefathers, that this is your ancestral land. I don't know how it became to your ancestral land. Your maybe great-grandfather never saw the land, but probably your great-grandfather never, knew about the land. He never had title to the land. He just moved away. And then what happens in Israel is this, that, for instance, a Russian Jew, a Russian Jewish woman who is married to a Russian, will come back to Israel, okay? And her husband, a Russian, probably is, he's not a Jew, probably a Russian, and then she has the right to bring him into Israel as a Jew. And then if he had if he has a son, from another woman, he also has the right to bring the guy also into Israel as a Jew, and they occupy the land, to inherit the land. But again, Palestinian who was chased out of, who was sent into Jordan or who was sent into Syria, during the war, the 3-day war, whatever, they don't have the right to return back to their land. Even, so these things are happening. So people come here, they don't know the history. They just tell us, God, this, ancestral land. But I'm saying this for people on context. That's why I started with Okija, to people to know that what happens when you don't, control your land, when the land is empty, or when you have a warrior, people who are warriors, they come and take over the land. The land doesn't belong to you anymore. The land belongs to Palestinian. And then, this is what happened. So, people have said so many things, and I understand, I feel that Israel, they have the right to, defend themselves. But Palestinians, they have the right to live as well. And then occupation, we know what happens when you, occupy people. When you, give people hell, they live through hell. Yeah. Just what happened in SARS, people all of a sudden one day, the youth, they got angry, and then they started riot, demonstrating and doing some other things, just like what happened during George Floyd. What happens to a lot of African Americans, being suppressed by the system, being suppressed by the police. You have been humiliated every day. In Palestinian people, they complain. Your youth, I've read stories. Youth, they complain what Israeli soldiers do to their fathers. A young boy, in a car with his father, and the Israeli soldier will, get his father, off the car, and then they started humiliating him in front of the child. And then when the child grows up, like that, you want him to be tame, you want him to respect, the police, you want him to respect the system. No, from his childhood, you have twisted his brain, you have made him, something he wasn't ready to be. So that's what's happening in Israel. So when people talk about all these things, I don't like the word of talk. I'm a Christian, but I don't because God, I look at God, and God is a just person. He's not a wicked person. So if he sees if God is happy what is being done to Palestinians, then he's not a God. He's a monster. He's not God. So I want everybody to understand this before you keep saying all the things you say. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, John.
Thank
you so much. The only thing I don't want to explore that, but the only issue I have with all your analysis is that you are basing it off of the Bible, which is not a historical book. Right. But okay.
No. I would talk without the Bible, because I would talk without the Bible, the history, because I've listened to historians, YouTube or some other story. I've read some other books. I've read Joseph, the Jewish Roman scholar. I've read some other books that are not based in the Bible. The story of Alexander the Great is not even in the Bible. So, but we know the story of Alexander the Great, how he came in, and all his people that took over when he died, because he died prematurely. The other kings that took over the land, ruled over Israel and other Syria and other kingdoms, Egypt and other kingdoms around there. So it's not just based on the Bible.
Did you say the Bible is not a historical book?
No, it's not. It's let me not just go there.
This is a question. I'm not asking you to address it now. You don't have to address it now.
No, it's not. It's
like every other book.
It's not even like any other book. There are books that are based on research and documented history. Some are fiction. Most things in the Bible are just fiction. But that's a different topic for another.
But you must know, Rudolph. It depends on whose fiction, whose research, whose perspective. Like Jack said something.
History. Of course, you're right. I'm not saying
anyway. I'm not going in there. I'm not going to distract us. But we must always, and that's the problem I have with people. When everybody wants to push their narrative and remove what they don't agree with. I'm not. I read everything and then I make my deductions. So, but I leave it there.
Exactly. All right. So let me see. I wanted to get KJ, but what happened to him? KJ.
The other question I wanted to actually ask.
Yeah.
For our filmmaker, I forgot his name, Rahman, I believe. Does he believe that the people of the southern part of West Africa, particularly, are of an old Hebrew lineage? Because it's always good to speak about today's Jews, but I'm telling you, the people that we look at and call them Jews in Israel and in America and in Europe, they're white people who have become Jews, obviously. They're Europeans, and they call themselves European Jews. And as much, those 10 tribes that are lost, supposedly, are not even spoken about. However, are these, I would have liked for him to tell me within his research, because he had a lot of research there, who he believes are the real Jews, and does he have an understanding of the Jewish lineage to its core of those who are today calling themselves Jews, because it doesn't enter into the Middle East. It's all in Europe.
All right. We'll get him back, like I said. Let me also mention that we are trying to bring some filmmakers, Nigerian filmmakers, too, because we want to move away, not just politics every week, So I'm working on getting a filmmaker and some actors to come on the show and talk to us, because there are serious concerns we have about the movies that they make out of Nigeria. Okay, KJ.
Dr. Damages, if AY has anything to say for me, because I have to get on the go.
Oh, yeah.
KJ, I'll yield to you.
Let me quickly ask you, Igbo Busy, I just need clarification. You said you are from royal family. Actually, I've heard that in the East, they don't have royal families. It's more like they choose their king, maybe by
like through like bylaw kind of something like that. Can you clarify this for me? I just wanted to know that.
Okay, I see some people in the comment section speaking on both sides of their mouth, with all due respect. In modern times, we do what we have what we do called His Royal Highnesses and stuff like that. And if any of the persons who are writing or asking questions go back to Igbo land and go back to my presentation here, I said before there was governors, even before there was white man, there was traditional rulers of any particular village, the royalty. Call it what you may, because if one wants to, I would go back into our dialect to talk about Iheji Amateze. Every village has leadership that before all of us were born, you know the lineage. And in that lineage, you come out of it. In modern times, and I talk about my village specifically, as a result of the killing of an Eze, and in an attempt to bring about resolution to that situation, communities were created. And therefore, you have autonomous communities and things like that existing. So look at it every which way you may. I would like to address, even though we say that Ibwenweze, no, Ibwenweze. Ibwenweze. In other words, people who argue that Igbos don't have kings, they should think again and go back to the minutest part of it. So that's the clarification. I hope I will get that to you. And when I say that I come from Amankalo, Ibere, I know when that place was created as a kingdom of its own, because we are using white man's thing to call it kingdom. We could have equally called it Olowo, or whatever we may want to call it. So let nobody mistake. Let's go back to respecting our lineage. And in every village, there are people who produce whoever becomes the king. And thank you, Akita, because your question led me to pull up something that we wrote. And I was thinking that John Nebodisa came from Okija, but no, he's from Okozo. So thanks, because that kind of brought me back to Heji Amateze. That is my submission, and I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Igbos have kings, even though it's not the same way that you have them in the West or other places.
Okay, Igbo Basic, before you go, let me just say this. My goal is this. Whenever we have some topics, we bring experts. I'm not saying that we are not. I'm talking about bring people who have studied this, who have read and done a lot. I'm not an authority in this, but when you say Igbo, I have problems with people saying Igbo, because Igbo society is so divided. They have different structures in place. So the fact that where I come from, we never had any king before the came. So when you say Igbo, it doesn't apply to everywhere. My impression is that if there are situations like that, there are very few. Most places they didn't have any like traditional ruler. It's a committee that governs them before the Europeans came. So that's where the concept is. I'm not saying that there may not be a place somewhere that we say that they've had king for 600 years. You know, if you go to Edo, the Oba of Guinea, they've been there for more than 400 years. They can tell you who was there at different points. In my hometown, the first king, we knew when he became king. I don't know about where you come from, but it hasn't been like that. So when you say Igbo is just like saying all black people are this, and they're different structures. I want to hear from KJ.
No, Dr. Damages. What you brought in, KJ can even address that.
Igbo Basic. I want to, also I wanted to make comment based on what you said, just like Rudolph has said. I went because we didn't have the opportunity of growing in the East. Each time I went to the village with my father, I'm one of those who follow all the elders. I follow them to their meetings and I sit down to listen, because I wanted to study and know more. Now, so I asked that question: what is the meaning of Igbo Enweze? Okay, And the elders, one of them answered me that question. He said, when they say Igbo Enweze, it simply means that there's no one man who speaks for the mouth of everybody in Igbo land. That it simply means that the Igbo communities are governed by age grades. Decisions are taken from age grade to age grade until it comes to the general meeting where decisions are now harmonized. And the most elders of the community now take that decision. And they expect, that's why majority of the Igbo land, especially where I come from, is called an autonomous community. It's not responsible to anybody. They are responsible to themselves. They take their decision themselves and they come to a decision based on that. Now, when modernization, just like Rudolph had started coming, they too met. And the first Igbo king was, the first Eze of my community was appointed in my presence. I mean, when I mean my presence, my age. Okay, we knew when it started. But before now, even at that, he does not take the final decision based on because he's entitled Eze. Okay? And so, in other words, he becomes the leader of the Indians and also he becomes the leader of those people. But that's not because he's taking decisions on behalf of the community. The community still is governed by that same structure that Dr. talked about. It is not because that person now is the one who, because the government has a way of messing up the tradition. The government comes around and say, give us somebody who can always stand for you. That's the reason why the community came together and said, okay, Oga, you go whenever they want, you go and represent us. Okay, but before he goes there, normally we meet and decide what the community stands for. Oji Zokalo is is my senator. He's okay, I'm from the same place, okay, with Oji. And when he was trying to contest now, he came to the village, and the village people said, no, he went to the people who are the Ndiozo and say, look, your son has come back. They say, you have not done anything for us. We cannot go to the people and say they should vote for you. So Ujo Zokalo was forced to do a main road, tar the road from Uzuakole all the way into the communities, all through. Okay? And the people, I don't know whether they voted for him, but I'm just saying eventually he is there today. So
AJ, sorry, Oji Zokalo wanted to be king?
No, senator.
Okay,
senator.
Sorry.
So that's the structure that, as I understand it. And just like Rudolph said, Igbo land is so vast. You cannot come and say, that's why some people, when they say, we don't speak Igbo, and we're from Delta, we don't speak Igbo, and you say we're Igbo, I laugh because there is no general dialect that is Igbo. There's none. Where Rudolph come from, speak differently from where I speak. Even Igbere, as close as it is to me, where Basic comes from, our dialect is still a little bit different. Okay, we can understand.
Isn't that to every
are we gonna talk about Gumi, or I'm gonna
well,
excuse
we have
myself?
sorry. Before Gumi, let me just, before we go to Gumi, thank you, KJ. Unless we're done on this.
Yes, I want to talk about the film.
Don't give all our secrets to the enemy.
So Rudolph. So Chinua Achebe's submission in the Arrow of God, is not 100% correct then?
Well, I don't know where he said the. I'm not very familiar with that particular work. I don't know where he said the.
No, if you read the book, you will see the book is projecting the Southeast and Igbos in specifics not to have Ezes before the coming of the
Things Fall Apart
colonialists.
did the same thing. Things Fall Apart actually is more. It gives you a picture of what it was like before the Europeans came. But I'm saying, maybe it's part of Igbo land that I'm from, not all parts. But there was no king anywhere in Idemili. There was no king before the Europeans came, and it's a very wide area. So.
Yeah, but if you look closely, Rudolph, not to talk us away from, if you look closely, you find out that Things Fall Apart was not only a futuristic, it was a visionary kind of presentation that told you what it was and then what is coming, because what was written is what we are now going through now. By the special grace of God, I will be in your village.
It's not only in Things Fall Apart. I think it's a common thread in Achebe's book, even Arrow of God, which I think is older than Things Fall Apart, I believe. That's a common thread with Ezaro and co.
Ezaro, Ezenri. And when you see all those people, when they meet in the central place before East Central State, they know somebody will come from Uzuakole. Somebody will come from Ameke, Ezearu will come, Ezemi will come, and somehow they all understand themselves. Everybody have their own seat. You don't sit on somebody else's
All
seat.
right.
They have their own respect. That's a story for another day.
We have to leave it for another time. All right.
Yeah, Rudolph,
Let
me just say that
before hold on. Okay, he's gone.
You just hate to hear from me, don't you?
No, I want
Can
to
I get a word in.
Yeah, I want to hear from you. Hold on, okay. I thought the Biafran guy will tell us about what's happening in Finland, but he's not here anymore. Okay, so Pansat, there are people pushing that we should make you a guest one day, and you have a field day answering questions from people because you are a fascinating guy. I want to know why you think the way you think.
Hey, I hate to disappoint him.
Why are you rude of your funny guy? Oh,
I'm not gonna be a guest.
But that will be that. I will talk to you, Pansa. We'll make that happen.
Sounds good.
We'll make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to make an observation, and then I'll give room for somebody else to come in and take it from there.
Okay.
I'm saying that the way normally any society, any community, any country, any nation does things is that when there is issue, like we have an issue back home where this courts about, we're waiting for the Supreme Court, and apparently the action is going to be this week. We should be looking at those kind of topics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's not reflected in the guests that we have, it should be a discussion, right? And also there should be consequences for any of your panelists here, such as Mazi Ovie, who made quite an astonishing statement earlier before he got upset with somebody and you had to throw him out. I mean, you watch CNN. Have you ever seen like an Ovie? The first time I saw him, he was on a panel with me, and I ordered him to sit straight and sit up. And he protested it. And I insisted that he sit up or be tossed from the panel. He says that I couldn't tell him what to do, that I couldn't tell him to sit up. I could be his dad, for example, right? It's a kid. But what I'm saying is you are a journalist. You're not just like a forefathers here doing a show. You're a journalist. And I have a lot of respect for journalists. So you're doing a show here. I believe that you ought to be responsible, Rudolph. Even when you leave here and you pass this on to forefathers, that you can't pretend like you don't know.
Pansat, your behavior is actually unbecoming. You
Can I
just
land
can't
here?
come here and start admonishing people and acting as if you have some kind of moral high ground. It's getting a little bit old. Come on, move on from it.
Zero moral.
There's only as much as one can take. Come on, man. Stop it.
Would you mute
Passat
this
is part
guy so
of
I can
Nigeria
finish,
problem.
please? I'm recognized.
Come on, you're having a go at Ovie. You're having a go. What else are you gonna? You have Ovie of Rudolph. Come on, man. You can't keep doing this. Come on.
Hold on. Let me hear him. Let him hear.
Yeah. So like I said, you an esteemed journalist. Somebody just started your book. You're an author, and that's why we come here. And I know you're in a difficult position because you don't want to make this platform an Igbo platform. So what is an Igbo platform? It's an Igbo platform where you have to fight for the truth and justice. Because if you're trying to run away from that, it's an Igbo platform where mediocrity is the order of the day. Are we supposed to have abstracts occupying our time here? You have somebody such as forefathers. You saw him getting upset because I'm complaining. I'm complaining because when you're gone from here, there's no synergy between there's no nexus from the main show and what comes after. So, but to make it short, what is my complaint right now? We have an issue of the Supreme Court coming in. We had Gumi justifying what I said last week when I was here. I said we have a Sunni Islamic problem in the country. And just like you would know it, Sheik Gumi made statements about the Federal Capital Territory occupied by Wiki, right? So what I'm saying to you forget about me being a guest here. I could come and be a guest, but we have to pursue the truth, and we have to pursue solutions to what our issue is, and we have to have some class. That's another thing. Have you ever seen somebody sitting like over sitting right now on CNN? I've never seen anything like that. If he doesn't want to be here with the energy, you kick him out. And forefathers, you being a host or co-hosting a show doesn't make you any. You still have to have some respect, right? For the truth and for decency. You have to have some class. You have to have some class. And you think you could always open your eyes at me. If you saw me in person, you won't be able to do that. Right?
All right.
Not only I know I could break your nose.
All right, Pasak, my brother, because I go waka go. Okay. Not be everything where whiskey. Ovie is an athlete, right? You represented Nigeria in Olympics or some great thing. Ovie, if I'm to talk to you, I'll call you on the phone. I will advise you. Probably when you come back out, life is too short. Okay?
All right.
Pastor, did you hear my accolade? We're not supposed to talk on the same platform. You know, Rich.
I beg my gonna not go there because you're going to chase me away before I go.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for everything.
I know, but the story I told about you is true. The first day I saw you, I told you to sit up, right? I'm not making it up. It's what I'm saying. I'm saying in front of you.
Pastor,
you're going to be on this show.
You're going to come as a privilege that you are talking to me on the same platform. It should be a privilege. Right. I'm an ambassador with record. Wait till be your own. Not talk to me with respect.
Yeah. All right, guys. So while we joke sometimes, it's also important to mention that we on this platform, we had a team, we came up, we had rules. So Pansat is not, sometimes it's off, but it's not totally off in this case, you know.
Precisely.
We had rules about how to act, how to behave, and people have been breaking these rules. And it's not good.
The issue I have with is that he uses time that he wasn't even allotted, but somehow he just comes on, insults people, says all kinds of things, not once, continuously, becomes a pattern. And I don't think it's actually this healthy for somebody to be coming online and just admonishing people like that. I don't see any reason why he has the authority to just do that to everybody whenever he comes online. Now we laugh about it as if it's okay. So I think there's something not becoming unseemly about it to me.
So thank you.
Somebody that is coming from a region with that king is acting like a king. I don't understand though.
All right, Ovie, that's okay. So this fathers, I've been working on some things, and we have a meeting coming up, and I will brief you and other moderators. So, but where everything should be all right. And I want to thank everybody for joining us today. It's wonderful to have you. Tomorrow we have a show that I think is wonderful. It's going to be good, and the people that are joining us are very, very influential in terms of writing and the world of storytelling. So we hope you can join me then. And those that are watching at home, thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe. Can you help us subscribe to Eurocode Post TV? We really we've been getting flags, you know, since we started talking about Israel and Palestinian issue. Our YouTube channel has been giving strikes and things like that. So please, we need to have an alternative so that if anything happens to this one, we have somewhere else. That's all we're asking for. Just a click. So thank you, everybody, forefathers, and everybody here. KJ, thank you, Ndubisi, Ovie, Jim, AY, Okiji, Concert, Ibo Basic.
Can I like make a request before you leave? You know, Nigerian unions, you know, I never see them online. Is that a bit odd? Where are they done? Why don't they show up online? Let them tell so that we can talk to them. You know, from the National Labour Congress and the Pengas and all of them, they never show up. Politicians come online, but they never do. How come?
That's a good question. So also, let me throw this out for anybody. If you know any potential guests you want to be on the show, and you have the contacts, you know, reach out to me, send it to me. I will reach out to the person. You can also talk to the person and say, "Can you come on this show?" Hand it over to me. I'll schedule the person.
Dr. Damages, I'll send you information on Dr. Carlo Obureke.
Okay.
If I agree, I will let you know.
Okay. So yeah, so it's open. We want everybody to come, no matter their viewpoints. We want to listen to
Rudolph, on a light note, before you go, now I know why you play me while you're on Sunday. Because I believe in the Bible, so and you don't believe in it. That's why on Sundays you the show when I'm unable to attend.
Hold on.
Please.
I can tell you my church where you go and see that I'm. What did they give me?
Parishioner.
Administrator and
a deacon.
I don't know, something like that.
You don't even know what they gave you. See how serious you are.
That doesn't mean you can't say what you know that is true. You know, I studied science. You remember, so we don't mix it up. If C plus M is D, if it's not that, it's not that. It doesn't matter what it's about. You know. All right.
Rudolph is a seasoned all-rounder.
Look, can we get Professor Woloshenko to appear on our show?
I'm working on it.
Can I make my submission? Is it possible?
That would be great too.
Yeah. All right.
You know, you didn't discuss.
By the way, tomorrow I may tell you when Peter B will come. Tomorrow.
You didn't discuss the Sheik Gumi issue before you left, or you're gonna leave it to Father?
Fathers, can you start with Gumi? I really want people to.
Yeah, I guess we can do Gumi. I guess they know more about it. That's good. I can do that.
Yeah.
We need to promote Iroko TV though.
Yeah, I hope we can. You know, we are yet to get up to 500.
Yeah, we need to promote it. Let's see them. You know, Nigerians, come on, let's go and sign up. You know, we need more people. Let me go to Iroko TV so that everybody sees it and see what our people are doing. I want to share it. Sorry.
See, you can equally make the scrolling that you have under your this thing. All the generations are wrong, including the ones. You can make that be the Iroko TV this thing be the one scrolling under, so that those who miss it always get that. It doesn't let it continuously scroll.
That's true.
Yes, that's true.
No,
that's true, but we need to let them know regularly that they can see it there, so that because sometimes when you don't prompt them, they don't do it. So
you just write subscribe to this.
Every panelist, before he speaks, before he or she speaks, you advertise the platform first before he continues.
Yeah, you know, if you like to, you know, as Dr. Damaji said, they are beginning to flag this channel. Sometimes it might go down, and you need an alternative to come on, you know, and get the discussion going on. So this is Iroko TV. We have 390.
Iroko Post TV.
Iroko Post TV. Yeah, Iroko Post TV. 398 is there. Okay, let me get a link out here. I think people are asking me for the link. I don't know whether it's for the stream link or for this one. Please, our people, go and sign up, and so that we can, you know, get up to, let's say 410. It's not so high. This in bar. Let's get up to 410. Then we can carry on with the discussion. In the meantime, I'll be playing our, you know, softly music to calm the nerves down after the discussion so far. All right, so let's go.
Okay, I'm leaving. Good night to
you brought the Sheik Gumi stuff, and now you want to take off. It's all good.
You're gonna play the music. How long is that gonna be?
You don't. We need people to sign up now to Iroko. You don't want to support Rudolph. I thought you were here.
Maybe 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes.
Yeah. We're getting there. Yeah. Cool. It won't be more. All right. All right, that was quite this thing cool. Let's see. 402. It just remains 8 people. And let me say this: if you have subscribed before, don't subscribe again. It's just going to unsubscribe you. So if it's when you have not done it before, just take a minute, go over to Iroko Post TV, sign up, and let's get this channel going. And if you can get it to, the idea is to get it to 1,000 because that matters to YouTube a lot, so that they can start monetizing and doing all kinds of stuff with the channel. And this channel that we are on has got 70-something thousand subscribers, so that is a lot of people. We have there's a lot of reserve here to be able to transfer there, but it's taking weeks to get up to 402. And so let's see how many is there now. It's still 402, and we have 295 watching.
That means everybody here and watch have already
Yeah, it's possible. That's something I'm beginning to think too. But if you have not signed up, please take a minute. It's just a minute. It's not going to cost you a penny. Go over to the link and sign up to support the channel, because if anything happens to the channel, you always want a backup, and that's something we have to get used to doing. Having backup plans is very, very important. If our leaders had backup plans, we wouldn't be in this mess that we are in. And we always have to keep having backup and backup the backup if necessary. And this is how it has to be for things to do well. And that's what Rudolph is doing, because he's trying to ensure that with all this flag that is going on, every time they flag you, your heart will skip a bit, because you don't know whether you're going to be on tomorrow. But if they flag him now, he has Iroko Post TV to go on, and a lot of people are not going to get notification when he goes start screaming, because they will come to Dr. Damages and they will not find him there. And that's why it's good to subscribe to Iroko Post TV. So our people, please, if you have not signed up, go and sign up. And it's still 402. I don't know. Maybe everybody has signed up. I'll give it a minute again. If nobody, if it was not, yeah, go ahead.
What you are doing is not necessary for today. Anytime people come across the video, they will hear it and they will do it. So it's not.
That's true.
So
That's
if I understand this strategy well, it also means the Iroko Plus TV. Well, if let's assume it comes up and they flag it also, it becomes also subject to being taken down.
Yes, if that's the one that they target, but it's Dr. Damages they will go for first. And it's not like it's not going to come back on. Chances are they will not ban Dr. Damages permanently, but they will hold it down for a week, 2 or 3 months even. So it's something that can get quite serious. So that's why it's good. So you want to be able to talk freely, you see. And it's good that it's 500 and 405 now. You see, our people are moving, and there are people that have not signed on. You see, I really appreciate that. Let's keep getting on there. If we get to 410, someone is echoing. Yeah, something tells me so. Yeah. Oh, someone.
I have a suggestion for you.
Concert.
Yes.
Somebody seems to be echoing. I can't tell. Okay, yeah, it's in the BC. Please go ahead.
Okay. While these people are signing up, and since you said I'm the one who brought up the Sheik Gumi issue with
big screen, please,
with Rudolph, why don't I read a short article so at least our audience will be able to know what we're talking about? Not everybody reads the morning papers or even go online. So is that okay?
The reason why we don't want to do that is because when you start doing that, then you are a kind of whoever is going to sign up will be missing your, expert readout, and they will miss your listening. So the idea is when they finish signing up, then they can listen to the discussion.
And one good news is that I'm not going to be here forever. Once this topic is done, I know you want to talk about girls and things like that. I'll be gone when this is
it's just three people more, three more. So we did have 12 people that have not signed on at all. They are still there. And let's if you have signed on before, don't do it again. Thank you for signing up, and you don't have to do it anymore. It's for new subscribers. And if you know anyone that hasn't signed up, that already signed up to Dr. Damages and will be interested in this discussion, share it with them so that they can sign on. Because these things are important, and they cost us nothing other than a little bit of it's done. Okay. Thank you, Nigerians. We have done this one for today, and thank you for that. Let's get on with the discussion. And Pastor, you said you wanted to read something out.
Yeah, let me just read an article from Sahara TV, Sahara Reporters about what Gumi says. Now, the title of this article says, Sheik Gumi calls Federal Capital Territory Minister Wike a satanic person, says Christians and their infidels cannot be trusted with Nigeria's security. He went on to curse Nigerians, citizens who campaigned assiduously for the Muslim ticket as worthless hypocrites and money mongers who chase dollars for pleasure and worldly purposes. So let me just go directly to what he said. This is now, instead of reading through the article, I'll go to what he said. It says, below is an excerpt of the sermon as translated from Hausa. The minister of the Federal Capital Territory is a satanic person. I said it before when he was appointed, and some people were grumbling. He has gone and brought the Israeli ambassador. That's what someone sent, and I am yet to watch it. But what is confirmed is he said they will collaborate with the Israelis on Abuja's security issues. Abuja will now become an extension of Tel Aviv. And when they see anyone with a beard like us, they will say it is bin Laden and will be killed. Where are those that worked for the Muslim ticket? Hypocrites and worthless people. Abuja is becoming an extension of Tel Aviv, and security is the bastion of the people. Have you not heard the silence? They know what they are doing. One Mayeti Allah leader came and told me that if they come to me with a proposal of negotiation with bandits, I should not be part of it, that I should leave it alone. It's a decoy. Muslims are the heads of the Ministry of Defense. Of what significance is it? The real people in charge of command and control, those holding the guns and shooting, are we the ones? We're not the ones. They are playing us. There is an agenda. All means of money and economic power have been hijacked by them. They are planning to deceive us for 4 years and get 8 years. They will not, inshallah. I want to tell you, there is no way Northerners doing their legitimate business will get 1 billion naira. One rich people cannot get anything except those they trust. Our rich people, I'm sorry. They only trust them because they are doing what they want. Anyone whose loyalty they are not sure of, they will crush him in a few months. They would only come during elections like it is done to spread grains to chickens. If they spread grains to chickens, that's all. Giving spaghetti to people in the solution is the solution. This spaghetti issue is a big deal. We are being cheated in the country and in real mess. There is one reverend or bishop during Buhari's tenure who was saying to me that Muslims have hijacked power.
Sorry,
told
are
him,
you still reading, or that this is your own opinion?
I'm still reading. This is him
Oh
talking.
my.
This is the sermon
Okay.
of, it's about
Gumi.
4 more paragraphs on this. There's one reverend or bishop during Buhari tenure who was saying to me that Muslims have hijacked power. I told him, yes, and I'm okay, because I knew the chief of army staff will not attempt to attack me. Even if he will not protect me, he will not collaborate with some people to attack me. Our own people, either in the military, police, or the Department of State Services, DSS, will not be used to harm me. They will also not harm you, who is talking as a Christian. I want you to know the difference. If you give them power, you give them guns, they will strive to harm you. Let me give you examples. Was Sadwana not a premier? Who killed him? You gave them guns. Njogu killed him. Who killed Moratala Mohammed? Dimka from the north. How did Babangida fare? He escaped by whiskers. Who wanted to kill him? Gideon Oka. You give them guns and they'll kill you. Once you give them power, that's all. There's one Aliyu Masriyu from Tanzania. He had said this for long, that there is no society that gives power without conditions. If it becomes inevitable that we will give power, we must ensure, for example, security is in our hands and our things. And he said, do you agree? But how can you surrender power to them? You go and hide. If Israelis enter the country, there will be a clandestine operation against any outspoken Islamic cleric. We have seen the signs. Why was Sheikh Jafar killed? May so rest in peace. Why did they kill Sheikh Albani. You can see how they are killing. There's a hit list, and we have known this for long. While I am working with the police, you didn't see me with police during Buhari's government, despite my disagreement with them. It is because of this threat that we applied for police protection and they gave us. Even if the president doesn't like me, he has to give me police protection or else he'll be held responsible for my life. Finally, for you to understand, they will bring the Mossad into our country. Because of this, Tinubu should know that we know their plan. He must choose. He should remove the minister of Abuja. If not, we will collide with him. On the day of a bath, the navel is not hidden. Let me tell you what happened during President Goodluck Jonathan's time. We went to a meeting one day to the DSS headquarters and met one operative who knew my police detail. One day he called us and gave us the number of a Mercedes 4MATIC. He said he was in the toilet and had the arrangement of how he hit what. Well, anyway, it goes down. I believe you've been patient with me. It's right there.
I think it's fine actually. I'm enjoying. This is one of those things you are doing that I think is quite a good service.
Okay, should I read it all?
Yeah, should he carry on? Should he carry on?
How
everyone?
long? How long? Because I've actually read this and I saw the interview.
I think we already have context. So if people want to come,
Maybe read the last paragraph. Maybe the last paragraph because that will be his summary.
Okay, I'll go to the last. Okay, so it's like 3 lines. 3 paragraphs to the end. It is the military that is carrying out these attacks. They are the ones who struck in Jaji to stop Major General M.D. Issa from becoming the chief of army staff. They are the ones who also killed General Shoa, and all of us are targets. I'm telling you people to be wise and don't be fools because of God. These our Muslim politicians just want dollars to go on holidays, go for medical treatment, and have forgotten the people. They are targeting us, and that was what I was telling the pastor, bishop, that if we Muslims are in power with Muslims as heads of security agencies, we will not kill you. But if we give you Christians power with your infidels as heads of security agencies, they will plan to kill me, and I have examples. They killed Sadwana, they killed Tafawa Balewa, and they killed Moratala. They killed our people. Tell me your own that was killed. This is what I asked him, but they are making noise and shouting that Buhari was doing nepotism. I know, but it has no significance because we don't do evil. However, these people will not help you, but do evil, and that's why we are saying don't leave power. Okay, that's it.
That's weird. I guess you can see why he can fall for that kind of narrative because some of the statements he made are actually accurate. But I don't subscribe to that way of thinking because the reasons why they are afraid is because the South is a lot more developed and more advanced educationally.
Things that are accurate? Can you mention the things that are accurate?
The coup now, the people that lost their lives during the coup.
You said some things he said are accurate. Can you mention them?
Yeah. Some of the stuff he said are accurate when he talked about the people that were killed in the coups, and they were mostly Northerners. Is that inaccurate? That's
okay.
accurate.
Let me just finish my own. Then I'll go out and I'll listen. Okay, this is out of context what you're doing here. It's not just Sheik Gumi. 100% of Muslims, Sunni Muslims in northern Nigeria, and actually all over that country, believe exactly what that guy is saying. 100%, right?
But it does make sense. Don't you get it? I don't understand how you can analyze this.
Let me learn. All of them think so. That's what I was saying last week. It's okay for them to think that way. And for you to justify what Nigerian soldiers did with their Sadwana over there, that was insulting the Igbos, talking about how Igbos come in and they take over. Talking nonsense. But Nigerian soldiers whacked him. It has nothing to do with any civilian.
It didn't have anything to do with anything, and they confirmed what their greatest fear. What are you talking about? If somebody's afraid of something and then his fear is realized, what do you think is going to happen?
Let me land. It's okay.
Take the argument, Pansat. Yeah. Try and take the argument. You and forefathers can go through it. I hear your point.
I will eviscerate him if it comes to academic.
Go ahead and eviscerate me. Go ahead and eviscerate me.
I've debated him.
Man like Pansat.
Leave him now. Leave him.
But look, there's a lot of people here who I want to hear from. Okay, there's a lot of people here. So let me conclude. Don't interrupt me. I'll be done in 2 minutes. What I'm saying is this, right? There's no shortcut to this thing. We have a clash of traditions. Western tradition, Islamic tradition. Just admit it. That's what we have. It's causing all the strife, the poverty we have in the country, the bad roads, no infrastructure, right? The only thing we have to do is to, first of all, as younger people now, we have to admit it and then deal with it. That's the only problem Nigeria has. Sunni Islamic trouble. We're going to have to deal with it. It's not the tenets of Islam. No, that's not what I'm talking about, or Christianity. We have to show them, number one, they hold no patents, they have no copyrights, no intellectual property, they're not manufacturing anything, they're not having their people go to school in the sufficient numbers.
Oh, God.
So we have to encourage them to do the right thing.
Why are these kind of voices the loudest in our countries,
if they
in our
don't,
societies? It's unbelievable stuff.
Will you hear me? I said 2 minutes. I'm almost done. I got maybe 30 seconds. I'm saying this. We're not coming at it from weakness. If they don't, we're gonna make them do the right thing, whether they like it or not. Right? What you see in Israel between Israel and Hamas is technology versus no technology, right? That's what you see there. You cannot make and win an argument that if you're not going to school, you have no intellectual property, and you're gonna conquer and defeat people. You can't, because we have a model now. It's called the Iraqi model. Fits Nigeria like a glove. So you've effeminated everybody back home. But we're gonna bring justice from United States to Nigeria. Our forefathers, how big is the economy of where you are in the UK? $3 trillion, right? People who are in the United States, we don't get any respect anymore. You get on our platforms, this YouTube, your internet is ours, YouTube is ours. You got a $3 trillion economy in Britain. We got 30-something trillion, right?
What's he talking about?
Right? You're small. When you see somebody here from the United States talking, you gotta keep your mouth shut.
What the hell?
Stop insulting people who are in the United States.
You need to be insulted.
Assad, you were making a surrounding point now. You're just derailing yourself. What is this now?
You can't help it.
You just have to be quiet. The pastor will just destroy his own argument with his own mouth.
He's right.
We're gonna bring justice back home.
Let's all support.
We're gonna do the Iraqi model, and all Tinubu is gonna be in the playing cards. There'll be 54 playing cards, and we're gonna dig them out of the ground. A lot of Nigerians are in the United States and they're in exile, and some over there where you are. That's true. But what I'm saying to you is that don't be looking at all these people you have defeated in Nigeria, and you are asking, Ovie was asking, what are you gonna do if the Senate doesn't remove Tinubu? Nothing is gonna happen. That's a bunch of bullshit. We can remove Tinubu from here. We just haven't done the diplomacy that's required. George Bush did it with Iraq, right? I told you once before that. I said, that meditates.
Yeah, Pansat, mate, it's enough. We've heard you, bro.
Okay, so
we've heard you fully.
I'm answering you, Ovie. It's not gonna fly. Go and tell them that's what we said.
Passat,
we're gonna bring justice down there. Thank you very much.
Rest in the evening, man. Go on.
Pansat, please take your medicine before you sleep.
Oh, God. The guy is funny, man. It's like that Monty Python joke when he loses a limb, he says it's just only a flesh wound and all the rest of it. He's just one of those things. He's eviscerated me all by himself.
I
Next
guess
time,
the point
we
is
all
null
should
and
just
void.
agree with him. Yes, Gumi is that Gumi. Let's just agree with him. That's it. That's all you want.
Yeah, I think Gumi's take is a little bit weird, really. It's not very dissimilar to what El-Rufai said. Actually, they seem to believe that because of their religion, they have slightly more moral outlook on
KJ,
the way to do things in terms of the nation, which is very
now,
things.
I was supposed to speak
Udi.
before Dog
It's
signed up and brought in Forefather. And I was asking at that time that I hope I have to have my
It's turn by turn. Okay, Jana Akija, from there now we'll start.
I think since let's do it orderly and we'll time it so that way everybody knows when they are going to come.
Turn by turn, please.
Now you are trying to do what I
okay. But it's just for the greater good, so that it will have order.
Let KJ begin, man. I don't think he's spoken.
There's always going to be losers and winners. Like in the business down there. We have to make peace with that.
You guys can see why we don't have to worry about what's going on. Because
you want me to put you out there?
Nobody has spoken on this yet. It's a new topic. Nobody has spoken on it. Why you?
But Chim hasn't said anything. See, KJ, Tim hasn't said anything since the last time he spoke to the guest, and Okija hasn't said anything since the last time he spoke to the guest. So I don't know why you think you are.
It's a new topic for all of us. So let's start from the normal tradition now.
About everybody's
okay. Let's just make it 3 minutes. Okay, KJ, you to get your turn very very soon. Okay, let's just make it 3 minutes.
The same migration we must have been complaining about. We are trying to bring it here now.
Who is talking? I think that is Jargon or something.
It's not Bill. Don't blame Bill.
Okay. So I think Okija, please let Okija go ahead with the Gumi statement. And 3 minutes, please. Let's make it orderly so everybody is able to talk. He's a man of prestige. Don't mind him. He's here doing business on live chat. Please, Okija, go ahead.
He looks like this from Ghana today.
Don't mind it.
I don't know what to talk about Gumi. I mean, Nigeria. Okay, let me talk about what I want to do. Dollar is about 1,100 and something, and
115.
And it's increasing. And I'm talking to Kulata and his some of his supporters of the bumbling idiot is in Asarok. I thought you guys said he had a plan. He had a plan. Things are getting. Yesterday, I called Nigeria. I called my cousins at Alaba Market. They closed shop. Importers, they closed shop. They said they don't want to sell because they don't know what is happening. I called someone because I called Nigeria because someone wanted to send money to Nigeria. He wanted someone in China to get the money. So I called in. Someone wants to send money. Do you have naira to do the person and you get $1 to your customers? He said, I'm not buying any dollar. Nobody's buying. I said, what is going on? No shop closed. Nothing is happening. People, so many people they're not selling goods. You go to price, we're not selling. We don't know what is happening in this country. So Nigeria is in a crisis. And we can talk about Gumi, but Nigeria is in a crisis. That's what I would like to talk about. It's serious. If a businessman to close shop, he has goods, and he closed shops are not selling. That tells you that it's serious.
I don't know why people keep promoting statements like that of Gumi, and you don't see senior officials coming or even elders coming to criticize and condemn such statements, because they lead to fracture between communities within this country, and it's not helping the nation in any way. And this is one of the biggest failings of our elite class. They seem to sit there and watch divisive activity carry on, and they don't say anything about it until maybe if it's gone on long enough, you just see them come out and make token statements. That is just, I don't understand it. Because if you're in a home and there is always you see the children fighting, you would think that the parents will not just sit there and wait for after the fight is over, then before they come on and just make token statements. Because something could happen while you are not making statements for things to not be repairable. But these are our leaders. You just sit there, nobody condemns it. You would expect leaders to say, shut up, what are you talking about? We are all in this together. We should be putting our heads together to solve problems within the country, not to be talking about it because Wike is a Christian, he hates all Muslims. Clearly, Wike doesn't hate Muslims. Wike doesn't care. The way he treats traditional leaders and the way he treats Christians, he treats them like trash. He treats everybody like trash. Let's face it. That's how Wike is.
Father, are you going to be responding after every speech?
Anyway,
yes, I am actually.
So,
OVA.
Kulota is there asking if I know how FX works. I mean, the government, plays a role, just like in the US, where you have the what do you call it, the Fed. They act in the interest of the economy. So Tinubu, he has all the ideas, he has all the men here, he has his people around already. He knew what he was going to do. He comes in, and the dollar just speeding up. I saw a joke. Someone said that the way it is going now, you could buy something for 120,000 and give the person $100, tell him, just a couple of days, it will match up, So I mean, that's the way it is going now. Kulata is there asking me how FS works. What has the government done to stop the rise of dollar, to stop what is up? The inflation is going up. People are not, not in Nigeria is not producing anything. What has he done in 100 days? For 100 days, he hasn't done anything. People are coming to the NLC. They still go to strike because the price of fuel will go up. He said he has removed subsidy. In the background, he's paying subsidy. So what is going on? Those intellectual people he brought from Lagos, they have all the ideas. So what has he done to stem the tide of what is going on? The country is in crisis, in a deep crisis, and then we are talking here. We're still talking about the Supreme Court and the forged certificate. And Gumi, let's talk about something serious. What do we do? I mean, the way it's going right now, democracy is not by force. If the army should come and take over, to stabilize the country, because the most important thing right now is to stabilize Nigeria. Nigeria is getting out of hand. Things will explode one day, just like EndSARS started, just like Arab Spring started. Nigeria will boil. Nigeria is boiling already. Nigeria will just explode one of these days. I mean, the way it is going, I don't see that by the end of January, I don't think Nigeria will be what it is right now. I think something will happen in Nigeria. People will rise up before the end of January. Just the way I see it.
When did they say that Dangote refinery was supposed to come online?
He spoke twice. That's 6 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
No, I didn't say because you came in.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's I just
Chim, go ahead. Chim, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to resist.
Sorry, I'm going to time it so that you don't
to deflect.
No, give him some time, man.
No problem. I'm going to reject of Kija's approach. You see, I'm against this constant. We come and we say one issue is more important than the other. We can chew. I mean, sometimes you eat the rice and beans and all that. You don't just say it has to be this particular meal all the time or whatever. And yes,
you're wasting your time.
Discuss whatever you want to discuss. I think for me, the issue with people like Gumi is that is a fault of the Nigerian state. You see, the Nigerian state keeps creating this preferential touch not certain people mindset. This guy should be taken in by the DSS. If a young Nigerian is carrying a laptop walking on the street, now you go and arrest him. But this guy is making incisive comment, and that's why I don't agree with you for when I said I said, what is he saying that is correct? There's nothing he said that is correct. There's nothing he said that is correct, other than trying to incite people against themselves, which is wrong. So I think
he did make some factual statements. I don't understand. You can disagree with his narrative, but he made some factual statements.
Okay, all right. Let me claim my time now, sir. No vex. There's nothing factual. I still disagree with you. There's nothing factual about he said. What he's making are incisive statements. So if we are going to be honest and follow his logic, so he feels safe when everything is controlled by Muslims. And I know when he says Muslims, he means northern Muslims. He's not so. Tinubu is a Muslim. He's not concerned about that.
Or northern Muslims.
As far as he's concerned, Tinubu's Muslim is not important. So when the late Adamu Chiroma, who used to be minister of
petroleum,
what was it under
finance
government?
Finance.
He wasn't petroleum. I can't remember.
Finance.
I don't remember what his title was, but he was minister finance. Thank you, finance. You're correct.
Finance.
When he made a comment under Jonathan's government, remember that nobody plotted intentionally that Yar'Adua would not be there. Yar'Adua, it was a turn of the North, the way PDP was going about it to produce president. Yar'Adua was an ill man. He was sick. The toll of office impacted on Yar'Adua, and Yar'Adua died. Constitutionally, it meant power would go to his VP. His VP entered office, finished the remaining 2 years, and then felt, okay, since I'm here, I want to run for my own, 4 years. He ran. When he was running, they wanted the man not to run. It's a different thing if he chooses not to run, that's fine. But he ran for office. He won. And Chidoma said they will make life unbearable for Nigeria. He said that. I didn't watch it in private or YouTube. It was on network TV. Nobody touched him. So men like this always create confusion. He's saying he prefers, when I'm going to round off now, he prefers when a Muslim is in office. But a Christian cannot prefer when a Christian is in office. Can you see how we are constantly just creating problems for ourselves? Is that the issue? Food, the people are starving. They are sending one bag of rice to an entire local government to share. And somebody is telling me that his security is more important than anybody. He even has security. What about those who don't have security that are dying? They are even protecting him. And his fear is that if a Southerner becomes head of security network, then his security will be removed. Come on, guys, let's wake up and rise above some of these things. I'm getting, honestly, we give room for all the divergent views, all the Biafra this and that keeps cropping up. These are the kind of things that causes it. And I don't think anybody should support this kind of man who comes to the public to create more division when we have so much division already. That's just my little contribution for now, really, honestly.
Thank you. Ovie, go ahead, please.
Okay, Jack, for once, I think I agree with you. I think there are better issues to be on the front line than what somebody that we don't even vote for, who is Gumi. Gumi is just a cleric, just a pastor talking to his followership. I don't know why we take it so serious, but I also understand why we are all worked out about it, because what else is important in our life if not religion and ethnicity? And that's why these old men will continue to win in as far that is what we care about. This is about 2027 if you listen to the man carefully. Yes, he's calling Wike all sorts of names, but let's refresh our memory back to when Pantani was appointed as the Minister of Digital Economy. What was the argument against that? That the guy is a terrorist. We don't know when to give our data, blah, 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 blah. So Gumi is also expressing the same concern when he sees the Israeli trying to, bidding to take over the security architecture of the Federal Capital Territory. So it's all politics. Who Gumi supports 2023 in article. So if you listen to what he's saying, actually, because not just him that spoke, he came out and spoke. Usman Bugaje came out and spoke. Boala said the same thing. At the end of the day, there's one common phrase in between them. The current administration failed to make a wider consultation in his appointment. So that means now power that they lose. It's a winner take it all politics, it's a winner take it all economy. That is the danger of it. If you remember, Atiku was running around during the campaign. I will do what? I will run an inclusive government. I will bring everybody. That's the expectation. It was expecting Tinubu to do. But again, let's look at the APC is big enough to ignore every other party in terms of whoever they want to appoint. And that's exactly what is happening. It's all because he said it that we are going to make sure we did not give Bola Tinubu 2 terms. That's right there should tell you what it is all about. And they always talk on presidential election starts the next day when they swear the person will win in. You start that same the next very day. That's how they get one. This is a man who they are not in power. Like again, if you listen to those speeches talking about how the security architecture ain't go go this, go here, right? And that brings Wike in question. Why they say now Wike that they call? Right? We have a Muslim president. God, what? That's the end of power. That's the beginning and the end of power. They can undo and undo. So just because they are not getting what they bargained for, he wanted Atiku no get, but they are not getting what they bargained for, and they see Wike as a scapegoat. And now you now understand the wisdom in Tinubu putting Wike to be Federal Capital Territory in a gate man. It takes every attention away, and Wike like it. So they count if you look at it, every opportunity to Wike get, they call press conference. Imagine the clerics, the leadership of clerics in Abuja coming to front of camera begging Wike to have mercy on them. So now what they see, but a fear of power coming, living there and gradually, and that's what politics is all about. That's the consequence. Once you lose you are losing more than you bargain for if you are not careful. Sorry for taking 2 minutes away. A bit 2 seconds more for the time.
That's fine. Thank you, this is Ovie. KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. Like everyone has said,
Nice one, eh? After you've been quiet all this while, you want to start talking now. I don't get it. In all these cameras, it's all right. NWBC, please go ahead. Let's start again.
What happened to KJ?
I don't know. After waiting, being patient, then the moment he starts talking, the camera
let
run
me
away.
speak. If he comes back, I will stop. So okay, he's back.
Okay, he's back. He's back.
All right. Thank you. Sorry. Just when I wanted to speak, the Ovie decided to use Africanism to stop my network. But it's okay. Ovie, I celebrate you. I remember that that picture behind you was on the newspapers. I think that one we still read how Nigerians were great. And here we are talking to the great Ovie. I remember that picture very well.
Appreciate it.
Okay, back to the question. I'm not. Anybody who is surprised at what Gumi is saying is, may not have lived in Nigeria for too long. This is always the rhetorics, that's always going on in Nigeria. Once a southerner is in a position of power, he becomes the main target. Okay, it's not now. In fact, it's if people notice my contributions here, I've given an example of Desi and Anis Madeke. At the end of the day, Bauer came into office, Bowers, and said, look, all that publicity that they were giving her, the golden bra, the golden pants, the golden this, there's nothing like that because he has searched all the office and not able to find any of those things there. So that was just a gimmick to just, give the woman a bad name. I'm not saying that she may not be corrupt, but I'm saying that anytime that corruption is played up, and along with some other people who are even in a hidden position to do that. Now, in the issue of Nwike, I said here also that Nwike was going to come to the center. And the reason is because just in case there's any form of magic that the Supreme Court says Tinubu have to go for a rerun, he has his men in place who can do the dogged thing and make sure that elections turn in his favor. That's the first reason for these appointments. The second reason for this appointment is that the government don't have all the resources to settle boys who have done their job. Wike is able to use his agborship and sports, to bring to the fore people where money can be generated. I'll give an example. I have a friend who have been living in Area 10. They've been living in Area 10 for over 30 years. The first time government sold those buildings. And they've been paying. The cost of that building at that time was 5 million naira. And they were paying for that building. Over 30 years. And now Wike comes to government and they gives them a fresh letter saying they are owing 5.5 million naira. The question is, they ask them, why are you saying 5.5? Just in case we are owing. How? So does it mean that all these years we have been paying, where the money go to? And nobody will listen to them. Nobody will listen to them. They just simply say, Madam, if people cannot pay, we are giving you so and so time. After that time, we'll retrieve the building and give it to people who are ready to pay. And while they're telling them that, somebody is outside telling them, oh, Madam, if you don't have money to pay, just allow us. It's 5.5. We'll give you 10 million and then collect the building. Because it's in a choice area. And I'm telling you what's going on. And what's the reason? When that building is collected, it's given to AJ, who...
Don't worry, you can round up. You take 30 seconds to round up.
Who can bring money to the boys. So at the end of the day, boys will be settled with Abuja land, boys will be settled with government land, boys will be settled with all kinds of things. Gumi as a person shouldn't be taken, he's speaking the mouth of the north. When Gumi speaks, I say that he's speaking right from the authority that resides in the north. And then when I say north, please don't mistake me to say that the whole north is the one speaking. No. It is the oligarchies in the north that control the resources of Nigeria. They give him the go-ahead. That's why he can say anything. If it was an Igbo man or somebody else that made this statement, by now the DSS would have been in his house trying to extradite him from wherever he is. So this is the situation. And we are leaving the real issue now and facing Gumi. Because the real issue is that the Supreme Court is going to start sitting on Monday. The real issue is that the FBI was supposed to start releasing the files today. The real issue is that now we know that he never even went to Chicago school, the Chicago University. So what are we supposed to be looking at here? Is it possible that somebody was saying that Nigerians are going to rise up? Nigerians are not going to rise nothing. I repeat again, we are not going to rise nothing.
Thank you.
Okay?
I think you've gone well past
Are
your
going
time.
to sit there.
You did another
and
2 minutes.
as they like. They will go to church.
Jagun, come on.
In
Don't
fact,
start trolling, man.
one of the things I want to send to Dr. Damages earlier today is a video of Chinese. The Chinese are opening churches now in Nigeria and praising and singing, and people are going to put their offering. They've discovered a new industry. So they are now coming with Chinese pastors, Chinese musicians, Chinese singers, and singing your local dialect. Okay, this is what we will be doing. We'll go to those churches and be shouting, "God should come down and help us." We will not go to the streets. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. This in KJ. Please, NWC, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Sheik Gumi has always been known to speak that way, and like KJ said, whenever he talks, it has been arranged in a way. The northern oligarchy, those core northerners, that is their way. They must have asked him to speak, and they feel because he has a lot of followers, and then he's trying to instigate trouble. Unfortunately, the people he wants to rally around, they are always ready to do whatever he wants them to do. So it's his way. He's not supposed to be talking like that. I learned he's a medical doctor by training and all that, and probably was in the army previously. So people should the authorities should call him to order and condemn what he said, and then they shouldn't be speaking that way. We already have a lot of troubles in our hands. Tomorrow now, if there's a protest that starts somewhere in the country about that, it might spread. So they shouldn't allow him to speak like that. And who even told him that the country, that is the thinking of some of them, they feel that they own the country and that the Federal Capital Territory should always be manned by somebody from that core north, not just a Muslim, but somebody from that core north. What of Northern Christians? Has a Northern Christian been made FCT minister? I'm even looking forward to the day when a president will come up and appoint a Northern Christian as FCT minister, or even we have a Northern Christian as a president. It is becoming too much.
Sorry, is it the first time they've appointed a Southerner?
No, it's not the first time.
And so why is he?
No, but that's what I'm saying. The man is trying to. He's trying to put in. He's trying to just cause trouble, because anytime, like I don't know who said that. It's like it's Shim or some other person who spoke before Kija. Anytime a Southerner, be it a Muslim or a Christian, is in power, some of them feel that they have lost heart, and they'll begin to, those core Northerners, these members of this oligarchy, they'll begin to say some things that may want to rally around some people who feel that they are missing out on something. And the interest, not the people's interest. It's always their gain that they feel they are losing out something. It's not for the common good of everybody, of the normal common Nigerian. We are going through a lot of pain in the country. There's queues in the filling stations now in some parts of the country because of lack of fuel. Marketers are saying that they cannot afford $1 to import fuel and all what's not. And this man is coming to talk about, instead of talking about insecurity in the country, is he not the one that was asking Buhari to give amnesty to terrorists that some of them brand bandits, and they are all across the north, killing, causing troubles, destroying villages, and he has not said anything about them. That man has never spoken one day in the interest of Nigeria. It's always sectional species. I think it is time the president. Let me take back that word. It's not my president. It is time the authorities, the military authorities in government or the security agencies call this Gumi man to order. It's not good. The country is in a dire situation. Thank you.
Thank you, NWC. Please, Jagun, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi guys. It's strange.
Put me in the background. I will come back later, please.
All right.
You can do that yourself, mate. Anyway, I actually watched the interview with what's his name? The head of the FCT. What's his name? I beg your pardon. Wike. And that's right. And the Israeli ambassador. and it was terrible. You could see clearly that Wike was not the counterpart for the Israeli ambassador. The Israeli ambassador was leading the conversation. Wike had things to say, but nothing of any energy or brightness or direction. It was just an open book, ready to receive whatever the Israelis have to offer. So in Gumi's expressions, even though I believe too that these expressions of his were directed, he was directed to speak. It fits the agenda of the oligarchy in Nigeria. You see, what I come back to is that we as Nigerians, we need to organize, man. Because you see, during the elections, whilst the Agberos, or whatever you want to call them, were directing people as to how to vote, there really, really should have been a lot of strong men who were able to securitize this effort, because all these Agberos, they're not officials. They're not officials. They were just there in the polling houses. But because we just allow things to happen until it's too late, and then we come and complain. You see, what Gumi said, which is a lot of trash. Gumi and Pansat, they're cut from the same cloth, just two extremists with extreme views and talking shit for us to have to hear. You know, these people need to be tackled, and they need to be tackled by us. I don't know why. You see, the problem of Nigeria is that the people are simply too weak. We don't really do anything. We don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. It's almost like we can't even fight anymore physically. Now, you know, I remember me as a young person. You know, obviously there are fears. You know, we grow in confidence as we grow older, because physical fighting doesn't speak about anybody's nous, and it's the nous that would lead us forward. But the fact is, you see, as we say about Nigerians, we can be pushed and pushed and pushed to the wall, and instead of reacting when we've reached the wall, we'll just become the wall. And for me, a lot of the things that we speak about here, if I can just make my point, is that we have to take responsibility. I'll land there.
Thank you, Jagun, and about that Wike stuff. I think it's something we probably need to highlight, whatever they seem to have talked about. Jonaba, you seem to have vanished too. Yeah. Yeah, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, okay. I say you. Okay, I can talk now if you can see me.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and it's a pleasure meeting all of you again. I don't even know where to start from. I believe that so many people have spoken. I cannot agree more with Okija on his first submission on general, not necessarily about who is right, who is wrong, but humanity. See beyond religious base that all men are born equal. And as a human being, if you are not being used, or a leader of any country, of any kind, cannot see whatever is happening around the world, especially the unproportional destruction in the Middle East. We have our own problem. Like I said earlier, the open gate of hell in Benway, and to go to be precise of what happened when I don't even think, I think a group of people that are just high, because nobody in their right mind will carry Karina to go and rob Karina, whatever, then on the street or on that bar road. If you really get upset and started chasing them with your leg, you can catch up with them. But this is the society we have, violent everywhere. And some of our rhetoric here are not helping. It's like, why should people incite violence? If you have lived through and have seen the outcome of those things, and you have a heart of human being, even your worst enemy, you will not pray for them to go through that. In 21st century, people have that barbaric mindset to unleash evil upon one another, upon the city, upon the society. And we cannot rise above it to have a genuine dialogue. What is the cause root of this? Rather, they are using the elite and the power mongers are using the ordinary citizen to bargain for their power and to maintain their status quo. We should distance ourselves from this. When we come here and put our faces, it means that you stand for what is right and speak to things you understand so others can learn. And we can speak to the society and educate them. And how do we start fixing a long-time goal? Not this 4 years solution or 8 years solution of any good governance that can solve our problem. We must have a long-term plan and look into our society and see who will work with us and not get bothered by the propagandists in the country, whether in the name of Islam or Christianity. We can have a true plan that in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, even after our lifetime, we can say we have laid this foundation.
Yeah.
It is so disgusting to see that even now in our country, that it's either a Muslim issue or a Christian issue, and then when you see the value that we're raised with is gradually wiping out, that cheating is okay. When we are coming up as a child, if you do something wrong, your teacher will punish you for doing that, even for lying. Today, from the very day you enter, whether elementary school to university, to any level, the teachers are more corrupt to professor. So we have to have this debate. How do we raise people that can lead us when people are product of their environment? Dr. Franklin said that in the summary. Said Tinubu,
I don't know if you heard the
summary of all Nigeria. So it is cheap to talk. It is cheap to express your emotion. But what is the long-term plan? Our children go to school.
Janaba, your time is up, so that others can be able to go. You know, I support everything you are saying.
I'm a senior citizen. I have not been here for a while.
There's another senior citizen next to you. We have to respect the next senior citizens too. So don't worry, it's going to come back to your turn.
In summary, what I want to say in summary is this. Let us look into a long-term solution. How do we tackle our problem in the long time so that the generation to come, we see who have labor for them, not through bribery, that the teacher, you have to bribe a teacher, or teacher have to take a bribe. Not a professor have to sleep with a girl before he can give her her paper, or take a bribe from a child before he can give them. Let us start addressing a real corruption and we clean up from our society. Because the place where you go supposed to have education and to know better and do better is the same place you started your problem from. So all this surface problem is a long time that have been coming. So let's have a long time planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, Oga Ike, yeah, go ahead. Thank you for coming in. 3 minutes, and thank you. And please go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. We're talking about Gumi. Is it today that Gumi started what he's doing now? Gumi has been in existence in Nigeria for so many years. He has never changed his approach to national issues. It has always been the same thing. So when we have a legitimate government that we are supposed to stop, such things, they did an eyes left or eyes right to it. And they come to this government that has no legitimacy, that has no credibility, that the government that is a government that is not supposed to be a government. What are they going to do? They are talking about Gumi. What did they do about Asere Dokubo? What did they do about MCO Olomu? What is different between Gumi and the Asere Dokubo and the MCO Olomu? What is it? What are they doing? Is it not the same thing? Has the law been used against these two people before? Gumi has been saying this for so many years. Most of us who lived in the north, we know this is always the gimmick they play. We know Nigerians are smarter right now. We are too smart to know where Gumi is coming from. But my question is, if you want this government to punish Gumi, have we punished Assyria, the Kubo, and the MCO Olomu? They're still there. They're still commanding influence. They are not in government. They're just like private citizens like Gumi. But they're doing whatever they want to do. Where is the law? Because you have an illegitimate government. You have a government that has no credibility. They cannot stand for anything. So what are we talking about? He has been saying this for so many years. Whenever there is power shift, they will use him to come and say something. And people will, on Friday, they will react. Either they go to a place where they have people they call Christians, they destroy their things. This is the way it starts. So, my brother, let Gumi enter house. This is Nigerian politics. It has always been there. We have so many people that supposed to have been, the law is supposed to have disciplined a lot of people, but we are living in a lawless country because the man who is going to operate the law he himself has committed so many things against the law and nothing happened. So, I mean, listen, Gumi is somebody we know already. It has always been with him. He can say whatever he wants to say. Nigerians are wiser now. My joy is that Nigerians are wiser. And, the set of Nigerians we have now, they are not the people that Gumi can push into doing crazy stuff. So I think that Gumi can say whatever he wants, right?
Thank you, Oga Ike. Man of Prestige, I've seen you. You've been coming in and out, so please go ahead.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, this Gumi stuff, I think some people are taking it lightly, but I don't see it that way because if this come from anybody from the south, particularly the southeast, it will be a different ball game. Because the altar that he ordered there was so bad, he called wicked, satanic, and called the southern an infidel, and people are taking it for a ride. I mean, I know we have a freedom of speech, but I think the Muslims, I will be very clear about that. The Muslims, particularly the northern Muslims, they feel like this country belongs to them, so they have a right to come out and speak anyhow they want. I mean, that statement doesn't mean if he's somebody from other region right now, they'll be asking for his arrest or something like that. Particular people from South, no doubt about it. I mean, how can you make such an utterly statement, thinking that Abuja belongs to only Northerners? I mean, when the federal capital was created, it was to serve the whole nation. It didn't say it's for Muslim or from the Northerners, but this is the way they think. But in my own opinion, I think there's more into this. Because if you look after he spoke, another cleric came and, disseminated the same message in a different way. So this has been orchestrated a long time ago. They just used this opportunity of the Israel ambassador that came, to orchestrate the narrative. And it may get worse from here, I mean, because they don't really believe that Tinubu is a real Muslim. According to what I was saying, even the people, the chief of defense right now, they think he's a figurehead, a northern figurehead, serving there, that he doesn't mean good for the north. What about what is good for Nigeria? They don't even speak about what is good for Nigeria, They just have this in their mind that the Nigeria belongs to them. I think it's a bad time, they need to be stopped. If Tinubu think that he's the president, he needs to do something. I mean, not utter all this nonsense, because what is causing this kind of division, in my own opinion. So it's nonsense. That's my opinion about that.
Okay. Is that all? Thank you. Yeah, it's very, very succinct. You don't overstate your point. Thank you. AY. Yeah, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Afternoon, everyone. Evening. I don't know where you are. Depends. So first of all, the Abuja itself, Abuja doesn't belong to the Hausa or Fulani. The original owner of Abuja, I think they are the Bandi people. Is that how they call them? If I can remember. The other thing is, Sheik Gumi, I did follow up. I did see his interview or statement. However, he doesn't represent the North. He doesn't represent Northern Muslims. He doesn't represent anybody. Sheik Gumi, if you know him, he's a bit divisive. His opinion are always different. Even if you know very well, first of all, he did not even support Buhari or Tinubu. No, he did not. That's the other thing. You see, we have this kind of character all over the country. This country is sick already. Right now, what the country needs, he's out to get the country to stand. The division. I personally, I don't like when people preach division. That you are from the north, you are from the west, you are from the south, wherever you. I don't care. Division is not a solution to Nigeria problem. So I will never support the division. The other thing I want to point out is part of the stuff I heard that caused this problem. I think some people are just after Wike. I mean, Wike is in Nigeria. He can be minister anybody can be minister in Abuja. They said Wike said he was going to demolish the national mosque, and that's not correct. He never said that. Even when they got back to him, Wike said no. He never said that. And I strongly believe him. I don't think how Wike will wake up and say he want to demolish the national mosque. They should let Wike do his work. I'm not really a fan of Wike, but he's the minister of Abuja, he's the minister. My own is he should not go after political opponents or people that are not from his tribe. He should try and work for Nigeria, because Abuja is as important as Nigeria. He should try and work for everybody. He should not discriminate. Even if the person is from PDP, from Labour Party, don't say, oh, because this person belongs to my camp, I will go ahead and demolish his property. He should try and work for Nigeria. So for me, we have a lot, like Okija said. The economy is going down every day, every morning. I check the exchange rate. I mean, I get sick. Like today, my app is showing me 1,160. What is going on? If we keep going like this, meaning by December, 1,500 US dollar is sure if the rate at which is going. So I think the government should sit up. We should worry about the economy, worry about what is going on in Nigeria. People are hungry. I know we are in abroad. The hunger is not funny. The more dollar is going up, everything in Nigeria is getting expensive because we're producing literally nothing. So people depend on exchange rate to increase the cost of their goods. So it should be of the biggest concern. We have more important things to do. The president and the economic team, the whatever the team he puts together, they should sit up. If you know you cannot do the job, leave there, get out. Because right now, what I see sometimes is incompetence. Some of the people the president elected. The president needs to sit up and be a man. The last time they nominated a 24-year-old boy as FEMA chairman. Why will you do that? somebody without experience. Come on, are you guys joking? Like, how do you make him a chairman of such a body?
Patronage.
Somebody without management experience, no technical experience, and this is an engineering job. He doesn't have technical experience. There is no human being that can come out from engineering school. You want to end a place like that. The way the thing is going, if you get to a point, the president, if you need a finance minister that is capable, if you cannot get somebody, put it on newspaper advert. Let people apply. Nigeria, we have people all over the country. We have capable people. But, you know, because of, oh, this is closer to me, this is from my tribe, it's not going to help us. The president needs to be president of Nigeria. I will never, ever support any man I see that is leaning against a tribe or a religion. No, if you are president of Nigeria, you should start for Nigeria, defend Nigeria, let people that will get the job done be your utmost priority. If I want to do deal with my friends, there are some other positions you can give to them. Give the ambassador, let them go and sit down there. Oh, you can give them some other stuff, but there are things you should not take for granted. That is what is going on now. Why the economy is collapsing? Things are not. They are also complaining in the background. If you've heard, they are struggling to pay salary. It's not funny anymore. You know, they should sit up. The issue of the rep that want to buy SUV for 160 million. Okay, look at it. Sometimes Mazi say some things here, we take it for granted. Like the 160 million, all the Senate, all the rep, both PDP, Labour Party, APC, other senators.
Are you hearing that?
Yeah, they are the same. Hey, hold on, 1 minute. You know, this is my first time of speaking today. So they are the same. They should try and put the country first. 160 million, we fix schools in each constituency. They would 160 million will do a lot of job in each constituency. Why don't you put the country first? If the country is sick right now, why do you want to collect SUV of 160 million? You know, it's to be honest, it's very frustrating. May God help Nigeria. Things are really bad. If you don't know now, things are bad. Thank you.
Thank you. KJ, please go ahead and try to keep it brief.
I'm a bit surprised that AY for making that assertion, because you are the guys who said that Tinubu was coming with a lot of expertise. He knows all the people who can turn around Nigerian economy. Well, you may not have been the one who have said it, but those people who supported this choice and who have defended people like Kulata and the rest, have given us the reason why Tinubu is a right choice. Today, this is not the first mistake has made. The second one,
no. I will withdraw that straight away.
Now, there's a serving NYSC member, which is also against the constitution, who is a minister in Nigeria. Okay, a serving copper is a minister in Nigeria. Now, this one is not the first mistake he has made. Remember, before now, both the EFCC chairman and the IPC chairman are all from the southwest. So that until Falana went to TV to complain that the one ICPC man was now changed. What I want to try to say here, I have not seen that very intelligent, very, very articulate, very cerebral individual they talked about that was marshalling Lagos and bringing development to come to the fore. I have not seen it. I'm yet to see any
Yeah, so KJ, if you know very well, I have always criticized Tinubu policies. My stand on national issue, I know.
My network has a way of shutting me off these days.
I have KJ, forefather is here. Go and check the video. I have always criticized what is not right.
No, I take that back.
Here is my team. Let me tell you. Here is my team. You know why I don't run after politicians? Nigerian politicians are the same. In this election, I don't even people shout, oh, Peter Obi is gonna do wonder. I don't run politicians. If Peter Obi come in, he's doing the job, I will praise him. If he's not doing it, I will hit on him. I don't care who you are. I'm not the one that will say, "Oh, this person is a messiah; he will do the job." No, I don't think like that. I know Nigerian politicians.
By the way, Jim, you cannot integrate me with your beret. I will bring my own too later on.
Chief, get red and black.
Okay,
blue
here's
never
what I'm
green.
trying to say. Here's what I'm trying to say. You see, no, your beret, you can't integrate me with it. I'll bring my own too. Now, the members of the National Assembly who collected the money, who collected the cars, are all members of LP. None of them rejected it so far. Those
That
ones
is the reason. They are all the same.
That are coming. So that's why I keep telling, saying to this place, the only thing left for us to do is to balkanize the whole country. I'm telling you the truth. These guys are not going to change until people come to the
How
point.
is changing it going to solve that problem? I don't. Oh my God.
Okay, you
What is
keep
wrong
saying
with
that.
our
Let me
people?
answer your question. Let me answer that question, forefather. You see,
Unbelievable.
when the Igbos went to Germany and slapped Ekurema, it was not a national issue. It was the Igbo thing. They left it for the Igbos. Say, handle your leaders how you want to handle them. So if the leaders were responsible to the people of the East, we can treat them anywhere where we want because they are our leaders. Nobody will come and tell us this is a national issue. Okay? But now, the leaders have been put above the people. The people know because if you, for instance, if you are not the one who elected him, why will he be the one to, It's only in Nigeria that you use government money to construct road and you bring people early in the morning to come and stand under the sun and wait for you to come in the evening and commission the road, which you use their money in building, and then you want them to dance for you. They will even dance for you and give you yam, give you chicken, give you goat for doing what you were elected to do. Until that mentality leaves, we aren't going nowhere.
Your leaders betrayed you a long time ago. Your leaders are not your leaders. They are for other people. They betrayed you a long time ago. If you like Bokanazi to a street level, you are still going to have the same problem.
No,
I don't understand why we think that is going to solve. How many? Okay, so how is it that all countries around us are similar? How can we not understand this?
Forefather, it takes one person to bring a change.
No, did you even know? I just found out this week that Israel doesn't even have a constitution. All those people that like to cry about constitution, Israel doesn't even have a constitution. It turns out.
You keep going to that place.
Our people
have constitution. We have constitution. They have constitution. They have constitution. That's why they protested against Netanyahu because
they don't have a written constitution. That's why their judges are so powerful.
Okay, so what is Netanyahu trying to do?
Yeah, but we've had written ones, and we keep talking about let's go and write it again. Let's go and write it again.
No. I mean, I'm not saying that the constitution is our problem. I don't want you to give false information that Israel doesn't have constitution.
No, they don't. They don't have a written. If they don't have a written constitution, it's not like a constitution like a written one like we do. UK doesn't have it, and these countries are they are overachievers. The reason why I brought that issue up, the reason why I brought that point up is because we talk about organization, we talk about breaking up, we talk about constitution, we talk about everything else other than what we really need to talk about. We miss the point.
How do you talk about those things when you don't even have a point of convergence? A point of convergence.
You have point of convergence. You do, but you don't see it. The point of convergence is that you live on the same land, you have the same, you are stuck in the same country. You are supposed to work with what you've got, like everybody else. Did you know that Germany was not even named by Germans? It was named by the Romans. And all this stuff, we always act as if we are the only ones that have experienced history like this. Instead of us to move on and start looking at what is going to build us to a strong state.
But you want to concentrate on Gumi. Let's talk about the economy. Is growing. Let's talk about it. What we have to do. Let's talking about Israel. Let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about how to bring peace. How to bring everybody along. How to have a solidarity between the three groups. How to improve Nigeria.
Exactly. People like Gumi, they should be sidetracked. You can't allow those people come on this thing, and people that are not for our securing our country, people that are not for growing our economy, for industrializing, you have to kick them out because they are all there betraying you. Look at they keep talking about Dangote refinery coming online. I'm not seeing any sign that refinery is coming online this month. I thought
November
it was going to come online. Now it's shifted to November again. Oh God!
July to November.
Every quarter they are changing to every quarter. It's just exhausting.
Sorry, AY, where did you learn that Dangote's refinery is coming up in November? Where?
I saw it
In
online
October, the
about
spokesman
few
of
months
Tinubu
ago.
said it too.
But it was supposed to be in June.
Dangote's refinery is 2024. That's what they said. Nobody has mentioned November.
Where did you get that? I have links here that is saying October.
No.
Where did you get 2024?
Sorry
Okay,
now.
I said
when
June.
they launched
Said
that
November,
thing,
you said October. That means nobody's sure.
I'm telling you, they moved this thing, they moved the goalpost, and they said 2024. I'm not kidding. I'm not just making it up.
I've not heard that. You see, this is what gives me trust issues now. This is how they talked about. They want to fix the Nigerian power supply issues by 2025. They shifted it to 2030. This is the game they've been playing us forever. These people are scamming us. These elites, they are wicked. These are our own fellow people. They are doing this to us. Unbelievable set of human beings.
I'm with you. Listen, let me even tell you. Let me even tell you. They gave him that license to build a refinery, and they now gave him concession to import petrol again. Go and find out. So
when
I see,
put me in the background for now.
Yeah, all right.
And then majority of the money used for the refinery came from the central bank. So what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
Forefathers, S&P Global, they predict that it's mid-June 2025.
Yeah, that's what they are predicting.
I'm even helping, I'm even making it easy, and I said 24. I know.
Yeah, there's Port Harcourt refinery that's supposed to be coming online. They keep promising us they are not delivering.
Nobody is sabotaging him. Nobody is sabotaging him. He is part of the game plan. Don't say that anybody is sabotaging Dangote.
No. What I say sabotaging, they are sabotaging. Okay, I think maybe that's what I said. But I actually mean that they are sabotaging us. They won't let us develop our economy. And these are our leaders. It's scary, man. It's scary because when you keep the more I study, because I'm spending time studying other people's histories, and the more I study other people's history, you see how the people behave. What is wrong with our people? What is seriously wrong with our people? They refuse to do anything for their people.
Forefather, do you know why I keep asking for leadership to come from the locality? Now, the Gumi's argument is that is the Igbo people or whoever he's talked about that killed the Southerner of Sokoto. Now, if Okija is our leader and Okija decides to misbehave and we want to kill him, nobody will come and say it is the Hausa people that killed him. They will say, his brothers that killed him. Okay?
Century want to kill somebody, by the way.
But you come that the whole leadership will come from our own people. Then we deal with them the way we want. I told the story of Ojo Zokali. He came to my community to ask for votes, and they tell him, no, we will not vote for you because we don't have anything to show for when you have been there. Okay? He was forced to construct road through all the eight autonomous communities around there. He was forced to construct it. Because
KJ, please, I'm not interjecting. Do you think that was a good thing? That gives him power over the people.
No.
That was not a good thing.
If you were earlier, if you are here earlier on and I explained.
I watch it on the background. I hear you.
I'm coming.
When you guys are talking about the kingship
my
and
brother,
all of that.
Listen to me. The Igbo community is totally different, at least from where I come from. You don't put yourself over the community or the people because you have money.
But when you give an opportunity to build a road for you, you already give him that power.
No.
Okay.
No.
Why are you asking him for road? If he merit it, if he campaign well, and people say, okay, come and be our leader. Why must he take that money? He will justify to put the money in his pocket.
John Abba, don't be emotional about this thing. You see,
I'm not emotional about the road in Igbo land when I have my own problem.
You see now, meanwhile, you're not discussing what to go where armed robbers went there and raided
Of course I did. But it's the same problem. This is the problem we are having in the
whole two of you are talking at cross, but I don't understand who is talking. So who is talking?
John Abba, let me talk. Okay, but if you want, you can continue, Sha.
No, go ahead.
It's not a war. It's not a fight. So what I'm saying in essence is this: let the people who are responsible to deal with their people. Let the people see. Let me give you an example. When in 1960, during the first republic, Okpara and Zik had a clash, and Okpara said to Zik, "Don't come to the east and come and be fighting for power. You go follow your mates and fight for power in the middle." Okay. That's the reason, one of the major reasons why Okpara became the premier of the eastern Nigeria. Okay, because Zik lost power and wanted to come back to the east and to the region and say, okay, now Okpara said no. You see, you are a big man, you are Zik of Africa. Go to the center and deal with your equals there. Let us handle the local one. You see, these things are easily handled when it is one region, because you cannot come and accuse, maybe us of being biased towards your people. No. Okay. So if, for instance, now we have a regional elections, Mahmoud Yakubu will not wake up one day and say we have declared this person at the middle of the night and all of us will accept it. I'm not saying that the issues that are in Nigeria is going to go away overnight, but I'm saying that we can now be able to be reasonably handle certain issues that will be coming out without being anybody feeling biased or feeling that this person.
What you are missing is that is not our problem. Nigerians are getting on relatively okay. The reason why our country is not doing well. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Given how poor we are, our relationship is not as bad. If the UK is made as poor as Nigeria, you find out how aggressive these people are with their leaders. The problem you are not seeing is that our people are not going after the problem. And I think maybe there's a genetic fear or there's some kind of subliminal fear that we have to confront the truth of our existence. Because the truth is, we know where our problem is coming from. We know our economy is being sabotaged. We know people are exploiting our resources every day. We know how to solve the problem, but we refuse to deal with it, especially our elites. They educate us to pretend as if nothing is going wrong. We know full well that these people are exploiting us. Why are we not doing everything to stop that exploitation, start producing our own things? Even if they don't like, why should we care? Because if you care what people think too much about you, then you are done. Just pack your load and tell us what to do. To be fair, that's what our leaders are doing. If you don't want it, tell the leaders to stop it. You have to combat them. Tinubu told us that he was going to secure the country. Is he doing it? They tell us that Dangote is going to come online. Is he doing it? They tell us that they're going to steal the oil is getting stolen. Have we arrested one person for this massive oil theft? Not one. And all this. Hold on, let me finish my point. Then these Nigerians will go on the streets. We want to protest about Mubad. They will protest about police, but they will not protest about things that truly matter to the people. The things that are going to give them, I don't know whether something is wrong with our people that they cannot think clearly about what matters to them. They do protest, they do take risks, they do kill each other. Yeah, they have the energy to kill each other. But when it comes down to the bigger things that is going to give them exactly what they are looking for, they don't have any eyes for that at all. And our elites are aiding them. And I find it hard to forgive them because these people know better. They are supposed to be leaders. They are supposed to be there when people like Gumi talks. They're supposed to be there when divisive characters show up on the screen and say, no, that's not it. If you see leaders doing that, you know those leaders are for that nation. These leaders are not for us.
Forefather, I really do like your passion at these levels. Because all these things that we're talking about are far from reasonable. People are taking it like it's reasonable and it's a conversation. It's not a conversation. Nigeria is going to hell. And it's being squashed as we speak in every way we can think of. You people that are discussing this thing like it's a question of conversation. It's crazy. This is happening live. It's only because that we're not in Nigeria that we're not feeling this thing. But we are feeling it in a certain way. You see, Nigerians, we have to admit, we're just weak. You see, the way things need to change in that country is so dramatic. Right? Every day that nothing is changing is a day closer to war, all-out war. I know we don't like to speak about these kind of things on this, but we have to understand that human beings are, one, there is our own agenda that's going on in that Nigeria, which makes absolutely no sense to any individual in Nigeria. Two, there's an agenda outside of Nigeria that is keeping Nigeria in the place that it's in. Three, we as people talk too much. It's not about the way we're speaking about this. It is about the pain that we are having to feel. Somebody was saying on this platform, I think it was Okija, who was saying that his cousin, he spoke with his cousin yesterday, and we're speaking about the financial situation and how it's dire, how a market is shut down because basically they don't know what type of money they're taking in. They don't know what their products are actually worth when the economy is plummeting. when the naira is plummeting. You know, these are really serious economic and cultural issues. And you know, the way KJ is discussing it is as though it's a matter of this or that. Nah, man, it's not like that. It's a matter of when are people in that country going to stand up? When are we in the diaspora going to really try to officiate a change in that country? Put the pressure.
You know what I think? I think when it's going to happen is when the issues are coalesced around the nation itself. You have to win the argument from the north to the south. And this is what we're talking about, that we're supposed to be talking about this in the kind of ideology we need to come. Because when it's going to happen is when the entire nation comes together. Because if you look at other nations, when this stuff happens, the effect happens with the entire nation. That's how they are transformed.
Yeah, because those nations are up to date with what's happening in their country. Most people in Nigeria aren't aware. As I said, it took me a good, 25 good years to understand Nigeria. It was not, Nigeria is such a clouded place to understand what kind of politics is going. Once you understand that actually this country's politics is about nothing but greed, nothing but stealing, nothing but corruption. All these, sometimes we have discussions here and I'm just sitting listening to people taking all these things seriously. They're not serious. They're given to you to take serious. None of them are serious. Nigeria is not a serious place. I don't know what we're thinking. It's not serious. What is serious? What if I can? What is serious?
Jagu, what you said is totally correct. It's totally. Look, let me tell you. Let me paint a picture for you, forefather. Right now, even this program that you're watching, what we are on right now, majority of Nigeria don't have light to even follow up.
Imagine.
So when there's a news, for instance, if you call for, okay, let us go to Lekki gate right now, majority of people won't even hear it. In fact,
but the problem is that many of them don't come out to protest for it. They come to protest for Mohbad.
I'm coming, sir. There are places where operations, things are happening, and the network will be shut down on that place. So your phones can't even work. Your phones can't even work. That's why I tell people when your phones can't work, just do your recording, and wherever you get to where your phones can work, then you can upload. So there's places where they shut down the network. It's shut down now, and it's just the same way they've organized for a situation room concerning the FBI file that are going to be coming out. That is what they do. They say, okay, which part is the trouble going to come from? Where will the people likely going to come against government? Then they will shut that place down. And then you guys can't even get access to information of what to do or how to do it or when to even be able to meet. How then do you converge? Because it's not going to be one person who will start. How then do you converge? Okay? But like I keep saying, in Nigeria is not working. Let's face the fact. And if it's not working, we need a place where we can all agree. And I keep saying that we should the people that will bring, I'm coming, sir, the people that will bring you and I to place of discussing these issues are the same people that are going to unseat. Will they accept to do that? They will never accept to do that. Why would they do that? Because they are benefiting from the system. Okay? So this is the situation we're in. Those who have the yam also have the knife. How are we going to do it?
You see, for me, if I can very quickly, I was really disappointed with the NSARS movement and how the NSARS were a big gap between their movement and what Shorowe was talking about in terms of a revolution. They were even, I remember Shorowe would go down and see them and try and they will boo him out and say, this is not your thing. You see, the youth, Nigeria is expecting somebody else to do this thing for them. And that's never going to happen. The youth operation with NSARS should have never ended. That should have been a catalyst for everybody in Nigeria to get on board and understand that this country is bullshit. What's going on here is rubbish and we're not taking it anymore. But no, because we have fear and we want to, all this way of Nigerians that make me sick. It sickens me to
it's really sickening. It's really sickening.
Whereby nobody's prepared to get up. Everyone's prepared to talk and tell someone else what to do. But what are you doing? You're not doing anything. You see, if I was in Nigeria, bro, and I'm just talking out of passion, I think I'll be a criminal. I really believe that I would be looked upon. I'll be looked upon as, because all what goes in Nigeria, I can't handle it. I would not be able to handle any of those rubbish. Even when I go to Nigeria, people are aware of me. My family is aware of me. My friendship group is aware of me. My surroundings are aware of me because I'm not doing their rubbish. I'm not taking it. I go into any market in Nigeria. There's no Abero that can come and challenge me. None. And I'm just talking, I don't need to get physical. I'm an old boy, so I'm talking verbally. But I'm not falling into the Nigerian idiotic system. Oh, we don't do that, things like that here. What are you doing? You're doing rubbish, and you're putting that in my face like I should congratulate you for doing rubbish. This is the spell that we're under. All of us. You understand? Not one of us is different. We all want to be the director, but nobody wants to get into the gutter and war it out and clean out the mess. No one wants to do that. That's too much for them. That is the crux of our problem. NSARS began and ended within a year. What's that? Is that revolution? That's a gun without bullets. What's the point of that? It's just rubbish. I don't know. Half the time, I don't know what we're here to discuss because we cannot be discussing Nigeria like it's a real place. Nigeria is not a real place. It's a figment of all of our imaginations.
I think when you come to the issue of how do we go from here and what spike us, we all understand that we have different culture, we have different approach, we have different religion, and those have been the tools that the elite and those politicians have used against us over the year. A little detail to come to my friend KJ. I watched the conversation from the background on the issue of Uzo Kalu. I was hearing you, so don't think I don't have a knowledge. Igbo Base was talking about a king, no king. AY asked him a question. So I listened to everything. Don't think I don't have the knowledge of what I'm saying. So, but the point I'm saying is that the way you put it, that is the way he happened, you already empower the politician to have a say over you. Because you say, oh, before you come and run for office here, offer us something. What have you done for us? The politician do not come. If I'm a rich businessman, and I want to run for office, or I don't have a dime, but I have a vision for the community. I don't think whether it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we are talking about 21st century, except you merit it. Maybe your father is a king and your next online as a royal family is you. But when it comes to politics, I don't think it's the right thing to ask the person coming, okay, do road for us. So if immediately you come to the office, you will have to take some money that he has spent on the road or whatever he has spent money on. So that is what I'm saying there, that not particularly go to you. I'm saying that idea, it should not be a good idea in 21st century. But I respect your view as always. And I want you to know my heart with my people, and I have talked about it on the platform earlier. So my passion is not, I'm not against you. If I sound like that, I'm just speaking to that idea. And then they will come fast forward to what can cause a revolution that all Nigerians can say enough is enough. I think we are in the right place. I think we are people that pray and we go opposite what we prayed for. What unite people is suffering. Is suffering. Now Nigeria is between the rock and the hard place. When that suffering is not, he doesn't know Yoruba, he doesn't know Hausa, he doesn't know Igbo, he doesn't know Shekiri, he doesn't know Ijo, he doesn't know Igala, he doesn't know Idoma. It's across the board. So if the leadership that can lead it, the problem with the youth, they want you to sponsor them. So people like Sowore that doesn't have much to sponsor them, no matter how good his idea, he cannot do so much. And those that have so much, they are already tinted with corruption, that even if they are walking across your street, you want, in a good sense, in a moral compass, you want to distance yourself. But those are the ones that the youth want to go with because they have the money. So I think we're in the good junction now that everything is going crazy, and they will get between the rock and the hard place, and the reaction maybe in the north, in the south, in the west, in the east, maybe something that is what we are praying for, and maybe this is the time. But who will lead it? That is the problem right now.
I need to say, let me say
Yeah,
this.
go ahead.
Father, let me say this. KJ, I love the way you are sounding today. Sensy, man. So here is it, right? Why I said I love the way KJ sounded today. You see, Nigeria politicians, I know them. I've said this continuously. The criminal gang that are killing the country, they are from every part of the country. Once they come together, they will continue doing the damage. They are the same people that divide Nigeria across religion and ethnic line. For we that are the watchers, the moment we start thinking like them, oh, I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, you're giving them more power. One of the reasons why ETSAS failed was because the youth all over the country were not involved. For we to get that movement, we need a common ground to get everybody involved in this movement. If not, you see the way Nigeria is set up today. People, you might come here and say whatever you want. When Buhari was there, some people in the north, they were singing his praises, even when he was doing things wrong. Today, there are some Yorubas singing Tinubu praises. They will not see anything that is wrong. I put it to you, if Peter Obi is there tomorrow, some Igbo will be here singing his praises, even if he's doing everything wrong. This is how Nigeria is set up. You can argue that, it's fine. But I will not be surprised. Tomorrow, I will point out the people to you.
Well, it wouldn't be all of them, though. There's always people like us.
No, he's making a good point. I'm clear on his point. I'm clear on what he's saying.
Django, can I be able to talk without you jumping in my mouth all the time?
No, he's not jumping in the mouth. He's speaking and he's making complete sense. There's no
people are
question.
allowed to interject, but I'm not allowed to somehow.
All right, sorry, bro. Make you mash up what you say.
Come
on, other people are allowed to interject, but I'm not allowed to somehow.
Don't take offense. Don't take offense. I'm just saying I'm listening to the brother.
Yeah.
And he made it clear.
I need to be able to talk.
He made it. This is what he said. This is what he said. He said, Yorubas, there are many Yorubas who are supporting Tinubu regardless. He said he put it to you that if Obi came in, there will be the same, whereby there are many Igbos who would protect him.
Blindly follow.
I made a factual statement, just like you are making a factual statement, but it's okay for you to interject whenever it suits you. But if I do that,
what is it? What is it? Because I'm thinking that
the factual statement I made was that there are people too that are Igbos that are not going to support P2B.
But he said that already. He said that.
But I'm just adding that. So
okay.
At least acknowledging it is no reason for you to jump into my own.
Sorry. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. So this is how the country is kind of like set up right now. You see, Nigeria needs to really come together. I'm not saying hate anybody. I don't have personal issue with President Tinubu. I don't have personal issue with any of the politicians. But you need to know, Nigerian politicians, 99.9% they are the same. That is why you see today, Labour Party, House of Reps, senators, they do the same thing. They are not different.
Forefather, can I just put a point? Sorry, AY, Forefather, if I can just put a question to both you and AY and the panel indeed. AY made mention that the reason why NSARS was unsuccessful was because all of the youth didn't join, as it were, so to speak, paraphrasing. Now, I disagree with that. The reason why I believe ESPAC didn't succeed was because people with the mind and with a plan didn't go and seek them out in order to lay down a plan. Because everyone's not going to be on the same page at the same time. It's never going to happen. Everyone is not. There are too many weaklings in Nigeria. Just too many of them. Weak as shit. That won't want to do anything. Won't want to put themselves in a line of risk. Won't even want to put their. We're here in Europe, so everybody's happy to show their face. In Nigeria, I can guarantee you, we wouldn't have this kind of association. So I put it to you, in terms of a revolution, and there being a catalyst. What happens? I put it to you. What happens to make sure that this revolution doesn't stop until we get what we want? That's what we are.
It has to be organized. Go ahead.
Revolution needs to be organized, really. Okay. Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
You guys are just breaking me.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Can I say something? Jagun. And there will be no revolution anywhere. Read my lips. No revolution anywhere. You see, the factor that we are forgetting to use in argument is that tribe plays a lot in the Nigerian politics. Those youths that are in the streets who do not have anything to lose are usually the game changers. I'll give you a practical example because I was there. When the NSAS started and got to Abuja, and it was becoming something else. Now, to match the force, government, I repeat, government used their SUVs, went to Nasarawa State, gathered people from there, gave them 500, gave them clubs, brought them to the central, between Transcorp Hilton, where you have the park, where people are meeting. And they beat the daylight out of those people gathering there. What I'm talking about is on video. I'm not talking about something that I'm just making up. It's on video.
You are right. You are right.
Now, those people were introduced because it was now seen that these people want to bring down Buhari's government. That's where I'm going. Once tribe is introduced, if tribe doesn't work, they introduce religion. Two of these ones coming together, you find that whatever movement that you have said.
But don't you think what you're saying is redundant in that we all know this? What I'm saying, no, because you're just going backwards. You're doing moonwalk. My friend, let me put it to you. Let me put it to you, sir.
Your car runs. Let's take a practical example. Not the whole of your engine starts. When you turn your ignition, it is the spark plugs that gives it power. Before the whole engine now moves, whether it's a V6 or V8. Now, those spark plugs, if they don't work, there's no how your engine is going to crank up. Now, when the thing is starting to develop, a tribe is introduced, religion is introduced. And then because the people are hungry, let me tell you.
Bro, you see, you're explaining what I know. Don't tell me what I know. That's rubbish. I know this. You're trying to be gentle and say, this is why we can't do it. And wait, my friend. This is why we can't do it. We're weak in the fact that the government are in a much better, stronger position. They can give these people money to act. My brother, all of that, I'm afraid, is what's been happening in Nigeria from the beginning. Wait, let me land. I need to land.
I have an answer for your question.
Wait, let me land still, bruh. You can still answer. You see, what I don't like, KJ, about your argument is it's an argument of status quo. It's an argument that keeps us in this position of stupidity. You see, if somebody is coming to you with violence, then you have to really open your head and understand that, this is a violent war that we are going to entertain. Whilst I lost the war today, tomorrow I'm going to fight differently. And if we don't put that thinking cap on, we're in the same position for life. And that what we're doing in Nigeria is not living. We have the most beautiful country in the world, and we're not living in it.
So, Jagun,
it doesn't seem to frustrate you, bruv. You seem to be calm about it.
I think I have an answer to the questions you've raised. I don't know if my answer would help in the totality, but so I think what I would say is that we should continue. See, we should continue to. For me, I don't support any party. I've always said it right from the beginning when I joined this program, or any other program that I talk on or call in to contribute my own bit on. But we should address issues. If we want to remain one country where there's a rule of law and people are able to aspire to be what they want to be without fear, you understand? Without fear of being repressed or suppressed or marginalized, we should continue to address issues the way we have addressed this election issue. Despite the fact that Obi is from the East, is Igbo, majority of us are scared to the issues. The election, we didn't see the election as fair and fair. We thought it was the best candidate of all the candidates that was presented. And we thought that perhaps he may have won the election. That was why some people sabotaged the beavers to not work. So we want to continue to focus on the issue. Tinubu is a Yoruba man. I'm a Yoruba person, but God forbid that guy spends 4 years there. Not with the kind of record that we have seen. You understand? Not what we have out there with that background. If their party APC did not do a due diligence to vet
Olumide, if I can, sorry, my brother, if I can just quickly enter this, because again, I do respect most Nigerians have conducted themselves over this whole election season. What I'm frustrated with is whilst we're receiving slaps in the face and we're turning the other cheek and turning the other cheek, not more cheeks than we have allowed them to slap us in. I put to you, whilst we are attacking the issues in a very political manner, in a country like where we are, in a world as where we are, violence is the worst thing that we can reach. But you see what violence does? It lets everybody know that we as a people are not to be fucked with. And all they're doing in Nigeria, wait, my friend.
I agree with you.
All they're doing in that country, whilst you are doing all your political mamby-pamby, and I don't mean to belittle it, but whilst we are doing these political machinations, we're being fucked in the arse, mate.
Yeah,
and I don't know which of us is enjoying this kind of.
Like you said, Jago, how much more can those people now take in before they react?
Well, they're taking it. They've been, bro. I'm afraid. You see, growing up in England, I've understood that Nigerians have been taking it for eons since the beginning. They've been taking it.
Yeah,
Not even since not even since the beginning. You see how much they've been taking a piss out of Nigerians for 500 years, and then we have stool pigeons in the country that are doing the job of the West in oppressing us further. So whilst this is going on, and we know that this is going on, this is the hierarchy of what takes place in Nigeria. And we, who will call ourselves middle class or lower class, we are just being oppressed and smiling.
And Jago, you know what? One person on this panel that I think has no respect for Nigerians on this panel, that guy is not on his seat right now. He's John Abba. I don't think he understands the meaning of democracy.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's a bit unfair.
Let me explain myself. He does not understand the meaning of democracy. Each time people come to air their views, their grievances, he comes to say, oh, everybody suffers the same. Everybody suffers the same. So talk about the old, talk about this, talk about that, talk about...
Because that is true. Don't you get it? Because if you do that, you are more powerful. Don't you understand that? That is true. He's the only person that's actually saying that.
You are telling the Southern Carolina people.
So all these complaints we've been complaining for decades now. Why has it not worked?
No,
Olumide, all these complaints we've been complaining for decades now. Why has it not worked?
What complaints?
All the complaint, all the simple, the regions and towns and tribes have been complaining all this while. Why has it not worked?
Because the people up there who are there are preventing it, are preventing people. It is because of people
No,
like
they are
Abba.
not. What
Abba
he's
promised
telling you is the reason why it's not working. Maybe you should be listening. He's saying that you should bring it all so everybody, when everybody rises at the same time, you'll be able to have, you'll be far more effective then. That is the reason why. That's how it is done, or in other
But
climes.
he was saying, don't talk about it here. You shouldn't talk about it here. That's what he was saying.
He's not saying that. He's just saying talk about it. Talk about everybody.
Olumide is frustrating the topic.
You have to connect the
come on.
dots. You have to connect everybody. If you don't connect everybody, that's why you keep failing.
He's frustrating
Olumide,
My
brother, make I tell you.
Let me round up it. What I'm trying to say is that let each person, if you are not going to be united, let everybody come with their problem. Let the Igbo come with their problem. Let Yoruba come. Let the Benue people come. Southern can not come with that. When everybody complains, you understand, and we all hear each other out, you understand.
Our problem, most of our problem, they are common problem. We don't have road, we don't have light, we don't have hospital, we don't have. They are common problem.
AY, that is the common problem. But there are some people that are experiencing ethnic cleansing right now. That is not peculiar to all of us. Yeah, are you saying they should keep quiet?
No,
in fact,
no,
our problem
you see, this is the reason. If there is ethnic, the thing is, if there is ethnic, you see, the problem that we have in that stupid place called Nigeria is that we don't suffer.
Let's not keep
Wait, please, let me just land my please, just leave me alone.
The
Please.
stupid is too much now. Come on, man.
Wait. That's what I believe. Yeah, the way I see it, when somebody is suffering in Maduguri and I'm in Ogun State and I don't give a damn, that's where the problem is. If there's ethnic cleansing, then the whole of Nigeria should be against it. Not just the people to suffer by themselves, but because we don't have this nous, because we don't have an attitude.
See,
We don't have
Nigerians
themselves. My brother, let me land. I'm going to land, and every one of us on the panel should ask themselves this question: do we really feel the responsibility for anyone outside of our family, not even our tribe? When we get to the level of tribe, that's big. Do we even feel any responsibility for anyone who calls themselves Nigerian outside of our family? Once we can answer that truthfully, then we know why we're in the shit that we're in. Simple.
We don't.
Can I say one thing? I want to leave. Can I make my final submission, please?
Please go ahead.
I just want to remind us tomorrow is Sunday. Everybody should take a GP and remember to go and say, God, thank you for giving me life. As I want to leave the panel, I'm going for workers' meeting again Sundays tomorrow. So, but finally, what I want to say, KJ, last time you went away with anger because I tried to put things right, because sometimes some people take monopoly of some people who are very quiet in the platform. They talk and forget other people. I mean, no offense when I stood my ground last time that you shouldn't say anything, and I think you went off when you couldn't say something. So I don't know, maybe you were angry. I don't know why, but I'm trying to be honest for everybody, that everybody has a share of conversation, because when you came, you just jump in. You weren't there when we started the conversation, even though you might be listening from the background, which is normal. But what I did on that particular day was to stand on my ground, so that people should be able to understand that when other people keep quiet like Tony, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have anything to say. Some people will just keep talking. Others will just, be watching. So, I mean, no offense, right? So I'm not
offended.
So I just want to say, God bless all of you. Enjoy your weekend, and I think we shall meet tomorrow. Okay? Have a nice one. God bless you all.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. I must say that KJ, from what I've seen of KJ for months now, his anger doesn't run too deep, except he knows how to cloak it, and he's going to kill you someday. But his anger doesn't run deep. He goes. No matter how much you fight with him, he will come back. It's all forgotten. So that's what I know about KJ.
No, not at all. You are very correct, for fathers.
I've seen it now. It's just the truth of it. So, TA, Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, one Nigeria. TAP, please go ahead. One Nigeria, we can ignore him because he will interject anyway. So he might as well go in. He will take over your discussion soon. If you sorry. One Nigeria, if you want to talk, you can go ahead and talk. But I just thought maybe you want to allow KJ to come in, the TA to come in.
So my just to kind of round up. So my own beat is that somebody like Abba can't come and say, "Oh, talk about the general problem that face us. Don't talk about problem facing your people. Don't talk about problem facing your." How much more Nigerian can I be when I'm upset that people are dying every day in the Middle Belt? People are dying every day in Southern Kaduna because of the constitution that says that it is the federal government that can provide security for the people, and they are not doing that job. The governors don't have the power, even though they have a budget of 250 million naira security vote every month. You understand? And people are dying. Future leaders of tomorrow are dying. Orphans are being created daily. And you are saying don't come and talk about the general problem. Why can't you talk about the problem that bother you as an ethnic person, as an entity? So that is just my own. When somebody comes and says, "Oh, don't talk about this one. Talk about that is your." If you don't want to talk about what is bothering your people, then fine. Discuss politics.
No,
Guys.
but that is not the point he's making. He's saying talk about it, but bring other people into it. You understand?
But
Yeah, he wants you to bring other people into
how
it.
much more one Nigeria can I be? Sorry, one Nigeria can I be? When I'm talking about people dying, and that guy who is the president, the Yoruba man, who promised that he will protect the people, wants to send soldiers to Niger that doesn't concern him, and he cannot save the people in his own domain, in his own country.
Well, that's how stupid the place is. You know, I mean, not the. You know, it's very difficult. I understand we're all Nigerians and we feel a lot of passion, but we really got to tell ourselves the truth and stop this idiotic boasting. We know our power, we know our prowess, we know our intelligence, we know our strength, but we don't use any of it for our own benefit, which to me is stupid. It smacks of stupidity. How can you have all this energy and you're not using anything, but you're complaining every day? I mean, I don't know why people aren't frustrated to the point whereby there is a revolution, and a revolution would be wild. You know, it doesn't have to be violent, but as I say, the further we go into the future, the more likely it is that whatever revolution takes place in that country will be violent. It will be, because we're sleeping. We're sleeping. The dollar to the naira is 1150 at the minute. I mean, Nigerian money, I was spending naira as a pound and as a dollar back in when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I remember it because it was a source of pride for me. Today, what are we talking about? And if we understand what the economics means, that your currency to $1, you're talking about 1,150 naira. That is how weak the nation is. That's how weak we are.
So I yield the floor to the next person. I'll be one moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you guys. It's good to see you guys again. First of all, I just want to say my condolences to the family of Bobby Charlton. Died today. Yeah, you know, I'm a football fan, man. So
I hear you, man. I hear you. He's 6 years old.
Yeah, it's 6 years old. And now that apart, I totally disagree with what Olumide was saying about John Abba, you know, about, because everybody has got their own opinion, to be honest. And it's not good, you know, when we start going for each other. We're all, you know, we're all one. We're all the same. And based on my own foundation that I always talk about love. We don't love one another. You know, no matter what revolution you want to do, you know, if the love is not there, nothing is going to happen. You know, remember, what's it called? Tiananmen Square, 1989.
where the student revolted in China. I mean, those guys were killed, and China still survives to today. You know, China is, you know, the second when it comes to, you know, economy at the moment. After US, they're the next one. So we have to be careful. I don't believe Nigeria needs a revolution right now. Likewise, I don't believe Africa needs revolution right now. What we need to be doing is orientation, you know. Now people have started waking up. I mean, I like what happened during the obedience era and the what's it called, the that massacre at Lagos Island at the bridge. What's it called? NSAS. You know, a lot of people are waking up. People are not saying that, look, we are the leaders of tomorrow, you know. And the leaders of, I mean, the ones in government as well, they started reasoning as well, you know, that look, if we're not careful, these people are going to chase us out. I remember back in Ghana, there was a revolution there which turned the things around, you know. That revolution, it killed a majority of those people that I thought it was corrupt. But now, what is happening in Ghana today? They say, look, they're going backwards. So I don't believe revolution is the way. I believe, first of all, loving one another goes a long way. If I see you as my brother, you know, I shouldn't be able to hurt you. I understand where Olumide is coming from as well, where he's talking about people being what's it called?
Are you really serious? Do you have any example historically of your approach to this problem as a path for national development?
Okay. One thing I've always noticed, because back in the days, I remember 1992, I was part of the revolution during the Abiola era, stuff like that. I was part of the student union government as well, where, you know, going outside to go against the government, you know, and stuff. And I've noticed that, look, after all this, I mean, I've seen revolutions where, I mean, riots where we're doing peaceful protest, where some people were shot, and exactly similar to what happened in Lekki back then, you know, where, you know, and nothing was done about it. They just moved on.
But it laid foundation for what we have now, which was democracy, was what we were fighting for.
Yeah. It laid foundation for what we have now. Yeah. One thing you guys have to know is that, look, the older ones, either you like it or not, they're going to face away. You know, a common, and that's why sometimes I look at we Nigerians and I call ourselves hypocrites, you know, because sometimes we say, I was talking to one of my friends. Let me just, you know, digress a bit. I was talking to one of my friends.
Don't digress too much, bro.
No, not too much. Not too much. Not too much. I'm not. It's similar to what's happening. I was talking to one of my friends, and before, he always believed in Biafra. He's so much into Biafra and stuff like that. And you know, but later I started seeing the reasoning now that, okay, this is where I'm coming from. Because he said one thing. He said, look, he said, Baba, now I understand you. He said, look, even let's say we have Biafra today, are we going to move the people in that area, those people, you know, are we going to move them out of that area and put another people there? It's still going to be the same people. It's still going to be the top people in government because they've got money. You understand? And look, if a governor of a state, they're asking the governor of a state, and they're saying, okay, about his achievement, and he's talking about Chicken Republic, you understand? So what are we talking about?
If I can just ask you, because, you know, I want to follow what you're saying, especially when I know where you're coming from. You're coming from a spiritual understanding, and you know the power of love. Now, when you mention this thing called love, you know that most people don't know what it is. You understand this? So with most people not knowing what it is, I understand love. It's an action word. It's not a noun. It's not a standstill. It's an active. So what love are you really speaking about? What would love mean? What would us loving each other mean in Nigeria? What is the progression from this feeling of love to the action of love and to where it takes us. Because, you know, otherwise you're just speaking very spuriously. You're speaking almost hocus pocus.
Yeah, let me break
like
it
a
down.
pastor.
Okay.
You know, pastors, they talk all this talk, and they have people.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down.
It's only sermonizing.
Love to TA is when you spend 400 and something million dollars to take 30 people to the New York and get escorts for them to be there for 1 or 2 weeks, and they feed part on Nigerian money and get extra coats and buy latest vehicles and come back. That is love. Why the majority of the rest of people are suffering in squalor and they don't have light, they have no electricity. Love is when the National Assembly, which made up of 300 and something people, decide to take half of the money of the people, buy SUVs for themselves. People who could not before now not afford it, travel around the world, enjoy themselves at the expense of the poor. Love is when you become a local government secretary or chairman. You buy your vehicle, your SUV from China. You send the money of the local government to China, buy yourself bulletproof cars, come back, change your house, get a guest house in Abuja, and furnish it with the people's money, and then live there most of the time, and go to your local government once every week, and then go and conduct it. Love is when you discover that your children can no longer school it. Hold on, I'm coming.
That's a long list now. The list
is... we understand what you're saying. We understand
we
you.
definitely
understand. Hold on.
No, let this guy answer his question. You can't speak for him.
KJ is his turn to talk, and
KJ, you're speaking for him. You're speaking.
I'm telling you my own life, my own love, what I understand by love.
Yeah,
I understand you. We take your point. I take your point.
Is good enough to speak for himself. I'm not telling what I've come to understand by love. Love is when you have a former Nigerian president who could pay 29,000 pounds for one of his children, and yet he cannot buy.
You are taking an ironic this thing.
We understand. We understand.
KJ,
we get
answer my question.
I'll leave you guys. Anybody who comes to preach love,
KJ, man, you're going on too much. It's TA's question.
Can I talk? Anybody who love out there to deceive you, because if you love, excuse me, the love that we know says treat other people better than yourself. And if they're not treating themselves, other people better than you, they shouldn't come and tell you about love. I'm not ready to hear any crap thing about love.
You could have said all this in 1 minute.
It doesn't matter, PJ. I have the right. I mean, forefather, I have the right to put it the way I want. I'm saying my mind.
But you have to consider other people now.
That's my choice.
Treat other people better than you treat yourself. You just said it.
TA, you have to come with real bollocks this time around, though, not this mamby-pamby talk.
Okay, now let me break it down. See, when I talk about love, about loving one another, you understand? There are two, I don't know why, but please bear with me. I have to go back to the Bible where Christ was talking about.
I did ask you a straight question that you have not answered.
I'm trying to answer Jago now, first of all. Forefathers.
No, but I did ask a question first, and you're answering the last question because the one I asked, you don't have any answer to it. The question I asked you is that is there any example in the world that people have taken this approach to national development? The approach you talk about love to national development.
Okay.
Yes, or
yeah. Let me. One of the things that when you look at, for example, I know America, they had their civil wars back in the days and stuff. But until when their president said, look, you have to think about what you can do. Not what you can do for yourself, but what you can do for the country. So he's talking about, look, you loving, you understand, the country as a whole, and start looking inward. And people start thinking that, look, this is the way forward. You understand? So if you love one another, I'm going to give you other countries as well, but, if you love one another, there's some things that you're not going to do to each other. You understand? If I say I love my sister, for example, I can't take an axe to axe my sister. You understand? Although some people can do that. If I say I love my brother now, I can't take an axe to kill one another.
What you're saying is not progressive.
Wait, Jago, let me finish. Now, when we're talking about love, Looking at it from the top, yeah. First of all, when you look into the religion as a whole body, now the pastors is telling all the
But the president has not demonstrated that law.
Oh, let me finish now. Wait,
by
guys.
sending soldiers to protect lives.
See, wait. Let me finish. Let me talk now, guys. You guys have talked, yeah. Now let me talk, please. So, for example,
you're not giving the answer. You're just talking.
No, see, you see, I'm not giving the answer, but you guys are trying to. I'm trying to break down the law.
For an example, not this thing. Break it down. An example.
No, I've answered yours. I've talked about America.
Which country? America was based on love. Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
They
literally exterminated a whole people from there.
You understand?
The whole people and oh my God.
Father, hold on.
Can we go around?
Father, hold on.
So that will not get
I just want to hold on for my turn. Can we please let TJ talk? But TJ, truth be told, when you talk America, you're wrong. When you're talking about America, the war that America fights, it is the 1% that is taking advantage of the very vulnerable, the poor people. That Kennedy is telling you that. I hope you know that. So it's the rich that is taking advantage of the poor, and Kennedy is telling the rich to let the poor breathe, according to your Tinubu. So it's not the reverse that the rich is telling the poor, just be patient. Let us keep getting richer. Sometime it will get to your turn, like Ensu Eluomo. Go ahead, TJ.
Okay.
Or
now,
TA.
Yeah. So
how many minutes do we have to talk?
So, what?
Sorry, Tone. When we're timing it, it's true. When we're timing it, you were not here. So, but TA, just for the consideration of others, try to round up.
Okay. Let me just summarize it. So, when I'm talking about love, yeah, first of all, in Nigeria, for example, we look at the religion, the two basic religion, which is the Christian and the Muslim. Yeah. Now, let me now base it on the Christian, for example, where, as the pastors are getting richer, yeah, the congregation are getting poorer. If the pastors love their congregation, yeah, if they love them, they shouldn't be getting poor. You shouldn't be taking for the weak ones and be enriching yourself. That's one part of love, yeah, where Christ dictates that we should love one another as thyself, not more than ourselves. Now, in the other places where up north, where they're grabbing lands and stuff like that, even in the West, it happens. In the East, it's happened. All those things are happening everywhere, where because of a substance, a land, that's okay, I want to grab this area and turn it to my own bait. If you love one another, you won't be going for that. So first of all, the fundamental preaching, yeah, of that country is poor, where he's always talking about the riches, how you can, make yourself wealthy. Not teaching the basic thing. Back in the days when I was growing up in Nigeria, yeah, back in the days, when you see someone suffering, yeah, you try to help them out. Not in this case now. I remember back then, I remember the people I grew up with, the Nwabudi case. We sit down together, we eat together, you understand? We love one another. We don't say,
my brother, I'm reading. I have to accuse you.
That to the Constitution.
No, you see, that's a micro level. No, it's not even that. It's a micro level. My TA, I have to accuse you of not having belief. I don't believe you have belief. If you have belief, what you are trying to say, you will be able to make sense of it. What you're saying, I'm afraid, makes no sense. It makes no sense. Not to the discussion that we're having. It may make sense over in your church somewhere, but on this ground, it's making absolutely no sense. It's a terrible.
Please take it easy. There are. You have to understand. They have family members and other people watching sometimes.
No.
Okay.
I'll try. Listen. I'm not going to tell you that the word you're saying it makes no sense.
No, but I'm telling that to you. I'm saying I'm waiting patiently. I'm here waiting patiently. Wait, my brother. I need to put something to you.
Yeah. See, if you're going to put something to me, not this way.
But I'm frustrated with what you're saying.
Listen, bro. I'm not going to disrespect you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, look,
So
I'm
when
not
I'm
trying to
talking here,
disrespect you. I'm
okay,
sure that
listen.
me and you could listen to me for a second. I'm sure me and you could be.
Jagun, not the way. Listen, see, if you apologize, if you see,
I
don't come
look,
here to attack people.
Listen, my brother.
Bro.
All
No,
I'm
bro,
saying
no,
to
you
you
listen.
is
No, hell no. I'm not going to take that.
What I'm listening to, it doesn't
Jagun,
fit
if you're
in
talking,
with the discussion that
I'm
we're
not going to
having.
interject you.
Okay,
Listen,
I'm gonna start
I'm not going
muting
to
people now
interject
if we
you.
don't.
So let me finish. If I finish, then you can go around. You understand? I'm not going to interject you.
Not happy with you, bro.
Let me tell you one thing here, guys. You might think you know too much, but that's not the way the world runs.
bruv. I will speak to people upon the subject that we're speaking. I ask real.
What happened to him? I didn't do it too, just in case.
What does your love mean? Is a direct question. Does it? If not revolution? Because what you said.
See, we are delaying others from being able to talk.
But we're still having a discussion. I mean, we're having a discussion.
Yeah, but Owen is there and Paul is there. They've not said anything, and so I think 15 seconds, and let's go to Paul, please.
Yeah, please. Let me just round up and just leave the floor.
15 seconds.
1 minute. Come on.
It's about love.
Yeah. Okay. So about love.
That's where you're going.
So about love. So if you love one another, you don't want to hurt your brother, and that's the way I say it. You know what I'm saying? Some people think maybe I'm not for any politician, and I'm not a politician anyway. But look, Nigerians don't love each other. Just break it that way. Even Africans don't love each other. You understand? You have to start loving one another before you can move ahead. Without that, you're just going around the circle. You understand? No matter how you want to do it, go and look at the Arab uprising. What happened? The same people are still there, running the country. The one that fought the war, that fought the uprising in Egypt, they're locked up. Some of them are dead. So you guys are always clamoring for revolution. If you want to lead a revolution, I'll pay your ticket. Go down to Nigeria, go and lead the revolution.
Because you don't understand the revolution they are talking about. The type they had in Egypt.
I leave the floor for everyone.
Yeah.
Don't take personal offense. Let me just say this to TA.
To be honest,
don't take personal offense to what I say and the way I say it. You see, wait, bro. You see, on this platform, I like seriousness. We can all joke at any time. But you see, we were speaking about a revolutionary point of view based on what's happening now and based on the fact that daily nothing is happening to stop the rot. Daily, we're just entering further into rot. Now, when you spoke about love, I thought, okay, let me see the love that my man is dealing with. And I'm afraid you did not fit nowhere into the conversation. So apart from being frustrated with what you're saying, because you're not joining the angst. There's real angst amongst us as people. So when you say love, a lot of people would firstly reject it. I didn't want to reject it. I wanted to inquire as to what your love means. And as you spoke, bruh, it had nothing to do with me.
Let me tell you, Jagun.
And I'm a man. Wait, let me land.
Wait.
I'm a man of
now. Let me tell you quickly. This is what was happening when Moses was trying to lead the Israelites. You understand what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, exactly. Some
and who's the Moses amongst us? Who is the Moses amongst us? Is it you?
No, I'm not.
What
I'm telling you is that
when
Moses was saying all these things, some people were going against him and saying that, look, that is not the way.
Who is saying that? What have I done now?
Honestly,
okay, sorry, it's all right. Just let me speak so that I can calm the situation. Okay, please just let me speak. I'll still touch about love. Love are like forespelling, just one little thing that makes the difference among them. It's just O and I, So now, three great American musicians make mention about love. I'll use the first one, Celine Dion. Celine Dion said, love doesn't ask why, it speaks from the heart. But I can tell you that love, that is the love. We love our kids and our parents, unconditional love. They don't deserve it, but we love them. Maybe because it's our DNA that runs together.
So your wife is what you mention your wife.
No, wife don't take that place. That is the mistake many of us make when we are seeing these beautiful women. You understand? We can leave wife alone. How many times do we leave kids and parents like that? It's very, very rare. You understand? So Celine Dion said, love doesn't ask why, it speaks from the heart. Then another great American musician called Gloria Estefan. She said, love is not enough. Then another great American musician again called Michael Bolton. Michael Bolton said, how can we be lovers when we are not friends? The biggest problem we are going through in that country, we talk about love. But oftentimes, some of us fail to understand that friendship is even stronger than love. Growing up, we love our parents so much, we love our siblings so much, but when we started going through challenge in life, we confide on the people we call friend. Many of our friends know our first girlfriend, none of our siblings must know. When we do all the stupid things, we're having challenge in schools, in workplace, we confide on our friends. We never tell the people we claim we love. You understand? So sometimes I want to see it from where Gloria Estefan said, love is not enough. You understand? Because love sometimes may be soft power, like my learned friend called Forefather would say. It may just be soft power. You understand? It may not be the real deal. You understand? So when you talk love, every government we have in that country today called Nigeria, they all preach love. But in reality, we don't see love.
No.
You understand? Because love is supposed to bring empathy, not sympathy. You understand? When you talk about the Bible, when the Bible talk about the Pharisees, the story of the man who was dying on the road, you understand, and everything. When the Bible make mention about that, what did the Bible tell you? It talk about the Levite and the Pharisees. This man saw this person die, the Good Samaritan. You understand? The so-called Christian pastor today that we talk, walk away. The so-called, what we will call OPC, the so-called Juju man in a Nigerian context, saw that person dying and heard. That is the story of the Good Samaritan. And Christ asks, what is the example of the person that will make heaven? It is that, in quote, that man that we call bad man, that even played a good role. That man played what we call empathy. He put himself in this person's position. That we don't get from our government, because while we're sitting down here, the topic of the day still boils down to one common thing. It's called our government. To make that country that have the finest weather you can talk about, the most happiest people you can talk about, the best land, the best sea. We don't have all this type of names that so many people don't even know in Nigeria. Do you know all type of problems that is going on in the state of California, different states in America, all type of weather, Muslim, this rain, that one, tsunami, come on, all type of thing. We don't have all these things, and we can't fix that country. Where is empathy from our leaders? You understand? It's not like bringing the script. Oh, look for the script that fits this case, and the leaders will just come out and just say it and just read through the script and shut down and go away. That is not how the so-called civilized country work. Then Tia, you talk about America. America fights civil war. Let me school you about Texas. You understand? The people in Texas who enslaved, the so-called black people in Texas back in the days, they asked them to go. They said, no, how do you ask me to just leave this farm where I feed, but you don't give me no nothing? You understand? Where would they start from? You understand? Even though my Biafran people, they still give them 20 pounds to start back a civil war. These people, they just ask nothing. So they even choose to be a slave. So when Kennedy is telling you what he's telling you and everything, you remember that it is the 1%, the rich, taking advantage of the poor. And Kennedy is telling you, think the love you have for the country. Let us make the country grow. One of the ways the country will grow, we got to carry all of them along. What grows America today, I can tell you for free. It is not the rich people, it is the poor people. The man who earns minimum wage that is qualified to buy a car of $50,000. The man who earns minimum wage that can buy a house for 400,000. Hold on, let me round up. The man who earns minimum wage that can buy a house for 400,000. Guess what? After you buy that house, then you discover that this thing big past me that I put my hand. You get 2 jobs. The more you work, the more government is making money. The more you are paying your mortgage, you pay tax on mortgage, the more government is making your money. So the poor people work, they buy the things that they can afford, and they work hard for it, and it grows the economy. The rich people find every loopholes to write off taxes. They don't pay tax. It is the poor that even pay more taxes. But the poor still have something to breathe. They have something tangible to seek proud for. I work meritoriously, like my father would say, 35 years to buy a house. You go ahead.
Before I forget, you mentioned Kennedy now.
Let me share some of the love our
when Kennedy
leaders
mentioned
have.
that, when Kennedy mentioned that, yeah.
Sorry. This is the love.
Look at that. Look at the state. Look at that. Look at that, TA. Have a good look.
Before we use seriously to pass here.
Tell me any politician who will ride on this road.
Have a good look at that.
Oh yeah.
And tell me that we shouldn't be revolutionary in our spirit.
Wait,
we should just take.
You know when the Japanese went past this house of 18 something.
Yeah,
Japanese were industrialized in that time. I don't know what is wrong with our people.
There's a lot wrong.
You have to be telling us love. We need to act. This is out of control.
I put it to TA. I said, "This is your love. It's an action word or not a noun." And then he began with his soliloquy of nonsense. I don't want to abuse you.
I'm not going to go back into that. I'm trying to ask for now. I'm not going to go back into that now.
Yeah. Hopefully, what you said will be somewhat progressive.
When Kennedy
the Israeli official that was talking to Wike this week actually said they are willing to kill for the environment. When he said that, he actually had to be careful when he said it. He actually said they were willing to kill for the weather that Nigeria has. Literally,
that's true.
He was saying it to Wiki.
Of course.
And when he said it, he shut his mouth because he knows for somebody like Israeli to say it, that could be dangerous for him to be saying. But he said it. So it tells you where we are. We just take. I've never seen such useless set of human beings, elites, that have just sold their people away for nothing. I don't understand it. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah. Paul, you know when you mentioned Kennedy just now? Yeah.
Yeah.
The people Kennedy were talking to, did they put gun to the head? It did not. But it was able to change their mind. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So if they could change their mind, it's because of that love. The road that forefather just showed now, yeah, the governor of Edo State was stuck on that road. If the governor loved himself, yeah, and he believes that he loves others, he will be thinking of the way to repair that road. No matter what, even if it's the federal road. Because
that's why you're supposed to be in our own camp for us to ask people for accountability. But you are telling us love for us to love our leaders. No, when you support your leaders and you are asking us to love our leaders.
Don't you understand? Maybe he loves his side chick more than he loves the nation. This is why you have to speak specifically to the point.
To the point.
If you love your people, you will look for the greater good for the people. That is
simple.
Where the true love is, because you do all the things to preserve everyone's betterment, so that everybody will do better. But
you're not saying the same thing.
You're not saying the same thing. You're not saying it like a computer or somebody in the church.
If I may. Sorry, my brothers, if I may very quickly, you see, TA, the thing that panicked me, that aggressed me as to what your submission was, that it really wasn't tying up. It left us in that space where we don't really understand left or right. You spoke this love, and I wanted you to itemize it to the point of how we reconstruct, because you were against revolution. And I was saying that we, Nigeria, are receiving... Wait, please. Please. We're receiving too many slaps in the face as Nigerians, to the point it's paining us wherever we are in the world. Anyone that can sit cool as a Nigerian about Nigeria, they should just relinquish their passport, because you're not fighting for us. You're doing something else. The country is in a mire, and it's been in a mire for over 55 years, older than I am. And if we are not, I don't want to be violent. I'm not a violent person. However,
wait, did you just say you're not a violent person?
I'm not. Generally, do you know what
your name means? Your name, Jagu.
I'm on now. But do you know what it means? Because let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you. Yes, and I am
a give him the name. He didn't give himself the name.
Listen to me. The name that I have, it comes from my father. My father was a peaceful man, but you can't mess with him. You can't just do anything you want, because he will turn up. He will turn up and show you who he is. We Nigerians are not Jaguns. We've lost the Jagun spirit in that country. We're weak to the point of uselessness. I don't understand why you can't see that. To the point whereby you see you're not following this conversation is my feeling, because
what I don't believe in. See, listen.
Wait,
Okay,
please.
go on.
Forefather made mention in a really passionate way that where we are as Nigerians and as Africans is beyond his understanding. What type of people are we when everyone else in the world somehow is able to cut through nonsense and get to the point of where there is dignity within our people? Our people, it doesn't matter how many degrees you have, it doesn't matter how strong you are as an individual, it doesn't matter how complex you are in business, we have no dignity in the world. As much as we have this prowess, people still look at us as, boy, you come and work for me, you come and go over there and we'll go, come here and we will come.
No,
what? My
like
brother,
me.
that's
Hell
us.
No. Hell no.
My brother, I'm saying to you, if you
no.
don't want to be that kind of person, then you have to stand up. It's either a revolution, the revolution doesn't have to be violent.
If you know your what, you understand what I'm saying? Majority of Africans don't know their what. And that is why we're going down the drain. It's not all about violence. It's not all about revolution.
I disagree with you. Majority of Americans, majority of your UK, your British citizens don't know their what. They have good leaders. There are so many docile people, but the system carry every one of them along. There are so many docile people. There are so many dumb people in this US today that had this good education, but you can't see it in them. But the system
because
still
they have
remember
basic
them.
amenities. Basic amenities.
That's exactly that basic amenities is called love that we don't have.
We don't have.
Understand? That basic amenity is called love that we
You're frustrating,
don't have. If you have a kid in the US for 5 years, you're going to get what they call WIC. You are getting literally free food from the government. If you make less, you get cash assistance, you get money, you get Section 8, what you guys call council house. You get all these benefits from the government. It's called love. You understand? Don't forget the weak among you. But see, our leaders, the weak among us, cause it for themselves because they don't know God. That's what they tell us.
All right, guys,
that's what they tell us. They don't know God.
The reason why I came on is just to say something. T, your message, I think it's a very good message. I just think you're preaching to the wrong audience. That's all I came to say. I think your message should be preached at the National Assembly, state houses. Tell them to love the people. Maybe you will be preaching to the right people, but telling them, see, T, I can tell you an average Nigerian loves the next Nigerian. I can tell you. The government is failing so bad that if the average Nigerian withdraws the love they are showing each other, that country would go up in flames. Do you know how many people we support as individuals? That's love. What more can we do? So your message is a good message. I have no objection. I just think you're preaching to the wrong crowd. National Assembly once a week, let's find you a slot. State House, visit there, the State House of Assembly, tell them to love the people and stop stealing. Us that you are telling, we love each other. If we don't love each other, why are we here this African Sunday?
No, see,
that's what I came to say. Let me leave for Chima.
Thank you, brother. You said well.
We love each other here, yeah. See, but I'm talking about the Nigerians now, for example. Yeah, in Nigeria.
Don't misunderstand what he said, though. He came on specifically to speak to you, and you're going to misunderstand him again. You're going to misunderstand him. You are. You're going to misunderstand the brother. He made an appeal. He made an appeal to you that don't come to this because he's much softer than I am. Don't come to this platform and speak the thing that we know already. Come and add. You haven't added. You've actually put us into confusion.
Actually, sorry. I think your time is up.
Can I say something quick one?
Loco, sorry, Tone has been very patient, except he concedes.
Okay, I came because of TA, so I'll just speak.
Tone, please go ahead.
Are you going to be brief?
No, bro. Tone, come ahead, bro. Well done, forefather. Tone, come in, brother. Come
Okay.
in.
Hello, everybody.
Go ahead.
On the reporting on the shifts. Right. Okay. Interesting. Because from the afternoon, I've been listening in whilst I was watching my football. At some point, it was so noisy at the stadium, and I couldn't even hear, but I got snippets and all that. Anyway, back to this section. TA, you're preaching of love. I don't know what to say, but don't just say that I'm an unbeliever. I'm not just a church goer. I'm a Christian in every word of faith. Okay. Now, remember, the good book says, "For God so loved the world that He gave," and when He gave His very best, He gave His very best not to just come to rule. He gave His very best to die. Blood had to flow. I'll tell you where I'm going. Now, Hebrews 12, I think 5 to 6, talks about discipline, that God chastises those that He loves. I think so. I'm just paraphrasing that verse. Now,
which part did you
the
quote?
kind of
Hebrew
love
what?
Hebrew 12, 5 through 6, I think. Yeah.
Just go on with the verse. Doesn't matter what the verse.
Yeah. God chastises those He loves, something like that, something along those lines. Now, love that you're talking about is not really, it's, if, in my own opinion, where we've gotten to now is not the love, we should love each other, like Sho rightly said. We love ourselves. Forget that we might argue, we might be here and argue and shout on ourselves and all that. But Nigerians I know we are very, very close. I mean, my best friend that is like a brother from another mother, he's a Yoruba guy, and I've made friends from the north as well. There are some good Fulani. There's some good Fulani people. My brother here, Maska, is a Fulani man. We've come to know. So it's not so much about ethnicity, but it's people. Some few individuals that have taken this and tried to tribalize it so that we will be all divided. And the only love I know now is the day I wake up, or as we are talking one day, maybe it will happen on a Saturday, I'll hear fellow Nigerians, blah, 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 we have now taken over. I want to hear that. It's going to be, I've kept a nice, I'm not alcoholic, but I've kept a bottle that I'm going to pop that day. And I believe it's going to happen very soon. Because you know what? These people have taken us for granted. The impunity.
But
We don't know what's going to happen.
Does it not matter whoever comes and says this? What if the person that comes in and is even worse? It's like he just hands over everything.
Forefathers, where we've gotten to now, these people are not going to listen to anybody. Tinubu is not going to resign. It's on African. Even if the CIA should release whatever they release and all that, after some time, I mean, he has all these people that would.
But the question is about the person that is coming. You don't have any say. You don't know who. For all you know, that person may even be worse. Don't you think that we want to be in charge of the change, not expecting somebody to just show up one day and save us?
So Tone is gone. Let me quickly say something.
I'm not gone here.
I see you. Okay.
Tone, let me. You quoted Hebrew, yeah. If you look at Hebrew 12 that you just quoted now, verse 14, it says, "Follow peace with all men and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord." Follow peace.
No. The Hebrew 12 I'm talking about.
You're saying from 5.
Hebrew 12 I'm talking about is 5 to 6. It talks about chastisement. Love and chastisement go hand in hand, because the love you're preaching to us is that we should love. We should love our fellow Nigerians. The love for our fellow Nigerians is not the issue here. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with selfish and wicked people that have taken over Nigeria.
Can I ask you a question quickly? Now, somebody was mentioning, I think it was Olamide. It was mentioning something about massacre in the north. Now, if you love one another, will you be able to kill one another?
We will always have extreme people that are of extreme. Yeah.
Huh? You always what? Sorry.
We'll have extremists in every part of the country.
So
We have
those
extremists in the
people
south.
that are doing it, are they not Nigerians?
They're
Nigerians as well. But if you love one another, you'll not be able to even ask someone not to
But
talk
that
of
is not
killing.
the issue. See, that is not the issue. That is not the even. That is not the issue. The UK, you and I live.
Me, man.
The UK, you and I live, and Jagun, we know there are some extremists. We know what are these people called, Jagun?
Who?
They're not skinhead. There's a name they call them. They're extremists. They don't like black people. But the people that are in charge of the government are responsible. The government is working. Okay, look at even right now. I know that they're even thinking of the people that are going through hardship in going about their we know the price of things in the UK is increasing. Government is always talking and all the advice and all that, how you can handle your the rising cost of living. Would you ever have that in Nigeria or even Africa? These people are selfish. They are wicked.
Wait, they're doing that in
Sorry,
Nigeria
look,
now, isn't
wait, Tia, wait. Look, I think Loco wants to interject. Loco.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tia.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for your love. I think from today go, probably I'll start calling you Brother Love or Dr. Love. Because this your love of the team.
When you see me outside, don't call me that though.
No, you see you now, so it's
I'm
not
just
good
joking.
now.
I'm just
right?
joking anyway. I'm just joking.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, but you see, I think you don't. I feel most of us. Let me not say you, not as if I'm taking on you. Like most of us don't really understand the meaning of love. We think love is positive. Love is not positive. Love is not even negative. You understand? But love is it's bigger than even us. You understand? Because so we tell you God is love, right? And if you see how God is, if you can imagine how God is, that's how love also is. You understand? I'll tell you this, like picture a scenario whereby somebody is in dying need of something that I know is going to jeopardize his life, his health, or whatever. But he needs is begging me really to do anything, pleading with me, in fact, crying and all that stuff. So at least in me, I should have pity now to like, hey, let me just pity this guy and give him that. But I know within me that but if I give him this stuff, it will damage, jeopardize his life, maybe like drug or whatever, it's a substance. You understand? Will you say for me to be mean to that person, not to give him what he wants? Will you say I'm loving that person or I'm hating that person? You understand? For me to do what I want and do against what he wants, that means I'm loving him for not giving him, despite his appealing, begging, or whatever. You understand? So it's also like I think she also said Tone also said like God gave his begotten son. Oh no, so not even that. Yeah, close to that. Christ died, right? He knew that he was going to die, sacrificed himself. So I would say that is technical suicide, right? He knew he was going to die. He offered himself to be killed so that love can reign or whatever, peace can reign or sin can be forgiven. That is technical suicide. So sometimes, and suicide is, they say it's bad, right? And it's this and that. But so sometimes, like I said, like love is so big that we don't understand. You can maybe because of love kill somebody just to do the right thing, or buy somebody, like I said, just to do the right, just for positive thing to exist, for growth to take place, for positive to take place.
Absolutely.
You just have to
get on the right page, man.
Do you understand? Because
get on the right page.
The most important is the larger population that needs to experience positive in life. So you might end up taking out some people. That doesn't mean you hate them, but because your love is for the bigger interest. That's why some things that you think is bad or that is not love needs to happen. So like I said, love is not positive, love is not negative. Love is a thing that you need to do for a better thing to happen. You get my point? So when you say like love, we don't. What we are showing to each other is not even love. It's affection. Because like I said, love is bigger than all of us. It's affection. It's the right thing. It's just being godly. Because God made us in His own image and likeness. So we are just sharing with each other what God put in us, which is that connection of godliness in us. That's why we're showing to each other. It's not even love. But love is so big that we can't even fathom what love can do. You
A man
understand?
with
So
understanding.
if you say maybe love, yeah, because of we should love each other, no. What you are doing is just showing affection, doing the right thing. Love is if you really love each other, you might even end ready to even take your own life to make sure there's a greater good for your neighbor, which you are not
No,
even
you
willing
should,
to do.
no, Local
So
P.
that's not even
You
love.
shouldn't take your own life, yeah.
No, hold on.
See, you
Yeah,
should
no,
love.
hold on.
If you
Okay,
love
now let
as
me tell you.
yourself.
Wait, hold on. The
Uh-huh.
Christianity you are coming from, you want to be Christ-like, right? Then do what Christ does. If you want to preach form of Christ, then do what he does. You understand?
Exactly.
He sacrificed. He became poor for the rich to be that. Do what he does. You understand? Then take your own life or offer yourself for sacrifice for the greater good. But you won't do it. That is not love. You understand? So that's why I
Because
say
no,
love is
Local P. If what you're preaching, yeah, what you're just saying now is like, look, if you go to Act of Apostles, yeah, because they love one another.
Look,
Yeah,
you are still not getting it. Look, when they say love one
He's not
another,
gonna get it.
hold on. See, what you are quoting, right?
Jago, that's an Aesop, bro. Yeah,
I believe
listen,
I don't believe it on not on this stage.
hell no. See, listen, that's an Aesop.
Come on.
Let's
You understand?
Come on. Me, I'm not taking anything back, bro.
No,
I don't believe.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Listen, Jago.
Wait.
Don't come for me, bro. I'm telling you.
Look, I'm not speaking violently.
Hold on
You say no. When you say he's not gonna get it. What do you mean?
I can tell you what I mean, bro. I'm not getting violent with you. I'm using my mouth to speak.
If you're using your mouth, use it in the right way, bro.
No, I use it in my way because it's my mouth. You understand?
So you can't
I don't
just
know
say,
what you're
listen,
speaking
look,
about.
I
Look,
can't
I'm not.
let me help
you.
That's what I'm telling you.
All I can say to you, Tia. Wait, Joe, let me just
One
speak.
mic, please.
Whatever
One
you want
mic.
to say, yeah. If it's gonna be insultive, yeah, keep it within
I'm
you.
not trying to insult you, bro. I'm not trying to. I'm trying.
No, you're trying to say, when
I
you're saying he's
remember.
not gonna get it. What do you mean?
Well, I tell you what I mean. I tell you what I mean. No. Bros, you have spoken, and believe me, the next person will speak, and he's going to direct his speech to TA and try to bring him on board, and TA is still going to come back with an idiotic question.
Hold on, but not
No, can I just
no
can I
sense.
just round up?
Jago,
And
please let Tone finish now. Let Tone finish, please.
See, let me tell you, when you say idiotic
TA, let Tone finish. You people are not respecting other people. It's not nice. It's Tone's this in tongue to
I'm the
speak.
one speaking for others.
Okay, were you the one speaking? I think Tone. It was Tone's son. You interjected
I
Tone.
was talking, yeah.
If I give you conk for others, you there for
Okay.
But you interjected him. I took over.
Wait.
Don't that just give me the batting by himself, and you are here.
But he's asking for the batting back now. We have to let him carry on.
Come for others. Come. In fact, we'll come campaign.
It's gonna be your turn next anyway. It's gonna be your turn next.
But
please,
can we
let me
give
just round
priority
up
to
and make my
Moscow
point.
to talk since he's in Nigeria before he said, I know two police are a gentleman. Can you give him that?
Janaba, wait now, make I finish first now.
You are somewhere where your internet is working. This guy going to go off. Give him a chance. We always give a priority to those from Nigeria. Can you? I'm just
so, like I was saying, like I said, so TA, right? Please, the love of it, right? Not that, like I said, like even show him came on. Whatever you're talking about, we know. But the love that you are talking about is not the kind of love that we believe, right? Will change Nigeria. You know my point.
Now.
The one you're talking about is it's not even love. It's just the normal thing that
Passivity. That's what it is.
The
Passivity.
real love that you.
Local P, do you believe in revolution?
Hold on,
for Nigeria.
Hold on.
Do you believe in revolution in Nigeria?
See, revolution is not even. It's bad or it's good. There's
Tell
positive
me,
revolution.
TA itself. You answer that question.
It depends on the direction you are taking it to. You understand? Okay, let me take it. Let me give you an instance. Look at 2012, right? There was shutdown in Nigeria because of rumors of subsidy removal. You understand? There was shutdown. That can also be a revolution where you can shut the whole country down. Everybody went indoors. Nobody came out to work. You understand? Everybody was indoor for like 2 weeks. The whole economy shut down for 2 weeks. Everybody was inside the house. That's the revolution. So there's a revolution that has to do with bloodshed or positivity or negativity or destruction or chaos or whatever. You understand? So don't use that. It's an English word. You decide what direction you want to take that English word to. If you want to take it violent, take it violently. If you want to take it in a peaceful demonstration or silence, you can do that. It's all revolution. So don't ever use like this word revolution. Is a war, kill. No. That's not revolution.
Just to before you hand over to Tone, what I'm going to say is that I believe in dialogue. I don't believe in revolution. You know what I'm saying? The people that
Of any
revolted,
sort.
the people
Yeah,
that
but see,
the
my
people that
own here is
revolted
love.
end SARS.
My own,
The people that were
my own
killed
for you
today
is
end
love. Whether you
SARS.
say dialogue or my own for you is love. The love they're talking about, love is so big that if blood will flow, it's called also love. It's also called love. You understand? Because like I said, for the greater good. You understand? You can't, because of 10,000 people, say because of love, 10,000 people will prevail over 200 million people. Does that make sense to you? Is that
It seems to make sense to him.
if you can do something, even if heads roll, blood flow, people
Yeah.
buy or whatever, for 200 people to be enjoying and 10,000 people should go and perish, that is love. That way you're not getting it. You understand?
I put it to you,
If
TA.
you're talking about love,
I
that's
put it
maybe
to you,
love.
TA.
No.
I put it to you like this: if you was not from the family that you're from, that has given you affluence to be in this country, affluence to be free in your spirit and your mind. If you were born in a different family that is in Nigeria, suffering hardship, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. And this is the empathy that you need to have for those people who are really suffering, because you're not suffering, bro. You're living in the lap of luxury.
Aren't you not suffering?
Because I can see your face.
Okay,
I can see your face, bro.
Anyway, I've made my point anyway. So, Tone,
You see
you
me?
can continue. Since the one
Okay.
go ahead.
Right. Tia, please
Yeah,
don't
go
take
on, go on.
anything
Yeah.
personal. Don't just take anything personal. But
No
what
worries,
we're
no
trying to
worries. Yeah,
say,
go on.
what everybody's trying to say is that kind of love you're preaching now is not relevant. I have loved Nigeria by wearing their uniform and carrying a gun and all that. So if anybody wants to really love Nigeria, be ready for that. And if it comes to that, if we have to do that, we do it again. That's just the way I see it. Anyway, with this present administration, what I personally, this is my opinion. It's not anybody's opinion. This is my own personal opinion. I think they need to be kicked out of there by force. And not only kicked out, they all need to be arrested and made an example. So that those people that will be coming again will think twice. Somebody said that they will fizzle out. They're not fizzling out anything. If Tinubu is already
Can I ask you a question quickly?
No,
wait.
there are other people to speak.
Tinubu and all these politicians are already
who's going to
they're
replace
already
them?
grooming. They're already grooming their children.
Tom will go there.
Tone, who's going to replace them if you kick them out?
Tom.
Who are the people that's going to
People can
replace
replace them. What are you going on about? Please, Tone, finish so that other people can speak.
Yeah, man. Let other people speak.
And if he's
us thinking that
please let them
they're
speak
going
now.
to be
Maka and Ipi need to speak. Oh,
Pardon?
that they're going to fizzle out. That they're going to, people that are saying that they're going to
For father, make us for
you don't know how
father.
close you are coming.
wait
For
now.
father.
Oh, Haba,
No, please, I just want to take break. I just want to greet my sister. It's been a long time. If hi, Kim, hi, my master.
For those
Bye.
who don't know, Ify and
Tom,
Paul never used to share the same platform.
Paul is gone.
See, the thing is that these people need to be made an example so that it will not happen again. They're already grooming their children. They are grooming their family to carry on from where they left over. They need to be stopped. It must sound a bit drastic or crude and all that, but that's just the truth. We can stay here and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. See, all this, most of them, 10 years' time, perhaps, they will not be there again. Their children will come through and they're going to repeat the same thing because they are being groomed. Their mindset is being conditioned to tell them that this is how you got to do this. So until somebody comes and sweep all of them out, ban their families from holding any public office, this rubbish is going to continue. I personally, another personal opinion that I have is we need to tear up this thing called democracy. It's not working. It's too expensive. So let me just stop for now.
Thanks,
Let
Tom.
another person talk.
Master,
Thank you.
I'm praying for your mic audio to work today, Master. You're next. My God, they chop bread and beans.
Okay, no problem. Come in, show. Come in. Welcome.
Go on, Master. Is your mic okay today?
No, I hope my mic will be okay.
Yeah,
but
can
you hear me?
Yes.
No, I'm just more to listen now. Let the discussion settle down more.
Build up. Let's move away from love, so it's more.
I support No, I support TA. All the people like Jagun that are talking about all this revolution and talking all sorts of things is simply because they are not even here in Nigeria.
Well, the TA is not in Nigeria either. So that's not why I'm speaking like that. If you want to speak to me, bruv, or speak about my points, then deal with it correctly. Because I'm not going to allow rubbish. I'm not going to allow rubbish. You see me? Now, whilst you may be agreeing with TA, which is... Oh, in fact, sorry. Let me apologize to you and allow you to learn.
Okay. You've done it to TA. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's proper. You use words that you very well know that are not proper words. Okay,
What word is not proper? There's all this.
Like
I'm an English speaker, bruv. So you can't tell me about English. You might be able to tell me about Fulani, but you can't tell me about English. So don't let me strip you apart. I will strip anyone.
Tell me who is not an English speaker, please. Who is not an
English speaker? No, I didn't say that anyone was it. But if you're going to say that my language, well, if you're going to tell me that my language is incorrect,
the language you use to people.
Yes, but bro, I'm telling you, I express myself directly. I'm very clear on what I say. I know every word I use and its meaning. So I reject you telling me about how to use English.
Take other people being direct with you, Jagun. Will you be okay with other people being direct with you?
Bro, I'm here. I'm not running away.
Good. All right. So let's pencil it down. It's okay. I will listen at this point, like I said.
All right. Thank you, Masker. Chim, we're going to come to you
Thanks for bringing me out unnecessarily.
I think it's if it's Tony.
Ordinarily, I don't have anything to say.
The way the tally is arranged.
Ordinarily, I don't have anything to say because I wasn't here when this line of conversation started. But I just want to say, Jagun is in the UK, Tone is in the UK, TA is in the UK, Loco is in the UK, the British cause problem in Nigeria. These are the children of the British. They're the ones causing wala.
Oh boy, you that put on beret. You that put on beret, you're talking about us. Eh?
I'm glad you left me out. I'm not in the apartment.
Are you in the UK too?
I'm in
the UK. Show is in the UK.
No, okay, so here's the point. Show is in Ireland. That's when you're not causing trouble.
Well, you must remember. I just
want to listen. Honestly, I wasn't here. It would be wrong of me to just jump in.
Before you run on, you must remember that Paul was here, and myself and Paul had a similar point of view. Maybe not the same, but very similar. Because as I said, and Iffy, forgive me, because I need to hear what you got to say as well. But I must make mention that I am not a violent person, but I am frustrated with our country to the hilt. You don't know how much. You have no idea how my heart feels about that. And when I hear people speaking,
but you can't take your frustration on PA Jagun because that's what you're technically doing.
No, my brother. You see,
anybody on the panel.
My brother, I didn't set it out.
That's what you're doing. It's misplaced aggression.
I'm trying to placate my point of view. You may not agree with it, which is fair enough because we can all have difference of opinion. Now, whilst the next person isn't as frustrated as I am, that is by the by. I conducted myself to TA in an open manner because I am a person of love as well. I know what the word means. So I put it to him. How does your love bring about change in Nigeria? And then he, not to be rude, he began waffling because nothing he said made any sense to me. It made me rude to you, bruv. But I'm speaking real.
No,
I'm not here to... my brother. Wait. Mascal, my brother.
I've been listening at the background. I've been listening. You have been the one dominant speaker at this, for the past
30 minutes. For the last 5 minutes. For the last 5 minutes, yeah. Fair enough. Okay. That doesn't, what does that mean?
So try to listen to other people also.
Bro, I'm a man of quiet. I'm a man of 2 ears and 1 mouth. I use them in proportion. Believe me, you are not the person that will tell me how I'm going to conduct myself.
Hold on and listen. Can you therefore listen?
To whom? No
want to
answer.
say a
See,
couple of things.
Ify, I beg.
Jagun, you have to take it. See, Jagun, just chill. Take a chill pill, man.
I'm chill.
Look, wait,
All right,
see,
all right,
listen,
all right,
listen.
all right, all
When you
right,
start
gentlemen.
using some
Let
words
Ify
there,
speak.
All
Let
right,
Ify
all
speak
right.
when you
because
start,
it's not
okay,
about me.
Ify, please, come on, because we're going to go round in circles, you know. And please don't use anything idiotic for anyone on the panel. It's wrong, totally wrong. Ify, please.
Are you telling that to Ify?
No, I'm talking to you, Jagun, not Ify.
Bro. When I find
Yeah.
something to be idiotic, I don't have another word for you. I use the word idiotic.
Let me see.
If you don't collect this microphone,
can you use that at work?
Let's rein it in.
I'll use it anywhere, bro.
Hell no.
Let's,
You
let's
don't
yes.
do that.
Bro, you see what happens? I think if I make show, I would end show, my brother.
Please, can other people talk?
I'm speaking to you.
Allow
I'm
other
speaking.
people to talk, please.
I know you don't want to hear my voice, which is fair enough. You can switch off. However, I'm speaking. I'm directing my communication.
Jagun, if he's ready, come on, go for it.
Well, one second. Jagun, yes, what were you going to say in
Thank
conclusion?
you. Thank you very much.
In conclusion.
So, thank you. Ify, I must apologize to you again, as take my own responsibility in this dragging on. However, you see, all I was going to say, Show, is that in the conduct of such a conversation, people like me that speak vociferously, I do. And I know that a lot of people won't like the kind of tongue I have, but I have one and I'm going to use it. So if Pascal wants to hear politeness, if TA want to hear politeness about a situation that is highly impolite, then I don't believe they belong in this program. Simple. Thank you. That's my end.
Okay. In response to that, Rudolph, who started the show, started the channel, he has a code of conduct. He has, now I don't know what he would class as crossing the line, but all Rudolph asked for is for us to keep it clean. Tensions will run high. People are upset about the state of the nation. We just want to respect each other. We want to conduct ourselves in such a way that if we run into one another in London, it could be at an airport, it could be anywhere in the world, we will still be able to say, hey, good to see you. I never believed I would see you. So we don't want to run into the point where I see you and people are holding grudges and say, oh, he called me an idiot the other day. So let's just look at it from that prism to say, okay, if I run into this guy tomorrow, would I be able to say hello to him? Would I have offended him? And this is for everybody involved.
Does that include those in the comment section?
I get where you're coming from. There's a way the English will speak to you, typical English fashion, like, don't give to whatever. But because we're all Nigerians and, there's this culture of, there are words that, growing up in Nigeria, there are words that we would take offense to, for instance. You understand? Somebody who grew up in the UK would see it differently. And I understand there might be a bit of culture clash, which, people are not taking note of. For me, growing up in Nigeria, there are words that if we use already, you've offended someone. Honestly, I'll talk to my missus and I'll say some things and she's looking at me like, what? And she'll say some things to me and I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking, are you feeling all right? Who is the head of this house? Who are you talking to? But because she grew up in this country, she came when she was, 3 years old, never been back. So, there's a way she would talk and I'm thinking, sorry, you told me you love me, but the way you talk these days, like, I'm going to knock your head one day. So if a bit of that culture clash might be happening. So please, I plead with you. When people say something, like when you say, oh, what you're saying is idiotic. Honestly, I can see someone who grew up in this country thinking, what you're saying is not resonate. It doesn't resonate with me. In Nigeria, we would go around and say it doesn't resonate so that nobody's offended. But in England, they'll tell you it's idiotic. Point blank, period. So when they complain, please, I'm pleading, take it into consideration. Find another.
This catching up in the airport.
Pardon?
Show this catching up on the airport. It doesn't include those at the comment section, Sha.
Those ones, no. If
I see them in the airport, I will push them. I will push them under the plane.
He's a senior member of the commentarians.
Jim, you see, Master just called you out that you are a shareholder in the comment section. But anyway,
which shareholder? Me when?
If you please,
all right, let
it let's hear from you.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Wonderful to have you, Ify.
Good to see you guys. Hey, sure. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh boy. So let me say just one thing right quick. We have to be very careful the type of words we use on this channel. Remember, this is not our channel, even though it was given to us by Rudolph. This channel is censored, and I think it has gotten 2 strikes. And the third
We're on
one,
our final notice, basically.
Okay. So we have to be very careful. It's very difficult to, build a channel to get all this crowd, So please, let's keep that in mind. I remember using a bad word on forefathers last time. Honestly, that word is still haunting me up until right now. I'm talking to you. You don't know who is watching. I had to come back the next day and seriously apologize to him. And after that, I think I gradually disappeared.
Papa is grinning with joy.
Not doing anything of such kind.
The man don't chop beans and he don't chop bread and beans. He's happy.
Yeah.
You know what? Sure, you do have foresight. It's all good.
And
I
after
the sound
that,
of bread and beans, the sound.
And after that, I gradually disappeared. So we have to be very, very careful. Sometimes we are caught up in our emotions. All of us, I'm sure we all love Nigeria. I don't think anybody loves Nigeria more than any other person. We all love this country called Nigeria. But the way things are going in our country now, I don't think this is where we need to be or where we want to see ourselves. Like always saying this channel, 1 week from now, we come back here talking about the same thing, and it keep getting worse and worse and worse. And our president keep telling us to take a baby step. I just went out with my boss now. I mean, she's white and she's married to a Nigerian, and I was talking to her. And then she said something to me. She said, Nigeria has always been like this. So why are you people complaining that things are very difficult? It's always the same way. Every time I go to Nigeria, it's the same thing. So you people should shut up. That was the way she said it. She said, you people should shut up and keep going. You keep electing the same people. Your president, we can't even talk about the certificate. How can you put somebody in office, who we cannot even verify the certificate? I mean, she went and on and on and on and on. And the reason why I'm saying that is that people are listening, people are watching. You think people don't know what is going on in Nigeria? People do. So, I mean, we got to be very, very careful what we say. Concerning meeting people, again, that's very important. You don't know who you're going to meet. Somebody says something at the airport. I'm not going to call somebody's name, but I ran into somebody at the airport and I was ashamed. When I mean I was ashamed, I couldn't even remember the person, but the person walked up to me and said, hey, Ify, and I'm looking from here to do. I don't know you. I have never met you anywhere. And immediately he said, he says, I'm like, oh my God, I started screaming. I had to hug him so tight, like I know him from somewhere. Guess what? I only met him on this channel. So you don't know who you're going to meet. Please, let us just be very careful. Sometimes we're going to get caught up in our emotions. Let's love this one love. I mean, it's tough for me. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. TA, I know you always say love, love. I listen to you from behind. It's kind of squishing for me, when I hear this word love, but, let's do that. Concerning our country, oh my God, honestly, I don't want to talk about Nigeria issue anymore. I'm done. I'm giving up. I've given up on Nigeria, honestly speaking. Somebody posted something. I was on Instagram. I think one of the former president's son married somebody, and the person said, this is generational wealth. We here fighting each other. These people are here marrying each other, putting their children, setting them up for life. Can you imagine? This is person's son marrying this person's daughter as a second wife. This is money going from one family to another. And we are here talking about tribe and who is this and who is that. We have a long way to go. These people are not going to hand this power to us. If you think they're going to just one day wake up and say, take power, I'm giving you people back. It's not going to happen. Trust me, somebody said they're grooming their children. They're grooming their children. Don't be surprised tomorrow. Is it Bashir? What's this guy? Is a former Kaduna governor's son. Tomorrow he will be running for president. And guess what? He will be president one day. And 20, 30 years from here, all of us will be sitting down here and still be talking about the same thing. So what are we going to do? I don't think any of the things we have discussed here, talked about here, I don't know what impact it has done for us in Nigeria. Somebody, dollar is 1,000 something, almost 1,200. Who knows what's going to happen before Christmas? You give somebody $100, it's nothing anymore. $500 is nothing anymore. You know, 1,000 is even nothing anymore, because you go to the market, 1 million is nothing anymore. You can't even use it to buy anything. And who are we putting pressure? They're putting pressure on us. Most of us here are working, you know, extra shifts just to support our family back home. What can we do? I don't know the answer. I don't know the solution. I sit behind and, you know, prop my feet up and listen, because I just feel like next week we're going to come back on this channel again and bring out one topic and argue and fight and go home. 5 years from now, we're still talking about the same thing. What can we do to make Nigeria better? I don't have the answer, honestly. If I do, I will tell you. And I don't think any of you sitting here have the answer. Because if you do have the answer, trust me, Nigeria, at least we will see the impact of the decision happening in Nigeria. Nobody got the answer to this. Nigeria is a complex country. We don't know where we're heading to. You know, they say, carry me, they go. Where? I don't know where we're heading to. I don't know.
But if I may just ask you, the last couple of sentences you just made, nobody has the answer, and we don't know where we're going.
Yeah.
I mean, for a people who have a country, who have energy, who have power, to make those two statements and mean it, I think that's a position where our country has put us into a position where we can't think through the mud that they've put in front of our eyes. And I'll just put this to you. I reckon on this panel, there are folks who can do a far better job than Buhari has done. We believe the mantra that you just painted, which I appreciate in the whole. The last two sentences, however, I have issue with. Not because we don't, I realize that is something that we think about, but it just think about what you said. Nobody's got the answer and there's no way forward. I mean, what kind of a dead end is that? That's a dead end.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Yes, please. No, let her speak. Let her speak. Unless it's sorry, bro. Sorry.
Jago, take it easy. You are really. I get I sympathize with your feelings, but please allow them to, because I think it's becoming a bit confrontational. You see what I mean?
This is my last. Can
I say something?
It's our last thing, then you can go ahead. Chim didn't say a lot, so we'll come back to you, Chim.
I've no forefathers.
Yeah, go on, Ify, go ahead. Continue when you're done.
Okay. Forefathers, I know you're gonna bear me witness. Uncle John, I know you're gonna bear me witness time and over and over. I've said something about our infrastructure. That is the commonest thing you can give to the masses. And if we cannot have that done in Nigeria, but we are worried about giving 25,000 naira to I don't know to how many people. 25,000 naira for how many months? That's about less than 100,000. For how many months you're gonna give that? Why are you gonna give them that money? Why can't you use it to build something in Nigeria? You see, one thing I love about my country, understand where I'm coming from. We are the most hardworking country, I would say. Just go argue with your keyboard, argue with yourself. The most hardworking people on this planet, Nigerians. I don't care what anybody say. We are not asking for a lot.
Are we though?
Hold on.
I'm beginning to ask serious questions about that.
Listen, let me tell you something.
People are building rockets that are more than 10 stories building, and we can't even. I don't know.
Let me tell you something. It takes a little to bring us out. If you give us this, we can create jobs. We can move mountains, if I have to say that. The Nigerians I know, the people I know, the country I grew up from. But just because we have the bad leaders, okay, that cannot think with their head. Because sometimes I wonder, I'm not in politics, but I can just reason, I can think more than these people. Honestly speaking, I'm just letting you know that. I don't know where we're heading to. But if the people leading us in Nigeria, called our Nigerian leaders, if they are listening to us, but sometimes when these people come on national television and talk, you just feel like hiding under the table. Where is their senses? Where are we heading to? I keep saying it, we don't even have electricity, not even common boil water, pipe-borne water. Somebody built a house, I think somewhere in Owerri. I don't know if anybody saw that, about 5-story building, and they said that there is no water or borehole in that environment. And somebody's going to carry a bucket of water and go up to 5 stories in the country in this era.
Wow. So funny.
A 40-something-year-old man. The person is looking like a 60-something-year-old man. We don't even have hospital. Look at this actor that is online begging for money. The people are talking about fly him out of the country, fly him out of the country. I say, look at these people. So we don't have any hospital in Nigeria that can take care of him. Not even one. Fly him out of the country.
If I'm going to beg you before I forget my thoughts, I really am going to beg you so that I don't forget, from where I was coming with you. So my response is with respect to we don't have the answers. And then what can we do? I've said this here. This has been my very 50-cent contribution on this show. The mind is a very critical point for change. See, build all the infrastructure you can. You see that beautiful train that Sanwo-Olu has put up in Lagos? They're going to mess it up very soon. I'm one of those who believes that what good leaders and good governments do to change society is to start by transforming the thinking of the people. I was a Daystar member for many years, and Pastor Sam in Daystar used to say something that I, agree with. And when I came to the Western world, I began to see it. He used to say he was designing and building Daystar. You can argue whatever you want to argue because he's a minister. I get it. That he was building a church, a ministry that, although in Nigeria, the things being done in that place would not be Nigerian. And to a large extent, I can say yes. So where am I going with this? I've said this on this show that Lee Kuan of Singapore began to change the mindset of his people. As at 1950-something, when Malaysia expelled Singapore from that union. Remember, Singapore used to be part of Malaysia, and the dominant Malaysian group said they didn't want Singapore anymore, that they should leave that union. And what was one of the reasons? They said Singaporeans were filthy, they were dirty, they were lazy. It's in this book. I've read the book. You go and read it. And Lee Kuan said he agreed. He agreed that his people were lazy, dirty, and lazy and all that. But he began a process of transforming their mind by educating his people. And today we can see where that has taken Singapore to. What Nigeria needs, in my humble opinion, we may disagree, and that's perfectly okay. We need a leader, and you need, in fairness to Professor, what's that MAMSA guy's name again, please? Can anybody just remind me? Jerry Ghana. When Jerry Ghana was heading MAMSA. Yes, when Jerry Ghana was heading MAMSA, and all those are as little as we may trivialize those things he was saying. But let's assume the political leadership, assuming Babangida was genuinely serious, and taking those things this minister was doing, or this head of MAMSA was doing, and began to implement those things. I'll give you a little example again to buttress my point. Remember when Nigeria was pushing for one man, one wife, 4 children? That was Babangida's this thing. Did you see how, even though they were future, people started adapting it? I'm starting seeing people having 4 children. This is the impact of dealing with the mind, transforming the mind, changing the mind. Whether it's in the north, whether it's in the south, there's probably certain things in the north that we need to change. Ditto in the south, in the east, in the west. As you change some of those things, not everybody's going to agree, yes, but a larger mass of the people will begin to move in that direction.
On a lighter note, when did you check out? When did you become Andrew?
I left in 2016. I don't have nothing to hide. I didn't leave Nigeria a long time ago. I just left in
what is hiding inside. But Paul, I can see Paul smiling. He understands what I'm saying.
Okay, fine, no problem. I'm not going to probe further. But let me just round off my point.
Also knows.
What I'm making. So okay, no problem. Let me just round up my point. My point is simple. Nigeria can be changed. I'm one of those who believes in it strongly. It is a frustration that people will take one step forward, and it looks as if we're taking multiple more steps. I don't want to put a figure to it backwards. That's what is frustrating people.
We need to, when you give people hope and they begin to see, and the leader will be a prime example of what he's pushing. The moment the leader is a prime example of that thing, then it gives people the room to begin to buy into that dream. That's when we begin to say somebody will be a civil servant and he will not take bribes. That's when we begin to say somebody will be given a contract and he'll go and execute it. There's no perfect society anyway. I'm not deluding myself. But our problem is because our mind is lying. And I see that. I'm not even going far to point finger at people at home. Just our column, our side comment, the column where people are making comments, already shows you how people are thinking. And I begin to ask myself, when I see those thinking, I'm like, are these the people? So for me personally, until the renewing of the mind, once the mind is renewed, then perhaps Nigeria will begin to move towards change. That's my simple contribution this evening.
Why do we not respect the rule of law in these platforms? Must we interject everybody before we talk? How can a senior citizen like me sit down with my weight?
That's true, though. Yeah, you've been there for a long time and you didn't say anything. But to be fair, you did say quite a lot, and we all agreed with what you were saying. And somebody was, who
now
was that
Paul
that was
is
trying to
back
have a go
again.
at you?
Before you know, Paul will interject, and then Paul will carry on.
Who was that? Was it KJ that was trying to have a go at you and were defending you and stuff like that?
Well, KJ is a brother. KJ have been eating Benway food, so he's all right.
Who was that again?
You laugh.
It was KJ.
It's not me, John. It's not me that tried to interject.
I was listening.
I think I've seen Scribe for a long time, so I want to hear something from Scribe. Scribe, just
Scribe.
watching from the
I
radio
want to hear
house.
from him.
Okay, I think DA is not here. I think in general, what was trying to say is to engraft love with vision. I don't think you can inscribe love with vision, and he was into those biblical aspect of it. But I always tell my brother that when they talk too much about love, I say, but God prepare hell for you. That if you don't do that thing, it's gonna go there. So what? I don't know. I get confused. Like he said, love, love, love. But God said, if you don't do this thing, He has a hell for you, and that hell, He says, is forever and ever. So love has to be something we look at it with vision. I think when you love your society, and another thing, let me not go into that again. Let us also remember that this can be done right now. Buhari opened one thing that whether you like it or not, you have the power of the state. You can develop your own state in your own space, and the people can hold you accountable. If we are talking about changing Nigeria, it takes only one state right now with the power invested in them, whether it's a power grid, to start something, and other people, just like we have in any other developed country, where you go to LA, you still go to New York and find the same thing. You still come to Texas and find the same thing. You go to Atlanta, you can find the same thing. People compete, even with they compete between the nearest city. So we have that opportunity, and when we have this conversation here, I think it's somehow misleading to people who are trying to learn that somehow federal government has to provide you job. They say, oh, give us job. Well, where did you see that? Government regulate, government enforce, government are there. Those things that, but when you go that route of you are blaming the government for unemployment, we understand there is unemployment, but government is not the institution, they are not the highest employer of the people of any country that I know that advanced so much. Not even in the United States of America, whether it's the federal government or a state government, or even in the local government setting, or what you
but Janaba, the government do control the environment. If the environment is not
created an
if you try to create something, it will be destroyed
for business to strive, and you can blame them on that. But if you don't put your contents in the right way, then they know we are operating from a very ignorant way. Because what the people uses against you is when you say something and you don't have a depth insight or depth understanding of what you are saying, then those that know better than you say, oh, is not there yet. So I'm still going to take advantage of him. But once
Yeah.
you get to that level, they know that you are well informed about what you are doing. Even what we are talking about, let me be frank with you. These people that your so-called leader, whether it's your president, vice president, governors, and senators, they get caught up with their own issues that they don't listen to so many Main Street people. To be honest with you, it's so shameful to say that.
But John,
when I reach out to
that's
my
not a good.
people,
John, that's not. Sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. That's not a good example. That is why we made them leaders. They can't be caught up in their own personal decisions.
No, I'm not saying personal. No, I'm not giving them credit. You are the one saying that. You are the one saying that. I didn't say that. I said they got caught up with
No,
themselves.
I'm just following from what you said. I'm just trying to follow.
No, you didn't hear me well. I said they got cut off with their own word, and it's not like I'm praising them. I said that I'm also surprised that what is going on in Benue, that those that in our own constituency, just even in the Tupo, that I contacted them, they didn't know. That is the kind of people you have that sometimes they hire in their own word. Whether it's not, I'm not even saying praising them for personal issues. If you take a job, you should be responsible to deliver. But then let us start that holding our local people responsible, and we take it to the next level instead of just go straight to the head, where the head also have delivered to the bottom, and the bottom cannot function at all. And when we are operating, okay, we don't know how to hold our leader responsible, we don't know how to talk to them, we don't even know that when they divide or share their money, you don't know when they come to the town square, whatever, just to buy beer for you or buy something for you, and you have sold your birthright for life. And those things are the ignorant that we are trying to use, especially a platform like this, to speak to it, that people should know they have the power, and they can, if they understand how to go about it, is one thing. If they don't, then they then teach them that this is the process you can put them through for them to realize that there is no business as usual. But when we don't know that city and state can develop themselves on their own, and there's power given to them to do so, then we don't understand how we're going to develop our place, and there won't be competition. And nobody, governor in Benue State will tell you, so, oh, I'm even good, I give you a bag of rice, thank God. One in Sokoto will say, oh, shut up, yeah, I'll give you a bag of rice, like it's their own personal thing. But when people know that there is a good competition, that Lagos is doing well, or Enugu State is doing very well, then there's a competition. Then people can, or someone is wholly accountable in one way or the other.
Thank you, Janaba. Israel are fighting to kill each other for basically a desert land that has no oil, nothing. And we have all this. And I find it interesting that Israeli official ambassador actually said they will kill to have Nigeria. He said it quickly, and he had to be careful. You can tell he knew he said something he shouldn't have said when he was talking to Wiki. You see, there's something you said, love with vision, is very, very important, because it sounds simple. This is one of the things that when you said it, my mind flew to some kind of mathematical principle where you have infinities. Infinity is supposed to be infinite, isn't it? But there are infinities that are greater than other infinities. So I can ask TA this question now. You can love somebody, but there is grades of love that you can have. Because if, let's say, a family member was, their life was threatened to be forfeit, and then the people that are threatening you, I think they actually threaten Konjo Weala. They are threatening you, and they say you have to give this to us. If you don't give this to us, your family's member's life will be forfeit. But by giving it that stuff to them, maybe 300,000 people would die. Which one would you decide? You love both sides. What would be your decision then? You see, love has limitations.
That's a hypothetical question.
It's a reality. That is the problem you're having with people, because sometimes you come across as if you're simplifying it. You don't seem to understand that sometimes there is a greater level of love that has to account for a lot of more lives. You have to do a lot more good with it, because that's why they talk about the greater good. The only morality in this life, especially in public life, is for the greater good. That is the greatest love you can
But
have. If you focus on the individual one, you are missing the
Just a quick one.
Before you
Just
answer,
a
let
quick
me
one.
ask you another question.
Wait. If
Hold
KJ,
on, hold
just
on.
a quick one.
I want to add a question
Just
so
a
you
quick
can
one.
answer them all
Wait. Just a
together.
quick one. Wait. I
Hold
just want
on,
to tell you
let me
something.
just give you the question so you can answer once. Show so that show doesn't remove me. Show so that you ask you if you were in the temple when Jesus was flogging people out of it, what would have been your own reaction when Jesus was flogging the traders out of the temple? While you're answering for further question, please also answer that one. In other words, what will be your reaction when Jesus was whipping the traders and chasing them out of the temple?
Okay. First of all, Ify, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tia.
That's good. It's good to see you. I mean, just to keep you posted. You mentioned about Mr. Ibu, the actor that was sick. Just to keep you posted that the guy, his medical bills has been paid by Saraki, Bukola Saraki Foundation.
Question. Hold on.
Yeah?
According to Very Dark Man who visited him in the hospital, he said that's not true.
Oh, really?
He said that's not true. Yeah, he said
okay,
that's
because
not
I read it, so that's why I was just telling you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Go
back
ahead.
to okay. Yeah. So forefathers, the question, let me start from the KJ's question first, because that's much easier. You know, where Jesus Christ went into the temple and telling the people selling stuffs there that he's turned the house of his father to the dens of thieves and stuff. So if I were there, because Jesus Christ has the authority, he's the Alpha and Omega. There's nothing I can do than just to watch and to comply. So that's for me as a Christian. I hope that best answer your question. Just to go with the flow.
It doesn't. It doesn't. DA, it doesn't, because you're speaking from after the facts. You are speaking from after the facts. I perceive what KJ was asking is based on the knowledge of those Pharisees and people at that time. They did not know that Jesus was the Alpha and the Omega. Let's not forget that. That is actually the dispute why the Jews don't believe in Jesus. So if you were part of them, what would you do based on that knowledge? They did not know that Jesus was the Alpha and Omega. You only know now because it's after the fact.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Jesus
was just a magician by the Jews' contest.
Hold on, sir. Show has added one more. He said, does it mean that Jesus didn't show love to the traders? Since you are trying to dodge it, so you tell us.
Okay.
Was
Sorry,
Jesus didn't have love?
Can I come in defense for TA?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Masca.
Yes, counsel wants to defend him. Okay, let him do that. Masca, please go ahead.
I think they are missing the point. Sincerely. Because if we say love, it does not, I think it was, I can't remember who succinctly put it out and laid it bare. Okay, it's local. I mean, I have kids. I'm sure almost all of us here have kids. Will beating your kid mean that you don't love him?
No.
No. So the fact that TA is talking about love, I think people are overstretching things. Yes, if he talks about love means if you see somebody who is going to cross the road and he doesn't look left, right, you pull him back. That's love. You may seem to have been disrupting him, but I think we should.
Masca, you're not arguing your client's case properly, because his case is that. Let me give you an example. He actually said that he believes only in dialogue. So he doesn't believe in this chastisement aspect that people actually said you have to chastise people, and he didn't agree with that. But you just use chastisement to defend him.
Is that true that you don't believe that at some point people will be chastised?
The judge is sentencing TA to that.
What I'm always
you literally said that. You literally disagreed with it.
No. I remember what
No,
was talking there.
Okay,
He was reading.
sorry. Can I make a
peace.
contribution? Can I make a contribution, sir? If
No,
you are
you asked a
welcome.
question. I've not answered that, KJ.
This
KJ, I've not answered
holiday
your question
went-
yet.
Okay, you don't want to answer now. We have already.
No, I want to answer now, but people are.
Okay,
No,
answer.
listen. Because Chim came with another dimension now. He said, "Oh, they did not know it was Alpha and Omega before." But let me tell you one thing: Jesus Christ was healing the sick, was curing people. Even he saved Mary Magdalene before he went and disrupted the temple. You understand?
They
So you
called
must have
him
seen something.
magician. They called him magician. The people who don't believe him, they called him magician. Just to let you know.
See, the people who don't believe him, called him magician. That's the people, and that is when we look at the whole thing in context. You understand? Some people believe,
and
some don't
that
believe.
is the majority of people. Just to also let you know.
No, it's not the majority of people.
It's the majority of people at that time.
No.
But
no.
you have abandoned my question. I was trying to defend
Jesus
you and
Christ
you have left me
first?
out in the cold here. Is it true that you don't believe in chastising people?
So it depends on what context.
No, it's a question of belief. Belief. When you believe that there is God, you can't say, if I'm asleep, I believe in God. When I wake up, I don't believe in God. It's a belief thing. Do you believe?
No, I never said. See, I never said I didn't believe whether chastising people or not. What I'm saying is that
there you have it.
Chim was not trying to twist the word.
Do you believe in chastising your kids?
When Chim,
because that's why he said
do you believe in chastising your kids?
With revolution, that he doesn't believe in chastisement.
The Bible says
he actually argued against it.
Paul, you say, do you believe in chastising your kid? You said, spare the rod and do what? Spoil the child. That answer your question.
Yes, so, but you literally said they shouldn't do that, though. TA, you even gave the example of Egypt, how some people ended up in prison and all that. You literally you gave the example of Egypt, even. So I know what you were saying.
No.
In fairness to TA, let me give you another analogy of what TA is saying. I will give you a very good example. When I was younger, I know a couple of my friends that their parents disowned them because they've done a couple of things here and there. So it's probably right if today I will spank my kids, but I don't believe in disowning my kids because it will not help.
Yeah.
Perhaps TA, you agree with me. That's what you're referring to. I don't believe that the idea of revolution, when revolution means that you have to sweep away one government and swiftly bring another government. I also don't believe in it because he asked a valid question. If today you sweep away this
revolution is, but Masker,
that's not who are you to define
that is what chastisement is. You literally said if somebody is not doing the right thing, you don't remove them out of the, you don't remove them, you keep them in place. If your child was doing the wrong thing or somebody you know was doing the wrong thing, you will keep giving them the benefits and let them carry on doing the nonsense that they're doing. How is that love for the people that you're
are you asking me forefathers?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Masker, because when you said that if somebody is doing something wrong, that they should not remove the government from that and replace them with another one, they are not removing them because they are not removing them because they are performing great. They are removing them because they are not performing well. So are you saying that from that analogy, that if you know somebody and within your family that is not performing very well, you just keep them that way, let them keep rendering that service?
No, you have to refine this question. It's loose.
Wait,
no, it's not loose. If somebody is not performing well, would you allow them to keep rendering the service, or you are going to remove them and put somebody that can render the service?
Masker, wait. Let me answer this quickly.
I will answer forefathers. I have worked. Now I'm retired. When I'm working, what you are telling me is that any staff that does something wrong, I should just fire him immediately.
No. This one is says 60 years of something wrong. 60 years, 63 years of something wrong. It's not immediately.
There's no government in this country that has spanned 63 years.
Yeah, but they're the same class. We're talking about the class. We're not talking about government. The class of people that are causing this problem.
But Master, you are dodging the question with one answer. Why you are dodging the question? There is simple something. Sometimes when we talk revolution, it's not about taking the government out of power. Revolution can mean that we are
that's what
protesting.
I'm saying. So let's be
Hold
clear
on.
on that.
Revolution can mean that we are protesting based on the policy from the government. And revolution can also mean that we are taking this government out because it shows that in all ramification, the government is not working.
Wait, Paul,
guys, let's ask him why. Let's ask why he doesn't think it's a good idea to remove a government that is not performing very well.
Before he answers
because
that,
that's an interesting position to hold. I've never had anyone hold a position that somebody that is not performing well, you don't remove them from office.
Tim, you asked a question before.
Tim, yes, we'll come back to the
before you answer,
hold on now.
One mic, please. One mic, please.
It's just one word. Just one word. Yeah, just one word. Just a statement.
That's nice.
Let's cool down.
Okay,
yeah.
Tim. Okay. Let me quickly say the word. You know, see, I don't like a situation where
time. You want us to play the long one. We'll play the long one. No.
Wait,
one at a time.
Fafana, they just moderate. Fafana, moderate.
You mentioned
okay,
about the
Fafana, moderate.
Okay, KJ, let TA go ahead, then you can.
Yeah, I've been going ahead.
So
I know.
Wait, Tim, you mentioned something here where you talked about, Jesus Christ, in the temple and stuff like that. Now, after the action of Jesus Christ, the temple leaders were they changed? They were still the same people.
All right, let me.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. That look, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Let me answer. So you're missing one point. Now the point I was making is this, and Paul mentioned that, although you disagreed, the temple leaders were the people Jesus was trying to carry out that kind of revolution against. This revolution we're running away from. They did not believe. Remember, let's see, if we read our Bible very well, we'll know that the rulers and priests did not believe that Jesus was the Son of God, which means that Alpha and Omega, which is why he was persecuted and crucified. He wasn't crucified because he was a nice guy. He was crucified because he was making a claim they did not accept, and they called it blasphemy and brought up Trump charges for which he was nailed to the cross.
Persecuted for.
Now, yes. Now, when he came in to clean that temple, remember every time they kept asking him, from whence do you get this authority? This authority to heal, where did you get it from? You are Beelzebub, you keep healing people, which is why Paul said he called him a magician. So these people did not believe in him, and they were doing the wrong thing in that temple. Jesus was a
but the government, did the government change? The government, did it change? The government
was because he came for a spiritual change. Hold on now, TA, listen to logic. And I'm not saying you should agree. Jesus Christ is not come for a physical change. He came for a transformation from the heart, spiritual change. But at some point, he needed to exert authority, which is why he pushed those people out. It wasn't that when he was pushing them out, he wasn't trying to change them and bring new people. No. But he was trying to tell them, what you people are doing is wrong, because they were trading in that place. People bring, goats to sacrifice. The leaders of that place will say, this your goat is not good enough. It has a spot. And sometimes it's all a lie. Why? So that they will keep the goat, collect money from the person, and give the person the one they want. So they were committing all manner of crime, which is not different from what we're seeing in Nigeria. Just on Friday, somebody joined APC, and all his AMCON issues have gone away. That's what we're talking about. That's that thing. So how do I show love to EFCC and to ICPC who are doing these kind of things?
But that's not what TA is saying. It's just that you are overstretching. How can somebody say show love to EFCC or show love to leaders that are stealing money?
Who's talking about the leaders now? You see, that's why you guys are not getting the point.
Hold on, TA. I need because TA, I get where you're coming from, and clearly a lot of people disagree with you. But where I don't want to understand is that KJ, don't worry, I'm sorry. You were a little bit too quiet. Sorry, I will come back to you again. Is where Masca is saying that if a government is performing badly, you shouldn't remove them from office. Where did that come from?
Let's have that discussion. But before we have that discussion, I mean,
okay, go on, Masca.
Forefather, before we have that discussion, can I ask for a small favor?
Okay.
Yes, if we're going to have that discussion, let's be a bit orderly. So maybe if you ask me the question, I'm sure there will be pushback. So maybe I can talk for 2-3 minutes, make my point, and then people who want to raise issues can raise issues, so that it will not be
I agree with you. For it to be very organized, let's allow KJ to go first, then we can come back to you.
All right, thank you.
KJ, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to tell TA that you have been saying this thing, and I refuse to add to it. Well, let's add to it now. The Bible you've been quoting, if you go a little bit further, you will see that it says in 1 John chapter 4, verse 18, there is no fear in perfect love, but perfect love casts out what? All fears. And for fears to have fears have to do with punishment. In other words, Christ had already progressed from where you're quoting. He had progressed because he knew that sometimes in life things are going to change. And so he's saying to the people that, in fact, if you are saying you are going to be in a perfect love, you should cast out fear. In other words, in Nigeria's political arena, do you think there is no fear between the north, the south, the east, and the west? Is there no fear? It doesn't mean that whatever we have built so far is not even a perfect love or perfect union or even close to it, because we are all afraid of the other tribe. There are certain tribes that are more feared than the others. There are certain people who don't want certain people to get into authority. There are certain offices that cannot go to certain people. And this is a union that you are building to bring in perfect love. Where does the love start from? Now, if you are talking about love, because you always talk about love, well, love is, just like Jagu said earlier, it's an action word. It's not just hanging up in the air. I love you, I love you. It has to do with your work. You will show it. It's not just a sending of roses, no, or saying I love. You show the love. Will you say in your own estimation that everybody who has come to the authority using Nigerians' commonwealth have shown love, even to the minutest community in Nigeria? Will you say that?
Number one.
So where does this concept of love come from? Is it going to come from the people who are already being marginalized, mistreated, enslaved in their own country? Are you saying that they should keep showing love to these people who are bourgeois, who are sitting all over their wealth and the progress of their children? Do you know something, Tia? Do you know that an average man in Nigeria starts his life at 40? At 40, that's when you're able to get the connection that will even give you some job, that will give you food. Except you are from the bourgeois. So what are you saying? What's the love there? What's the love there?
KJ, you asked me a question, and I said Awolowo, which he showed love to the Western people, Western region.
You see, you go back to that realm. Awolowo didn't even live. I'm not sure that any of us, were in politics or even knew anything. Some of us are not even in primary school. Some of us didn't even meet Awolowo at all. Okay, some of us read only Awolowo at the pages of standard newspaper. We didn't know him. So
I met Awolowo anyway. Just to let you know, I met Awolowo.
I never met him. I read from standard newspaper. Standard. That was what they used to buy in my house. That's why I knew what. And then we love to read his speeches because it was full of wisdom. Himself and Azikiwe. Okay, and then Aminu Kanu. All right, but aside that, we're talking about the present. The present. Which one leader in Nigeria will you say has shown to the Nigerian people that you are in our heart, we love you, and we are showing that? Let me just give you, I don't want to talk too much, but just in the last 2 weeks, do you know how many crates have fallen out of trailers and killed people in Lagos? How many? And this same road, people are still using it. Sellers are still passing there. Nothing has been done on it. So where is the love? Let's not talk about love. Let's talk about how we can go forward, with this kind of where we are. Not love at all. I don't accept that issue of love. Love carries it's a cupboard. It has weight, and there's no weight in the love that people are the Nigerian leaders are displaying to their people.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm next. Yeah,
Masker.
Am I next? For others.
Masker.
No, it's Masker. So the question I was asking him was that if a government is not performing well, and the elite class too have been failing the country for decades, and there is no sign that they are putting their people first, don't you think that it's a wise thing for the people to remove those people from office?
Your question. So, forefathers, I like concise discussions because you are mixing apples and oranges here. You're saying elite, you're saying regime. So you're moving
because you want me to make it concise. Okay, let me make it concise.
Yes.
Say let's make it government now. Because the reason why I did it that way, because revolutions it's not only government they go after the elite class too. But in terms of government, if the government is not performing very well, let's say one government remains in office for a long period of time and they're not performing well, you don't think they should remove them from office?
Okay, so there are 3 stages that I'll take to answer the question. So the first stage, let's take the US for instance. Okay. This is what we use as example every time we talk. In the US today, if a government is not performing today, will they remove it immediately?
No.
Why?
The next election.
Exactly.
That's in a democratic system.
I'm a systems person. I don't believe if today the regime is not okay, we sweep it aside without thinking of what is the problem, who is going to come in, and then the next regime, it comes in, is not performing, you sweep it aside again. Does it make sense?
But okay, I think what you are describing is about a system that is functional. When let me just make the point I'm trying to make. When the Americans decide to revolt against the British, that's the kind of stuff we are talking about. People that are not representing your interest. They are overtly. This is not about governance. Like they didn't govern very well. They are not representing your interest.
Fantastic. So you see, this is where I will agree with you. My argument, and I've argued on this platform. Okay. It is a systemic problem in Nigeria. It's not about people. I listen to the arguments. People will talk about Buhari. People will talk about Tinubu. People will talk about Obasanjo. People will talk about Goodluck Jonathan. But the reality is that it is the system. There's a systemic problem. If they make you forefathers head of state today, you will fumble. Go and write it down. On this system, you will fumble.
I would die before I fumble.
Can I ask Masker a question?
I would die before I fumble. So
no, but I said let's be a bit organized about it so that
I would rather die before I fumble. No, you know why I don't believe what you are saying? Because I've seen men that have come. I can. No, it's not about. It's the reason why.
No,
let me give you the reason why I don't believe it. It's because there are people that have defied what you just said.
I am giving you my own
Can
belief.
I contribute, please?
You don't agree with my belief.
I wanted to come in and
ask. I'm giving you reasons because for the benefit of the viewers,
ask Masker a question.
Django, just please hold on. Because when people tend to disagree with me, sometimes they don't give the reason, and I always ask why. Because the viewers also want to know. Because it seems a little bit vicious. So if I disagree with you, I'll say. Yeah, I always give reasons why, because I know people in history that have defied that. They would rather be condemned and die than fumble for their people. You see what I mean? So I'm not. Okay, I would die first before I fumble.
Can I contribute so that we don't go too far?
Please go ahead.
Okay,
please. Yeah. Okay. So.
It was me. I wanted to ask him first, though.
We are not running. We are going to be here. Everybody will talk.
Please now. I beg, no vex. Jack will be my man. I beg.
That's
no
why
vex.
some of us like the midnight section, because it's all comers, so it's okay.
Yeah, night shift.
So Masca, I hear you. My point is this, and I will use this illustration. I agree with you that if a government is not doing well within a period of 4 years, you don't sweep them away. So I'm totally against military rule. Totally. Just to put it out there. I believe by the next election, if the people are well informed enough and it's a society where things are working and people's votes do count, then if genuinely they think this government in office is not serving our interest, then they remove that government through the ballot. But you and I know that's not the case. But the kind of revolution I'm talking about, the kind of revolution
are you going to ask me a question? Because it looks like Jagun.
I'm going to. It will end with the question. It will end with a question. Okay. So the kind of revolution I'm talking about, and forefathers has alluded to that, is this. Today we're enjoying democracy or parliamentary system of governance in some instances. Those things came about as a result of revolution. The American democracy we have, they came out. Hold on. You can disagree, no problem.
Okay,
but just
okay. You're right. My bad.
Okay, so you know that it was kingship in the UK where Jagu and TA live. And there was a form of minor revolution that took power away from the monarchy and created a parliament, which is why we have that system. Yes. That was a revolution. It may not have been as bloody as we think about it. And then the French one also.
It's not exactly a revolution. The society transformed.
It was a revolution. There was some pushback.
Okay. It's fine. That's okay. I will give it. Everybody calls it revolution. Who am I to
decide? To end. You've mentioned something about a system. I love it when you said you're a systems person. But you and I know this our system in Nigeria needs to be revolutionized. It's not working. But a lot of people do not admit they're in denial. So
very much so.
How do you address that?
Which is why I want to put the question to him. Because you say, Masca, that it is a systematic problem that we have, and not necessarily one of ethics or political expedience. It's a system in place that is born there to fail us. Are you telling me that there's no reason for a revolution? Because if you put anyone in that system, it's going to fail. So we're just going round and round. I'm appalled. I must say, I'm appalled by the way. Wait, let me please land. It won't be long. It won't be long, Masca. I'm appalled, if I must say, by yours and TA's reckoning on Nigeria's issues. If you say that you don't believe in a revolution, which is fair enough, how do we get that country correct when systematically it's leading us backwards? Please educate me.
Okay, fantastic. And the good thing is I'm here in Nigeria, and I'm not some small boy that is 20 or 30 years old. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and the very ugly side of this country. I'm here. Okay, there are times when alone I feel like I want to burst into tears because the problems are just too much. Okay, so I don't want anybody to start giving me an attitude that he feels pain more than any other Nigerian. The truth is,
don't worry about my attitude. Just speak it out. Just let me answer my question.
Oh my God.
And my God as well.
Okay, please, Masca, go ahead and Jagon, please let him answer so that he can be able to finish his point. Because you want to hear his answer now, don't you?
I was being quiet. I was being quiet listening to him.
Masca, go.
Okay, so I'm just putting a background so that you will understand that I feel pain. I do appreciate every other person is feeling the pain. So let's put our pain aside.
Good.
And deal with our issues. I don't know the word to use. I don't want to say intelligently. I don't want to say cerebrally, but I think logically. Okay, let me use the word logically. Now, my experience with revolutions is that they are haphazard. They are not transformational. They come in, they happen. They come in with, they may deal with the old problem. Probably maybe you don't like the faces of the people. And when the new people come in, give them 2-3 years, you find out that you're dealing with bigger problems. I think somebody on this platform gave an example. For instance, if you take the Arab Revolution, give me one country where the Arab Spring has brought them progress.
It's because the Arab Spring was basically void of this ideology. But I'll give you I'm giving you an answer just because you don't like the answer. Okay, let me give you an answer that is from history. Let me give you an answer that is from history.
I just came back from Egypt. I can tell you, and I've worked in Egypt.
Hold on. We are going to see. Let's not go with our own opinions. Let me just play this so that we see what ideology and belief can do for nations. Let's just get an idea.
Okay, so you're saying Egypt, forefathers?
Not Egypt.
No, I'm not saying Egypt.
Not Egypt.
Remember, it's my question there. You're asking answering.
Okay, let's use this time to just cool off. Basca, you did say that we should cool off. Let's cool off for a bit and let's just watch what is possible when some people do go crazy and do something for their countries. And this, as you can see, the documentary is at its end. That the documentary is at the end. If you had seen some of the things this man
this
did,
is 1 hour.
no. It's at the end. I'm playing about 3 minutes of it. It's not.
Okay,
listen,
fantastic.
why would I play? I don't want to torture people like that. All right, let's go.
Joseph Stalin went from being a peasant in the 19th century to being one of the most powerful men who has ever lived in the late 1940s. In his early years, he was little more than a crime boss, stealing money and killing his enemies. But by the time he died, he had ordered the deaths of tens of millions of people, either through execution, forced labor, or warfare, during what many regard to be the greatest communist experiment of the 20th century. It is also said of him that he abandoned the ideals of Marxism by centralizing control under him, and in doing so created a highly centralized dictatorship, which only served to increase his own power as he denied the workers any say in the governance of the country, which remained in the hands of the few rather than the many. In opposition to this, many capitalists state that every time socialist states have tried to bring about true communism, the process has failed, as many people naturally did not want to give up their family's property and assets. That often resulted in the state having to use force, and in many millions of cases resulted in violence and death. This is why many people around the world today still hope for the realization of true communism, which is a society based on communal ownership, as many feel the transition from capitalism to socialism and then communism has never been enacted, as many socialist governments perhaps inevitably are taken over by power-hungry people, such as Stalin, who denied the workers the right to govern their own destinies. Whether he is a true socialist or not, many historians consider Joseph Stalin to be the most successful dictator in human history, as Adolf Hitler, for example, only ruled over Germany for 13 years, while Stalin, on the other hand, led Russia for nearly 3 decades, and transformed the country from the weak man of Europe into the continent's only superpower, which on the global stage was only rivaled by the United States. In the modern world, there are still those who argue that both Stalin and Mao Zedong were justified in ordering the deaths of millions of their own people, as in their eyes there was no other way of transforming Russia and China, whose population largely consisted of peasants, into modern industrialized states. Other historians have countered this by stating that there is no justification for the millions of deaths ordered by Stalin and Chairman Mao, as industrialization could have been achieved with free markets and property rights such as in the West. It is also argued that millions of deaths under communism were inevitable, as there was no other way of capitalism and property rights ever being ended in Soviet Russia or Maoist China, other than the use of force, and as the state controlled every aspect of life, reducing the population to near slave status and crushing all opposition to the ending of private property was necessary in order to compete with the advanced Western nations. When he was young, Joseph Stalin grew up hating the oppression of the Tsarist regime, but in the end he personified the Orwellian observation
This
that
is 3 minutes, you long go.
hierarchical structure of society.
3 minutes is 3 minutes. I did say 3 minutes, so I'm not going to do Badu, as they say, or this one. So yeah, but the point is, you see, that's the point I'm trying to make here is that with this thing is that the even piercing ideology is the act of actually just doing stuff for your people, no matter what it takes.
I agree with you.
He defied the so-called communist ideology. Even in China, they will tell you that they are following an ideology.
Okay, so
the ideology is to get to that point, but in the end, it's about the leaders doing what they have to do for their people. This man, what he accomplished is
I totally agree
stuff.
with you, forefathers. I totally agree with you. Okay.
Okay.
The end, we all agree. Nigeria is not in a good place. Not only is not in a good place, it's heading in the wrong direction. Okay. That we all agree.
That's a big one.
Okay.
Master, I just salute you now. So when I disagree with you, you know it's not from the heart.
Okay, just for the record, so that some of us would also appreciate each other. I have led students' demonstration. There are people still that call me comrade, even though some of them say I've committed class suicide. Okay, because they think I'm now a capitalist, which is true. But back to the major issue, Nigeria is not even heading in the right direction. The only place I will disagree with you, forefathers, if you tell me that you're fantasizing with revolution, okay, I will disagree with that process because it has not worked. Even this
that's
video,
but I just gave you two nations where it worked.
Wait, Masca, you know,
Link
it was me.
is what he did too.
Forefathers, just a moment, please. Masca, you know, it was me that put this question to you, and I put it to you purposefully. You know, if you want to say, has a revolution ever worked, you can look at Singapore. If you want a really nice example, that's an example that you can take, study, and understand that this individual. Wait, please.
Give me another one.
Lee Kuan Yew, he saw it fit, and it was Chim who described and broke down what happened just on this very program here, what took place in Singapore. Singapore, we know the kind of nation it is, and it's a very serious nation. And they had to make a stop. And a leader had to speak to his people honestly. All the things that were put to them by the Malaysians about how they saw the Singaporeans, how they saw the Chinese Malaysians as they were at the time, filthy. What he said to himself was, whilst these are criticisms, instead of me being overly offended the way we get in Nigeria, where we're offended by anything that is coming close to the truth, instead of him being offended, he said, you know what? My people are, as my critics say, we are going to go about changing it. We are going to make our own nation. This is how you turn things around. All this pain that you're feeling, all this pain that you people feel. I have to land because you took a long time answering my question. All this pain that you people feel between TA and yourself about the difference in the way we see what love is. And it's not that I don't. It's not that I'm not a man of spirit.
Let's put love aside.
For me, yeah. I tell you what's happened in this conversation. As far as I'm concerned,
we need to allow Paul to speak. He's been
I just need to land. Yeah, Paul is there. He's not going to die. What I need to put to both of yourself is that this conversation has been derailed because we were on a conversation where we were practically from what forefathers' emotion at the time about what's wrong with us. I think these are fundamental questions that needs to be answered. Instead, we went to talk about love and tried to educate my man that the way he sees love is absolutely obtuse as far as this question is concerned. Obtuse. Now, for me, I don't know why you people are so thin in your understanding and thin-skinned. You instead of taking points, you're taking the insult. I'm not putting any insult to you. I'm saying that our position in Nigeria is drastic and urgent. We can't wait another 4 years for another liar to come on top of our head and stand on it. TA,
what do you suggest?
What I suggested that what I suggest, as I said, as we enter into the future on a daily basis, our strength of holding our emotion down is gonna break. And when that emotion breaks, there's going to be mayhem without any plan. A revolution, as described to you by many others, I was keeping quiet. They're trying to tell you a revolution doesn't have to be a violent one. It has to be a thoughtful one. But because you people don't really want to think. You want to say strange things as far as I'm concerned. Strange. I'm listening. I'm saying, where does this take us? What you're talking about? Tinubu stole the election. I think we can all agree upon that. And we're talking about Tinubu as though he's a legitimate government. That's the myopic emptiness of the minds of Nigerians that would accept this man. How can you do that at this stage in the game? I find it obtuse. I find it a fallacy. I find it people without balls, real balls, men. You understand? You're not working with your balls. You're working with something else.
Jargon, please let me try to and Paul
I put it to you. I put it to you just like that, with no apology. You understand? Because I'm listening.
I don't know if you know about okay.
Masca, you see, in the 18 something, some of the documentaries I watched about Japan the other day, I was shocked to see how advanced they were. They were industrialized even in 18 something. They even had to break their big companies down a bit because they felt those big companies were the ones engineering the war machine of the Japanese country. So when the Americans came, they broke it down. All this Japan, Mitsubishi, all this one you're hearing, Americans had to tone it down. That's how advanced they were. And our people, we never made any move. We just sat there. And if you hold on now, hold on. What do you keep saying we are just full of stuff? Hold on. We are talking about human beings that are on the same face of the earth with you. You are going to compete with them. In short, we've already competed with them.
For the record, forefathers, sorry to cut you, just for the record, any serious-minded person that wants to change his country cannot come on YouTube or public space and say he's going to change the country.
No, that's not how it works. You have conversations. Do you know the kind of conversations?
If it's just conversations you are gonna have, I think let it be a broad conversation. Let no people say, "Oh, we want to carry." Are you gonna sit here and start planning how to carry arms? Is that what you think?
Arms again? You're getting it all wrong.
Hold on.
What's been said is that because we understand that we are simply human beings, like any other human being on the planet, that what we are receiving in a country like Nigeria, where we all know we deserve a lot better from our leaders, from ourselves, from the global polity as to respecting who we are. We can't really call on that respect because we know the situation that we come from. You see, I'm out here in the West and I've grown up here. I know how the European look upon us. You have no idea how they look upon us.
I've been there. So
well,
don't make
good.
it sound like
for that in itself.
You accept that they see us as
for that in itself. I'm glad. I'm glad that I see
and you don't want to do anything about it. Somebody sees you as subhuman, you don't want to do anything about it.
Well,
and even if there is a factual basis for it.
Forefathers, see, once again, I will repeat. No Nigerian will tell you that he doesn't want to do anything. The only thing I am disagreeing is what set of actions and what set of timelines.
That's
this
right.
Is the only thing I disagree.
Those are the questions. I believe that those are the questions.
Sorry, Jargon, let me just say something, because from what I've read recently, in historical terms, someone like Masca belongs, like when the Russian Revolution want to happen, in the Mensheviks. They tend to believe that you have to do it gently.
No.
While the Bolsheviks, hold on now, while the Bolsheviks are the ones that are sounding like Jargon and sounding like they have to get this done. And if they hadn't done it, and maybe they are right, because if they hadn't done it, America would be all over Soviet Union right now.
Just imagine.
Okay, so
I think it's time for me to
before you
comment.
respond. Masca, before you respond, just to be clear, while I agree with revolution, the type of revolution that we just shared now by Joseph Stalin, I don't agree with. I have my views about that.
It's Lenin, not Stalin. Lenin was the one. Lenin one was.
Yeah, but it's Stalin that they showed us. It's Stalin that was shown.
No. I was trying to show the the final result.
Now the Russia thing.
The final result.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point before I leave the floor is this: what I'm asking for, and it's not, revolution comes in different ways, especially in this era we live in. Like you rightly mentioned, Jagu, the Singaporean is a revolution, because even in the way he changes, remember people
people, they had a death sentence for corruption.
Then let me just add one more thing. He seized all private property, every single one. He seized all of them. That's what Lee Kuan Yew did.
Exactly. You know,
everything.
So just to end, so that I think Paul wants to contribute. Maska, I hear you, but there is also a challenge when you're immersed in a system for pretty long time. So you begin to suffer a fatigue.
I left this system willingly, Chim.
No,
so
hold on now, Maska. Don't be on the defensive right now.
I have to, because you're already making accusations.
No, now we're having a conversation. Come on, man. I'm not accusing you.
It's conversation we're having.
It's a banter. You throw at me and I laugh.
Let's not go long, because this one, I'm worried about Paul. Paul is worried. Paul is going to be dead on everybody. Paul is there. You should not forget about Paul.
Let me end. See, I think because our people are neck deep in the system, and I understand it, sometimes it takes you leaving Nigeria for a while to get a bit of a radical mindset. When you're in our society, there is always this don't rock the boat syndrome. And I understand it. And sometimes people who are saying don't rock the boat, it's not because they don't want, if they see what the rocking that boat will produce, they may accept. But you see, the fear of the unknown, how it will end, and sometimes it makes people become a bit tepid. So what I'm saying is, if our leaders were even sincere, with all the complaints going about, the certain actions, for instance, a Tinubu, and I end here, coming into office right now, with all the legitimacy issue he has, cutting the cost of governance would have won him towards the minds of the people. People begin to say, okay, you know what? This guy is going in a different direction. Okay, you know what? Let's see. But the guy came in and is worsening the situation. He's telling Maska to tighten his belt, and he's
you know why? You know why, Chim? Chim, you know why? This is exactly what I was telling forefathers. It's the system.
Can you please let me?
We're getting round and round again. Bros, Chim, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon,
Jago, let me use your word. Let me use your word. Jago, hold on. Let me also contribute, please.
I just want to say congratulations to Chim for what he said. Because if you don't understand what Chim has said, then because he understands you.
Let's allow Paul to say something, please.
I would now. I will not run away. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, my brother.
Special members on this.
Yeah, so I think I've read about the Lee Kuan Yew. I've read his book, and let me not just talk about Lee Kuan Yew, because Chim did a very good work over there. Let's even talk about the fifth president, the last president in Tanzania. John Magufuli.
Talk it out.
From the other side of the divide, he also brought revolution to his country. You understand? He brought great change to his country when he brings this revolution to the civil servants, the so-called government employee. He was also not pleasant with them, but he was pleasant to the citizenry. This is how things work. So revolution, sometimes when we say revolution is a good thing if you use it the right way. Every government that we have in Nigeria meant well by their thinking. And when they talk to us by TA's own way, they talk from the place of love. You understand? But are we seeing it in real time? The answer is no. We don't see it in real time. We don't see anything. So sometimes when the people ask for revolution, they're asking for revolution. Revolution might just be a policy. And remember, a policy will become today what we call institutions. You understand? You just know that institution. For example, look at the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. LNG is just doing well, but other aspects of oil and gas is not doing well. Have you asked yourself that question? Probably maybe the people they put there, they've been trying their best and everything. But do you know, with better and a greater institution, LNG might expand, LNG can still do more better, LNG can still fetch us more money, and that can also bring challenge. But without we protesting, if we want to keep this thing as it is, just use leap of faith, just use faith, hope, it won't work. I'll give you one small example with America. You see the African Americans, these people don't go to church. Some of them, I'm not saying every one of them, they don't go to church. Something will happen. Maybe the police take down one of them. Where do you see all the time? Just go watch when they are doing the funeral service and everything. They take them to the church. This is somebody that his grandparents never went to church. His parents never went to church. He is not going to church. Have you ever asked yourself, then what you see? You see a very expensive casket. There's an insurance we call in America. We call it the car wash insurance. So many Americans die, don't have money for funeral. They wash car to raise funds. But you see a man who is struggling that don't have anything, just die right now. And they are using an expensive casket. You see that person in church. Why are you seeing that? It's a form of this so-called religious faith. They are trying to work on your mind to forgive. They are trying to telling you this first love. You understand that TA is preaching. Quickly, the government just rush. Oh, the church is willing to allow you to perform these things there. They just buy casket. They just pull love. You see the family of that person. Maybe if that boy have a baby mama, not even wife or something, you see so many people put hand in their shoulder. They tell them love. They preach love. What are they doing? They're trying to calm the situation. Do you know why? Because protest is going on around 50 states in the country. They are quickly doing everything, damage control, to calm things down. On the other side of it, they started talking of, just go to court, where we'll go settle out of court, then we'll give you some money, then you sign a NDA. You understand? Before you know, you don't hear those cases no more. And it's making history repeating itself again and again and again. And whenever you see that they take down an African American, it is always the same thing remain. Look at the biggest one, the one that George Floyd that happened. Boom, the family just got 27 million US dollar. Did you see any reform? No. You understand? So, Tia, when you talk about this love, when you talk about greater revolution, if the people stand and fight for greater revolution, let us fight for this thing. For example, police will take down somebody in the US. It is police that will be reviewing the thing. But if somebody abuse police, that video, you will see it that same minute all over the news. But if police take down a citizen, they will review that video. That video will come outside in 3 months' time. Sometimes the video will come outside in 2 years' time. You understand? Is that not what we call AI today? My tech guys, they try to manage everything to calm situation down and just spin it quickly to money. That's why my African America are still going through the same thing. So you might want to think about it. You don't want to think about it. Revolution in certain issues really, really is important. I use the word for 3 great American musicians. I use that word: Celine Dion, Gloria Estefan, and Michael Bolton. Celine Dion said love doesn't ask why. It speaks from the heart. Gloria Estefan said love is not enough. And Michael Bolton said, how can we keep talking about love, love, love? You understand? But we are not talking about like, how can I love you without liking you? So when you think all these things together, my brother, revolution still is important. Look at Goodluck Jonathan. This is a man that every Nigerian loves so much when he came with a very strong slogan, I don't have no shoes. Everybody believe about it. What did Jonathan do when he created the panel and everything? He created the panel almost about election time and said there is no time because he himself is enjoying the system. He himself don't want the system to change. You understand? But when he lost election, then they started talking about, oh, that is thing that I created. When you enter there, you understand the pain of this country. You did not immediately introduce this national conference, but almost about election time, you introduced national conference, and now you said there is no time. Let us push it to the next dispensation. Now you lost election. You understand? So every leaders that will come on stream, this system that we have right now favor them. They will not do anything to change it. So one of the change that we can think of, it's called revolution. If my African American brothers does not fight today, you understand, and get out of the pain that they are going through in America, I don't see myself applying for visa to go be slave in America because they did not bring me. I applied for visa to go there. So they fought for it, and I'm living, I'm benefiting, I'm enjoying the good fight that they fight. This is what I'm living on today. So if you think you're just going to get it easily, no
I
way.
don't understand. I really can't understand.
Let me quote one small Bible. I'll quote one small Bible for you since you keep quoting Bible. Joshua tell Moses, Master, we want more land. What did Moses tell Joshua? He said, if you want more land, fight for it. We have to fight for these governments to change. This government will not on their own change. It's only rare for few of them to fight for things to work. Even John Magufuli, that tried to revolute, that tried to bring change in the so-called civil servants. At a time too, if you said didn't even believe COVID, and COVID take it down. That's my take.
Thank you,
Okay,
thank you. Let me
it's
just
my
share
turn
one.
now.
Let me just share one
Father, it's
fact
my
that
turn
is
now.
coming across very strongly from some of the research I've been doing. It's scary how many of these leaders that have shaped nations were once part of a military. George Washington, Winston Churchill, Stalin, Lin Kuan Yew, all of them. And most of them saw war.
Yep.
They went on to forge very, very strong nations. Hitler, all of them. And our leaders, they just handed over to them. And
Does that
this
tell
is
you,
what we have for
forefathers?
it.
What I keep saying, you people keep saying that you don't want military rule. It's not about military rule as we know it. I was speaking the other day and all that, and I'm quite happy that my point was vindicated. I was saying that there is no way that Israel could have bombed that hospital. Jagun didn't believe me. He was very, very. I mean, what am I talking about? But we all saw it.
No,
We all
you
saw
haven't
it.
been.
Let me share that this is
You
because
haven't
I had
been
that thing
vindicated, though.
so that
You
you
haven't
see
been.
the gravity
They
of
didn't
what
do
he's
it,
saying.
bro.
Who
They
did
didn't
it?
do it.
This is Egun. This is the organization that was responsible. This was acting as a terrorist organization by the American and British standard at the time. They were the ones, and look at what they said here. They said every Jew had the right to enter Palestine. Only active retaliation would deter the Arabs. Only Jewish armed force would ensure the Jewish state. And they went on to form what they call the Likud Party, and that is the party that is still running that country to today. These people, the people that change nations, are these type of people, and we like it or not, history seems to suggest they are the kind of people that change societies. I don't understand it. It's crazy.
Father,
Consistency.
it's my turn now.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Now.
Sorry, TA.
Huh?
I've got to sign on now. I mean, it's okay. Guys, see you later. Thank you.
Okay, see ya. So forefathers, I mean, guys on the panel, I know you guys are talking about revolution. When I hear revolution, it's because I've been in active demonstration before, where I see a lot of people being quiet, you know. And
A lot of
when
people
you
being what? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Quiet. I can't say the other words.
Okay, Momo.
Yeah. So now, when you go for revolution, you understand? Because I remember in Ghana, 1981, when Jerry Rawlings took over. It was through revolution, you know, and the government was okay, but now where's Ghana till today? Which everything is now going backwards. The other revolution that did happen without any war, Mahatma Gandhi in India, you know, he did a revolution without, you know, causing any war, without any gun.
A lot of people died, though.
Yeah, definitely people will die. You know, that one is natural. But the ideology of his revolution was, you know, kind of dialogue. And India is where it is today. I don't believe in people being killed for no just reason. See, anyone that believes in revolution, please, I beg of you, I will support you with money from this panel. If you want to go to Nigeria, I mean, Showore, he went there. He went there.
Sorry, TA, can I just one small? I think.
Okay, yeah, interject.
From my perspective, the people on the panel have really clarified the revolution really is not what the revolution in quote people are talking about. So I think it's important.
Masca, when you hear that, look, Forefather said one thing. All the people that did this revolution, yeah, they are military people.
No.
That's transformational leaders tend to come from military background.
The same Mahatma Gandhi. Listen, TA, what I'm trying to, so that we can all converge at the same point, because there's no point having discussions and we all go to sleep at where we started. What my understanding is, the same thing Mahatma Gandhi did in India is a revolution.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You
but not carrying guns though.
Well, you see, we can speak about South Africa. We can speak about South Africa, which we all, that this is in our lifetime. We all watched it on TV.
That we all can understand, because what I have learned in life, you see, when more than two people sit to discuss, it's important for them to distinctly arrange the lingua franca. In terms of what I mean by lingua franca, when we are going to talk, let's have understanding of the wordings. So revolution, what Mahatma Gandhi did is a revolution. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Do you have a problem with that, TA?
No, not at all.
So nobody is going to have a problem with that kind of revolution.
Exactly.
Everybody
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So a lot of people died. A lot of people died during the time of Gandhi. If I'm not mistaken, about millions died because of some of the actions that he took.
Mandela too.
So
Mandela.
It was not bloodless. The idea is that it wasn't
you don't
bloodless.
Have a problem.
Why
are you having a problem with Sowore?
No,
if
wait.
You don't have a problem with
Mandela.
Why are you having a problem with Sowore?
Guys. I think we really have to try. What Masca has said just now is bringing us more or less to the same page. Now, the word revolution was, I don't know, hard for some of us on the panel for whatever reasons of misunderstanding and not really understanding what the word means. He has come now that Masca has spoken, because I'm afraid I'm telling you that we spent the last 3 or 4 hours from where we were going on a certain trajectory, and we began speaking about all kinds of strange things and accepting insults or whatever.
But that's okay, Jago. Now it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just landing. What Masca has said, it shows understanding, and the time that we have spent trying to speak to you, TA, about the understanding that you have given, and the understanding that we are trying to lend you. I think TA is caught up. Masca has caught up. So he's speaking to you to say that, look, revolution is not a bad word that you have to be afraid of, because, we Nigerians, we're full of fear. We have too much fear in our spirit. So he's saying to you that we don't have to be afraid of this word. It has happened all over the world. What are we going to do about our situation is the question. Because
I need to sign out.
If I can just quickly land so you can lead on. Without planning, without a real understanding of geopolitics and what's going on with us, because we haven't got one fight to fight. We've got many fights. Once we finish one fight, we have to enter into another, and enter into another again until we are founded as a nation, and we have to really understand the struggles that we have in that country. We've got real struggles that need competent individuals, because the rest, I'm afraid, we can waste each other's time, and time is of the essence.
Okay, let me quickly finish my own aspect there, please. Okay, guys, wait, Masca.
Okay,
Masca, wait. Let me quickly. So now, when I hear revolution, the common man on the street in Nigeria, the moment they hear revolution, and that's what happened to Sowore as well. They thought Sowore was, when he was talking about revolution, they thought Sowore was talking about bringing arms to the street. Let's turn the country upside down. But that's not what Sowore meant. So the moment you guys start talking about revolution, The common man in Nigeria, what they're thinking about is about turning the country upside down. True.
It's not the common man in Nigeria. It's the DSS in Nigeria. Correct yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To Showore, it's not the common man. It's the DSS. Correct yourself.
No, that's what I say. Common man in Nigeria. Yeah, in general. You know, the moment they hear revolution.
No, the DSS. That's the government, not the common citizenry.
Listen,
the government.
When you talk about revolution now, back in the days, the moment you talk about revolution, yeah, the citizen, the thing they want to think about is about arms. These, you know, let's scatter, break the balls, break the house, burn houses down, and stuff like that. See,
that's the general understanding of revolution, no matter how much we want to quote it. But if we all agree that that is not what we are referring to, it's fine. But that is
thank you, Pascal. Thank you for that. So that's it. If someone is telling me about ideology revolution now, yeah, I will agree, but not the one that look, you just want to burn the country down. I'm not going to be part of that. Hell no. No way. You understand? Now, Jagu said something. He said, now solution. You know, if we're talking about solution, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the foundation. We've got local government there. You understand? Start your revolution from there. Start taking people out. You understand? As in, look, we don't want you. We voted for this.
Yeah, you are not economic with the truth.
Yeah, let me ask. Let's do something.
When you talk about the local government, the governor just kidnapped the local government. We all know these things. You understand? So why are you talking about it? Is our local government did not fail us because the governor single-handedly hijacked the local government and keep it in his seat.
What is democracy? The people. So what is democracy?
Yeah.
What's the definition of democracy?
So don't tell me my local government chairman failed me. When my local government chairman don't have access to his own phone, that he knew this is his amount from Abuja, and the governor keep the money and said, I'm going to help you fix your road. Tell me what you want and give me a deal. Does it make any sense? Do you see the local government chairman in Ogun State? You understand? Do you see that they even DSS have arrested the local government chairman? Why are you talking all these things? So we're still going back to the government failed us. The government is failing us constantly.
Hold on. I need to say something. Hold on. I need to say something. This idea that Gandhi didn't, I'm shocked to some of the stuff I'm reading, and we have to be careful the message we are being sold. Gandhi did help the British recruit soldiers to fight. In different cases, he actually supported military action. And in other cases, he said he didn't succeed in recruiting even single one person. Not for lack of trying. He says because they said that they were afraid to die. Some of his actions, hold on now, let me finish my point. Some of his actions resulted in a lot of loss of life. The question I want to ask is, which is a thought exercise, by the way, it's not real. If somebody says, okay, that not somebody, let's say Providence says, whoever is in charge of whatever, God, let's say God says, okay, you be able to solve all the problems in your country, you know, all the problems, poverty, child mortality, everything will be solved. But you are required to do this thing, like the kind of test they give Abraham, that is going to result in the loss of life of about 50,000, 100,000 people. Someone like you, TA, if I ask you, would you do such a thing that will result in the death of 100,000 people to resolve all the problems in the country?
These are the people. Yes.
This is the real. This is when that law exercise hits the
They have to make decisions for the good of the people.
No, but let him answer now, because he's going to answer in his own way.
Let me tell you. Let me see. You asked a question now for others.
They want to rope in.
Yeah, I know. I wait now.
You drag me in, master.
Forefathers. Yeah, I remember my very good friend Ojuku. Yeah, he wants Biafra state. He wants Biafra area. You understand? And he knew people were going to die. Millions of people were going to die. You understand? And he convinced the people that look, we have to go to war. Millions of the Eastern people, they fight for no reason.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
You are changing. Hold on. He's trying. Don't let him. Chim. Hold on. Don't let him change the topic. He's trying to shuffle now. There's no shuffling here. You are not shuffling your way out of this one.
Look,
So
I'm
let's
saying
not
that
go
by
with
somebody that want to
Ojuku.
go
This
to
is
the
not
war now.
Ojuku's this thing. I'm saying in a talks exercise, if the problem of your country will be solved, would you accept the loss of life of 100,000 people to solve all our problems?
The answer is no, T, because there's no guarantee.
No. What if there is a
Exactly.
guarantee? What if there is guarantee?
Who is going to give the guarantee?
Hold on now. What if there is guarantee?
Oh, Father,
Because-
T just answer it with Ojuku. Even though for the federal government to fight Ojuku
but let
to
him
take down
answer
some
now.
of his own citizens to fight to keep Nigeria together.
He will not agree.
Thing.
He has told you he won't agree.
Okay, if he says he's not going to agree, then let me finish with the point. Let me say, if you're not going to agree, what you have done, you've condemned even more people to death. Because in every single year, more people will lose their lives. The next year, more will lose their lives because of inaction. Hold on, let me explain to you, because
death is a solution.
Because we are already dying for free. That's the problem. You are dying for free already. Hold on, Masker. We are already dying now.
Yes.
The only problem is that we are dying for free. We are not dying to make the future of our children better. Do you understand that concept?
No,
you have to do your calculation. You said you want to do logical. No, Master. You said you want to make a logical, have a logical discussion.
Yes.
If it is logical, we are already dying now. As you
Yes.
see, we are all walk home and something happens to us, we are gone. But what have we done to better the future of our children? Because we are afraid of dying. We use death as the reason for not taking action. But you all are saying that because of death, because it's going to result in death, you should not take action.
Okay, sorry. Can I use 2 minutes to respond to you without
interjection? Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The history of Nigeria forefathers, right from studenthood, in my time, we as students have been killed. We've come out on the street. Nigerians are not afraid. But when you keep doing something, and it's not, the result is the same. The result is the same. Only a madman will continue to do the same thing. People come out on the street and they are killed, and the system is still the same. It's not about death. What I'm saying is about thinking. And my solution. You were
just against death. So you can't say it's not about that. You were just against if it's going to result in any loss of life. You don't want to do anything.
No. That's not where I stand. That's not where I stand.
Okay, I thought that's where TA stands.
Talk about new thing.
No, I'm me and TA. I do not come here.
Can I just make one contribution and I sign off?
You started it. You started being a lawyer for TA, but it's okay. I will separate both of you now.
That does not mean that me and TA are one and the same.
See, guys, I want to sign off, but let me just make this contribution. First of all, to TA, on a lighter mood, if like say you fear for your Owambe party, that's what you're interested in.
Me.
You don't want anything. I'm gonna leave that one. It's okay.
He's a born again Christian. He's a born again Christian.
But on a serious note, my contribution is this. You see, we fear this world revolution. We've had revolutions in some form in Nigeria. When Moitala Mohammed came to office, that thing he tried, although people argue that it didn't work, that it took Nigeria backwards, that was a revolution. That civil service thing he did. Although we may argue, and I agree, people may, put up their perspective on how they see it. We've had revolutions. Masker has hit the nail on the head. The word system. The system needs to be revolutionized, changed, overthrown,
eradicated,
removed, transformed, whatever word you want. The system. And I'm saying,
is it by anarchy?
Nobody is advocating anarchy.
Why are you going there? Who has mentioned anarchy? You are the one bringing anarchy now.
But the thing is this. That's why I jibed at you and said it's the Owambe you're afraid of. You don't want to miss your Friday Owambe. But that's okay.
Exactly.
So my point is this, and Fofather has put it, it may look draconian the way he put it, and we agree on this. Sometimes for the betterment of the good, a few will be lost. It happens everywhere in the world. Now, if our leaders, and that's the third midpoint me I've been advocating, if anybody is listening to me, because if I'm a leader, I'll be saying when I'm hearing all these tensions, I will have good advice to come. What do we do? what can I do to win these people over? Our leaders don't seem to want to do anything to win the people over. They constantly want to continue on that trajectory that favors them, like forefather has said. They are benefiting from it. They are okay with it. I'm saying, and if Tinubu's men are hearing me, if this guy had entered, first day, he says, I am only going to have 36 ministers just to satisfy that constitutional thing that every state, even though I don't agree with that. If he comes in and he says he wants to have 19 and he picks from every geopolitical zone, at least one person or whatever, and look from good technocrats, after a while, when people start seeing performance, the tensions will pipe low. He hasn't done any of that. He seems to be creating opportunities for the already bloated, elite class. And that is creating more
Not
tension.
opportunity, compensation, paying back compensations.
But his opportunity is creating for them. It's the opportunity he's creating for them. He feels like people who are brought him to power.
Jim, you said just a minute. You've taken my flow.
I'm gone here. I know you're chasing me away. I'm gone. So I want you, when you go to bed this night,
Rodi hasn't said anything, no.
Sleep over it. Nigeria needs a revolution. If it's a revolution of the mind, whatever it is, to change the way we think and sit down and change the way the system works, we need to have that happen. If it doesn't happen, we're heading towards a dangerous pitfall.
Sorry, before you leave, Chim, I think you are the one that needs to go and sleep. This thing you are saying, we all agree, things have to change. The question really is, how is this revolution going to happen? That's the question. And I think
Masker, let me tell you the revolution. Masker, forefather, please hold on. I have one of the revolution that happened in the 21st century when it comes to religion. There is a young man called Daddy Freeze. He brought revolution about fake pastors who take money, greedy pastors who take money from people. You understand? That brought a lot of eye opener because some of us are so scared of talking to pastor. But when Daddy Freeze moved the mantle, so many people follow, so many churches in Nigeria get scared. This affects so many churches. When I'm talking about churches, I'm talking about churches in Ghana, so many churches in Africa. Here in the US, African church in the US, everybody knew about Daddy Freeze. Suddenly, you understand the eye opener of the way these pastors take advantage of so many people. That is a revolution on its own. That Daddy Freeze did. That is a revolution. So don't think revolution all the time is about just go carrying that AR-15, the AK-47, and the 49.
There are different ways of doing it.
Well, this is why somebody like Shore has not been given a lot of respect, because he knows what the word means, but the rest of Nigerians are panicked by that word. They don't know what it means. Well, including you, my brother, about including you. You understand? You're very afraid. You know what I mean? So
I can't believe it. TA was saying exactly.
You know what I mean? So whilst there are people like this who are out there speaking truth that we fail to recognize, we have to wake up. And what you've spoken about, Daddy Freeze, I didn't really know. I don't follow Daddy Freeze. I know who he is. I don't really follow him. However, these are aspects of revolution. These are aspects of changing one's mindset. It's all in our psyche that would make a change in Nigeria. And if our psyche is wrong, we need to be told that your psyche is wrong and you're not thinking properly. And this is the way that the thought process is. Because my man Mascal is asking now, what picture does revolution now take? Which is a question that should have been asked 4 hours ago, but we were wasting time talking about love. You understand? I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
Let me jump in.
Okay. Let Odi say something.
Let me jump in, guys.
Welcome, Odi.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a few weeks. Guys, it's always nice to be on the same platform with you guys, debating Nigerian stuff. I think we, in the heart of our hearts, we actually know what we are talking about. But, there's a song that Fela sang in those days. He said, I know one die, I know one, everybody knows. But I know one, everybody, but die, we must die. The point is that, look, the idea of comparing, that it freezes groove is a sort of revolution in that way. But we're talking about a government that has guns. Government uses, so look, pastors just use words to confuse people, and you can come and speak and change people's mind. Look, even if you change people's mind in Nigeria, there will still be the police and the army to tell you what to do. You can't, and that's, look, there was a sort of a revolution in the United States. That's when you talk about real revolution. The King of England decided, was taking tax from people here. And the point, they said, no, we're not going to do this anymore. Everything started in New England, in Boston. People said, no, we're not going to pay you anymore. Stop it. And people decided to take the laws into their hands. That's revolution, my brother. When you want to, that's full civil disobedience. When you want to tell the government, we're not going to go your way anymore, the government is going to come hard on you. So anybody that thinks there's going to be a revolution without loss of life hasn't started. There was revolution in South Africa. There was a revolution in India. People died. There was no way. America, to have what we have now and not have some king telling us what to do here, people died. Hundreds of thousands of people died. So the idea that you're going to change the mind, look at what's going on in our Senate. Look at what those guys are doing. Look at what they did to EFCC. They brought the new EFCC potential chairman, and they were telling him how EFCC was being stupid and irrelevant. That's the country. And you think these guys are going to just give up their power one day? They won't. If you think so, then, I need to smoke what you're smoking. But I got to tell you one thing. These guys, look, one day, Nigerians, I've always said, when will Nigerians feel that enough is enough? I don't know when it's going to be, but one day, Nigerians are going to say enough is enough, and they will go in. There's this country, is Sri Lanka. They went into and kicked out the people there. One day, the citizens of Nigeria will say enough is enough. It almost happened with NSAS, but northern Nigeria did not key in. And there was no good leadership, for the children to do, to revolutionize the country. During a revolution, the police cannot do anything. The police will even join. Even our police, they're not immune to the suffering. The army, they are even suffering more than the other people.
Absolutely.
One day we'll get to a point that they will say, no, we're not going to take this anymore. Look, Nigerians in the past 9 months have lost 40% of their wealth, from what they don't know about, just because of government incompetence. They keep taking it and they keep, trying to live their lives. But one day, monkey go market, go come back. That's my own.
Okay,
let me just add one thing so that we understand that revolution is not always as bloody. Which is surprising for me actually, that when Lenin took over power from this in Petrograd, as they said, that it was relatively bloodless. And they were aware that they were coming, but because the communists or socialists had won the argument at the time, that most of the military had already switched sides. Where the problem occurred was other areas of the country. That's where most of the problem, because they didn't have the spread. And this is why I keep saying, when you want to change Nigeria, if you have the spread, you'll be surprised. We don't even have to go to very radical things. You can change the country because we have more tools than they had then. They had to resort to a lot of bloodshed.
Sorry, Papa,
we don't have to.
Are you saying that when Lenin took over, people didn't die?
Listen, I can read that to you now.
No, I'm not saying. Yeah. I know they massacred the Czars. They killed. They had to kill the king. No, I'm saying they killed the king.
Maybe it wasn't his time. Maybe the ones that came before him, because I don't think it was Lenin himself that did it. That's his time, because I know that they took out the king first, There was a tag on interim government. Then before Lenin came and took over.
No,
So
no,
maybe
no.
it wasn't.
The real revolution was when the SARS were killed. It was so bloody that they killed the king, and they did something, people should not do. Go and read about it, man.
No, I know about the this in the this
I think it's
extermination
called
of
the
the royal
Bolshevik
family.
Revolution. I think that's what it's called. But
It wasn't that said. It said the Petrograd, modern day St. Petersburg, where the Bolsheviks seized power in the Winter Palace. The takeover was relatively bloodless. There were some clashes and casualties, but it was not a full-scale battle. So I don't know. Maybe they consider taking out the royal family, not blood. They don't consider it bloodless. Bloody, because not a lot of people died. It's just the royal family. I don't know what they mean by that. But they say
so
it's
the main
relatively
thing is the
bloodless.
leadership. They had to. The SARS were imperialistic. What led to when the Russians felt it was enough was when Russia lost the war to Japan. Go and read it. I'm a student of history. They lost the war to Japan. A lot of poverty came up to the Russian and Mother Russia, and they had to just do something. People were suffering. They had to just kick out the Tsar. This is history.
Yeah, I need to confirm that because I'm not so sure. That's why I was.
So, let me run up quickly before I go.
Go ahead.
So, as I was saying, if it's intellectual revolution, I buy that. You understand? I mean, was it Paul? Yeah, Paul mentioned that the phrase. I think the guy was talking, with facts within the Bible. Okay, we're reading the same Bible, so check it out. And that's why a lot of people, their mindset will change. Look, it's right there in the Bible, which the Bible is the word of God.
Sorry, TA. Let me just confirm this in case just for the viewers and for OD. The application of the Tsars Nicola II and the subsequent events leading to the death of the Russian imperial family, including the Tsar and his family, were not directly caused by the Lenin's Bolshevik Revolution, but they were part of the broader context of the Russian Revolution of 1917. So that's the point I was making, that it wasn't tied to him directly. There was a mood already. And this is kind of mood I was talking about, that there is a mood in Nigeria right now. There's a mood in many African countries. They are fed up of the way they are right now.
No, look, if Nicholas did not die, there wouldn't have been a revolution. That's my point. If you didn't take out the king, I'm not suggesting anything, but what I'm saying is that anybody that thinks you can remove a government that has gone, whether it's knife, whether it's sword or something, it's like trying to remove a Roman emperor. Once you remove the Roman emperor,
yeah, you may be right. In their context, you may be right. But I like to think that now we have we can explore different methods. We have different technologies now. We have ability to reach out to all groups of people. That's what I think, because if he can take over such a big nation relatively bloodlessly, it tells you what is possible. The French one was brutal. They were just chopping people's heads, chopping heads off like a pineapple or something.
Okay, let me run up. So as I was saying here, that with Paul mentioned that the phrase, that was based on intellect and itself. And I remember when Libya, when Gaddafi was ruling Libya, even though they had the best of the best among the African nations, some people still feel that, look, it's not, what's it called? They want more, And Gaddafi was telling them then, even when it was about to be killed, which is kind of internal revolution, apart from the intervention of the West, that, look, what you guys are doing, you guys don't know, where's Libya today? You understand? So any revolution that's going to be intellectual, look, I buy that. I'll back that up. But anyone that you're going to burn the country upside down, turn it around, like, Sudan and the rest, that's not for me. So that's my own perspective anyway.
The truth is, the revolutions are meant to build, not to destroy. I think, and generally, I don't think most of the people that do revolutions, what they leave behind is a testament to what they achieved. They basically turned the country around and built crazy. I must say, the one that happened in Russia, if it hadn't happened, God help us, I don't think Russia would probably be where it is today. Russia will be like a client state of America right now, and you know they will be like nobody. Americans will probably occupy that place.
So,
TA,
I need to go, guys.
before you run, before you go,
okay.
let me just ask you, because I don't know, and maybe other people know, I don't know. Do you agree with the Tinubu government, and should it stay, do you think, for 4 years? Quick answer, bro.
That's a CSU certificate question.
Okay. So that question about Tinubu's government, it is, what I believe concerning Tinubu's government is that, look, you guys voted him in, you understand? And
No, that's not true.
So no,
listen. Just answer the question. Don't put all these. Just go for it.
It's not true.
At the moment, it's the best we've got. Yeah.
You're terrible.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I now understand.
That's not the question, though. That's not the question.
Don't worry, I understand. I don't need to understand more.
Like Ajago say, you don't know. TA, before you leave, you make mention of.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
TA, you make mention of Gaddafi. I just want to talk about Gaddafi a little bit. You see, Gaddafi did a lot, but Gaddafi did not use modern day media to protect his country. You understand?
Yeah.
Remember that Gaddafi that you are talking about, it is not his people that take him down like they want to make you understand. It is NATO that take Gaddafi down, not his people. They might, here and there, they might have a betrayal of trust. They might be able to lure 1 or 2 people, but it's not his people. If it is for his people, they can't. It is NATO that take Gaddafi down.
The will that tipped in this thing balance.
They tried that in Niger. In Niger as well, yeah. They tried that. Look, this is what we want. So it's not about the.
So now I use the word.
To be fair, the opposite is what happened in Niger.
So when you talk about Niger now, because of the way every one of us is crying using the media, we are shaming the West for the one that is not doing anything and the one that is doing something. That's why it's hard on them. Then the social media is not like this, and Gaddafi himself did not really sell himself so well in the media. You understand? So some people who don't really understand. Remember, back then, they read news for us. It's not like we get the information. It is what we read in the national dailies. That's what we ride on.
Paul, if you're talking about the media, yeah, you understand? If the West, yeah, want to take you out, they will take you out.
Yeah, we know this.
Like that.
So
not
talking about.
Let me learn.
Castro literally died of old age right next door to America. What are you talking about? That they will take you out. It's not Castro. It's not everybody that can take you out.
Castro. Yeah.
Fidel Castro literally died of old age.
TA, I'm telling you, bro. You really need to grasp the subject matters. You have a very loose understanding, if I could put this to you, of
Jagun.
Let me just go on.
Brother, hold on 1 second. Jagun, permit me. See, the idea that TA doesn't have a grasp of the subject matter I don't think is correct. He knows what he's here for. He knows he's trying to.
Let me land so I'm specific on what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Jagun. Imagine I say you have a loose mind or something like that. How will you feel?
If you said that, bruv, you would have to back it up, and that's what I'm about to do.
No, see,
bruv, let me speak.
I'm not going to entertain that. Listen, I'm not going to entertain that.
You don't have to entertain it.
Hell no, I'm not going to entertain that. So, Paul, as I was speaking to you, you're being rude.
You're being rude.
I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude. So you can take it as being rude. But I'm speaking in.
You can talk to anyone like that here, but not me.
Just let Cody speak. Just let Cody speak.
Let me finish with you.
Wait.
Because he loves interjecting.
Jago, let him just talk because there's no need for you to get ugly.
Please, come on.
No, we don't need to get ugly. I don't want to get ugly. I really don't. I want to make points.
I don't want to know. I'm talking to Paul now. Let me finish. It's my floor. Then when I round up, I'll leave. So whatever you want to say, you say. So Paul,
it's not your floor now. I was saying something from what OD said.
Because I was the one responding. I was the one on the floor.
You see what happened
when
today.
I finish, it's going to come to you. You have your own flaw.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me finish.
But here though,
So,
let me
Paul,
just ask you one very critical question.
Father, you're gonna give me away again.
No, it's a very light question, really. This your glasses. Where how did you get it? It's really like specially made or something. It's really special. I'm looking at like even the handle, everything seems a little bit specially made. What's up? What's going on there? It looks like you like to enjoy life. What's going on?
This is the APC glass. APC. That APC.
It's
Jigibola.
I'm not APCO.
No wonder I don't want anybody to ruin any party.
I'm not saying I'm not into any politics.
They talk like APC bar, no. It's not a problem.
No, serious. Say, look.
No, if you're APC, just carry it with your full chest. It's not a problem. I think people should, I'm not
APC. Let me finish with Paul. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, look, Jagun, I'm not taking any word from you. To be honest,
bro, you don't have to take it. I'll give it still. I'll still give
it. If you want to give it, just keep on talking.
And you can remove yourself, and I will speak behind your back if you don't win in your face.
I don't give a damn.
Jago, you come with trouble today. I don't know why you went out and find anything that is a warrior.
About Gaddafi. Yeah. See, Gaddafi, he made a mistake. Yeah. Where he was talking about is trying to.
Even Gaddafi made mistakes.
Take all the Africans, in one direction. That look, we should be selling our products in one currency, which is gold. You understand? Any country that goes against America in terms against their dollars, yeah, you're in big trouble. Whatever you want to do, yeah, you keep it on the down low. Not coming out and say, okay, this is what I have to. And even some of the presidents as well, some of the African presidents, they betrayed him. So the guy was trying to do right. But where's Libya today? Go and look at Libya.
Well, Libya.
Still Nigerians are slaves in Libya. There, see, one thing you have to understand.
So at the end of the day, you say it's the West that destroy Libya. It is not Libyans that destroy Libya.
Because they use the Libyans. They use the Libyans against Gaddafi.
It wasn't the Libyans, actually. It was ISIS that they used. You have to.
But to be fair, some Libyans participated.
No, it's not that they didn't participate. There were people who were against Gaddafi.
The most best government, you must have a betrayal.
You always have people. You always have people against the government within any nation.
Before you keep me waiting, man. Look, I love you guys all. I love you all. I gotta go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Love one another.
Before you go, TA.
Who's that again? Masca.
Your lawyer today.
Forefathers and all these people intimidate you. Okay?
They are not intimidating him. Who is intimidating him? Nobody.
Love is the greatest. Good night, my brother.
I come London. You don't give me a bala.
Next time when you're coming here, let me know. Yeah.
No
worries. Peace out.
I'm coming with my jacket for January. I'm coming with my jacket in January.
Let me make one submission to Masca. You see, I had a discussion with John Abba. I don't know whether AY was there regarding some of the politics in the north and why you don't tend to see uprisings in the north. And but you tend to see it in other Muslim distinct countries. So it turns out that when for me anyway, the way it came across to me was that that he appears in the north. What they tend to have now, they think that if they rise up against their leaders in the north, they don't seem to be if they are not on the same page with the people in the south. Why should they do that? Because in reality, they don't trust the south more than they don't trust their leaders. You see what I mean? So that is the trade I feel. You will explain what you think is going on there. Because sometimes when you hear Northerners talk, they often talk about keeping the status quo more than they want to change anything. And the question, I feel like part of it is not because the Muslims don't rebel. Clearly, the Arab Spring and Mali, all of them shows you that they can rebel. Even this in Niger. But in Nigeria specifically, you hardly see it. And my argument was that because the settlement in Nigeria is different, where people in the Sahel, technically in the Sahel, are in Nigeria, there's a lot of wealth in Nigeria, and the South is not trusted, and they are not on the same page. So why would they turn on their leadership? because to them, their leadership offers them something that many of their brothers in the Sahel don't have. So you can explain it to me, because I personally don't fully understand it, because it's not Islam that is causing it, clearly, because other Islamic nations rebel against their leaders.
But once again, I will ask for protection, because me, I don't like when you start talking, somebody interjects, you know.
Oh, we'll try. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That is good enough for me. Okay, so I will start first by saying that this is I will become a jargon for a small moment. This is Hula Balu. Yes, because these northern people, you are saying that they trust more their leaders and they don't trust the South. Either you don't follow the politics in Nigeria, or you are suffering from small amnesia. So I said I'll be jargon, I'll be a little bit hard. I will remove the gloves a little bit. So take it easy, eh? Don't feel offended. It's just in the game.
Don't worry, I can take it. Yeah.
Good. I know that. I know when they were bashing you the other day, you were a gentleman. So kudos. But okay, so the point I'm making, it is northern people that decided that no, we want this thing to go to the South. Tinubu is from the South. And the North voted for Tinubu. His votes did not just, it's not only Yoruba votes that put Tinubu in power. And he contested against a northerner, a Fulani man, a Muslim. So what is the argument?
The argument is that they don't rebel. It's not that they, I know they vote Southern and they voted for Jonathan
Okay,
too.
so because
they don't rebel against their leaders in the North. At least that's what when I was having this discussion with somebody that knows about the North too, he said clearly, compared to the South, the Northerners don't stand up against their leaders. That's categorical stuff. He was 100% convinced compared to the South.
But this is the same argument I'm making. Are you saying Atiku is not a northern leader? Is that what
He's a northern leader? He's a northern leader.
So why is he not in power?
See, that is different. You don't understand. You're not understanding when I say just because they supported this thing. I'm talking about being able to stand up to their leader and say, what you are doing to us is not good. You have to change. And you don't see them on the street protesting. You don't see those sort of things. It's the only time you see serious passions. Okay,
we are not.
That's what I mean.
Okay, so even now on this argument, you can see I'm not in that school of thought. And by all means, people see
you are
me
not.
as a rebel.
I asked me, see, this is why. Hold on. This is the point I'm making.
Yes.
You are not in that school of thought, and many people in Nigeria are not in that school of thought. Many Northerners are not in that school of thought.
Stop interjecting forefathers. So
I'm trying to drive to a point. I'm trying to drive you to a point. It's because the reason I want to understand why. Because other Islamic nations
the only way
are
you
not
can
like that.
understand is by listening, not by talking.
No, I'm trying to ask a question so that you can answer
Bro,
me.
I thought you had made your point
Don't go
again.
everywhere.
Maska, I just say you don't talk finish. What do they talk again?
No, let him finish. I'm asking a question. I'm
not in a hurry to talk.
This is important. This is important. Seriously, this is important. I really want to hear his answer.
I agree with you that
AY, please hold on. I'll come to you.
So I can say there are a couple of issues. Culturally, in the North, okay, we are not as rebellious as, let's say, the Igbo people, because I've lived in the Yoruba area. The Yoruba people also are not rebellious like that.
You don't cause problem. You can't. We can't let you just proceed because you have mentioned the tribe. That's the problem. You can't say rebellious. No. You have to take it back.
They are rebellious, and
no. There are two things. When you say rebellious, or what we are, we are what do you call it?
Conversating.
No. We are parliamentary by tradition. No. Hold on now. You can't just run away with it. No, we are Republican or parliamentarian. So you can't hold on now. That we don't have kings. It's our culture. You can't say it's rebellious. In the Igbo land, you have first sons who come out to make decisions for the village. It's not. It's another way of leadership. You can't call
you
him.
don't
No, don't
you
say
don't have to be
rebellious. I
you don't
don't
have to be
want that
defensive.
kind
It
of
doesn't
person.
matter. This in the Yoruba
This is
culture
the
too, they tend
problem
to
we're
be more
having in the
rebellious.
country. I'm
And
not
hold
in
on,
any way. I'm not in any way denigrating
don't worry about that. Don't worry
the
about that mask. I think it's
No,
just
no, I will
misunderstanding.
worry because I would like to carry people along. So when I
Fair
speak,
point. Fair
I want
point.
it to be clear. So
Mm.
Odi, don't be angry with me, eh? I'm not trying to denigrate any tribe, okay? I have absolute respect for every tribe in the country.
That's true. I think he understands that.
I am not the one that set up the scenario. It is forefathers. If you are going to be angry with anybody, be angry with forefathers. He is the one
You really like to throw me under the bus, don't you? Please,
yes,
I'm
he is
trying
the
to
one
get to
that
somewhere.
planted the
See,
picture
Masker, you are
that I'm
beginning to
following.
shuffle now. You are beginning to do the shuffle here. Don't
Okay,
shuffle.
no. I'll
I
come
want
back
to
to your point. I
understand.
just want to. I don't like Odi when he's angry.
It's okay.
So what I'm saying, yes, we are not culturally, the training in the north is not for you to overtly be rebellious. You are expected to be obedient. Okay. But having said that, okay, the second thing you need to understand also, we are more doers than talkers. Okay, an average northerner, if you push him, you will just go and do what you will have to do. I don't know whether you watch this movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, where
Yes.
I think it was too. He was saying, if you want to shoot, shoot, don't talk.
That too was confirmed in that conversation. What you said just now was also confirmed in that conversation that I had.
These are just cultural issues. If I get angry on this platform, I will just walk away. I would rather not sit down and be arguing with people. This is the training. This is the cultural background I'm giving you. The second thing I'm also going to make you understand is that we in the North, politically, we are very, very, very mature. This thing I'm telling you that you don't have to go and fight somebody. You don't have to sweep people away. An average northerner will listen. All these things that people are talking about, the good leader an average northerner knows. The bad leader an average northerner knows. If you look at it, people don't appreciate it. But I can tell you that Kwankwaso is actually, this revolution you people are talking about, Kwankwaso is a revolutionary. And that is why in the North, you will find a lot of people following him. If there is going to be any revolutionary side of the country, is the North. This is where revolution has been all along. If you talk about people like Aminu Kano, no, listen now, these are revolutionaries and they have a large pool of followers. This is the only place where, even in our lingua franca, there is a clear differentiation between the haves and the have-not. In Igbo, what is the word for the people that have and what is the name for the people that don't have? I can tell you in Hausa, there's the Talakawas. So we do understand that. But again, this dovetails into what I was telling you guys when we were talking about revolution. Okay, there's a proverb in Hausa that people are tired of saying Gafarasa, Gafarasa. Meanwhile, even horn, they have not seen. Okay. Generally across the country, people have seen that, and I think Jagun alluded to it. There are many layers to the challenges. So even if you fight the northern leaders, it is true, and KJ has alluded to it also, it is true that as a country, you as a northerner, if you say, okay, who will I give as a bad example of a leader? I can't find any, but anyway, if there is
no bad leader in the North.
Did
you just say you couldn't find one?
You see, if I may, Mascal,
yes.
I think you've misunderstood forefathers' point. And it's a very deep point where our country is concerned. We have a big fat country that is all the ethnicities are running in different directions. What forefather is putting to you is that most of the Muslim countries in the world. None of them is necessarily perfect. But when it comes to the point where they are pushed to the wall, they do react. He is putting, and I tend to agree with him, that the northern people, not the leaders, the people, seem to fall in line far more easier as a Islamic native people, if you like, than other Islamic nations of the world. And I feel that you need to take that question seriously and not just defend the North for defending the North's sake. The problems in Nigeria are the what you speak about in terms of the North being politically mature. I disagree, completely disagree.
Which is okay.
I'll tell you why I disagree. I disagree.
No, it's okay. I don't want us to be jumping into issues. I'm
staying on track. I'm on track.
To be fair, I think to be fair to Jagmu, is quite relevant what he's saying.
I'm on track with where the conversation is. I'm actually trying to bring you back onto track. You see, when it comes to your viewpoint that the North are politically mature, what the North have is a way of manipulating power. They're not necessarily politically wise. They're not as they're no way as politically wise as the South.
I think my point is that maybe they are very wise. Actually, that's
let me land and try and make it as palatable as I possibly can.
No, you don't need to make it palatable. I can take.
I mean palatable to everybody, not just to you.
Okay, all right.
Now, the North have a very strategic point to play, because if the North were properly engaged with the hell that Nigeria is, and I know that they're in hell with the rest of us, but if they were fed up of the hell that they were in, somebody like Obi would have come straight in. He would have come straight in. But because there are political lions and political lions, I would say, to understand that, look, these are our leaders. There is a strategy being played. The Muslim ticket should never been allowed, but somehow it was allowed. And whilst I don't believe in all this thing where they say, oh, it's the North, it's the South, that is, for me, completely rubbish politics. It doesn't play into any political common sense at all. But because we want to keep the peace in Nigeria, we play the game. Now, Muslim ticket should never have come in. But because of expediency of the North politically, they feel if Tinubu only does one term, then it goes straight to the North back again. Just the same way it did with Jonathan. Yes, just the same way. There's no fairness in the way we are doing these things. We are doing these things in Nigeria largely because of ethnicity and religion. These are the things.
What point are you making?
The politics.
To be fair, he did address the position very well. And if you are saying that this is what they are looking to do, that means they are actually politically very astute. From what they are saying, that they are basically trying to pay the South.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
That means that they are not totally politically naive. I think
I didn't say they were naive. I spoke about the maturity. The mature, because that's the word that Pascal used. The maturity is not necessarily in the North, because if you are mature, you shouldn't really be looking for a lie to govern. And right now we have a clear lie.
Okay, so let me address that issue you raised, Jagun.
And Masca, the political maturity you said, could it be a form of just political awareness of the consequence of rebellion?
No, it's what I mean. I'll come back to the maturity. I don't like jumping into too many issues at the same time. So let me deal with. No, it's okay. It's fine. Not for me. I can handle it, but I think the point you make across, I believe when I open my mouth, I should be disseminating at least a perspective. And if the people don't get it, then there's no point talking. That's the point I'm making. Okay, so Jagun, okay. You see, this position you're holding, it's simply because you're not really on ground, okay? You see, in the North, Buhari was seen, and I tell people, there is nothing that Peter Obi has that Buhari did not have before he became the president. Nothing. Whether
What does
it's
that mean?
credibility,
What does that
okay,
mean?
whether it's credibility, whether it is you hold a position and this thing Peter Obi is saying, go and verify. Buhari was Minister of Petroleum. He will tell people, go and verify. He didn't take anything. He did well. Buhari was holding PTF. What is the meaning of PTF, AY? Petroleum Trust Fund.
Petroleum Trust Fund.
He did very well. Buhari was governor in this country. He did very well. Nobody can show you where Buhari stole single kobo in terms of credibility. I'm saying before he became president. In terms of experience, Peter Obi does not have the experience Buhari has. Are you with me?
Actually,
I am with you, but I still argue against this point. You see, because Buhari.
No, wait, now, Jabu, let me learn. I listen to you. Why don't you listen?
Oh, calm down, calm down. I'm here.
I like fairness. When I'm fair to you, try to be fair to me. So the point I'm making is that I'm just addressing your position where you are thinking, why didn't they not support Peter Obi? I'm giving you the very basic reason. Okay? The North was tired, was fed up. They were fed up with all the things that were happening in this country. For almost 3 election cycles, for almost 12 years, the Northerners were voting Buhari and he was losing. But they kept faith. They kept voting for him until Tinubu decided to assist him and put him into power. The North voted Buhari as a way of protest. This revolution people are talking about. Buhari was a revolution. You may not understand that. Yeah, you will
No,
not.
I understand very well, and I don't agree.
So, you know, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's
please,
okay.
go ahead.
Buhari for the Northerners was a revolution. If you see what the Northerners do, old people, poor people were donating to contribute to his campaign funds because people saw him as an outsider. A clear evidence where he contested almost like 3 or 4 times without winning, but he kept at it. But what happened when he came into the power? He disappointed everybody. An average Northerner now, you cannot come and tell him this is a cent and he will believe you. So this is the reality. And a lot of people will tell you, in fact, I think you should do this exercise. Go and check the record of Buhari before he became president and the record of Peter.
I'm very clear. Can I really go back to him?
You are not listening.
Wait, AY, please.
Yeah, but we can't. This is like a monologue. We can't. We are not here for a monologue. We can't. You know, I
we
can
can
just
still
log
listen. I
out
think
and
we're
go
still
listen.
speaking important points. Whether you want to listen or not is secondary. My Masca, you got me wrong again. You see, I think I'm older than you. I remember Buhari.
No, you are not.
Okay, I think. Fair enough. You know, I think I'm older than you. I may not be. However, the whole of Buhari's political career and in the military and otherwise, I was there. I know exactly what has gone on.
No, I'm not.
Wait. Let me land as you said. Let me land as you said. No, let me land as you said. I had issues with yours, but I came down. Please.
I just want to do a small correction that this is not my personal opinion.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Let me
make a comment.
I'm only telling you what an average Northerner.
You will, AY. We get time now. You know that we are midnight.
Let me make a comment.
Oh yeah, now. Oh yeah.
So, what Jagu, what Masca is saying, right? You see, here every time I put information here, people are thinking like, see. To be honest, to support what Masca is saying, Buhari had way more credibility than Peter Obi. It's not.
Well, you see, I understand this point. Wait, I don't want to go over point.
Hold on. In the eyes of the people, Buhari had more credibility. People actually believe in him, especially in the north. In the south, there are few people here and there that also believe in him. The Buhari, in all his election, he usually get like not less than 10 million votes from the north. It's straight up. It's a given. Buhari is the only man that will go to Kano and tell Kano people, vote for this person in tomorrow.
Yeah, but you're making a point that he may not disagree with. Did you ask him whether I disagree with your point?
No, Jago is kind of like disagree with Mask. I need to. I'm
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with him on those points. Please, just let me land. Just let me land, bruv, because nobody's understanding what I'm coming from.
That's what
I'm trying to let you guys know. I'm trying to let you guys know. I understand.
Even I supported Buhari. I thought he was gonna.
I didn't support him
Same here,
for a second. I will let you know my politics where Nigeria is concerned. And you're quite right. I'm not in Nigeria, and I do not take on board every machination in politics that has happened. Largely because I believe, largely because I believe most of it is bullshit. So therefore, I don't pay too much attention apart from the serious things. But I'm saying to you that I was in Nigeria when wait, guys. I was in Nigeria when Idi Agon and Buhari were running things, and I remember my father supporting them wholly. You understand? And when you speak about Buhari in those times, you must talk about Idi Agon, because that was where the nous was coming from. It wasn't coming from Buhari, I'm afraid. So wait, let me land. I hear you. Let me just land real quick. When I'm speaking about somebody like Buhari, who came to the stage and wasted 8 years of Nigeria, wasted. I knew that was going to happen. And I didn't have to go into every little minutiae of politics that takes place in Nigeria to understand that for myself. Why do I think this? Because he's far too old, and he was of the old guard. The last old guard that Nigeria should have ever had just was Obasanjo. After Obasanjo, there should have been no old guard coming back to power if Nigeria was looking at its politics properly. But because we fall into this and that, we don't do politics. What we do instead is some kind of idiotic tribalism that takes place where Islam and all these things take precedence over a competency of a nation. This is my issue. Our nation hasn't been competent since the first 7 years of the country. After that, it's never been well. And we are right now living in trauma. The trauma that Nigeria is living in, and the Nigerian people, is called something, they call it Stockholm Syndrome. When you have been captured, but you have no real, you begin to enjoy your capturers. We don't seem to.
No Nigeria is doing that. Anyway.
Which no Nigerian?
Are you sure? Hold on. Masca, did you see
me that is here in Nigeria and meeting people every day?
Masca, see, I've spoken to some people in Nigeria too, and they sound very sane and everything, but you can't help but wonder when you see our national security advisor begging foreigners, and also seeing our leaders kowtowing to everything to foreigners.
It's just a snippet for father.
Yeah, it's a snippet, but it's still a snippet that shouldn't happen like that. You don't see that. You don't see French president, Italian president, or even Northern African president talking like that. This is what we are talking about. And see, it goes back to the question I was asking, because I believe if that is a problem, then we as a people have to find a way to mend fences, because I feel like somewhere along the line, the structure you see in the north is not normal. It's not a normal behavior you see within all Islamic nations or most nations in the world. The reason why they don't rebel, you like to think that maybe it's because of. Let me give you my theory now. Let me give you my theory.
He's giving it now.
What was my theory? Sorry, if I've given it.
There were two issues you raised. Okay, but all of them, the pivot of your theory is that your expectation is that a Muslim population is by nature a rebellious population. Why is the North?
No.
Not like that.
That's not exactly what I said, but
no, that's not what you said.
Go for the second one. Go for the second one. Go for the second one, please.
You're not trying to understand. You're not trying to listen.
I'm listening.
No, what I'm saying is that what I was saying was that about the rebellion. It's not because I'm not saying Muslim people are rebellious. No, I'm saying that in the context of Nigeria versus other Islamic nations and Islamic societies, even in Africa, they tend to be more rebellious towards their leaders than in Nigeria compared to other this thing. And I ask myself, why is it that the Nigerian this thing are not rebellious? And the reason why I asked that question is that then it didn't. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that it may not have anything to do with religion at all. And people keep tying it to religion, and it may not have anything to do with culture, because they try to say it's culture. I said it doesn't have anything to do with culture, because most of the culture that they have in Niger, Mali is similar. Yet those people rebel all the time.
Right. So
something else is playing to the reason why the northern these masses don't turn on their leaders.
Yeah,
Remember,
can I say something?
Let me finish. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The reason why I'm saying that is because Ahmadu Bello said some things in the north during the time when he was alive. What he is trying to highlight is that because when the British were here, the way they developed the south was different from the way they did it north, and they deliberately, even in the document, they said they kept the parts together separate, so they are suspicious of each other already. They didn't even want to have independence with us in the first place. Then when they made them have independence with Nigeria, then you saw what happened with all the 1960s drama. Then after that period, what they discovered was that, okay, I think, was it somebody that said it? Is it not Gumi that was just saying it recently, that when they give this power, they come and kill us? What he's saying there is tapping into a hidden distrust or fear of the South, that the South doesn't understand them. That's
I'm
what
saying that
that's what I'm
not
getting to.
give the South power in this election. So what is the basis of that?
You don't understand what I'm
You
saying.
don't understand. You don't understand, bro.
See, forefather,
with those coming.
forefather.
The North, imagine the North
hold on,
gave the South power. I mean, what's that mean?
Forefather.
Yes.
What I want to know anyway, what Jago just said now, right? Not now, before. He was saying the correct thing. Buhari was kind of a mistake, because it was actually Diagbo that was running that government. I met this old man.
No, see, AY, I've made it very clear. It's not my personal position.
I know.
What is it with you today? You just keep kicking the wrong horse.
Hold on, forefather. I met this old man. He's from Sokoto. He's late now. He work in the same office with Alhaji Atiku. He's very close to my family. So he told me, he said, all the things he complained about Buhari, when Buhari came into government, I was actually surprised, because he's a very honest old man. But for some reason, I didn't take him seriously. I just ignore him. Then the other thing, that's another thing he also said about Atiku himself. Baba, he liked power. He can do anything for power. And that is what you see Atiku doing. So the truth is, we have to take, forefather, I understand where you're coming from. But however, the northern system is actually different from the south. But even in the south, we are not doing much of rebellious against government.
The wrong horse. Now you are kicking donkeys all over the place. I don't know what is it with AY today. Eh? Okay, you are off your back today. What is it today? Did you have your tea or something? Go and sip your tea.
You know, I wanted to. I think Masca, really, I like you on this platform.
Sorry, Odi, let me just respond to forefathers quickly. 1 minute.
They will take over my time. Okay,
no don't worry. I will make sure I'll fight for you.
Sorry, Odi.
Forefathers, you see, in the north, the largest state with population is Kano. Okay, this idea that the northerners do not rebel against their leaders is a fallacy. Go and check the history of Kano State, how Kano has been voting. When you do that, then we can come back and have this discussion.
Yeah,
but right now, you need to educate yourself first to see how Kano has consistently been voting. Does it vote in bad people or good people?
But okay. If they were voting the way you said, then are you saying that Kano is experiencing a lot of prosperity in terms of industrialization and all the rest?
Yes, so they do. Yes. Kano do.
Although if they are very industrialized, then why are we not having a lot of exports? Then I don't understand. if you're industrialized,
Maybe
Nigeria
not
will
enough.
be manufacturing its own steel and doing a lot of great exports, and will be earning a lot of income from it. So I don't understand what kind of industrial. Maybe
It's just talk. It's just talk.
Kano,
this
okay,
is
all right.
the
See,
thing I'm
I'll tell
saying.
you why. For father, these things
Okay,
are not
please go
complex.
ahead.
Some of
Please go
us,
ahead. Go ahead.
we've been in this
I asked a
place.
question and I will let you answer.
The
Sorry.
answer, the straight answer to you is very simple. Myself, as a young man, I was exporting granules to South Africa. Okay? Myself, not another person. But what has killed this country, not only Kano. We have so many industries. If you come to Kano today, you will see moribund industries. How do you do industry when there's no electricity? And electricity is resident with the federal government. So how do you do that?
Yeah, but the federal government is mostly controlled by these cliques. Many people in the south will accuse the north, and the north will think that it's the southerners that are doing it.
And you see, so for somebody like you to be sucked into that abominable, fallacious thinking is amazing.
see, I'm not sucked into it. See, I'm trying to see what I'm trying to do so you understand where I'm coming from here. I'm trying to find a kind of common thread that both sides can develop to be able to come together and have a common ground. Because what you tend to find is that you have people complaining in silos. The northerners complain about their own issues, the southerners complain about their own issues, the east, west. We need a common ground, and for that common ground to actually take shape and we come at our leaders with one voice, you have to have trust, you have to have understanding. And I believe from the way I hear from some of our southerners, some of them don't have trust. And I fear that some in the north, too, given the way Gumi is sounding, don't have trust in the south.
Gumi
and we
is not
have
a
to have that
politician.
fence. Yeah, but the people listen
It's
to
the
him.
people. We're talking about the people.
No,
We're not just talking about
and this
politicians.
Okay, Jagun.
Please,
Yes, sir.
This is what I'm telling you. You guys need to listen to me. I'm born
El-Rufai
here.
is a politician too, and he said similar stuff that Gumi is saying.
Man,
Guys,
we've heard it. We've heard it from so
let
many.
me
We've heard it
reclaim
from.
my
I
time.
don't know.
Let me reclaim my time.
I'm just
Let
trying
OD
to
come in.
ask
Let OD
questions.
come in.
I'm
Let
just
me
trying to
reclaim
ask
my
questions.
time.
Yeah, OD,
You know,
OD, please go ahead.
yeah,
I think you've
whenever, man, you guys are strong. If anybody gives any space, that time is another 10 minutes. You gotta fight for every inch.
Sorry about that.
No problem. See, Masker, you're a very smart guy, but there's a rhetoric. There's a something that's the idea that you made 2 points here. You said this not gave Tinubu the power. Hold on. I heard you loud and clear. You said another one. There's an idea of, and AY supported you here, that and even forefathers, that the North is politically, what was that? Mature. And we agree on that. But there's something Jagun said. Jagun said the North is not politically wise. But forefathers countered. Here's my thing. I just opened the poverty index in Nigeria. The people, what is politics for? The idea of politics is to provide welfare to the end of politics is to provide welfare to the people. How is it that these people who are so politically mature and wise are the poorest people in Nigeria? You say Kano is an industrial state, but it's still very poor compared to most of the states.
No, I take exception to that.
No, it's statistics. No, I'm saying compare. I said compared to the state.
Which state are you comparing Kano and saying it's very poor? Tell me that state you're comparing it to.
I'm from compared to Abia State. Kano is on a higher poverty index than
Abia State.
Huh?
And how many people are in Abia State?
No, I'm talking about percentage. We're not talking about Lagos State. Lagos State is
not about the size.
Lagos State is the least poor state. Look, if you go to population-wise, Lagos State and Kano State have closer population, right, in Nigeria. But if you go to poverty index, Lagos is the least poor state in Nigeria. Kano is maybe the 20th poor states in Nigeria.
You are not looking
No,
at
I'm
it.
not sure
I'm
it's
looking at
something wicked, but
statistics now. Go and
Odi,
check
let me
it now.
ask you this. Let me ask you this, and this is the question I was getting at with
Mm.
Masca. Could it be the reason why the Northerners still see what they have as reasonable progress is because
No.
they don't compare themselves to the South necessarily. They compare themselves to Niger. They compare
No,
themselves to
you see that thing
other
is
people that like in Mali that are next door to them that they tend to have even more affinity with. So could it be that's what they are doing? Because when they look at they are in Nigeria, because if you look at all the West African states, the people that have access to the Sahara generally don't have access to the southern this region. But in Nigeria, it's different. Compared to the wealth that they have in other Sahel nations, Nigerian these northerners are doing quite well.
No, so
could that be informing the way they reason about their prosperity?
No, but forefathers, I want to come to that because Masca somehow did not address it, and I that's a very good perspective, and it was kind of food for thought for me, to something to go and But I'm looking at the poverty headcount. Go to Statistica. The poorest state in Nigeria is Sokoto State, 87.
Yes, that I will agree with you.
Taraba second, Jigawa third, Ebonyi fourth, Adamawa, Zamfara, Yobe, Niger, Gombe, Bauchi. That's what I'm telling you. The poorest state.
Kano. I'm more interested in Kano.
No, Kano. I'm going to Kano is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It is 16 poorest states in Nigeria.
Masca, this is hot.
You lost the argument, so Masca.
It's very, very hurtful what you just did here. How can you? I feel hurt because these are your brothers. Because Kano is not doing that well now. 16th.
Kano is poor. Because it's big doesn't mean it.
Let me bust all of you guys. Let me bust your bubble. This is part of the problem. I don't like to
I like
that. This one is statistics. I don't know. Me, I give statistics.
Let Master speak. Let Master speak.
Put Nigeria complete. With all this, we are now comparing each other. Even the Lagos state is a poor state. Nigeria is a poor country. So what is this bragging about?
No. That's not
nobody's bragging now.
Saying that they were prospering.
That's the issue to say that, okay, because Kano is 16th, these are my brothers.
No, I'm not talking about you. You're personalizing this.
What I'm saying is
you
that
and AY.
I feel like you were trying to cover up for the fact that they are not doing very well.
AY,
my question is that why are they not calling on their leaders?
Listen. What I'm saying,
hold on. I've not landed on my point. You guys just hold on. I have to land on my point.
Go ahead, Odi, go ahead.
It was you and AY that even said, oh, Kano is doing very well. Me, I just brought Statistica. Hold on now. Let me finish. This Statistica has Kano as number 16th poorest state in Nigeria. It's not me, it's statistics. What I'm saying is this. Based on what forefathers brought up, I have a theory. I may not be correct, and this is where you come in. Sure. If you look at what happened in Saudi, other, Muslim states, Muslim majority states, where you had like emirs and kings, that ruled those states. Let's say the House of Saud. There was a particular thing that, the leaders did then, and this is where I mentioned the last time I was here. Those people were patriotic. Let me tell you.
They are not. I can tell you they are not.
No, I'm talking about the House of Saud.
I know. Listen.
Hold on now. Okay, let me finish. You said you give people time. You say you are taking on my time now.
Just a small. I'm not interjecting. I'm just.
You just interjected. You say you are not interjecting.
Go ahead.
If you look at the deal that they made after the Ottoman Empire completely collapsed after the First World War. The deal they made with the British set them up, to the prosperity that they have now. The same thing at the Emiratis and all these guys. These guys wanted the good well-being of their, people. The problem that I think, and they were able to form as if like they were one tribe. They're not 100% one tribe, But in our northern Nigeria, I don't think their leaders were very patriotic. They were not patriotic. You know, Ahmadu Bello, all those guys, hold on now. The British were already keeping money in Bank of England for them. As at that time, there was a level of corruption that was going on, and that's what led to the first coup. You know, serious corruption. And the problem.
Don't go to coup.
No, I didn't say coup. Okay, but okay. You know what I'm saying is that's what led to the coup, corruption.
Don't wake up anything. I don't
No. Let me land on my point. What I'm saying is the northern elites were not, you know, all they wanted to do was more of subjugation and control. And that's why those people, like if you look at the Emiratis, that they went forward and they made progress. If you look at the utterances of Ahmadu Bello, what he said is better that we bring outsiders out of Nigeria if we don't have anybody that can do this job, that to bring fellow Nigerians to help, you know, improve the North. That's what he said. You know, the mindset, and meanwhile, you know, because of the different tribes and people who try to, you know, be, I don't want to use a particular word, there are people who wanted to rule over other people, and they found a way to do it by fire or by force. Then these people have remained subjugated and cannot proceed or to say their mind anymore. But anyway, I'll leave you to.
Ode, let me correct you on something. See,
oh my days.
The so-called
you don't carry the case.
The so-called Nigeria we're talking about.
No, AY.
Hold on, Masca. We are celebrating this state like as if they are actually rich or apart from Lagos State, which state is Lagos? Maybe River. Which state? They are all struggling.
No, we're not talking about.
Man, AY.
What
is going on with AY today? You've kicked the camel again.
No,
you are not on the ball today, AY. Today. What is going on?
Hold on. Nigeria State is few that can manage to pay salary.
Nobody is Nigeria is a boys' poor. We're not another place at all completely. Let Master knows what I talked about.
I needed you to I needed you to accept that, because it's just like those days when we were in school. They go say, "Oh, now you will be the best school. Now Unibec will be this." It gives me headache because not all the school we are all garbage. Same thing. You guys are coming here to discuss. Oh,
but that is not the point.
That's not the point now.
Okay. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
To what Maska said was Kanu was doing okay, and he was saying that no, we are not doing okay, even in the context of Nigeria.
Maska, guys, let me just ask Maska a question, please. And it may be.
Let him respond to. I said something.
Asked me a question. I've not answered. Odi has asked me a question. I've not answered. I'll come back to your questions, Odi. I've written them down, but I want to really address forefathers' issues. Okay? I think it's very, very important. I think it's the crux of the issue in the country. Okay. After a lot of discussions, I get where you are driving at, even though I don't think you put it correctly or succinctly. But the point you're making is that it seems the North will support one person, the South will support another person almost every election cycle. Is that what you're saying?
A kind of. So whoever their leader tells them to vote for, they tend to go in lockstep. In other words, their leaders are the ones they listen to.
Okay, so is that secondary part that I really want us to disabuse our mind of? This is when I said that the North is politically mature. This is exactly what I'm saying. You can tell a Northerner, this is who you should vote. A Northerner will go and vote somebody else. The North put its backing behind Goodluck Jonathan. Even when they did that, the North decided to go and vote for Buhari. Okay? That is on record. When Yar'Adua was nominated by Obasanjo,
That thing you said doesn't. I can't. My brain can't process it.
I
That last
didn't do
thing
your
you
brain
just
now.
said.
You should go and improve it. I beg.
No, that's trust me. My brain is very good.
Pascal is getting down and dirty now.
No. My brain is very good. It's a polite way of telling you that you're talking nonsense. That's what I
Oh
just.
my God.
That's a polite way of telling
I
you.
think
You
you guys are
can't. No.
corrupting
You can't let you get
Pascal
away.
now.
No, what you said is that the North supported Buhari and supported
Oh my
Jonathan.
God.
It's complete bullshit. Now you can't say that.
That's not. See, it's the problem with your brain. That's not what I said. Is
What
that
do
what
you
I
say?
said, forefathers? No, wait. Is
What
that
do
what
you
I
say?
said? No,
I
I'm
think
not.
you were saying something about that you are able to support leaders in the South.
Yes.
You know, when it comes to this thing voting, I don't think you actually said anything that was meant to be misconstrued as insulting to
Yes.
the any
So
group.
it's not. So
No,
what
I
I'm
didn't say.
saying.
I said he said that the
Please,
North supported
whatever.
Buhari and supported Jonathan at the same time. You can't have it both ways now. That's what you said.
You know what he meant now. You know what he meant, that he also supported Jonathan was also elected into office. That's what he meant.
But the North voted massively for Buhari too. You know, like people can be changing. You're changing. You know, you people are trying to change history. But the North Buhari has had the same vote consistently throughout. How can you say that the North voted for Buhari? The people that voted for Jonathan is the South. The whole South decided to vote for Buhari. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Go and look. Forefathers, you like statistics. Let's go to election results.
I think I get your point on that one, but
no, what I'm saying is
I think the thrust of the argument is that
I don't. Let's
the
go
Northerners
to
tend to
facts.
listen to their elites more than the Southerners.
Forefathers.
I understand the case of Kanu is slightly different. That's true, and
Yeah,
Kanu
but
tends
go to data now. Go to data. You can't be saying you can. I don't have discussion where people are. Go to the data now.
2011.
They did not
what are you
voted for
saying this
Buhari.
time?
But you see, anyway,
Okay.
Odi, I think this is the point. I'm so sorry, forefathers, because this is the point I'm making. You have asked a couple of questions I haven't answered.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
that's
answer forefather. Now you are dragging us into because of something that is not even the crux of the argument.
Yeah, that's true.
If you are not
Right.
okay with that, I am saying that also the elite in the North, Obasanjo decided that what's his name? Yaradua is the preferred candidate. But the North still at that time went and massively voted for Buhari. Now, the argument we're arguing, whether Buhari won or he didn't win, is another argument. It's the same thing the people behind Peter Obi are arguing now. Buhari, how many times did Buhari go to court? How many times? AY, do you know how many times?
Always.
3 times.
Always. So I am saying that my argument, forefathers, is that yes, the elite in the North will say this is who is our preferred candidate, but the people in the North will still go and vote for somebody else.
How does that constitute maturity? That doesn't tell us.
That constitutes maturity.
No, that's to be fair, that constitutes a kind of democratic freedom, isn't it? Because freedom is the form of maturity in democracy.
It's another thing to go and vote the right person. It's a different matter. Nobody.
But there is the issue of tendency for rebellion. When we say rebellion, we're talking about like protesting and stuff like that against some things that leaders have not accomplished for them. Like now against Buhari now, you will never see it. Even if Buhari completely trashed all the promises and everything, insecurity is literally costing a lot of lives in the North. You will never see them protest against their leaders.
Forefather, I get your point. Yeah,
No. Forefather doesn't have a point. Buhari was told. He doesn't have a point.
Forefathers.
Wait,
I'm looking at 2011 election in Kano.
We know that.
440,000 votes. Buhari had 1.6 million. What are you guys talking about?
You're right, Odi.
You're right on the map
you
on that one.
The argument. Thank you. We clap for you. Forefathers. What I'm saying is that Buhari was stoned in Maiduguri. Did you get that news?
After he left office, or when?
No, when he was still the president.
It was the last month of when he was leaving, when they know there is no other hope.
You mean after 8 years?
After 8 years now.
No, but why are
Okay,
we talking like this?
see. Okay, let's say it was soon, but that's after 8 years of lives being lost. I in the south. See, master, you don't understand. I in the south. Hold on, now, let me just say this. Let me just say this.
I'm going to go to the
Master,
south.
you don't understand. Master, you don't understand that
the
sometimes.
idea that people are painting that the southerners are smart people. I don't see it.
No, I'm not buying that. I'm not. See, Master, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Nobody, Master, the only person.
At all. You are not hearing me.
No.
That's the last. That's the farthest from my argument.
No. Forefathers. The only person that has talked about a region being more smart than the other is Maska. Why are you saying that the South? You're the one who said you're the one who has arrogated smartness to the North.
Now. See, Odi, I'm trying to understand certain trends.
Guys, can I come in, please, in terms of just calming things down? I've got a serious question, and it may be a bit prickly, but I don't mean it to be prickly. I mean it for food for deep thought. And I want to put this to Mascal. If Nigeria was constituted of the South only, where the South, between the Southwest and the Southeast, South were one country, and the North was another country, what do you think would have tangibly happened in these two entities? This would give you the answer to what you're talking about in terms of
it's a rhetoric question.
Wait, please.
I think it's a fair question, actually.
This will give you the answer to maturity politically and in terms of wealth in these nations. Tell me, please.
I think that question
let him answer now.
No, I think it's rhetoric. I don't think anybody needs to answer that question. Everybody here understand the answer to that question.
Somebody. No, not necessarily. Actually, I don't know the answer.
You know the answer.
I don't know. Maska, please answer the question.
Yeah, we want Maska's
answer. I think that goes to the crux of the question I was asking.
It does. Come on.
It's a smart question.
The answer is a very simple answer to me.
Okay.
I've been issued because these things are not complicated issues. They are the things that have been well discussed right from the beginning. In terms of Western development, the South was far ahead of the North. Okay. In terms of accepting the modern day way of life, the South was way into it than the North. Okay. Even at the point of independence, forefathers were saying it. It was the North that said, no, we will not be dragged into independence with a region that is far ahead of us. There will be an imbalance. We would rather this independence be deferred to a point where we would have been able to put our house in order. Okay? So your answer is yes. Right from day one, the South was ahead of the North in terms of material and modern day Western development. But what I can tell you, Jagun, is that the North was not in a doldrum. I went to school on full scholarship. Okay? And my university, we used to boast that it's the best university north of the Limpopo.
Let me put because I was going to follow up.
The question is different, though. The question is different.
So what I'm telling you is that I cannot give you a definite answer. The North took a trajectory of development that was very, very cogent, even during my time. There were granite pyramids. There was so much development in the North. Actually, the North was funding this country at some point before the discovery of oil. So this idea that the South is way ahead of the North, yes, right from day one, that is the status quo. That is where everything started. But at some point, the North itself was putting its act together until when things crumbled across the country. So I cannot
Let
answer
me
that.
let me add. Let me add.
I would like to submit
Wait,
that.
forefathers, Ejo, please, just
Okay.
one, because I really want to understand Masca, because it seems to me that you're being very protective and defensive about the North.
Why not? Of course, that's what I know.
Well, I tell you why not, because we have one nation, not two or three. That's why not. So I put it to you again: the education system in Nigeria, which was world class at the time, because of the educational misbalance between the North and South, and then the South abdicating to hold on in their intellect for the North to catch up. Was that not a massive error for Nigeria as a country?
No, people don't listen. If you listen
to what?
That's not what.
Talk.
What I said. No, take it easy. Tone down. No big deal here. It's just a conversation.
Okay.
We are not going to change Nigeria this night. Take it or leave it. Okay. Tomorrow morning it will be the same Nigeria. So take it easy. Right? You are not listening to what I'm saying. One, it's not my statement. I'm only relaying to you what the leaders of the North then said. They are not saying hold on your development, defy independence, because independence means we are now a united nation. Before independence, every region was on its own. How difficult is that to understand? They are saying before you merge us together, we need to put our house in order. This is the word I use. I did not use anything defy your intellect. I said even at some point, the North was the one funding this country in terms of
I don't
development.
believe that.
I'm not so sure because we had
I'm not so sure about that at all.
We had rubber.
All you need to do, because I've done this, I've done all this research, whereby we know what was coming in from the granites in the north. We know what was coming in from the southwest in terms of cocoa. We know. Excuse me, my brother. We know what was coming in from the east in terms of palm oil. And what
rubber, we were doing rubber too.
And so many things.
I was
what
giving
was
them
coming
money
in.
too.
The whole peanut thing paled into insignificance. It wasn't that powerful. It did. It did, bro.
I'm not sure.
I gotta make a point here. I gotta make a point. Masca, wait, please. If you guys would put me another 10 minutes. Here's my point. I think we're really talking over ourselves. We love Nigeria, all of us. We want a better country. There's something Jagun said. I think you're being too defensive about the North and the situation. Let me finish now. Let me land. That's my opinion. Hold on now. Okay, you said the problem is that you don't practice what you preach.
I'm listening to you.
So the idea is, look, I'm very happy always anytime I come here, I see you actually coming, because I believe that you can be a voice in the North.
No, I want to be a voice to you guys, because the problem is not in the North. No, seriously. The problem is
Jagu has come to fight today, man. That's good.
No. Here's my deal. Okay, if you believe that the problem,
not only Jagu, I mean Masca has come to fight today.
No, I mean you have to make some points. There is a lot of all these things you're saying. There are misconceptions, because the general argument this night.
See, the question is,
that's the argument, and that's bullshit.
Look. That's fair enough. The problem, if you don't understand, if you don't believe, if you don't believe that infant mortality is highest in the North, maternal mortality is highest in the North, poverty is highest in the North, out of school children is highest in the North.
Yes.
And then you want to come and teach us. Then there's a problem. I think there's a fundamental, there's something broken that you want to come and defend the North here. If you want, hold on, now let me land. Look, let me tell you, if you believe, let me say it explicitly. If you cut Nigeria into half and leave the northern part of Nigeria out, it will go to the level of Niger and the poverty of Niger. It's not okay. That's the problem. If you believe that we're trying to build a better country.
Now you need to listen, Odi.
No. We're trying to build a better. No, I can't. I won't listen. I have to finish my point.
You need to listen, Mascal.
The problem is that you keep trying to take
one at a time
initiative.
now.
I'll have to finish.
Odi, please complete it, then so he can talk.
But my point is this: the indices that we want to improve in Nigeria, I've listed them. The North is lagging behind. What we want is let everybody progress, but the North has to catch up. North was behind before independence. They are still, in fact, I think they have even gone more behind. Now, what we want is how can we get the North to progress and join the rest of their brothers, and so that we can move forward as a country.
They don't have to progress to join their brothers. When you use that term, you are also using a kind of condescending term again. Just join their brothers, because when I look at some of the things going on in the North, I wonder how come they are not even more angry about it than I am.
But remember, what's the difference between
why they are not
what I said and what Profada said?
It's almost as if they need to grow up. What I'm trying to say is that
me and you said the same thing.
Let me finish what I was saying about Masca. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Let's be respectful.
There's a way you talk about things sometimes. So when the way I refer to Masca was here once. He was basically kind of, I found myself on the other side of the argument, arguing for the faith and the things that are happening for the Northerners, while he was saying that he actually made his comment that I find a little bit offensive, that the lives of those people are a little bit, it's not as bad as I think.
No, see,
when you said that, why did you say something like that? They are not burying their forefathers. They are not burying their family members when they bury their forefathers. They left all those places to go and stay in those camps and all the rest of it. So,
can you do me a favor?
That's what I mean.
Forefathers, there's a speech.
I'm not referring to you. I'm trying to refer to forefathers.
No, hold on. Forefathers, there's a speech given by former Emir of Kano. Can you play that speech?
Which one?
He was former Emir of Kano. He delineated everything I said, and he even said what?
Name. Ahmadu Bello is
Sanusi. He knows what I'm talking about.
See, Odi. You see, the point when I say you need to listen, I think this is the whole country has fallen. Okay, you are dissipating energy to say that the North is backward. There's nobody that will argue with you about it. The whole of Africa as a continent is backward. What is the argument? The South.
Well, there is an argument. You see, it's not that there's an argument. If I can,
percentage.
Sorry, guys. If I can, guys, Mascal.
So why are we going to sit down and start measuring ourselves with?
We have to do that. That's what we do in countries. In this country of England, let me put it to you.
No, please, let me make this point, okay? Are you saying that all the states in the US, they're all at par?
No, they're not all at par. Okay, so but they are, listen.
Okay. Is the US,
this is why I'm not basing my own questioning on that.
You see, what I'm trying, Mascal, let me say what you're misunderstanding.
One second, just give me 1 second. Is it okay in the US for the US to say one state is the state that is dragging them backwards?
No, America is a different case. America is not Nigeria. So we can't compare.
Why is it different?
It's different because it's a different country. Now, we're very simple. What do you mean, why? I think I can answer this question.
Guys, no, Odi,
I live in the United States.
Odi, I left you for it the other day now. Let me just speak, please. Mascal, to be honest, I think you have the wrong end of the stick. Largely because you're playing a protective game.